Afflicted by a terminal illness, Yi Feng is reborn in the year 2000, where the youthful school beauty Gu Muxi is but 18 years of age. Yi Feng, may I borrow your pen for a moment? Didn't you just borrow it yesterday? Yesterday is yesterday. Today is today. Circumstances have changed. Do you understand? But you got a point. All right, here you go. Yi Feng, could you tear a sheet of paper for me? Why must you tear mine? Don't you have any? I do, but tearing yours doesn't hurt my conscience. Your logic is astounding. Fine, take it. Yi Feng, what do you wish to borrow now? I have nothing left. I simply want to borrow your hand. For what? Nothing much. I just wish to hold the hand of my boyfriend. This is a tale of childhood sweethearts, reciprocally navigating the awkwardness of their romantic endeavors, filled with sweet moments, devoid of melodrama and heartache. Welcome to the journey. Chapter 1. This kiss shocking the entire class. At the first hospital of Jing City, in the dimly lit intensive care unit, silence enveloped the air, interrupted only by the rhythmic beeping of medical devices. A pallid, middle-aged man lay on the hospital bed, donning an oxygen mask, utterly weakened. A doctor and a lawyer entered the room. Mr. Yi Feng, the last bone marrow transplant showed some effect yet. Your cancer cells have disseminated throughout your body, I fear. The doctor hesitated, his words trailing off. How long do I have left? Yi Feng's expression remained tranquil, his voice hoarse. Perhaps a fortnight, or possibly a month, the doctor offered, attempting to provide solace. Another couple of weeks? Yi Feng scoffed at the dark humor, suspecting the situation to be far graver. Mr. E, your wife, Ms. Liu Yao, has taken legal action against you, demanding an additional 500 billion from your 800 billion estate. Here is the letter from her representative. The middle-aged lawyer presented a document before him. Liu Yao, his spouse, his university classmate. They had been wed for 7 years. On the night he received his terminal diagnosis, she hastily drafted a will, compelling him to sign 7 years of marriage, and it was only on that day that he finally discerned her true nature. Money. It was all for money, every sentiment. A mere FAAS. Yi Feng gazed at the sternly worded legal notice, warning him against frivolous disposal of assets. His eyes moistened. He forced a self-deprecating smile, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. After a decade of arduous labor and business, amassing nearly $1 trillion in wealth, he found himself devoid of love, without a single cherished companion. Lying in the desolate hospital room, bereft of family or loved ones, he felt a profound sense of pity and sorrow. Reality is but a fleeting dream, an ephemeral illusion. Lawyer Zhou, please inform her that she need not concern herself with my wealth. In accordance with my will, I wish for all my estate to be donated to charitable foundations, to impoverished regions, to the nation, Yi Feng declared coldly. Understood, Mr. Y.I.B. By the way, Mr. E, a woman asked me to deliver this to you yesterday. Lawyer Zhou retrieved a cloth-wrapped item from his bag, resembling a book. The doctor elevated the hospital bed, allowing Yi Feng to recline comfortably. Mr. Yi Feng, we shall not disturb your rest any further. With that, the doctor and lawyer Zhou exited the room. Silence reclaimed the ward once more. Yi Feng unwrapped the cloth to reveal a weathered diary. As he gently leafed through the pages, a familiar name caught his eye. Gu Muxi. March 11th, 1998, overcast. That scoundrel Yi Feng dared to let the air out of my bicycle tires. How infuriating. I shall draw a little something on his backpack. May 10th, 2000, light rain. That foolish Yi Feng forgot his umbrella when he went out, drenched like a drowned rat. It was utterly hilarious. June 5th, 2000, sunny. As we prepare for the college entrance exams, he dares to sleep in class. His mother scolded him that night. Little does he know, I secretly reported him. July 1st, 2000, overcast. Yi Feng planned to secretly change his application choices, but I woke him up with a swift kick. We agreed to attend the same university. How dare he waver? March 6th, 2002, overcast. That insufferable Yi Feng has started dating. Anyone who likes him must be blind. April 4th, 2002, Yi Feng incessantly mentions his girlfriend in front of me. So annoying. Ugh, it drives me insane. It kept me awake all night. Do I like him? How vexing. May 20th, 2005, sunny. Today is his wedding day. He wanted me to be his bridesmaid, but I declined, even fabricating an excuse to avoid attending his wedding. I wish him happiness in the years to come. January 11th, 2012, overcast. He told me over the phone that he has cancer, and it's terminal. I felt as if my world was collapsing. February 2nd, 2012, light rain. He has no family left in the world to match for a bone marrow transplant. By sheer coincidence. My match was successful, a 1 in 100,000 chance. Is this fate? As long as it can save him, I would endure any agony or sacrifice, even my own life. Yet, he will likely never know, just as he remains oblivious to my affections for him. Upon reaching this passage, Yi Feng's heart jolted, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. It turns out the mysterious benefactor was her, Memories of moments shared with Gu Muxi flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. Playing in the mud as children, swimming in the river, and then facing the consequences together. Climbing over to the neighbor's yard to find bird nests, only to be chased away by the neighbor's dog. Walking to school together, returning home side by side, playing hide and seek, gaming, day in and day out, year after year. He and she had grown up as childhood sweethearts, becoming the most familiar presence in each other's lives. Yet, their familiarity led him to overlook her, as though her existence were a given. In this moment, he finally comprehended that he had missed out on the right person. This missed opportunity would echo for a lifetime. At this juncture, an overwhelming tide of regret surged within him. If heaven would grant him another chance, he would never allow her to slip away again. Cough, cough. The tumultuous surge of emotions compelled him to cough violently, blood spilling from his lips and choking his nostrils. His consciousness began to fade into obscurity. Before him, a blurred light seemed to materialize. Simultaneously, he felt his body succumbing to numbness beyond his control. Is this how my life comes to a close? Gu Muxi, I am truly sorry. I hope that in the next life, I may once again be your childhood companion. Tears cascaded from the corners of his eyes as he gently closed them. Yi Feng, wake up, hurry. Please, come to your senses. The teacher is about to commence the lesson. A melodious voice rang in his ears, tinged with urgency. Yi Feng abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself in a classroom filled with familiar faces. Suddenly, a visage as pale as jade, adorned with exquisite features, appeared before him. Her lustrous black hair was tied in a ponytail, exuding vitality, and her sparkling eyes were fixed upon him. Her youthful visage radiated exuberance, reminiscent of early spring in March, refreshing and invigorating. Gu Muxi, Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. What is happening? Am I not in the intensive care unit? Did I not perish? Why are you staring? Hurry up and get up. The teacher is almost here. Do you want to be punished for standing? Gu Muxi shot him a glare. Is this a dream? Yi Feng's eyes glistened with tears, yet a smile broke upon his face. In an instant, he sprang to his feet and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Even if this is but a dream, it is more than enough. Gu Muxi, it is truly wonderful to see you. Yi Feng grasped her shoulders, tears welling in his eyes, smiling brightly. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? What are you doing? Gu Muxi looked at him, utterly bewildered. Yi Feng's exuberant embrace drew the attention of all classmates, their gazes fixed on the pair. I will never miss you again, Yi Feng declared with a grin, holding her shoulders tightly. Suddenly, he leaned in and kissed her fervently. In that instant, the entire class was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Gu Muxi's eyes widened, frozen in place. Chapter 2. Gu Muxi, Yi Feng, are you out of your mind? Silence enveloped the classroom. A pin drop could be heard. Every student gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Unthinkable. The school belle, Gu Muxi, had been forcefully kissed by Yi Feng. Goodness, is he insane? Yi Feng, taken aback by the warmth radiating from his lips, paused. Is it possible to feel something in a dream? He licked his lips, astonished to find a hint of sweetness lingering. Can dreams even have taste? As he withdrew, he beheld Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Her expression a mix of shock and embarrassment. Is this not a dream? Yi Feng. Gu Muxi's face burned crimson as she angrily pushed him away, swiftly employing a classic judo throw. Thud! Yi Feng crashed onto the ground, the pain in his back jolting him into full consciousness. He stared up at the classroom ceiling, then glanced at the astonished faces of his classmates, finally noticing the date on the blackboard behind him. April 12, 2000. A revelation dawned upon him. He had been reborn. Reborn into the year 2000, the dawn of the millennium. He vividly remembered that Gu Muxi was 18 that year. They were on the cusp of their college entrance examinations, with only 69 days remaining. Yi Feng raised his hands, admiring his slender, pale arms, and couldn't help but smile. I have truly been reborn. Since fate has granted me another chance, I shall live this life to its fullest, without regrets. I cannot afford to miss Gu Muxi again. Yi Feng, have you lost your senses? Gu Muxi's small face was flushed, glaring down at him from her elevated position. Hello, Gu Muxi. Yi Feng grinned. Gu Muxi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, hello? What nonsense are you spouting? She squatted down and grabbed his wrist, executing a reverse joint lock. Tell me, why did you take advantage of me just now? Ah, it hurts. Let go first. Speak. With so many eyes upon them, Gu Muxi glanced around, realizing that indeed, the entire class was watching. The peculiar looks from her classmates made her uncomfortable, prompting her to reluctantly release Yi Feng. If it weren't for all these people, I would have dealt with you. Yi Feng stood up, inhaling sharply as he rubbed his wrist. Gu Muxi still had that violent streak. She remained a familiar childhood friend from his memories. Why did you take advantage of me? Gu Muxi reiterated, wiping her lips as if she might have chafed them. So many words swirled in Yi Feng's mind, but upon seeing Gu Muxi's angry expression, he swallowed them back. If he confessed his feelings now, would it jeopardize their friendship? Although they often joked around, introducing romantic feelings could destabilize their bond. Throughout their childhood and into their tumultuous teenage years, he had never viewed her as anything but a friend. Likewise, it seemed Gu Muxi had never regarded him as a boy. He was uncertain of her feelings now. If he altered their dynamic too abruptly, would it backfire? Reflecting on this, Yi Feng felt the need to tread carefully and discern Gu Muxi's sentiments first. I was just dreaming, and in that dream, you fell into a puddle, and I got excited and wanted to give you mouth to mouth. He fabricated a flimsy excuse. Gu Muxi stared at him incredulously. You fell into a puddle. Yi Feng winced as she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Fear not in my dream. I rescued you. Gu Muxi's eyes widened, and just as she was about to grab his throat, their homeroom teacher, Zhao Shui, strode into the classroom. Class has begun. Mr. Zhao, a stern and somewhat rigid figure, was known for his strict discipline, and students held him in great fear, dubbing him Zhao the Demon King in private. No one dared to continue discussing Yi Feng and Gu Muxi. Shooting Yi Feng a glare, Gu Muxi hastily returned to her seat. Yi Feng, whose desk was directly behind her, followed suit. Bro, you were incredible just now. You actually kissed the school bell. His desk mate, Wang Tai, leaned in grinning widely and whispered in admiration. Yi Feng turned to face his friend's earnest expression, basking in pride. You should see the courage of Yi Feng. Wang Tai chuckled, scratching his head. If I had even half your courage, I'd be all set. Wang Tai was Yi Feng's good buddy, a steadfast companion throughout high school, and they were inseparable. Bro, you just kissed the school bell. Such a monumental feat will surely spread across the school in no time. Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. Only then did Yi Feng realize the implications. Oh no, did this mean he would become the enemy of every boy in school? Gu Muxi was the most beautiful girl at Taoyuan No. 1 High School, with countless admirers, yet her aloof and domineering demeanor had deterred any suitors. Nevertheless, those infatuated continued to send her love letters, roses, and chocolates. One advantage of hanging out with her in the past was the constant supply of sweets. The thought of potentially becoming the enemy of Gu Muxi's admirers made Yi Feng feel a pang of anxiety. But then again, he had already faced death. What did he have to fear? Having lived for decades, he could easily handle these young brats. Wang Tai, if someone challenges you later, remember to toss it aside and not bring it to me, Yi Feng instructed. Huh? What challenge? Wang Tai, slow on the uptake, was still processing. Yi Feng, seek it. Wang Tai was a good guy, but rather dense. Just do as I say when the time comes. His gaze drifted back to Gu Muxi, and he caught a glimpse of a pink hue beneath her white uniform. This reminded him of his curiosity about girls' undergarments back in middle school, and how he sometimes couldn't resist tugging at the straps of Gu Muxi's back. Unfortunately, the fabric had been of poor quality, and he had torn it. Gu Muxi had chased him for days after that incident. Lost in the memories of those embarrassing moments, a silly grin spread across Yi Feng's face. Bro, what's so funny? Wang Tai asked, intrigued by his friend's amusement. Yi Feng chucked it softly, lianing collusive. Wang Tai, honestly, do you think Gu Muxi and I make a good match? Match. Absolutely. Bro, you're handsome and charming, with an aura that captivates. Hold on. If you can't use idioms correctly, don't misuse them. Wang Tai scratched his head, seriously adding. To be honest, I genuinely think you two are a great match. I mean, how many boys in the whole school get to talk to Gu Muxi? Besides you, there's no one else. I see you two get along well, so it just fits. Yi Feng was thoroughly pleased, patting Wang Tai on the shoulder. Well said. Remember, from now on, Gu Muxi will be your sister-in-law. Yes. Bro, go for it. And teach me a few tricks so I can pursue Su Shaoling. Wang Tai nodded eagerly. Su Shaoling, a radiant flower in the classroom, is also the object of Wang Ling's secret admiration. In such a naive and tumultuous time of youth, who hasn't harbored a secret crush? Such is the thrill of adolescence. No worries, you are my good brother. I will certainly assist you, Yi Feng declared, patting his shoulder. Suddenly, a piece of chalk whizzed through the air, striking Yi Feng squarely on the forehead. Yi Feng, I'm teaching here, and you're chatting in the back? Then stand up. Zhao Shui glared at him from the podium, admonishing sternly. What is up, teacher? Yi Feng brushed the chalk dust from his forehead. Zhao Shui pointed at a math problem on the blackboard. You solve this. If the complex number z, x2, x3, x3, I is purely imaginary, what is the value of the real number x? The other students turned their heads to look at him, many stifling laughter. As everyone knew that while Yi Feng ranked in the top 10 for liberal arts, his mathematical prowess was notably in the bottom tier. They eagerly anticipated his imminent embarrassment. Chapter 3. In addition to owing you a favor, I also owe you a kiss. Knock, knock. Just as Yi Feng was about to respond, he heard a noise from the desk leg. Gu Muxi had kicked it twice. Look here, Gu Muxi whispered, lowering her voice. She was diligently writing out the solution in her notebook. Yi Feng could tell she intended to help him out. This little girl is quite concerned about me, he thought. However, this trivial problem was hardly a challenge for him. Though Yi Feng had struggled with math prior to the college entrance examination, he had diligently prepared the month leading up to it to gain admission to Guangzhou University of Science and Technology, ultimately scoring 503 points, surpassing the cutoff for first-tier universities. Yet, under Gu Muxi's insistence, he later changed his application to Guangzhou University. He pursued a major in computer science, closely related to mathematics, excelling in advanced mathematics, C programming, and achieving proficiency in the English CET 6. Yi Feng did not consider himself a top student, but he was certainly a commendable graduate from a prestigious university. Such elementary problems could hardly stump him. Why the silence? Lost your voice? Weren't you just so lively? Zhao Shui scolded. Yi Feng smiled slightly and strode to the podium, seizing a piece of chalk and swiftly writing on the blackboard. Solution. The complex number z, x2, x3, x3, I is purely imaginary. x2, x30, x30, thus x1 is obtained. Teacher, the answer is 1. Yi Feng smiled confidently. The classroom fell silent, all students staring in astonishment. Even Gu Muxi nearly dropped her glasses. How has Yi Feng's math skills improved so dramatically? Zhao Shui was also taken aback, not expecting Yi Feng to answer correctly. Had he prepared in advance? Cough, cough, well, I'll concede that you got it right. You can return to your seat now. Pay attention in class. Zhao Shui waved his hand, motioning for him to sit down. Yi Feng chuckled. Yes, teacher. He returned to his seat, secretly pondering how useful the knowledge from his previous life was. With his current knowledge base, surpassing even first-tier university students was a trivial feat. If he were to take the college entrance examination again, perhaps he could vie for the title of top scorer. If not first place, surely within the top 100. Anticipating the college entrance examination in 2 months, Yi Feng felt a thrill of excitement. Brother Feng, you're amazing. I thought you were going to embarrass yourself. Wang Tai gave a thumbs up, adoringly. Just a small feat. Yi Feng adjusted his clothes. At that moment, a small note was tossed from the front. It was a note from Gu Muxi. He picked it up and read, You owe me a favor. The back of the note bore a smug expression. Oh, she thinks this is her doing? This is all my own skill. Yi Feng's eyes glinted mischievously as he tore a piece of paper from his notebook and tossed it back to her. Gu Muxi, upon reading the note, displayed a look of confusion, then blushed, shooting him a glare. Wang Tai, noticing her reaction, curiously asked, Brother Feng, what did you write to Gu, the school beauty? Why is her face so red? Nothing much. Yi Feng leaned back his chair casually. Meanwhile, Gu Muxi's deskmate, Chun Jiejia, also noticed Gu Muxi's flushed cheeks and vexed expression, and curiously inquired, Muxi, what did Yi Feng just say to you? And nothing at all. He's just a jerk. After school, I'll deal with him. Gu Muxi masked her embarrassment. She secretly opened the note under the desk. In addition to owing you a favor, I also owe you a kiss. You can claim it any time. I'll be waiting for you. Jerk. How dare he take advantage of me? I'll make him pay. Gu Muxi ripped the note to shreds, gritting her teeth. If I don't give you a taste of your own medicine, I'm not Gu Muxi. Yet. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Feng was acting strangely today. Time passed, and soon it was time to leave school. Gu Muxi packed her bag early and exited the classroom. Yi Feng assumed she felt shy and didn't dare to face him. Did my teasing backfire? It seems I need to be more cautious and restrained in the future. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Being too eager might cause her discomfort. DZ, let us go home, Yi Feng called out. Sure thing, Brother Feng. Wang Tai quickly gathered his books. The three of them, Yi Feng, Wang Tai, and Gu Muxi, all resided in the same workers' housing complex, the Guangshi Third Steel Factory Workers' Compound. Yi Feng's father worked as a welder at the steel factory, while his mother sold vegetables at a roadside stall. Gu Muxi's father was the deputy factory director, and her mother worked as a clerk in the factory. Wang Tai, on the other hand, only had his mother, who worked in logistics at the factory. His father, a drunkard, spent his days wandering and would often seek money from his mother when he was broke. Yi Feng remembered his parents had quarreled several times over this issue in the compound. After the college entrance examination, Wang Tai's mother moved out of the workers' compound to avoid his father. Because of this, Yi Feng gradually lost contact with Wang Tai after starting university. What a good brother he was, and it was truly regrettable that they parted ways due to family circumstances. Since I've been granted a second chance at life, I must not allow such regrets to occur again. The two of them left the classroom and arrived at the bicycle shed beside the schoolyard. The shed housed old brands of bicycles like Phoenix and Forever. Yi Feng's bicycle was an old Phoenix model, once considered outdated, yet remained a popular mode of transportation. He recalled that it was a birthday gift from his father, who had spent 180 yuan to buy it for him on his 16th birthday. Just as Yi Feng was about to unlock his bike, he suddenly realized that the tire was flat. Damn, who the hell punctured my tire? Yi Feng, Zhu said Lude. Had a rival already emerged? Oh dear, Yi Feng, is your tire flat? What a pity. It seems you'll have to walk home. Gu Muxi rode by on her bicycle, feigning nonchalance. Upon hearing her tone, Yi Feng suspected she was the culprit behind the flat tire. Brother Feng, why don't you hop on the back of my bike? I'll give you a ride home, Wang Tai offered, patting the back seat of his bike. No need. Yi Feng chuckled as he dashed to the back of the bike and jumped on. All right, Muxi, let us go. Gu Muxi shot him a glare. Why are you sitting on my bike? Get down. Not a chance. Are you going to bite me? Yi Feng, replied, burazenni. Gu Muxi grinned, revealing her two sharp canines. That's what you said. Having spoken, she seized Yi Feng's arm and bit down. Yi Feng quickly supported her chin with one hand while firmly holding her waist with the other. No matter how much Gu Muxi tried to bite, she could not reach him. Are you really a dog? You actually want to bite me? Fortunately, I was prepared. Yi Feng chuckled with satisfaction. Let go of me. I want to bite you to death. Gu Muxi clawed at him. The two began to tussle beside the garage, drawing the attention of their classmates. Isn't that Gu? The campus flower? Goodness, why is she getting physical with the boy? Wow, it really is the campus flower. Are they flirting? Hearing the murmurs from those around them, Gu Muxi felt flustered and whispered, Let go of me. Then you must promise not to bite me and give me a ride home, and I will let you go. Why did you puncture my tire? Yi Feng grinned. Fine, just let me go. Gu Muxi nodded helplessly. Only then did Yi Feng release her. Gu Muxi immediately attempted to stomp on his foot, but Yi Feng had anticipated her move, lifting his foot to evade her. Still want to step on me? Hee. Gu Muxi, now irritated, prepared to retaliate. Aren't you afraid of so many people watching? I'm not scared. I have thick skin, Yi Feng replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Gu Muxi glanced around. Indeed, it felt inappropriate to be the center of attention. She felt like Yi Feng had her firmly in his grasp, leaving her both angry and exasperated. Gritting her teeth, she said, I'll deal with you when we get back. With that, she pedaled off on her bicycle, carrying Yi Feng away. Hey, wait for me. Wang Tai followed closely behind. Chapter 4, Don't Rush, Lick Slowly. Yi Feng sat on the back seat, gently wrapping his left arm around her slim waist. The cool spring breeze caressed their faces, and the air was imbued with the fragrance of the campus grass. Refreshing and invigorating. This is spring in the year 2000. He inhaled deeply and suddenly realized there was also a hint of Gu Muxi's hair fragrance in the air. Gu Muxi, what brand of shampoo do you use? Yi Feng inquired with curiosity. Bee Flower brand. Why? It smells quite lovely. If you want to use it, just say so. but remember to return it after you're done. Really? Oh, Yi, when have you ever been polite with me? Yi Feng thought for a moment and realized that he indeed had never been. The relationship between the Yi and Gu families had always been very close. Yi Feng's mother and Gu Muxi's mother were good friends. Hence, since childhood, his mother had taken him to visit the Gu family, and he and Gu Muxi grew up as childhood sweethearts. Gu Muxi, your birthday is in 2 weeks, right? Yes, so what? Have you prepared a gift? No. Then why do you even ask? I was just casually inquiring. What do you plan to give me for my birthday? Hee, it's a gift you're sure to love. I don't believe you. Growing up together, how can I not know what you like? You underestimate me. Then tell me, what do I like? Eminencia. Airplanes. What? Why would I like airplanes? Because you have a ready-made venue. Huh? Yi Feng, please exit this location with minimal friction and at a rapid pace. What? Get lost. Gu Muxi suddenly slammed to a halt, attempting to throw him off. But Yi Feng quickly grasped her waist with both hands, binding them together. It must be said, Gu Muxi's waist was indeed slender and felt delightful. If you provoke me again, I'll toss you out. Gu Muxi huffed, seemingly unbothered by his hands around her waist, as if she had grown accustomed to it. All right, cool down. I'll treat you to an old popsicle later. Yi Feng suited. You think 1 popsicle is enough to placate me? I want 2. Fine, it's a deal. 10 minutes later, Gu Muxi brought him to the Orchid convenience store at the entrance of the workers' district of the 3rd steel mill. Aunt Wang, I want 2 old popsicles. Gu Muxi parked the bicycle and called out to the store. Yi Feng turned around and saw Wang Tai behind him, shouting, Aunt Wang, add 2 more. A total of 4. A middle-aged woman in a floral shirt emerged with a smile. Muxi, Yi Feng, you're back from school. Yes, Aunt Wang, Gu Muxi replied sweetly. Wang Lanhua retrieved 4 popsicles from the freezer and handed them to Gu Muxi. She took 2 for herself and gave the other 2 to Yi Feng. Aren't you worried about an upset stomach from eating 2? Yi Feng remarked, smacking his lips. Gu Muxi protectively cradled her popsicles, shooting him glare. It's none of your business. Don't even think about stealing mine. Bro Feng. Wang Tai halted his bike beside them. Teasy, you're just in time. Here's 1 for you. It's on me, Yi Feng generously offered. Wang Tai looked at the popsicle, nearly drooling, and gratefully said, Thanks, bro Feng. We're brothers. No need for thanks. Yi Feng patted his shoulder. The trio stood at the convenience store entrance, enjoying their popsicles. Yi Feng glanced at Gu Muxi and saw her relishing the popsicle with a look of pure enjoyment. Don't rush, Yi Feng chuckled. I'm in a hurry. Why do you care? As she spoke, Gu Muxi revealed her 2 little tiger teeth. For some reason, Yi Feng found it oddly endearing. The 2 popsicles were quickly devoured by her, and after finishing, she gazed longingly at the half-eaten popsicle still in Yi Feng's hand. What are you looking at? Yi Feng shot her a sideways glance. Let me have a bite, just 1 bite. Gu Muxi licked her lips, looking like a cat eyeing its prey. You can't have too much. Yi Feng, varnit. It's fine. I'll just take a tiny nibble. What are you afraid of? Gu Muxi retorted with confidence. Cough. Cough. All right, you can have a bite, but don't take too big of a bite. Yi Feng relinquished the popsicle to her. Gu Muxi took 2 large bites, devouring more than half of it, leaving only a small portion. All right, here you go, hee. Gu Muxi grinned with satisfaction, returning the popsicle to him, then swiftly hopped back on her bicycle and sped away. Yi Feng stared in disbelief at the tiny remnant left in his hand. Gu Muxi, you stop right there. He finished the last bit, tossed aside the stick, and chased after her. Only Wang Tai remained, dumbfounded. After a moment, he suddenly realized and shouted, Hey, bro Feng, you haven't paid yet. Yi Feng chased into the community, spotting Gu Muxi parking her bicycle and heading towards the stairs. He hurried forward, blocking her path. You think you can run after finishing my popsicle? Yi Feng simirkit mischievously. What do you want? Gu Muxi lifted her chin, staring at him, unafraid. Yi Feng chucked it lightly, leaning in closer until they were just a fist distance apart, their faces nearly touching. Gu Muxi felt her heart racing unexpectedly, instinctively retreating. Yet, with every step back she took, Yi Feng pressed closer. Soon, she had nowhere to retreat, her back against the wall. What do you want? Gu Muxi bared her teeth defensively, her gaze slightly panicked. Yi Feng pushed her against the wall, their faces so close they could feel each other's breath. Gu Muxi's breath quickened, her heart pounding. The way she looked at Yi Feng was different from before, which made her a bit anxious. What was going on with him today? Why did everything feel so strange? Now tell me, how will you compensate me? Yi Feng asked, narrowing his eyes. Oomph. You think you can take advantage of me? You've crossed the line today, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Gu Muxi pouted defiantly. Yi Feng gazed at her fair skin, stunning visage, and those vividly alluring lips, momentarily lost in reverie. Indeed, Gu Muxi was truly the belle of the school. She was breathtaking. How had he not noticed her beauty in his previous life? Could it be due to their familiarity? Yi Feng, your mother is here. Gu Muxi's eyes widened in surprise. Oomph, do you think I would fall for that trick? I don't believe you. Yi Feng shook his head, utterly unconvinced. Suddenly, a hand seized his ear. Now do you believe it? A familiar voice resonated from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a face he had not seen in ages, yet recognized instantly. It was his mother, Meng Xiaoyan. He froze in place. Mom, Yi Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, and embraced her tightly. In his previous life, his mother had succumbed to illness just before he graduated from university, leaving his father despondent, leading to a tragic accident that took his life as well. The consecutive loss of his parents had shattered him. To escape the pain of longing, he had buried himself in work. Now, seeing his mother again, he could hardly contain his emotions. His mother had fallen ill due to years of hard work, her liver disease having progressed to cancer. Their family had once been impoverished, with every penny spent on his education, and despite her illness, she had stubbornly refrained from seeking medical help. By the time she finally sought treatment, it was too late. Given a second chance at life, he vowed never to let such tragedies unfold again. Meng Xiaoyan, momentarily taken aback, then pinched his ear, asking, "What are you up to, young man? Have you gotten into trouble again? I told you, I can no longer cover for you." Ouch, that hurts, Mom. I haven't done anything wrong. Yi Feng chuckled through the pain. The sensation of being scolded by his mother felt strangely comforting. Really? Meng Xiaoyan finally released his ear. Mom, I swear. You can ask Gu Muxi if you don't believe me. Yi Feng rubbed his ear. To his surprise, Gu Muxi, with a pitiful expression, interjected, Annie, he didn't bully me. Yi Feng. Meng Xiaoyan seized Yi Feng's ear again, saying, Oh, so you have been bullying Cici, have you? Don't worry, Cici. I will deal with him when we get home. Gu Muxi beamed. All right then. Annie, I'll take my leave. With that, she dashed upstairs. Chapter 5. The Prodigy. Yi Feng had not anticipated being outsmarted by Gu Muxi at the last moment. After much pleading and reassurance that he hadn't bullied her, he finally dispelled his mother's suspicions. Once home, Meng Xiaoyan busied herself in the kitchen while Yi Feng remained in the living room. Their home was modest, assigned by the third steel mill, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, covering an area of 80 square meters. Surveying the living room, he noted that none of the wooden tables and chairs were new. All bore the marks of his father's repairs. The fabric sofa was a hand-me-down from Gu Muxi's family, covered with a protective cloth sewn by his mother, who feared the only decent piece of furniture would get soiled. In the center of the room stood an old Hitachi 21-inch second-hand color television, bulky and square. His father had purchased it for 800 yuan from a second-hand market, a significant sum at the time when his monthly salary was only 700 yuan. This television was the only appliance in their home. The walls of the living room were adorned solely with his parents' wedding photo and his own accolades from childhood, reflecting a life of simplicity and warmth. Yi Feng understood the financial struggles they faced. In this lifetime, he hoped to provide his parents with a better life, free from the toil of making ends meet. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath, resolving, Dad, Mom, I will ensure you experience no regrets in this life. I will not have you yearning for what could have been. Determined, he turned on the television, only to be greeted by a flickering screen that rendered it unwatchable. It seemed it was time for repairs. He hurried to his parents' room and retrieved the toolbox. Half an hour later, Meng Xiaoyan, hearing the absence of television, sounds, and only the clattering of tools, called out from the kitchen, Son, what are you doing? Not receiving a reply, she felt a twinge of concern, washed her hands, wiped them on her apron, and stepped into the living room. What on earth are you doing? Meng Xiaoyan was taken aback at the sight of disassembled television parts scattered across the floor. Mom, I'm fixing the television, Yi Feng replied, his focus unwavering. As an outstanding graduate in computer science from Guang City University, Repairing computers and designing IC boards were merely among his range of skills. Fixing such outdated appliances was a trivial task for him. What? Fixing the television? My dear child, please don't break it. If your father finds out, you'll be in big trouble. Meng Xiaoyun exclaimed in shock, rushing to dissuade him. What do you know about fixing a television, you high school student? Hurry, stop that. Your father will be home soon. Mom, I'm all set. Yi Feng sighed in relief, grinning as he looked up. Set? Get that put back together now. Meng Xiaoyun insisted sternly. All right, I'll do it right away. Yi Feng reassembled the television and placed it back on the TV stand. He pressed the power button. With a flicker, the screen illuminated, restoring vibrant colors. Meng Xiaoyun was instantly astonished. My goodness, son, you really did fix it? The television had been broken for so long that she had refrained from taking it for repairs due to the cost involved. Who would have thought her son could mend it? Yi Feng clapped his hands. It should be fine now. I checked, and it was just a faulty capacitor on the motherboard. I rewired it, and that did the trick. Huh? What? What is that? Meng Xiaoyun was bewildered by his technical jargon. Well, as long as it works, that's what matters. If it hadn't, your father would have been the one to fix it. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled. With the television repaired without incurring any costs, she felt genuine happiness. Just then, footsteps echoed from the stairwell, followed by the sound of the door opening. Honey, I'm back. A weary voice called out. The door swung open to reveal Yi Jianbing, clad in a dirty blue factory uniform. His hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, and the blue fabric of his uniform was stained beyond recognition. Dad, you're back. Yi Feng greeted joyfully. In his memories, his father was typically taciturn, a kind-hearted man who selflessly supported the family without complaint. Though barely in his 40s, gray streaks adorned his hair, and lines etched his dark face, making him appear much older, as if he were nearing 50. Seeing his son, Yi Jianbing's weary face broke into a smile. Yes, I was quite busy before leaving work today, so I returned a bit late. Wife, is dinner ready? My stomach is growling. Almost there. I'm just stir-frying a couple of dishes. Why don't you wash your hands first? Look at your hands. They're as black as coal. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled, covering her mouth. All right, I'm going to wash up, Yi Jianjun replied with a goofy grin, setting down the burlap bag and heading to the bathroom to clean his hands. After a while, he emerged and noticed the television was on, playing the immensely popular drama The Song Palace Words. Hey, how did the TV turn on again? Didn't it break? He asked, drying his hands with a towel, perplexed. Meng Xiaoyun proudly presented a plate of stir-fried water spinach, saying, It was your son who just fixed it. What? Our son fixed it. Yi Jianjun exclaimed, Beijing did it. As he turned to Yi Feng, this was simply unbelievable. Yi Feng scratched his head and laughed. Dad, I followed the method from a magazine, and I can't believe I actually managed to fix it. Ha! Son, you're truly remarkable. A genius. You'll definitely surpass me in the future. Yi Jianjun clapped his hands in excitement. Parents seem to find immense joy and satisfaction in even the slightest progress of their children. It was just a coincidence. Yi Feng homebedi replied. Yi Jianjun approached and patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Son, you must study hard and go to university. Don't end up like me, lacking in education. In this world, only by studying diligently and becoming a university student can one succeed. Hearing his father's earnest advice, Yi Feng nodded earnestly. Yes, Dad, I understand. Meng Xiaoyun brought out the second dish, stir-fried bitter melon with pork slices. All set, let's eat. The three of them gathered around the dining table. A family of three, a pot of congee, and 2 dishes. The plate of stir-fried water spinach clearly contained leftover stems, as no tender leaves were visible. The other plate of bitter melon with meat slices had a countable number of slices, 15, roughly 2 tails of meat. Yi Feng gazed at the 2 dishes. He had never felt the family's financial struggles before, as he was accustomed to eating meat almost every day. But now, it was evident that they were not well off. Eat up. Why are you dawdling? Have some more meat. You seem to have lost weight recently, Meng Xiaoyun insisted, loading 2 chopsticks full of meat onto his plate. Meanwhile, his father sipped his wine and pushed the meat slices toward himself, opting for the bitter melon. This bitter melon is quite crisp today, well chosen, dear. Yi Jianjun pides. As Yi Feng observed this scene, tears welled up in his eyes. The feeling of being cherished by his parents profoundly touched him, while simultaneously, he felt sorrow for their current plight. Mom, Dad, I vow to ensure you both live a good life in the future. I promise. Chapter 6. All right, I will marry you. After finishing his meal, Yi Feng returned to his room to complete the homework assigned by his teacher. He drew back the curtains and called out, Gu Muxi, Gu Muxi. The curtains opposite him also opened, revealing Gu Muxi behind the window. The two families lived on the same floor, with their layouts mirroring each other. The windows of their rooms faced each other, approximately 5 meters apart. What do you want? Gu Muxi asked, crossing her arms. Nothing much. Just wanted to see if you were full. Yi Feng replied with a smile. I'm already full. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to my homework. Gu Muxi returned to her desk, leaving her curtains open. Yi Feng also sat down. From this angle, he could still see her profile. At that moment, he noticed her bent over, writing something. Gu Muxi was indeed writing, but it wasn't homework. It was a diary. April 12th, 2000. That guy, Yi Feng, actually dared to kiss me, and in front of the whole class. I was so infuriated. But after school, I punctured his tire, hee. As she wrote, a smile slowly crept onto her lips. The scene of being kissed by him flashed back in her mind, replaying over and over, rendering her distracted throughout the day, unable to focus on her assignments. Did Yi Feng do that on purpose? Why did he suddenly kiss me? And ever since today, his gaze has been strange, not as natural as before. Gu Muxi propped her chin on her hands, staring blankly at the white wall, her smooth, fair legs swinging beneath the desk. Could it be that Yi Feng likes me? A sudden thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. How could he possibly like me? He just bullies me all day long. That scoundrel, he's insufferable. Ashu. Yi Feng sneezed unexpectedly. He looked up at Gu Muxi across the window. Gu Muxi, are you secretly cursing me? How did you know? Gu Muxi turned her head. Yi Feng, it really is this little girl. Now that they were alone together, he thought it might be a good opportunity to test her thoughts. Yi Feng moved his chair closer to the window and waved at her. Gu Muxi, come here for a moment. What for? Come sit closer. Let us chat. Gu Muxi looked skeptical, but moved a chair closer to the window. All right, what do you want to talk about? Yi Feng leaned on the window and asked, I'm curious. In these 3 long years of high school, have you ever liked any boys? No. Gu Muxi huffed proudly. Then what kind of boy do you like? I don't know. I haven't thought about it, but he should be a bit handsome. A bit handsome? So isn't that me? Yi Shao, your face is thicker than a brick wall. Hee, just admit it. Your ideal boyfriend is someone like me, right? Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed. In no way. She had indeed pondered this question before, what her boyfriend would look like. Yet, regardless of how many handsome faces she imagined, none seemed more appealing than Yi Feng's. She began to wonder if it was because she had spent too much time with him, thus limiting her taste. This thought troubled her for several days. Don't you have even the slightest imagination about your boyfriend? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. Nope. Right now, I just want to study hard and get into a good university. Does dating help with college entrance exams? Gu Muxi replied earnestly. Yi Feng felt a slight pang in his jaw. He had grasped Gu Muxi's attitude. It seemed that winning her over would require patience and a long-term strategy. So when did she start liking me in my past life? Yi Feng felt he had entered a foggy area, unable to see or comprehend. Women's hearts are as deep as the Mariana Trench, and Gu Muxi's thoughts are likely as profound as that. Yi Feng, you call me over just to talk about these things? You can't just ask me. It's my turn to ask you. Gu Muxi leaned against the window. Go ahead. What are your standards for a girlfriend? My future girlfriend? She should be 165 meters tall, weigh around 40 kilograms, have a shoe size of 32, like to wear a ponytail, have fair skin, and be beautiful. That's all. Yi Feng replied with a grin. Gu Muxi wore an expression of disdain. Yi Shao, your demands are indeed quite numerous. I dare say there are hardly any suitable candidates for you in this world. You'd best prepare yourself for a lifetime of bachelorhood. Is it too much? I think not. Let me add a stipulation. They must also have type O blood. Yi Feng remarked nonchalantly. O blood? Gu Muxi post. Suddenly recalling that this was indeed her own blood type. Height, weight, shoe size, they all seem to match mine. You sly fox. Yi Feng, are you teasing me? She finally grasped that the conditions Yi Feng had stipulated were, in fact, a direct reference to herself. Oh, come now. Perhaps there really is someone out there who would fancy me. Yi Feng teased as he tousled his bangs. Gu Muxi huffed dismissively, Humph. Only a fool would fall for you. You seem rather foolish yourself. Shall we make do with each other? Get lost. Gu Muxi drew the curtains, effectively ending their playful banter. She returned the chair to its place at the table, propping her chin on her hands, and resumed her daydreaming. Oh, Gu Muxi, stop mulling over such nonsensical thoughts. Quickly finish your homework. She shook her head, retrieving her assignments and placing them on the table. Propping her head up with one hand, she tilted it to one side while spinning a pen in the other, attempting to channel her focus into the homework before her. Yet, contrary to her intentions, a cacophony of thoughts swirled in her mind, preventing her from concentrating. Time for a break. She slapped the table, set down her pen, stood up, and leaped on her bed, throwing the covers over her head, her smooth legs swinging rapidly in the air. After a while, her legs came to a halt, and she rolled on her back, staring at the white ceiling in a daze. Suddenly, vivid memories from her past surfaced in her mind. That year, they were 6 years old. In the room, Yi Feng sat on the floor, a stream of mucus adorning his nose, intently playing with building blocks. Feng, would you like some candy? This is wedding candy, Gu Muxi exclaimed as she dashed in from outside, presenting him with a piece of red wedding candy in her small hands. Upon seeing the candy, Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he wiped his nose. She, I want it. Gu Muxi sat beside him, placing the candy in his hand. Mommy says only those getting married can eat wedding candy. So you must promise me that you will marry me someday. Sure, I will marry you. Chapter 7. What a good daughter. The following morning, before dawn had broken and the sun had yet to rise, a voice echoed through the air. Bang, bang. Eat a lazy pig, get up. Yi Feng was stirred awake by the sound, groggily opening his eyes to behold the yellowed bedding, the mottled walls, the peeling red wardrobe, and the J. Cho poster plastered on the wall. Phew, nothing has changed. I'm still in the year 2000. He had dreamed a long, elaborate dream the night before, in which he and Gu Muxi were married. Yet upon waking, he discovered it was merely a dream. He still lay in his sickbed. However, awakening once more, he realized that lying in the sickbed may also have been a dream. Truly, a dream within a dream. He rose and moved to the window, gazing across the way. Gu Muxi poked at his window with a clothes rod, expressing her annoyance. Yishao, why are you up so late today? Seeing him finally awake, she retracted the rod and began to comb her hair. In the soft morning light, Gu Muxi donned a loose-fitting blue school uniform, her delicate features appearing particularly well-defined in the light, her porcelain skin seemingly radiating youthfulness. So beautiful. Yi Feng rested his chin on his hands, leaning on the windowsill, gazing at her with a foolish grin. What are you grinning at? Hurry up and change into your uniform. I don't want to be late with you. Gu Muxi chided, biting on her shoelace as she swiftly gathered her hair into a ponytail. All right, just give me a moment. I'll change right away. Yi Feng chuckled as he promptly removed his shirt. Oh, I'll wait for you at the door, Gu Muxi said, her demeanor calm as she watched him undress. Hey, Gu Muxi, can't you at least look away? Yi Feng smirked, surprised that she wasn't blushing as he had imagined. Gu Muxi shot him a glance, disdainfully retorting, I know exactly how many hairs you have. What's there to shy away from? Hurry up, don't dawdle. With that, she closed the window, drew the curtains, and turned to leave. Yi Feng shook his head with a smile, hastily dressing, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and grabbing his backpack in preparation to leave. Son, aren't you having breakfast? Meng Xiaoyan called from the kitchen. No thanks, Mom. I'll just grab something on the way. Yi Feng replied as he opened the door and stepped outside. He dashed across to the opposite door. Just as it swung open, a well-dressed middle-aged couple appeared at the threshold. They were Gu Muxi's parents, Gu Xingzhong and Li Wan. Uncle Andy, good morning. Yi Feng beamed, greeting them with a wide smile. Little Feng is here. She will be out shortly, Li Wan said kindly, ruffling his hair. She, hurry up. Little Feng is waiting. Coming. Gu Muxi emerged, a piece of bread still in her mouth, hurriedly putting on her shoes. Mom and Dad, we're off to school. Don't ride too fast on the way. Be careful, Gu Xingzhong advised with a smile. Got it, Dad, bye. Gu Muxi grasped Yi Feng's hand as they descended the stairs together. As Yi Feng felt her soft hand in his, it was as if the scene had played out every day in his memory. They would walk to school together, return home together, review their lessons together, and often complete homework side by side. Once they reached the ground floor, Gu Muxi released Yi Feng's hand. Yishao, you go get the bicycle. I'll wait for you here. The bicycle? Didn't you puncture the tire yesterday? I don't have a bike anymore, Yi Feng replied with a shrug. Gu Muxi froze for a moment, then smacked her forehead. Oh dear, how could I forget that? But she quickly clapped a hand over her mouth, as if realizing she had let slip a secret. Ah, so it really was you? Yi Feng exclaimed indignantly, then hopped on her back seat. Until the bike is repaired. You'll have to take me to school, he grinned. Well, that is only because you made me angry. She pouted defiantly. Then shall I carry you? Yi Feng suggested, hopping off the bike. That is more like it. Gu Muxi nodded in satisfaction. Yi Feng mounted the pink bicycle, and Gu Muxi adjusted her skirt, sitting sideways on the rear seat, clutching the fabric at his waist. All right, I'm ready. Let us go. I advise you to hold on to my waist for stability. I want tea. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled mischievously as he pedaled hard, suddenly accelerating. With a sudden burst of speed, Gu Muxi gasped as her head bumped against his back. Following that, Yi Feng abruptly braked, causing Gu Muxi to tumble forward onto his back. What was that sudden stop for? There was a bump ahead, and I didn't notice. Besides, I told you to hang on tight. Yi Feng explained it. Gu Muxi shot him an annoyed glance, wrapping her arms around his waist and holding on securely. Now we're all set. Let us hurry. Yi Feng felt the warmth and softness at his back, a sensation that sent a flurry of butterflies dancing in his stomach. All right then, Miss Gu, let us set off, he declared with a grin. Yi Feng pedaled away on a pink women's bicycle, with the esteemed Gu Muxi seated behind him, drawing curious glances from passers-by on the street. His gaze was met with astonished looks, accompanied by knowing smiles from middle-aged onlookers, perhaps reminiscing fondly about their own youth. Gu Muxi, can a mere slice of bread satiate your hunger? What do you think? Then let us indulge in some pig offal noodles. Excellent. On the way to school, they passed an intersection adorned with traffic lights, where noodle shops stood as their undisputed choice for enhancing breakfast. Yi Feng parked the car and called into the kitchen, Boss, 2 bowls of pig offal noodles. All right, just a moment, responded a boss in his 50s, who had a few strands of white hair. He leaned out of the window, spotted Yi Feng and his companion, and cheerfully asked, the usual? One with sausage and one with pig liver, I presume? Huh, indeed, boss, Yi Feng replied with a grin. At that early hour, there were not many patrons. Only about 7 or 8 customers in the shop, and soon their noodles were ready. Yi Feng paid the bill, 3 yuan for a bowl, totaling 6 yuan. An expenditure of 6 yuan felt somewhat extravagant for Yi Feng in these times. He carried the bowls over, and Gu Muxi produced 3 yuan, handing it to him before taking one of the bowls. No need. This one's on me, Yi Feng insisted with a smile, returning the money. Huh, Yishao, have you lost your mind? You used to worry I wouldn't pay you back for my meal. Why the sudden generosity today? Gu Muxi gazed at him in astonishment. Had Yi Feng transformed into a different person overnight? It was quite peculiar. Did I accidentally knock some sense into him yesterday? Huh, people do change, Yi Feng remarked as he sat down, picking out the pig liver from his bowl. Gu Muxi eyed him with curiosity, but then selected the sausage from her bowl and placed it into his. Their years of tacit understanding had them exchanging ingredients, one relishing sausage, the other savoring pig liver. After Gu Muxi finished her sausage, she indulged in the noodles, all the while stealing glances at Yi Feng. She sensed that he had indeed changed, yet she could not pinpoint the exact nature of this transformation. The face before her remained as familiar as ever. Gu Muxi, do you seem to have developed dark circles under your eyes? Yi Feng suddenly lifted his gaze, scrutinizing her. Huh, really? Gu Muxi rubbed her eyes, recalling how she had tossed and turned all night, lost in thought. Huh, could it be that you were losing sleep over me? Yi Feng chuckled it softly. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, a flicker of panic in her eyes. You must be dreaming. Only a fool would think about you. I was merely preoccupied with unfinished homework. Yi Feng, with a serious tone, replied, You shouldn't speak so poorly of yourself. You're the fool, Yi Feng. My IQ is 115. Thank you very much. Is that so? Shall I put your knowledge to the test? Go ahead. What is 2 times 4? 8. Ah, good girl. How about I give a try? Daring to play tricks on me? How infuriating. Gu Muxi bared her teeth, ready to retaliate. Yi Feng grasped her hands, grinning triumphantly. Not bad, not bad. Quite clever. But calm down, we are in public. It would be inappropriate to make a scene. Save it for when we get home. Gumu vi muttered, you werk, Yi Feng. I'll settle the score with you later. She absolutely detested being embarrassed in front of others, and if the situation warranted it, she would bide her time and strike back at an opportune moment. All right, enough of this. Let us finish eating and head to school. We'll be late if we linger. Yi Feng simukit. They swiftly finished their breakfast, hopped on their bikes, and rode toward school. Upon reaching the school gate, they encountered a throng of students. Ding, ding, ding. Excuse me, classmates. Yi Feng rang his bicycle bell loudly. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of many students on the road. Hey, ISNT that Gu Xiuhua. Whoa, who is that guy riding with her? Is he really taking Gu Xiuhua to school? No way. Could it be that Gu Xiuhua is in a relationship? Oh, my heart is shattered. Oh no, my goddess. Throughout the journey, Yi Feng seemed to hear the sound of many boys' hearts breaking. It felt rather exhilarating. Conversely, Gu Muxi felt quite uncomfortable under the multitude of gazes. Why are you making such a ruckus? Keep it down. I just don't want to hit anyone. Try to understand. Yi Feng rode Gu Muxi to the bike rack, where they coincidentally met Wang Tai, who had just parked his bike. Morning, TZ. Morning, Fengge. About that old popsicle. Let us not bring that up. Discussing money is too sentimental. We are brothers, right? Of course. You're my Fengge. My forever Fengge. Good brother. I knew I could count on you, TZ. No doubt about it. I may lack in many skills, but I'm loyal. Forever brothers. No questions asked. Ag, em parched. Is this your Wangzai milk? Yep. Fengge, want to give it a try? Oh, that wouldn't be appropriate. Yi Feng reached out, took the bottle, and gulped down a generous mouthful. Riding a bike is exhausting. After finishing, he returned the bottle. Not bad. This really quenches thirst. I'll head in first. Okay, Wang Tai stood frozen, and only after Yi Feng walked away did he react, shaking the empty bottle. My Wang Zai. Gu Muxi stifled a laugh at the sight. That Yi Feng is quite the rascal. She hurried after Yi Feng. With merely 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, they had nearly completed the syllabus for all subjects, with the remaining time mostly devoted to mock tests and self-study. They generally had 2 mock tests each week, and after attending 2 more self-study classes today, the rest of their time would be spent on examinations. After the mock tests, Yi Feng recognized his shortcomings. Besides math and English, where he was confident of scoring full marks, he had forgotten many key concepts in other subjects. It seemed he would need to review Chinese and physics more thoroughly. He aimed to memorize all the knowledge points before the entrance exam to achieve an outstanding score that would make his parents proud. After the testing was concluded, the last class was self-study. Yi Feng pulled out a few crumpled 1 yuan notes from his pocket, counting them repeatedly, realizing he only had 8 yuan left for the month. This amount was insufficient to purchase a birthday gift for Gu Muxi. Despite her aloof and proud demeanor, she was just like any other girl, harboring a fondness for cute toys. Most of all, she yearned for a giant duck plushie, one that stood as tall as a person. However, such a large toy would cost over 100 yuan, a significant sum for an ordinary person in this era. Fengge, you've counted it a dozen times. What are you hoping to achieve? It 1T magically increase. Wang Tai scratched his head in confusion. Yi Feng pondered for a moment and asked, TZ, do you want to make some money? Of course, but my mom 1T allow it. She says I should focus on studying for university and forbids me from taking a part-time job. Wang Tai lamented. Hey, after school, come with me. We'll find some work. Yi Feng clapped his shoulder earnestly. All right. As the school bell rang, Yi Feng and Wang Tai dashed out immediately. Gu Muxi called after them. Yi Feng, where are you going? Aren't you heading home? I'm just going to hang out with TZ. You head back first, and don't miss me too much. Yi Feng replied without turning back. Gu Muxi was taken aback for a moment, then huffed disdainfully, Humph, you insufferable Yi Feng. I'll return on my own. Wang Tai rode his bicycle, transporting Yi Feng to a bustling commercial street near their school. Come on, TZ, there are numerous shops here. Let's take a look, Yi Feng suggested. In truth, he already harbored a preliminary plan. To earn money independently, one must first comprehend their own advantages and leverage their skills to earn an initial sum or to accumulate capital. This understanding is paramount. In his past life, he had managed to construct a business empire worth billions through his own efforts, possessing advanced management concepts and commercial acumen. Returning to the year 2000, he could foresee future business opportunities, which constituted his greatest asset. Previously, after leaving a gaming company, he had collaborated with a colleague to develop a game that was later acquired by a subsidiary of the Penguin Group, thereby securing his first fortune. This was a quintessential example of capital accumulation achieved through personal skill and capability. With that initial capital, he subsequently founded a gaming company, embarking on his commercial journey. However, replicating that success was now impossible. The computer hardware of 2000 was not yet mature, and the internet infrastructure was inadequate. His initial plan was to explore any opportunities related to computer hardware. As a computer science major, he was quite adept with technology and perhaps could utilize this skill to earn some capital. "Brother Feng, look, there's a computer store," exclaimed Wang Tai, drooling over a robust desktop machine displayed in the window. "Wow, I really want a computer to play with. How much does a computer cost, Brother Feng?" Wang Tai inquired, leaning against the storefront. "Here are the brochures. Take a look for yourself," Yi Feng replied with a smile. Wang Tai glanced down and saw a board beneath the window listing 3 different computer configurations. While he couldn't comprehend the hardware specifications, he understood the prices beneath. 18,988, 19,988, 21,888. Goodness, that's exorbitant. Wang Tai gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Yi Feng shook his head. "That's merely the standard configuration. Higher specs will cost even more." Among the 3 configurations, the lowest, priced at 18,988 yuan, featured a Tianlun 9570. The CPU was an Intel P3500 MHz, the motherboard a Magiapex 68A with a mere 64 megabytes of RAM, a Diamond 4th generation 43 gigabytes hard drive, and a 14-inch Samsung 700S monitor running Windows 98. In Yi Feng's eyes, this configuration was tragically inadequate. However, at that time, it was considered a relatively decent mainstream setup. Yet, the price deterred most ordinary families. A typical state-owned enterprise worker earned a monthly salary of 700 to 800 yuan and could only manage to save 1,000 over the course of a year. To afford such a computer, one would have to forego all expenses for 2 years. It was safe to say that computers were unequivocally luxury items for the average person. "Boss, can't you help us repair this? This computer means everything to us. Without it, I can't play games," Wang Tai pleaded. "I'm afraid not. This is a specialty store. For repairs, I can only send it back to the manufacturer for inspection and repair. I cannot assist you here," the portly owner replied. "How long will it take to send it back for repairs?" "Maybe 20 days if all goes well," he added. "What? 20 days? That is far too long. Is there no other way?" Wang Tai protested. "I'm afraid not. Perhaps you can inquire at another shop," the owner suggested. No. You must repair it within 3 days, or I will file a complaint against you," Wang Tai retorted. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Suddenly, 2 boisterous voices echoed from within the store, catching Yi Feng and Wang Tai's attention. Yi Feng leaned in to see a youth in school uniform lounging inside, legs crossed, displaying a displeased demeanor. "Young man, I cannot conduct business with you. Take your computer back. I bought this computer here. If you don't fix it, I'm not leaving," the student declared defiantly. "How can you be so unreasonable? I've already stated I can only send it for repairs. If you refuse, who else can assist?" The stout owner replied, his face darkening with frustration. "Perhaps I should give it a try?" A sudden voice chimed in from the entrance. The stout owner and the student turned in unison toward the sound. A young man clad in the same school uniform stood at the door, his face beaming with enthusiasm. You can fix computers?" The stout owner scrutinized Yi Feng with skepticism, doubting the capability of a high school student. "What nonsense! Hey, boss, I have formally studied computer repair. How will you know if you don't give me a chance?" Yi Feng responded calmly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. The student inquired skeptically, "Really? You can actually repair it?" "I'll know once I examine it," Yi Feng assured confidently. Seeing the self-assuredness in Yi Feng's eyes, the youth felt a flicker of hope. He was reluctant to send the computer back for repairs. The wait was intolerable. A day without gaming left him feeling utterly unsettled. "All right then, let us see what you can do." the student decided. The stout owner widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible. What if he damages the computer further? No way. This is my computer. If he breaks it, I'll just buy another." The student shot back, with no further argument. The stout owner relented. "Fine, it's your property, not mine. Just know that if any parts are damaged in the process, my store will not cover the repairs." Wang Tai leaned in and whispered, "Brother Feng, do you really know how to fix computers?" Yi Feng chuckled. "Did I ever say otherwise?" With a degree in computer science from a prestigious university, repairing computers was a trivial matter for him. Yi Feng approached the machine, initiating a power-up to diagnose the issue. After pressing the button, the monitor displayed a system loading screen. However, upon successful loading, it failed to reach the desktop and instead displayed the dreaded blue screen. The classic blue screen of death, Yi Feng mused. The system had loaded successfully, but the inability to access the desktop indicated a likely graphics card malfunction. "Can you determine what's wrong?" the anxious student inquired. "I've tried repeatedly, and it's always the blue screen. I can't get in. I suspect it's a hardware issue, not software." Other than sending it back for repairs, there's no other option, the stout owner interjected, dismissively. "Don't waste your time. You might end up damaging it further." A high schooler fixing a computer? Ridiculous. Yi Feng remained undeterred, smiling as he replied. "It's not a serious problem. No need for factory repairs. I already know the cause of the fault." "Really? What is it?" the student exclaimed, filled with renewed hope. Yi Feng pointed to the main unit and declared, "The graphics card is faulty. I'll know for certain once I open it up." "Boss, may I borrow a screwdriver?" The stout owner, still puzzled, reluctantly handed over a set of tools. Yi Feng skillfully unscrewed the case, revealing the internal hardware to the onlookers. The graphics card was an independent unit, not integrated, thus removable. He detached the graphics card from the motherboard, first inspecting its model. The card was a LEDTech S320, which, even in this era, was considered a high-end graphics card. He had previously seen advertisements from merchants selling it for 500 yuan apiece. As he examined the card closely, a smile unexpectedly crept onto his lips. "So that was it. Huh? What's broken?" The young student looked on with curiosity, but he could discern nothing amiss. Yi Feng pointed out with a screwdriver, "Look here, 2 sets of pins have come loose, pairs 1 and 2. If they're detached, the graphics card will be unable to read data." The student leaned in closer and indeed noticed that on the board, 2 pins appear to be on the verge of breaking, distinctly different from the intact ones nearby. It truly is," the student exclaimed, astonished. He had anticipated that Yi Feng would pinpoint the issue. The plump shop owner was equally taken aback. A high school student could inspect a graphics card? Goodness, could it be that he truly understands computer repairs? "Dude, can it really be fixed?" the student asked nervously. Yi Feng pondered for a moment before elongating his tone. "It can be repaired quite well, though it may require some effort." His implication was clear. As long as payment was made, the repair would be feasible. "If you can fix it, I'll give you 500 yuan as a repair fee," the student proclaimed generously with a wave of his hand. "Deal. What should I call you?" "Young Jian." "Yi Feng." They shook hands, sealing their repair agreement. Yi Feng had initially intended to charge only 50 yuan, but upon hearing the other party's offer of 500, he readily accepted. After all, why not seize an opportunity for profit? 500 yuan was roughly equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker. It was hard to imagine this fellow was so affluent. Nonetheless, anyone capable of purchasing such a high-spec computer in this era surely had the means. Such a configuration would likely cost no less than 28,000, possibly even 30,000 yuan. For someone who could afford such an expense, 500 yuan might merely be a trivial matter. "Boss, may I borrow your workbench?" Yi Feng turned to the plump owner. Go ahead," the owner replied, his expression somewhat sour. A 500 yuan repair fee was no small amount. Yi Feng stepped behind the counter, seated himself at the assembly workstation, and began meticulously cleaning the dust off the graphics card. Time passed inexorably, and before long, an hour had elapsed. Young Jian awaited anxiously. "How is it? Is it not fixed yet? Is it particularly difficult to repair?" Yi Feng rubbed his eyes, nodded gravely, and frowned. Don't let its small size fool you. Repairing the pins is quite a tedious task. However, Rest assured, there are just a few final steps remaining, and it will soon be completed. In truth, the task was not particularly difficult. Rather, it was quite simple. Just solder the pins back into place. Typically, such an operation could be concluded in a mere 10 minutes, effortlessly so. He deliberately prolonged the process. This strategy was rooted in user psychology, known as the perception of value. When clients sense your dedication and expertise, they begin to feel that your services are worth the price. If one resolves the issue too swiftly, they might naturally consider your service and expertise not worth the cost, leading them to haggle in the future. It is akin to certain traditional Chinese medicine practitioners specializing in lumbar treatments. While seasoned practitioners may charge around 100 yuan and alleviate issues in mere minutes. Upscale clinics often employ numerous procedures involving acupuncture and cupping for several hours to achieve similar relief, yet charge over 1,000 yuan, leaving customers feeling they've received excellent value. When traditional clinics raise their prices, clients feel they've gained, whereas if the seasoned practitioners do the same, they would immediately express dissatisfaction. This discrepancy in perceived value yields different outcomes. After a few more minutes, Yi Feng stood up and declared, "All right, it's fixed now. Just need to install it." "Fantastic!" Yang Jian exclaimed, filled with excitement. He closely observed Yi Feng as he reinstalled the graphics card, then powered on the machine for testing. Indeed, without fail, the monitor swiftly displayed the Windows 98 desktop. "Oh, it worked. It's done. Thank you so much." Yang Jian joyfully grasped Yi Feng's hands. "It was a bit tedious, but not too laborious," Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Yang Jian, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Dude, I truly didn't realize you possess such skills. Being merely a high school student, you can repair computers. This is quite beyond my expectations. Instead of sending it back for repairs, you completed it in an hour. I feel my money was well spent." Yang Jian promptly retrieved his wallet, revealing a stack of cash amounting to at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Goodness, a high school student with such wealth? Yang Jian counted out 600 yuan and handed it to Yi Feng, stating 500 yuan might be a bit insufficient. "I'll add an extra 100 as a token of appreciation for your hard work." "Haha, Yang Jian, Yure generos." Yi Feng's face lit up with joy, his heart brimming with exhilaration. "I made a profit. 600 yuan. That's nearly equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker." Chapter 10. Negotiation. Since the computer is fixed, I'll take my leave now and head home to play games. Yang Jian declared cheerfully, eager to carry away his computer. "Take care." Yang Jian, Yi Feng Simidet. He joyfully hoisted the host unit, and, shortly after, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and with a dark complexion entered the shop, removing the remaining large monitor. Observing from the doorway, Wang Tai watched as Yang Jian and the middle-aged man enter a Mercedes. "Goodness gracious, Feng Yi. That dude just got into a Mercedes. That man seemed like a driver." Wang Tai remarked with astonishment, filled with envy. "What kind of family is this? What else could it be? They must have a mine at home, or perhaps they own a family in the mine." Yi Feng replied casually, counting the money in his hand. The 600 yuan was counted repeatedly, and after finishing, he even took a moment to savor its aroma. The scent of money was truly delightful. "Little brother, your skills are quite impressive." The plump owner approached with a beaming smile. Yi Feng tucked the money into his pocket, turned to glance at him, and replied with a smile, "Not bad, you flatter me, boss." By the look on his face, Yi Feng could tell he had something to ask. He was well acquainted with the expressions of those seeking favors. In the business realm, it was either you sought me or I sought you. "Oh, no flattery. What you possess is called youthful achievement. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Xingye, but friends call me Old Zhao. I'm the owner of this computer store." Zhao Xingye proactively extended his business card. Yi Feng accepted the card and glanced at it, noting it read Guangshi Xingye Technology Company, Limited, General Manager, Zhao Xingye. The card also detailed the main business scope, representing various computer brands and assembling complete systems. Yi Feng pocketed the card, smiling. "If you have a request, please speak directly. It's best to be straightforward in business." Zhao Xingye was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Yi Feng's calm demeanor. Was this truly a high school student? He seemed more like a seasoned fox. "Hee, then I shall speak plainly. I just observed that your technique for repairing the graphics card is remarkably adept, and you managed to resolder the pins without the aid of a magnifying glass. Your skills rival those of the technicians in the factory. In my vicinity, it is common for individuals to approach me with their computers, inquiring if I can repair them. However, I find myself lacking in the requisite skills. Thus, I wish to propose a collaboration with you, my young friend, to expand our repair services within this establishment. I foresee a lucrative future in computer repairs, as there are but a few establishments in the entire Guang City capable of such work, indicating a promising market outlook. Rest assured, you would only need to work part-time. Simply come by after school to assist, which would not hinder your studies. What do you think? As Zhao Xingye spoke, he rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Feng, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng smiled and replied, "Zhao boss, your proposition is indeed appealing. However, how do you intend to divide the earnings?" He deftly passed the ball back to Zhao, eager to gauge his sincerity regarding the profit-sharing arrangement. In business negotiations, those who reveal their stance first often find themselves at a disadvantage. Thus he aimed for Zhao Xingye to express his views on the matter. Feigning a troubled expression, Zhao pondered briefly before stating, "I recognize that it is not easy for you, my young friend, to venture out at such a young age in search of income. Therefore, I shall take a slight hit and propose a 50-50 split of the repair earnings. How does that sound? If we manage a dozen or so jobs monthly, you could earn 2,000 to 3,000 each month, surpassing the salary of a white-collar worker." He feigned a demeanor of painful sacrifice, portraying himself as a benevolent elder while painting an enticing picture of a high income, which was certainly alluring. Yi Feng remained silent, his expression calm. Zhao Xingye discreetly scrutinized his countenance, feeling a surge of triumph. A 50-50 profit split and a monthly income of several thousand. Who wouldn't be tempted? If this young man agreed, he could sit back and collect money each month. By simply winning over this youth, he could substantially increase his earnings without incurring any costs, which was the fundamental reason he had approached Yi Feng for collaboration. My young friend, you can trust that partnering with me will not leave you at a disadvantage, Zhao Xingye assured, eager to solidify the collaboration. Meanwhile, Wang Tai, witnessing the prospect of earning 2,000 to 3,000 monthly, appeared dumbfounded. This money is too easy to make. "Fengge, you must agree to this," he urged. Yet, to their surprise, Yi Feng's next words took them aback. "Zhao boss, if we proceed under your proposal, I must decline the collaboration," Yi Feng said with a subtle smile. Wang Tai was stunned, and Zhao Xingye was equally taken aback. My young friend, what reservations do you have? This is an excellent opportunity to earn money. You provide the technical repairs, and my shop is at your disposal. We could easily handle a dozen jobs monthly, making our collaboration mutually beneficial," Zhao Xingye hastily counseled. Yi Feng maintained his tranquil demeanor, articulating that despite Zhao's words, he still lacks sincerity in the partnership. "If the profits are to be split 50-50, I would prefer to collaborate with other owners at the electronics building, who I believe will be more earnest." With that, he turned to leave. "Feng Yi," Wang Tai exclaimed, anxiously scratching his head, fearing they might miss this lucrative opportunity. However, Yi Feng raised his hand, interrupting his subsequent words. "Wait a moment." Zhao Xingye quickly pulled the two of them back. Yi Feng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he paused. "My young friend, please do not rush. I am genuinely sincere about collaborating with you. If 50-50 does not work, how about we determine a more suitable division?" Zhao Xingye, unwilling to let go of this profitable opportunity, exhibited a willingness to compromise. Yi Feng turned back, extending 2 fingers, 80-20. "I take 80, you take 20. If you can accept that, we can proceed." "What? 20? 80-20? Zhao Xingye was momentarily bewildered, not anticipating Yi Feng to be so formidable in negotiation. "What? Is that unacceptable?" Yi Feng chuckled, preparing to turn away. "Of course I accept. An 80-20 split it is." Zhao Xingye quickly grabbed him, forcing a smile despite his discomfort. His plump face resembled one who had just ingested a fly. Nevertheless, earning something was still better than nothing. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and if the collaboration fell through, even that small income would be lost. At last, Yi Feng revealed a smile and extended his hand. Then, Zhao boss, may our collaboration be fruitful. May our collaboration be fruitful. Zhao Xingye managed a strained smile as he shook Yi Feng's hand. In that case, I shall come by after school from now on. As for the payments, the customers can pay me directly. Yi Feng continued to set conditions. Zhao Xingye's eyes widened, surprised at Yi Feng's shrewdness in insisting on collecting the payments himself. Very well. He forced a smile. Then it is settled. Zhao boss, see you tomorrow. Yi Feng grinned and turned to leave. As Zhao Xingye watched Yi Feng's retreating figure, he suddenly felt as if he had been played like a puppet. This young man was no simpleton. At such a tender age, he was adept at computer repairs and exhibited a level of eloquence and composure that belied his years, making him a formidable negotiator. Meanwhile, as Yi Feng and Wang Tai exited, they hopped onto their bicycles, pedaling homeward. Feng Gu, I nearly had a heart attack. I thought you were going to miss this golden opportunity. Wang Tai queried as they rode. You just rejected Zhao boss. Weren't you afraid it would all fall through? TZ, negotiations require finesse and a bit of tugging. One must first ascertain the other party's stance and limits before making a move. Zhao boss wants to expand his business without incurring labor costs, yet he proposed an uncommitted 50-50 split, which lacked sincerity. Such terms are unacceptable to me. Of course, I recognize that he would have considerable room for concession, so once I declined and threatened to leave, he would undoubtedly become anxious. In his urgency, I could then present my conditions, which he is likely to accept. This give and take is what I call testing the limits in business negotiations, allowing us to maintain the upper hand throughout. If you display excessive eagerness to earn money from the outset, you place yourself in a passive position. Given that he sought the collaboration, the initiative and negotiation must remain firmly in our hands. Yi Feng's words left Wang Tai in a contemplative state, a mixture of confusion and admiration washing over him. Feng Gu, you're impressive. Feng Gu, shall we head straight back? No. First, we shall go to Futian Street. Huh? What for? To buy something for Gu Muxi. Chapter 11. Do you like me? Gu Muxi lay on her desk, turning her head to gaze out the window at the opposite building. The window of Yi Feng's room was tightly shut, the curtains drawn. Has that annoying Yi Feng not returned yet? She mumbled. Soon after, she stood up to fetch a clothes-drying pole, poking it at Yi Feng's window. Yi Feng, she called out, but there was still no response from across the way. Where on earth has he gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Creak. The door behind her opened. Cece, what are you doing? Li Wan entered with a fruit platter, spotting Gu Muxi prodding Yi Feng's window with the pole. Gu Muxi was startled and quickly retracted the pole, turning around. And nothing, Mom. You walked so quietly. You scared me. Li Wan saw through her thoughts. For no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Are you waiting for Yi Feng to come back? She asked with a smile as she set down the fruit platter. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, her lips pursed as she stubbornly defended. I am not waiting for him. Who's waiting for him? Li Wan smiled gently and said, Come, have some fruit. Gu Muxi placed the drying rack down and hurried over to enjoy the fruit, which consisted of neatly sliced apples. Sitting on the bed, Li Wan observed her and suddenly inquired, Cece, do you have feelings for Yi Feng? Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Gu Muxi nearly choked on her apple, coughing vehemently. What are you saying, Mom? I don't like him. Only a fool would. Gu Muxi retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson. Oh, is that so? Li Wan remarked, stifling a chuckle at her daughter's flustered demeanor. I think Yi Feng is quite a decent boy. He is kind-hearted and quite clever. Gu Muxi chewed on her apple and casually replied, Mom, what is so great about him? I fail to see it. He just bullies me all the time. He bullies you? I find that hard to believe. Li Wan shook her head. Mom, are you his real mother or mine? How could he bully you? Gu Muxi protested. But as she began to recount an incident from school yesterday, her cheeks turned even redder and she swallowed her words. The thought of her first kiss being taken away by Yi Feng in front of so many people made her feel mortified. Li Wan chuckled softly. All right, take your time eating. I'll go prepare dinner. Your father will be home soon. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and darkening clouds. Oh dear, it seems a heavy rain is imminent. I don't think Yi Feng brought an umbrella, Li Wan mused as she glanced out the window before turning to leave the room. Boom! The thunder roared once more, and rain began to pour down in torrents. quickly transforming into a downpour. Gu Muxi moved to close the window, staring vacantly at the rain pelting against the glass. That pesky Yi Feng really didn't bring an umbrella, did he? And I punctured his bike tire. How'll he get home? What if something happens to him? What if he gets drenched like a drowned rat? Or falls into a ditch? Restless, Gu Muxi returned to her desk and continued to brood over the relentless rain outside. After a while, she sprang up and dashed out the door. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. She grabbed 2 umbrellas, donned her rain boots, flung open the door, and darted downstairs. Li Wan peeked out from the kitchen, a smile gracing her lips. This child, she pretends not to care about Yi Feng, but she is more concerned than anyone else. Gu Muxi arrived at the entrance of the staff community, her gaze scanning the road. Where is that infuriating Yi Feng? He still hasn't returned. The rain had lessened slightly. She perched on a bench at the community entrance and waited for over half an hour. Suddenly, a bicycle appeared at the intersection. She stood up and squinted, recognizing the rider as Wang Tai, with Yi Feng seated behind him. Yi Feng, a smile broke across Gu Muxi's face as she waved, her heart secretly relieved. Wang Tai, hearing her voice, pedaled toward her and soon came to a halt in front of her. Finally arrived. Gu Daxiwa, I say. Wang Tai wiped the water from his face. Completely soaked. Yi Feng, where have you been? Why are you so late? Gu Muxi bypassed him, her umbrella shielding her as she marched toward Yi Feng, fuming. Wang Tai stood frozen. Hey, don't ignore me. I'm a person too. I didn't anticipate the rain. I got caught halfway home when it poured, and I waited until it eased up a bit before heading back. Hee. Were you waiting for me specifically? Yi Feng stepped off the bike, holding something close to his chest, wiping rainwater from his face as he grinned at her. Who is waiting for you? I'm waiting for my dad. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, a hint of panic in her eyes as she quickly changed the subject. Huh, don't you have a raincoat? What are you thinking? Holding a raincoat and not wearing it, letting yourself get drenched? That's just absurd. As she scolded him, she took a few steps closer, using her umbrella to shield him from the rain. Her umbrella was a bit small, forcing them to stand quite close together to stay dry. Yi Feng caught a whiff of her delightful fragrance and felt his mood lift despite her reprimands. Is she actually concerned for me? This tough girl has a soft heart. What do you have in that raincoat? Gu Muxi inched closer, noticing the bundle he clutched, which seemed to contain something significant, leaving her puzzled. What could be so important that you would rather get soaked than wear the raincoat? Hey, why don't we step inside and discuss this? Wang Tai called from under the eaves of the community entrance, seeking refuge from the rain. Yi Feng chuckled. You'll find out soon enough. Let us head inside. He dashed back under the shelter. Gu Muxi, filled with curiosity, followed him in. What treasure are you holding? It's your birthday gift. Huh? Gu Muxi was taken aback. But my birthday isn't until next Saturday. That's all right. I'll give you 2. Yi Feng lifted the raincoat, revealing a delightful pink pig plushie, standing at about 1 meter tall. The pig had 2 backpacks hanging from its trotters, looking adorably clumsy. Happy early birthday, Cece. Gu Muxi stared at him in astonishment, her heart racing. He braved the rain just to protect this gift for her. Simply because it was meant for her birthday? She felt a rush of joy and gratitude, her nose tingling with emotion. Yi Feng, don't you like it? I do. Do you like the color? I do. Do you like the style? I do. Do you like me? I do. Yi Feng, you're taking advantage of me. Gu Muxi's cheeks turned a deep shade of red as she snatched the pink pig plushie from his hands, declaring proudly, I accept this gift. With that, she left behind an umbrella, clutching the pink pig, and turned to leave. She felt her cheeks burning. If she stayed any longer, she might embarrass herself in front of Yi Feng. Wow, did Gu Daxiwa just get shy? Wang Tai exclaimed in disbelief. If you noticed, it must be true, Yi Feng chuckled. Chapter 12. Our son has grown up. Yi Feng and Wang Tai parted ways and headed home. As soon as he entered his house, he found his parents waiting at the dining table, their expressions stern. Son, where have you been? Why are you so late? And look at you, completely drenched. Meng Xiaoyan scolded upon seeing Yi Feng soaked to the bone. Yi Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty for worrying his parents. Mom, I was out with TZ, and we got caught in the heavy rain on our way back. Meng Xiaoyan stood and fetched a towel, helping him dry his damp hair. Honestly, go wash up and change into dry clothes. We don't want you catching a cold. Okay, Mom. Yi Feng replied, taking fresh clothes to the bathroom for a hot shower. After changing into clean attire, he emerged. Ashu. As soon as he stepped out of the bathroom, a cool breeze hit him, making him sneeze. See, you're already catching a cold. Come eat dinner. I've warmed everything up for you. You eat first. I'll make you some ginger soup to ward off the chill, Meng Xiaoyun said, her concern evident. Hey, Mom, yem mifine. Ashu. Yi Feng sneezed again, clear mucus trickling from his nose. It appears that I have indeed caught a chill. My body is truly frail, thought Yi Feng, silently mocking himself. It seems that once I properly nourish myself, I shall need to engage in regular exercise as well. Stop being so stubborn. Eat up. I'll prepare some ginger soup, Meng Xiaoyun said, shaking her head as she wiped her hands and returned to the kitchen. Seated at the dining table, Yi Feng glanced at the evening's fare, stir-fried loofah with meat and sauteed sweet potato leaves. The scant portion of meat had been carefully placed before him. How have your studies been, my son? Yi Jianjun inquired as he retrieved a pack of Hongmei cigarettes, intending to light one, but upon noticing Yi Feng beside him, he hesitated and put it away. Not bad. English and math are manageable, but I need to strengthen my revision in other subjects, Yi Feng replied honestly. Really? Is that true? Your English and math used to be your weakest subjects. Are you certain you haven't mixed them up? Yi Jianjun asked, taken aback. Dad, rest assured. I will achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination, Yi Feng asserted confidently. Yi Jianjun nodded. It's good to have that confidence. As you prepare for the exam, you should spend less time playing outside and return home early to study. It just rained heavily, and your mother was worried sick about you not coming home. She couldn't even eat. He continued, if you ever find yourself in trouble, remember to call Uncle Gu. He has a landline. Don't let us worry too much. Yi Feng smiled apologetically. Got it, Dad? I will remember. The father and son engaged in casual conversation, and after Yi Feng finished his meal, Meng Xiaoyun emerged with the ginger soup. Here, son, drink this bowl of ginger soup to warm yourself up. Yi Feng accepted the soup, blowing on it gently, as a potent aroma of ginger wafted towards him. He took a small sip, and warmth enveloped him both physically and emotionally. Where did you go to play with Wang Tai today? You mustn't come back so late next time, Meng Xiaoyun admonished with a stern expression, though her concern was evident. Yi Feng put down the bowl and chuckled. I want to earn a little extra money with TZ. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a waterproof plastic bag containing 300 yuan. 100 was spent on a gift, 100 given to Wang Tai, and 100 kept for his own pocket money. The remaining 300 he intended to give to his mother to improve the family's meals. He presented the money to Meng Xiaoyun. Mom, please take this 300 yuan. You can use it to buy more ingredients. Both Meng Xiaoyun and Yi Jianjun stared at the money in his hand, bewildered. 300 yuan. This was no trivial amount. It equated to half a month's salary for Yi Jianjun. Son, where did you get this money? You haven't done anything inappropriate, have you? Though we may be poor, we mustn't engage in disgraceful actions. Meng Xiaoyun questioned anxiously, refusing to take the money. How can a high school student earn so much? Yi Jianjun fronet sekolding. Tell us, where did this money come from? You're not involved in anything unscrupulous, are you? Under their stern gazes, Yi Feng quickly explained the situation, asserting that this money was earned honestly through his computer repair work. After listening to Yi Feng, their expressions finally softened. Meng Xiaoyun took the money, embracing Yi Feng tightly and planting kisses on his forehead. Oh, my dear son, it seems we misjudged you. You've truly made us proud. It fills my heart with joy. Meng Xiaoyun beamed, her face alight with happiness. Yi Jianjun, too, wore a look of pride. Indeed, my son has always been intelligent since childhood. Ha ha. Yi Feng thought to himself, that sounds a bit strange. Dad, Mom, now that I can earn money, we needn't be overly frugal. Let us add a bit more meat and an extra dish to our meals. You both need to eat well, too. He couldn't bear to see his parents abstaining from meat, leaving it all for him. Prolonged deprivation of meat could lead to health issues. Perhaps that was why his mother had been struggling with her health. A long-term lack of nutrition had taken its toll. Meng Xiaoyun counted the 300 yuan without looking up. We don't need to grow anymore. Whether we eat meat or not doesn't matter. This money shouldn't be squandered. I'll save it for your college expenses. Yi Jianjun sighed. Yes, son, our steel mill has been struggling in recent years. There are rumors that the city might shut it down due to economic restructuring. If that happens, over 3,000 employees will likely be laid off. We should save as much as we can. We may need to tighten our belts in the future. Yi Feng was taken aback, suddenly recalling that his father had indeed been laid off back in 2001. During the national economic transformation, many inefficient state-owned enterprises were shut down or merged, leading to widespread layoffs. Those who lost their jobs fell to the bottom of the social ladder, struggling to survive, and many families were torn apart. Is that true? Surely they wouldn't just stand by and watch us lose our livelihoods? Meng Xiaoyun's expression shifted. Yi Jianjun rubbed his temples, frowning. It's been circulating in the mill. I suspect it's likely true. We simply have no choice. The mill has been operating at a loss for years, and I've heard that the workers' salaries are funded by city allocations. If the mill isn't profitable, its closure is probably just a matter of time. This news was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the family. Meng Xiaoyun appeared increasingly troubled. Her meager income from selling vegetables barely supplemented the household expenses, placing the entire financial burden on Yi Jianjun's shoulders. If he were to lose his job, the family's economic foundation would crumble. For a moment, the three at the dining table fell silent, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Dad, Mom, you needn't worry. I can earn money now too. We will surely weather this storm. Yi Feng suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Meng Xiaoyun looked at Yi Feng's determined expression, a smile of reassurance spreading across her face as she gently embraced him. Caressing his head, our son has grown up. I'm so proud. However, your primary task remains to excel in the college entrance examination and get into a good university. Chapter 13, Gu Muxi. From now on, I will protect you. At Gu Muxi's home, Li Wan was tidying up the dishes. Your birthday isn't even here yet. And Yi Feng has already sent you a gift? A rather large stuffed toy? No less. That must have cost quite a bit. Gu Muxi, perched on the sofa, held the pink pig by its ears, shaking it back and forth, utterly enchanted, her face radiating joy. I don't know how much it cost, but this is the best gift Yi Feng has ever given me. As she spoke, Gu Muxi hugged the pink pig tightly, burying her face in its neck, reveling in its softness. I absolutely adore this gift. Gu Xingzhong, reading the newspaper nearby, suddenly interjected, Muxi, since Yi Feng has given you such an expensive present, it would be wise for you to reciprocate. All right, Dad, I understand. I'll think of something nice, Gu Muxi replied with a smile. Mom, Dad, I'm going to my room to study now. Gu Muxi exclaimed, jumping up from the sofa, clutching the pink pig, and darting into her room, shutting the door behind her. This child, honestly, she has put that toy down since she got home, Li Wan chuckled, shaking her head. Gu Xingzhong set down his newspaper, smiling as well. That just shows Yi Feng chose a gift that truly resonates with her. Yi Feng has always been a clever child, Li Wan added, wiping her hands. They grew up together. How could he not understand her preferences? She pondered for a moment before asking, "Old Gu, do you think these two children have a chance?" Gu Xingzhong retrieved a pair of spectacles from his case and, casually putting them on, replied, "Well, that depends on whether they share a fate. Matters of the heart hinge upon destiny. I do have quite an affection for that boy, Yi Feng, but my feelings alone are insufficient. Ultimately, it is up to she whether she reciprocates." Li Wan wiped the table and chuckled. I believe she does not seem to dislike Yi Feng. In the room, Gu Muxi rolled around on the bed with a plush pink pig. Why hasn't that awful Yi Feng returned yet? Is he taking this long, just to have dinner? He certainly eats like a glutton. She mused, observing the pig's snout and eyes, which strikingly resembled Yi Feng's. Holding the plush pig high, she contemplated the generous gift Yi Feng had given her. This enormous plush toy must have cost quite a bit, perhaps 70 or 80 yuan. Where could Yi Feng have possibly acquired such funds? Did he ask Aunt Meng for it? If he spent so much on me, will Aunt Meng reprimand him? Suddenly, Gu Muxi sat upright on the bed, realizing she needed to clarify this matter, or else she would feel guilty. Hello, little Shi. Yi Feng's voice unexpectedly called from outside the window. Gu Muxi descended from the bed, approached the window, and drew back the curtains, revealing Yi Feng's smiling face at the opposite window. Why did you take so long for dinner? I thought you might have turned into a pig. Gu Muxi teased, pinching the pig's face as if she were playfully pinching Yi Feng's. Huh, I was just helping my mom with the dishes, which took a bit longer. What's this? Did you start missing me after just a short while? Yi Feng teased back. Huh, miss you my foot. In light of the gift you gave me today, I shall protect you from anyone who dares to bully you, apart from myself. Of course, Gu Muxi declared, lifting her chin with a hint of pride. Protect me? With what? Yi Feng slyly glanced at her chest. You might struggle to manage that. Gu Muxi huffed. Do you underestimate me? Don't forget, I hold a 5th-degree black belt in judo. Anyone who dares to bully you will face my cross-lock technique. She then proceeded to use the plush pig as a practice dummy, locking its head with both hands. I can also execute a double-handed shoulder throw. The pig was unceremoniously slammed onto the bed. Now, for a hellish choke. The plush toy was firmly immobilized. Finally, a throat cut. Yi Feng observed her antics, unable to suppress a dry swallow. Gu Muxi certainly has a penchant for violence. Imagining those moves being used on me sent a chill down my spine. How terrifying. He wondered if he might, perhaps, be spared. He watched as she held the pig by the neck, feeling his own neck grow slightly cold. Ahem, Gu Muxi. If you keep that up, I fear this toy might not endure much longer. Gu Muxi paused, then gently cradled the pig in her arms, stroking its head. Of course not. I will take good care of it. By the way, Yi Xiao, may I ask, did you get the money for this toy from Aunt Meng? Such an extravagant plush must have been pricey. Yi Feng briefly explained his methods of earning money, and Gu Muxi's anxious heart finally settled. Oh, I never would have guessed. Yi Xiao, you are quite talented. Could you teach me? Seeing her earnest expression, Yi Feng realized she was not joking. Gu to Xiao while learning computer skills? That would surely astonish everyone. I could teach you, but, there must be some conditions, right? Gu Muxi hesitated, then raised the plush pig high, addressing him in a remarkably calm tone. You dare propose conditions to me? Yi Feng, this female tyrant is not to be trifled with. Ahem, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I was merely jesting. Given our relationship, conditions are unnecessary. If you wish to learn, I shall gladly instruct you without any preconditions. Gu Muxi then placed the plush pig down, satisfied. When will you come and teach me? Yi Feng pointed towards her room. To your room? Is that all right? Absolutely. Very much so, haha. Why do I feel your smile is rather lewd? Am I? You are slandering me. Just then, a knock echoed from the door of Gu Muxi's room. Shi, would you like some fruit? It was Li Wan's voice from outside. Oh, Mom, I'm not hungry. I need to finish my homework. Gu Muxi quickly called out. All right then, I'll leave it on the dining table. You can help yourself later, Li Wan replied. Okay. Mom, I'll eat later, Gu Muxi responded. Once the footsteps faded away, she turned back to see Yi Feng wiping his nose with a tissue. Achoo, achoo. Yi Feng sneezed twice in succession, and more mucus flowed from his nose. Gu Muxi's concern spiked. You're not catching a cold, are you? Me fine. Just got a bit chilly from the rain. A good night's sleep will fix it, Yi Feng replied, forcing a smile as he wiped his nose. Then why not rest up? Have you taken any cold medicine? Gu Muxi inquired, gripping the plush pig's ears tightly. My mom made me ginger soup, so I shouldn't need any medicine. Plus, we seem to be out of cold medicine at home. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine by tomorrow. Yi Feng shuruk. Gu Muxi felt a twinge of worry. That foolish Yi Feng had even fallen ill just to buy her a gift. You big fool. Go rest early. Gu Muxi drew the curtains and settled into her desk chair. She picked up her homework and pen, but found her mind restless. What if that awful Yi Feng doesn't take cold medicine and ends up with a fever tonight? If he gets a fever, what if his brain gets fried? If his brain gets fried, wouldn't he become a dimwit? If he becomes a dimwit, how will he manage daily life? What if he forgets to turn off the gas and something terrible happens? He could die. Oh my, the consequences are too severe. Chapter 14. It'll just get flatter if I take another shot. Gu Muxi bit the tip of her pen, contemplating Yi Feng's potential illness, worrying about what might happen if he were to die. Suddenly, she froze. Am I overthinking this? Surely, Yi Feng's constitution isn't that weak, is it? Perhaps it is that weak? Should I go deliver some cold medicine to him? After pondering, Gu Muxi stood up, stealthily making her way to the door. She listened carefully for any sounds outside, discovering that the living room was silent. Her parents seemed to have returned to their room. She exhaled in relief. Slowly opening the door and, stepping lightly to avoid making noise, she approached the television cabinet in the living room, opened it, and began searching for the medicine cabinet to see if there was any cold medicine available. Huh, where is it? I distinctly remember it being here. Gu Muxi scratched her head, puzzled. Shishi, what are you looking for? Li Wan's voice suddenly rang out behind her. Gu Muxi jumped, quickly standing up and awkwardly smiling. Mom, you're still awake? I'm just looking for something. Li Wan glanced at the open medicine cabinet and smiled. I placed the cold medicine in the left drawer. Gu Muxi was taken aback, not quite understanding how her mother knew what she was searching for. Aunt Meng informed me that Yi Feng might be suffering from a slight cold. Are you intending to deliver some cold medicine to him? Li Wan discerned her intentions with a single glance. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, and she pouted, contemplating how to craft a plausible excuse, yet ultimately chose to confess. All right. Yes, Mom. Go ahead and take it to Yi Feng. I shall return to my room to rest. Li Wan replied with a smile before turning to leave. Gu Muxi exhaled softly, opened the nearby drawer, and finally located the cold medicine. Grabbing the medicine, she stepped out and arrived at Yi Feng's door, where she knocked gently. Who is it? Meng Xiaoyun opened the door, surprised to see Gu Muxi standing there with a lively demeanor. See, what brings you here? Annie, I heard that Yi Feng seems to have caught a cold. Here is some medicine. It should help him feel better, Gu Muxi said, extending a box of cold medicine from behind her. Meng Xiaoyun accepted the medicine and affectionately patted her head, smiling. Thank you, little Shishi. Gu Muxi stuck out her pink tongue and added, Make sure Yi Feng takes the medicine and rests well. Annie, I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow. With the medicine delivered, Gu Muxi felt a weight lift from her heart. Upon returning to her room, she bent over her desk to complete her homework. After finishing her assignments and reviewing her studies, she glanced at the clock, noting it was already 11 p.m. A wave of drowsiness washed over her. She yawned and stretched, revealing her slender figure. Is that annoying Yi Feng already asleep? She rose and walked to the window, drawing back the curtains to find that the light in Yi Feng's room had been extinguished. He must be quite tired after taking the medicine, right? He should feel better by tomorrow. Shouldn't he? She rested her chin in her hands at the window, speaking to herself. Observing that the light in Yi Feng's room had not re-illuminated, she closed the curtains and returned to bed, clutching her plush pig as she drifted into slumber. That night, she experienced a peculiar dream. In her dream, Yi Feng was ill, continuously murmuring that he was very cold. There was nothing nearby to warm him, so she embraced him tightly. They remained entwined for a while, and she sensed that Yi Feng had ceased to shiver. Hey, Yi Feng, how are you feeling now? Any better? Much better. Yi Feng suddenly turned, but instead of his face, she beheld that of the plush pig. A monster. Although the round, adorable face of the plush pig was charming, it startled her to see it on Yi Feng's body. Monster, behold my lethal crosslock. Gu Muxi swiftly secured the pig-headed creature in a firm hold. See, wake up, it's time for school. You silly child. Why are you talking in your sleep? The voice of her mother, Li Wan, echoed in her ears, jolting Gu Muxi awake. She opened her eyes to see her mother's face. Morning. Li Wan said nothing, merely covering her mouth with a chuckle, as if she had witnessed something amusing. Following her mother's gaze, Gu Muxi looked down to find herself still holding the plush pig in her crosslock position. So it was indeed just a dream. All right, hurry and get up to brush your teeth and wash your face. I've made scrambled eggs and mushroom meat porridge. You need to take some for Yi Feng as well, Li Wan urged. Upon hearing about the mushroom meat porridge, Gu Muxi's eyes sparkled with delight. Yay, but suddenly it dawned on me. If Yi Feng hadn't been sick, I probably wouldn't have had this treat, right? Mom, am I really your biological child? After Li Wan exited the room, Gu Muxi rose, grabbed a clothes rod, and executed a familiar maneuver to poke at Yi Feng's window. Hey, lazybones, get up. If you don't, you'll be late. After a moment, there was a stir from the opposite window. The curtains parted, revealing Yi Feng, who rubbed his sleepy eyes as he appeared at the window. Morning, Gu Muxi. Morning. My foot. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll bring you some delicious food. Gu Muxi urged in a tone reminiscent of Li Wan. However, she didn't forget to inquire with concern. So, how are you feeling? Any better? Yi Feng yawned, stretched lazily, and smiled much better, thanks to your cold medicine from last night. He had felt fatigued the previous evening, and his cold symptoms seemed to worsen. Thankfully, Meng Xiaoyun had delivered the cold medicine, mentioning that it was sent by Gu Muxi. Yi Feng knew that she genuinely cared for him. After taking the medicine, he had gone to bed early, and by morning, he felt well again. No need to thank me. I'm just that loyal, Gu Muxi replied, patting her chest. Yi Feng glanced at her and said with concern, "Hey, be gentle when you pat. You might make it worse." "What? If I keep patting, it'll just get flatter." Gu Muxi retorted, her eyes wide in disbelief. "You wait, Yi Feng. You shall face retribution." Smack! Gu Muxi slammed the window shut and drew the curtains, her chest heaving in frustration. How dare Yi Feng imply that she was flat? Ridiculous. She lowered her gaze to adjust her shirt collar, taking a moment to assess. True, she was a bit smaller, but certainly not flat. "I'm developing normally. Thank you very much." How infuriating. "I'll deal with him later." Gu Muxi maintained a stern expression as she changed into her school uniform and exited her room to brush her teeth and wash her face. Arriving at the dining table, she noticed her mother had already prepared 2 bowls of porridge, intended for breakfast at school. The enticing aroma of the mushroom meat porridge made her mouth water. Her mom truly was too kind to that annoying Yi Feng. "See, don't forget to take some over to Yi Feng. Oh, and taste the porridge to check the seasoning. If you find it a bit bland, feel free to add a pinch of salt," Li Wan called from the kitchen. Gu Muxi's sparkling eyes shifted mischievously as she grinned. "Mom, I think it's a tad bland. Yi Feng prefers it a bit saltier. I'll just add a little salt." Chapter 15. The Challenge. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated from Yi Feng's home. Meng Xiaoyun went to open the door and found Gu Muxi standing at the entrance, carrying 2 bowls of porridge. "Good morning, Auntie. My mom made a portion of breakfast for Yi Feng, mushroom meat porridge. She also mentioned she'd like you to let him eat before heading out." "Bu muhi gritit harsiviti." "All right, I'll come over shortly," Meng Xiaoyun replied. Then turned back to call out, "Son, she is waiting for you to go to school. Hurry up." "Coming." Yi Feng responded. Before long, he dashed out with his backpack. "Morning, Gu Muxi." Yi Feng greeted her. "Humph." Gu Muxi replied with an air of pride, turning to head down the stairs. Yi Feng chuckled to himself, wondering if he had inadvertently annoyed her. "Mom, I'm off to school," he called. "Take your time on the way." "All right." Upon reaching the ground floor, the sky was just beginning to brighten, with several striking red clouds adorning the eastern horizon, illuminating the dim sky. "Gu Muxi, look. Those clouds are beautiful," Yi Feng exclaimed, pointing at the fiery clouds with delight. Gu Muxi wheeled her bicycle out, looked up, and was equally mesmerized by the stunning sight. "They truly are lovely. If only I had a phone to capture the moment." Yi Feng lamented. "What are you thinking? Only a camera can take pictures. How could a phone do that? Have you lost your mind?" Gu Muxi retorted without mercy. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, contemporary mobile phones were still incapable of capturing photographs. The most popular phone in the country presently was the Nokia 3310, priced at over 1,000 yuan, and it could merely make calls and play Snake. Who knows, perhaps such a phone will exist in the future. Yi Feng chuckled. "Who can say?" Gu Muxi replied seriously. "By the way, this is your breakfast. Don't get it wrong. It's the one on the left." She pointed to the left side of the bicycle's front basket. Both were identical stainless steel kanji containers, indistinguishable in appearance and lacking labels, necessitating their differentiation by placement. "Oh, what difference does it make? They're essentially the same. Do you think you have a few more pieces of meat?" Yi Feng shook his head and laughed. "That's because I've already eaten from the one on the right. It has my saliva, so you can only have the one on the left." Gu Muxi quickly concocted an excuse. "Oh, that's nothing. I've eaten your food plenty of times since we were kids, like the lollipops you've had," Yi Feng said as he sat on the back seat of the bicycle. "Oomph, how dare you say that? Get off. Do you think I'll let you carry me?" Gu Muxi released the handlebars. "Oh, can't you show a little compassion for the sick? A bit of humanitarian spirit, perhaps?" Yi Feng feigned illness, clutching his forehead dramatically. "Stop pretending. Do you want to taste my deadly cross-lock?" Gu Muxi cracked her knuckles, producing a menacing creaking sound. I'm better now. Let me carry you." Yi Feng hastily took the front seat, fearing that delaying further might result in dire consequences. "Now we're talking." At least you know how to be sensible. Gu Muxi smoothed her skirt from behind and sat on the back seat. Let us go, little Fengzi, take me to school. Yes, my lady, hold on tight. Gu Muxi exclaimed. Ouch, Gu Muxi, why are you pinching me? Who asked the lady? Call me little master. The two bantered until they arrived at school. Yi Feng secured the bicycle, handed her one of the kanji containers, and said, Here, that's yours. Gu Muxi weighed in her hand and asked, You didn't pick the wrong one, did you? What? Yi Feng turned back to inquire. Nothing. Hurry up and go. Gu Muxi regained her composure. Yi Feng glanced sorrowfully at his bicycle not far away and lamented, Gu Muxi, look, my bike is still stranded here. All your fault. It has been my companion for 4 or 5 years. Gu Muxi huffed, her face turning red as she retorted, Who told you to kiss me? You deserve this. With that, she turned and walked away. Yi Feng smirked, realizing that the girl had blushed. It seemed that mentioning certain matters made her shy. Hee, how adorable. Yi Feng picked up the kanji container, shook his head, and whistled as he followed her. As Yi Feng entered the classroom, Wang Tai rushed towards him. Brother Feng, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. What is it? Is a monster attacking? A world war? Yi Feng teased as he settled into his seat. No, you guessed it right. Wang Tai exclaimed, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it over. It's a challenge letter. Someone has actually sent you a challenge. They want to duel you at the back gate after school. Yi Feng was taken aback and snatched the challenge letter from Wang Tai's hand. Where did it come from? As soon as I arrived at my seat, I saw it on your desk. Wang Tai replied. Yi Feng quickly skimmed the letter. It was a challenge from a guy named Ho Zixing from Class 2, warning Yi Feng to keep his distance from Gu Muxi, and proposing a showdown after school to settle matters. Ho Zixing? Yi Feng recalled him as the sports representative of Class 2, a burly fellow among Gu Muxi's many suitors, notably persistent and fervent despite being rejected by her multiple times. Considering the opponent's beastly physique, Yi Feng glanced down at his own slender frame. Dueling? Such childish play. I won tea per take. This wasn't tea cowardice. Ahem. Well, perhaps being a little timid in life wasn't tea so bad. Brother Feng, what should we do? Should we accept the challenge? Wang Tai rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Are you foolish? With the college entrance exams approaching, what if we get a demerit for fighting? Just tear it up and toss it in the trash. We'll pretend we didn't see it. Yi Feng advised. This is just youthful bravado. He might cool off and forget about it soon. Fine. I'll listen to you, Brother Feng. Wang Tai nodded earnestly, took the challenge letter, ripped it into shreds, and tossed it into the trash. Yi Feng's stomach growled. It was time for breakfast. He retrieved the kanji container and placed it on his desk, preparing to eat and fill his belly. At that moment, Gu Muxi, who had been chatting with classmates outside the hallway, returned and took a seat in front of him. Are you about to have breakfast? She asked, eyeing his portion of kanji with a peculiar smile. Yi Feng shot her a glance. Why would I bring it here if I wasn't going to eat? As he scooped a spoonful and gently blew on it, Gu Muxi's eyes sparkled as she clenched her little fists. Eat it quickly. It's delicious. She fixated on the spoonful of kanji near Yi Feng's mouth, her expression bordering on obsessive. Yi Feng suddenly raised his head. Why are you staring at me? Am I particularly handsome today? Gu Muxi replied, Yes, you are quite handsome like a cricket. She sat down, took out a little mirror, and stealthily watched Yi Feng as he drank the kanji, anticipation written all over her face. Yi Feng took a large sip of kanji, revealing a look of surprise. Gu Muxi, your mother's kanji is truly excellent. It's delicious. Gu Muxi froze in shock. What's going on? Doesn't he find it excessively salty? She was bewildered. Could it be that his portion is different? She hastily opened her kanji container and tasted a spoonful. Puffed. She suddenly spat the kanji out, her delicate face contorting in dismay. So salty. How could this be? Wait a minute. The scene in the bicycle shed flashed in her mind. Yi Feng personally handed her the kanji container. Puffed. Ha. Just as I suspected, you little sneak. Yi Feng's mischievous laughter erupted from behind. Gu Muxi turned to glare at him. You switched my kanji. Yi Feng chuckled. Oh, you thought you could outsmart me? From a moment, you cautioned me not to mix up the containers. I sensed something was amiss. Just to be safe, I switched them while parking. Little did I know you'd actually tamper with the kanji. Fangfeli, clever. Hehe. How infuriating. Give me back my kanji. Gu Muxi exclaimed. attempting to reclaim her breakfast. Yi Feng quickly shielded it, retreating. I've already eaten from this one. Do you still want to snatch it? Aren't you afraid of eating my saliva? Gu Muxi gritted her teeth. I'm hungry. I don't care. Hand it over. No way. You can bite me if you dare. Arg. What the heck? Are you a dog? You really dare to bite me. Let go. Give it to me. Do not snatch. Let's all share. Gu Muxi, feeling quite famished, reluctantly acquiesced to Yi Feng's suggestion. The two of them, each wielding a spoon, partook of the same pot of congee. Yi Feng, you're taking too much. Leave some for me. That is because you eat so slowly. Don't blame me. How infuriating, you glutton. And you with your tiny mouth. Do you have any objections? This scene left their classmates utterly astonished. Heavens! The campus belle, Gu Muxi, is sharing a pot of congee with Yi Feng. Have their relations reached such a level? Could it be that they are together? This is monumental. Oh dear, Muxi, don't be like this. Allow me to buy you a portion. My heart is shattered. The discussions among the classmates grew fervent. Wang Tai stood nearby, his mouth agape in astonishment. Yi Feng is quite the man. Is this even possible? Has Gu Muxi truly succumbed? Chun Jiejia, Muxi's deskmate, observed the two with a knowing smile. These two seem rather sweet together. In no time, the pot of congee was entirely consumed by them. Oh, that was delightful. The congee was exquisite, and the fried egg was equally delicious. The aunt's culinary skills are superb. After satisfying his hunger, Yi Feng let out a contented belch. Shall we have another meal tomorrow? Gu Muxi shot him a glare. Don't get ahead of yourself. Good morning, Muxi. Suddenly, a boisterous voice rang out at the classroom entrance. The students turned to see a burly young man with thick eyebrows and prominent eyes, Ho Zixing from Class 2. He strode into the classroom and, in front of everyone, presented Gu Muxi with a cream bun. Muxi, I bought you breakfast. Do have a bite. Gu Muxi frowned, reverting to her aloof demeanor as she pointed at the congee pot. No need, Ho. I've just eaten. Ho Zixing awkwardly chuckled, but persisted. It's all right. Keep it for later, in case you get hungry during break. He placed the cream bun down and suddenly noticed 2 spoons in the congee pot. Why are there 2 spoons? One of them is mine. Yi Feng chuckled nervously as he reclaimed his spoon. What? Oh no! Ho Zixing exclaimed, grabbing his hair in disbelief. Are they really sharing a pot of congee? My goddess, Muxi. How can this be? It felt as if the sky had fallen for Ho Zixing. He stared at Gu Muxi in shock. Is this true? Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed as she mumbled softly, it seems. That might be the case. Upon hearing this, Ho Zixing's expression darkened, and he glared menacingly at Yi Feng, as if a storm was brewing. Jealousy ignited within him, a surge of anger boiling over. Just days prior, Yi Feng had publicly kissed Gu Muxi, and now this morning, they were sharing a pot of congee. Unforgivable. Yi Feng, did you receive my challenge? Ho Zixing's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Challenge? What challenge? I'm not aware. Yi Feng shrugged, feigning ignorance. This brat is taking things so seriously? What a nuisance. You don't know? I clearly left it on the desk. Regardless of whether you received it or not, after school, at the back gate, whoever doesn't show up is a coward. If you admit to being a coward, then don't come, huh? Ho Zixing declared coldly. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, tapping the table. I was planning to engage with you. But since you seem eager for trouble, I'll oblige. Am I to fear a mere hot-headed youth? I've navigated the business world for over a decade. If I can't handle you, Ho Zixing, then I'm not Yi Feng. Initially wishing to avoid trouble, he now felt compelled to confront it. Yi Feng lived by a principle. Do not provoke others, but do not fear provocation. If others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But if they dare to provoke me, they shall face the consequences. Very well, I'll see you after school. Ho Zixing glared fiercely. Ho Zixing, what do you think you're doing? This is school. Gu Muxi sensed the tension and stood up to admonish him. Ho Zixing quickly donned a smile. Turning to Gu Muxi, oh Muxi, don't mind this. It's a matter between men. The bell signaling the start of class rang. Muxi, I must head back now. Ho Zixing turned to leave, but paused at the door, casting a mocking glance at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, just wait and see what happens after school. Yi Feng met his gaze defiantly. Once he departed, Gu Muxi huffed. Yi Feng, do not fear. Walk home with me after school. I'll protect you. He wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Yi Feng, unwilling to involve her in such perilous matters, casually responded, "Sure, sure, just wait for me at the parking lot after school." This matter needed resolution. As long as it lingered, Ho Zixing would not relent in seeking out trouble. Only by thoroughly resolving the issue could peace be achieved. Yi Feng, do not fear. I have always shielded you since childhood, and this time shall be no exception, Gu Muxi declared proudly. Nearby, Wang Tai looked on with envy. Wow, so, Yi Feng has been protected by the campus belle since childhood. Truly a source of envy for many. Yi Feng smiled, reminiscing about childhood skirmishes with other children, where he and Gu Muxi could take on 4 or 5 at once. One could say Gu Muxi had always been formidable. Consequently, her father had later enrolled her in judo classes, honing her skills. Ever since she began practicing judo, the neighborhood children no longer dared to provoke her. In class, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Shiwalei, entered with an air of authority. Gu Muxi turned back, preparing for the lesson. Wang Tai pulled out his textbook and whispered to Yi Feng, "Yi Feng, what are your plans regarding Ho Zixing? With his physique, it's obvious he's on a different level. He's the sports representative of Class 2. Wang Tai expressed his concern. Yi Feng chuckled, "Do not worry. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. If the world relied solely on strength, why we need brains?" Chapter 17. Gu Muxi's Lethal Crosslock. Yi Feng, you have a plan? Wang Tai asked with curiosity. Come here, Yi Feng beckoned, signaling for him to lean in closer. Wang Tai obliged, and Yi Feng whispered his strategy into his ear. Wang Tai's face lit up with excitement. Yi Feng, you're brilliant. This plan is absolutely devious. Yi Feng patted his shoulder with a mischievous grin. I guarantee Ho Zixing will find it quite unpleasant. In the afternoon, classes 1 and 2 had physical education together. Ho Zixing sat on the steps of the playground, gazing at Gu Muxi, who was playing shuttlecock on the soccer field. A goofy smile on his face. Gu Muxi, clad in a loose school uniform with her hair tied in a ponytail, possessed a face of exquisite beauty that was perpetually adorned with a sweet smile. Her skin, as pale as jade, seemed to radiate light under the sun. Muxi looks stunning today. Ho Zixing rested his chin on his hands, his gaze unwavering from her. Hee, Gu Muxi is the belle of Class 1. Of course she's beautiful. Go for it, Xing. One day you'll win her over, chimed in a lanky youth with a sharp face. Indeed, I believe Xing and Gu Muxi would make a perfect pair. Yes, Xing will surely win her heart. Several male classmates nearby echoed in agreement. Students strolled around them a short distance away. In Class 2, Ho Zixing was an undeniable tyrant, tall and robust, with prominent brows and large eyes. He instilled fear in everyone, and none dared to provoke him. Moreover, he was often accompanied by a group of sycophants, which heightened the trepidation among other students. Hearing their words only bolstered Ho Zixing's confidence. Of course, no matter what, he was determined to win over Gu Muxi. Suddenly on the court, he spotted Yi Feng approaching Gu Muxi, unaware of what they were discussing. Gu Muxi suddenly prepared to strike, and Yi Feng turned and fled, leading to a playful chase between the two on the court. Witnessing this scene, Ho Zixing's expression darkened instantly. Damn, that brat Yi Feng is still clinging to Muxi. Su Hao, remember to keep an eye on him after school. Don't let him escape. I'm going to teach him a lesson. The slender youth named Su Hao whispered, No problem. Xingge, leave it to me. I'll corner him after school. Ho Zixing scoffed, That Yi Feng is blind. I'll make him open his eyes. With that, he vigorously rubbed his fist, producing an ominous crackling sound. Ha! With that small frame of his, Xingge could easily overpower him. Yi Feng is doomed. Su Hao sna, Ho Zixing declared proudly. Even if I have to break an arm, I'll bring him down. He had harbored feelings for Gu Muxi for 3 years, and with the impending end of their high school days, he aimed to launch a full-scale pursuit in the last 2 months. However, before executing his grand plan, he needed to eliminate the obstacles surrounding Gu Muxi, especially this Yi Feng, who had brazenly stolen her first kiss in public. Infuriating, unforgivable, his gaze fixated on Yi Feng, and the more he saw them frolicking on the court, the more irate he became. Damn it, let us go. The more he watched, the more uncomfortable he felt. He couldn't physically confront Yi Feng at school, so he chose to leave the scene. Ho Zixing stormed off with his entourage. Meanwhile, on the court, Yi Feng glanced back towards Ho Zixing, noticing he had left, and a mischievous grin crept onto his lips. Hey, Yi Feng, you better stop. Who said my legs are like an elephant's? Explain yourself, or I'll tear you in half. Gu Muxi exclaimed, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth as she lunged at Yi Feng. Yi Feng raised his hand and called out, "Stop." Huh? What is it? Gu Muxi halted, awaiting his explanation. No, I was wrong. I take back what I said. Your legs do not resemble elephant legs, Yi Feng said earnestly. Gu Muxi then smiled in satisfaction. That's more like it. You only realize your mistakes after getting hit. No, I think they resemble crocodile legs. Yi Feng, replied cheekily. Stinky Yi Feng, come here. Gu Muxi leaped at him, tackling him to the ground and pinning him on the grass. Take this. My deadly crosslock. Gu Muxi secured his head with both hands, locking it tightly against her chest, while her legs entwined around his arms and body, rendering him immobile. Yi Feng, nearly suffocated, cried out, "Let go! Let go! I can't breathe." Gu Muxi finally loosened her grip slightly, puffing with pride. See if you dare to insult me again, you brat. Yi Feng gasped for air, resting his head on her chest. Why does it feel so soft? So comfortable? Yi Feng closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Yi Feng, stinky Yi Feng, are you all right? Gu Muxi, noticing his closed eyes, panicked, fearing she had choked him unconscious. But when she tilted her head and saw Yi Feng's mischievous grin as he rubbed against her chest, she exclaimed, "Stinky! Yi Feng!" Bam! Yi Feng was kicked away, her cheeks flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her. That detestable guy! How dare he take advantage of me? Cough, cough, Gu Muxi, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Yi Feng rubbed his backside and stood up, trying to placate her. Gu Muxi clenched her small fists, menacingly saying, "Don't resist, don't struggle. The pain will pass quickly, Yi Feng thought to himself. Oh. At that moment, a singular thought surged through his mind. Run fast. He barely thought before turning to flee. Don't run. Stop, Gu Muxi shouted, chasing after him. The two embarked on a new round of playful pursuit, capturing the attention of students from two classes. Chun Jiejia, standing beside the court, watched the playful antics of the duo and smiled knowingly at Wang Tai Dao. Don't you think these two are a pair of rivals? Indeed. They're quite the match. Wang Tai chuckled. Chun Jia sighed enviously. I truly envy them. Such a relationship is wonderful. Wang Tai suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh, I've got to go. Almost forgot about the important matter." The PE teacher blew the whistle 3 times, signaling students to gather and prepare to dismiss. Ho Zixing and Su Hao were at the entrance of the court, plotting how to teach Yi Feng a lesson after school. At that moment, Wang Tai rushed back, accidentally bumping into Ho Zixing. Damn, are you blind? Ho Zixing scolded, grabbing Wang Tai by the collar. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Wang Tai waved his hands repeatedly, clutching a bottle of ice-cold cola. I remember you. You're Yi Feng's deskmate, right? Ho Zixing glared at him menacingly. Yes. Mang Tia. Whose drink is this? This is for Feng Gu. I confiscated it. Let him come find me if he has the guts. Ho Zixing snatched the icy cola from Wang Tai's hand, boasting, I'll take this. Wang Tai lowered his head, remaining silent, seemingly conceding. Get lost. Ho Zixing shoved him away. Wang Tai fled without looking back, returning to his class. What a coward. That Yi Feng brat is probably just as spineless. Ho Zixing derisively remarked, twisting open the cola bottle and guzzling it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ice-cold cola is so refreshing. He let out a long belch, feeling utterly satisfied. Chapter 18, Publicly Soaring, Socially Dying. After PE class, another lesson passed, and it was finally time for dismissal. As the school bell rang, students cheered, hurriedly packing their belongings and flooding out of the classroom. Yi Feng, let us go. Gu Muxi called, slinging her backpack over her shoulder. You go wait by the bike shed. I need to take care of something first. Haha. Yi Feng concocted an excuse. Really a lazy person. Hurry up. Gu Muxi hummed a tune and left the classroom. Once Gu Muxi exited, Yi Feng turned to Wang Tai. How is the plan going? Absolutely ok. Don't worry. Feng Gu. I've already spoken to the homeroom teacher and the discipline director. Wang Tai patted his chest. Yi Feng clapped his shoulder and smiled. Wow. I didn't expect your execution ability to be so strong. Classmate Tai. Hee, doing things for Feng is a must. Wang Tai grinned obsequiously. All right, let us go. Through the back door. Yi Feng stood up. Sure. Just as he reached the doorway, he found Su Hao glaring at him. Oh, Yi Feng, off you go. Su Hao smiled with ill intent. With an impassive countenance, Yi Feng cast a sidelong glance at him before making his way, alongside Wang Tai, towards the back entrance of the school. At that moment, a throng of 40 to 50 students had already gathered outside the school's rear gate. All having heard the news, Ho Zixing from Class 2 intended to challenge Yi Feng from Class 1 to a duel in order to win the favor of the campus belle. Ho had boldly declared his intent to turn Yi Feng's face into a grotesque spectacle. This sensational tidbit injected a spark of excitement into their otherwise mundane academic lives, leading many to linger at the school's back in trance after classes, eager to witness the unfolding drama. How could one possibly miss such a thrilling encounter? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ho Zixing is coming out. The crowd turned in unison. Emerging from the school's rear gate was the robustly featured Ho Zixing. Although he clutched his abdomen, his expression decidedly unwell. Brother Ho, what's wrong? A nearby youth inquired, sensing that something was amiss. Damn it, don't ask. I don't even know what I ate, but as soon as class ended, I had to rush to the restroom. Ho Zixing lamented, his face clouded with frustration. Just moments ago, during class, he had felt an urgent need to relieve himself, and he barely made it to the restroom in time. As anticipated, he had suffered from a bout of diarrhea, leaving him feeling weak and shaky. Yet, in his determination to confront Yi Feng, he had ignored his condition and hurried to the back entrance. Suddenly, his stomach churned violently, and he felt a wave of urgency. Come on, Brother Ho. We're counting on you, cried his classmates, rallying behind him. Yes, show that kid from Class 1 what you're made of. They cheered. Ho Zixing squeezed his thighs together, desperately trying to hold on, and waved to his supporters, grateful for their encouragement. Ho Zixing, Yi Feng is here. Su Hao shouted as he rushed over. Everyone turned to see Yi Feng approaching, hands casually tucked in his pockets, swaggering with a relaxed demeanor. Hello, everyone. Those at the back, come forward a bit so I can see your hands. Yi Feng greeted the crowd like a star making an entrance. Ho Zixing sneered. You're still putting on your act? We'll see if you can keep that smug grin. He stepped forward, confronting Yi Feng. Ha! I've seen plenty of these little spectacles. What is there to fear? Yi Feng replied calmly, unperturbed. Clenching his fists, Ho Zixing declared with ferocity, Very well. Let's not waste any more time. If I don't make you cry for your mother today, then I'm not Ho. Then you might as well change your surname to Wang, since old Wang next door often comes over to fix pipes for your mother. Yi Feng retorted with a smirk. How dare you? You're asking for it. Ho Zixing seethed, raising his hand to strike. Wait, just a moment. Yi Feng interjected, lifting a hand. What? Do you have any last words? Ho Zixing paused, taken aback. I haven't warmed up yet. Allow me a moment. He handed his backpack to Wang Tai and began stretching his body in front of the gathered crowd, doing leg stretches, waist bends, and ankle rotations. Meanwhile, Ho Zixing's stomach churned again, the urgency becoming unbearable. His face flushed with embarrassment as he clenched his buttocks, fearing that any moment of relaxation would lead to a disaster. Hurry up. Are you done yet? He urged, eager to finish off Yi Feng so he could rush to the restroom. What is the rush? I still need to loosen up my back, Yi Feng replied leisurely, glancing at him, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of Ho Zixing's reddened face. Enough. I'm done waiting. It's time to settle this. Ho Zixing cursed, swinging his fist towards Yi Feng's face. However, his punch was sluggish, as he was wary of exerting too much force and losing control. Yi Feng anticipated this and sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a swift punch to Ho Zixing's abdomen. Ho Zixing's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, no, he exclaimed as the inevitable happened. A series of explosive sounds followed, a torrent of yellow liquid erupting from him, instantly soaking his pants from the waist down. In that moment, the crowd was rendered speechless, staring in shock as silence enveloped the scene. Su Hao covered his mouth in disbelief. Brother Ho just, right here, in front of everyone. Ho Zixing stood frozen, his gaze vacant, acutely aware of the warm liquid streaming down his legs. Oh dear, it seems you had an accident. Yi Feng, Fein astonishment. Schotin lude. Ho Zixing felt as though thunder had struck him. He glanced at Yi Feng, who was holding his nose, then surveyed the surrounding crowd. Their expressions a mixture of disdain, mockery, and laughter. Suddenly, chaos erupted, as people began to distance themselves from him. Goodness! Oh, Zixing just... damn! That almost splashed on me. The stench is unbearable. This is too hilarious. The laughter intensified, and Ho Zixing felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Mom, I want to go home, he thought, desperate to escape the scene of his disgrace. Yet, when he saw Yi Feng's smug grin, his fury boiled over, and he seized Yi Feng by the collar. Damn it, this is all your fault. Yi Feng shot him a disdainful look. You're the one who flew off the handle. Why blame me? I'll kill you. Ho Zixing roared, raising his fist to strike. Stop! What are you doing? A commanding voice rang out from the school entrance. Ho Zixing froze, glancing up to see their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao, accompanied by the dean, Mr. Niu. Oh no! This is bad. Thud! Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Ho Zixing, you actually hit me? Yi Feng sat on the ground, his face a mask of despair and fury, blood trickling from his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. Ho Zixing was utterly bewildered. Where did this blood come from? I haven't even hit you yet. Yi Feng, are you all right? Mr. Zhao rushed over, helping Yi Feng to his feet. Seeing Yi Feng's bloody visage, he turned to Ho Zixing, anger blazing in his eyes. Ho Zixing, how could you dare to strike someone? This is a school. Your behavior is utterly disgraceful. To think you would assault a classmate right at the entrance. Unbelievable. Ho Zixing's complexion paled as he stammered. Mr. Zhao, I. The dean's expression darkened. He had zero tolerance for fighting within the school. Ho Zixing, immediately call your parents. This matter must be dealt with severely. Hearing those words, Ho Zixing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This is it. Chapter 19. Let's depart, little Shizi. Zhao Shui observed Yi Feng's bloodied visage and promptly inquired, Are you all right? Yi Feng, should we head to the hospital? Yi Feng, in a feeble tone, replied, Teacher, I am Mifine. In such a state, how can you possibly be fine? Wang Tai, hastening to assist Yi Feng, declared quickly, Let us escort Yi Feng to the infirmary. Of course, teacher. Wang Tai rushed to support Yi Feng, secretly giving him a thumbs up. Incredible, Brother Feng. You are my idol. Yi Feng managed a subtle smile before feigning pain, exclaiming, Teacher, you must seek justice for me. Ho Zixing, upon hearing this, was infuriated to the brink of bloodshed. Damn it, this person is insufferable. Teacher, I swear, I did not lay a hand on him. Absolutely not. Ho Zixing, swear to the heavens if I touched him. May lightning strike me. Ho Zixing fervently insisted, his sincerity palpable. Zhao Shui cast him a furious glare, rebuking, You dare to quibble? You refuse to acknowledge your misdeeds. Do you think we're blind? In desperation, Ho Zixing retorted, Teacher, if you don't believe me, ask them. They can attest to my innocence. Niu Dajuan, with a stern demeanor, queried, Did Ho Zixing strike first? A chorus of nodding heads from dozens of classmates confirmed they had indeed witnessed Ho Zixing's initial aggression. Ho Zixing. What the hell? You guys. I am innocent. Niu Dajuan admonished. Ho Zixing, look around you. So many witnesses. Bullying classmates and refusing to admit your faults. How can our school tolerate a student like you? Unbelievable. Unforgivable. Come with me. We will call your parents. Ho Zixing's countenance fell, rendered speechless. Zhao Shui turned to Yi Feng, saying, Yi Feng, proceed to the infirmary. Rest assured, I will ensure justice is served. Thank you. Teacher. Yi Feng expressed his gratitude and, along with Wang Tai, discreetly departed. Thus, Wang Tai supported Yi Feng as they left the scene. Niu Dajuan approached Ho Zixing, preparing to lead him away when he suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor. My heavens, did you soil yourself? Niu Dajuan recoiled at the sight of Ho Zixing's soiled trousers, nearly retching. How can you, as an adult, disgrace yourself in public? Hurry, go change your pants. At this, Ho Zixing's mental state approached collapse. Meanwhile, Wang Tai helped Yi Feng return to school en route to the parking shed. Wow, that was amazing. Brother Feng, your plan was truly brilliant. Just look at Ho Zixing. That old fool is nearly in tears. Huh, and your acting skills are absolutely stellar. Comparable to an award-winning actor. Not pursuing a career in acting is a grave waste of talent. Wang Tai praised, giving Yi Feng an enthusiastic thumbs up. Hand me a tissue, Yi Feng said, releasing Wang Tai with a grin. Here you go, Wang Tai replied, retrieving tissues from his backpack. Yi Feng wiped the pig's blood from his mouth. Teasy, the pig's blood you procured is too pungent. Wang Tai scratched his head, apologizing. Hee, Brother Feng, there was no other option. The school cafeteria only had pig's blood. I couldn't find chicken or duck blood, so I made do. That aside, Brother Feng, your plan was simply brilliant. You poured a whole bottle of laxative into Ho Zixing's cola, and now he must be utterly incapacitated. His public embarrassment was beyond spectacular. He'll likely never show his face again. You've made me laugh to tears. Yi Feng cleaned his face and rinsed his mouth, smiling. He brought this upon himself. He dared to provoke me? Not finishing him off was my mercy. Wang Tai shivered at this, realizing that anyone who crossed Yi Feng was courting death. Brother Feng, are we still heading to the infirmary? To hell with that, we're going home, Yi Feng chuckled. With Ho Zixing now thoroughly dealt with. It served as a warning to those harboring secret affections for Gu Muxi. Let them ponder their actions wisely. This is what one might call a decisive blow to deter 100 others. You wretched Yi Feng, where have you been? Gu Muxi stormed towards him from a distance. Visibly irate. Cough, cough. Nothing much, just a brief visit to the back gate of the school. Yi Feng replied with a smile. What? You're hurt. Was it Ho Zixing? Gu Muxi exclaimed, noticing the blood at his collar, her brows furrowing in anger as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Ho Zixing. Yi Feng felt warmth in his heart. Throughout their childhood, whenever he faced bullying, Gu Muxi would always stand up for him. Back then, she would boldly declare to anyone who dared to bully him, only I can bully him. If anyone else tries, I'll beat you up. The fierce and righteous Gu Muxi was utterly endearing. As Gu Muxi prepared to march off, Yi Feng quickly grabbed her arm. Wait, this is fake blood, pig's blood. To be precise. Pig's blood? Gu Muxi asked, bewildered. Yi Feng then briefly recounted his plan and the events that had transpired. Gu Muxi listened in astonishment. Well done, Yi Feng. You are truly cunning, but splendidly executed, haha, Gu Muxi said, patting him on the shoulder with approval. Of course. Do I seem like someone who would suffer loss? Dealing with a little brat is a piece of cake, Yi Feng replied with a grin. You got a sharp mind. Let us go home. Gu Muxi praised him for the rare occasion. The three of them made their way to the parking shed. Yi Feng was about to ride Gu Muxi's bicycle when she stopped him. Ride your own bike. Don't even think about riding mine. What? Didn't you puncture the tire on my bike? How can I ride it? Are you suggesting I walk home? Yi Feng shot her an incredulous look. I've already fixed it, Gu Muxi casually said, wheeling her bike out. Really? You can repair bicycles? Yi Feng exclaimed, rushing to inspect the rear tire. To his surprise, it seemed to be in perfect condition. Hee, you underestimate me, you wretched Yi Feng. Repairing a tire is hardly a challenge for me, Gu Muxi said, lifting her chin with pride. Impressive, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile, secretly stepping on the tire and bending it with his hands. But why does my front tire seem a bit crooked? Yi Feng, fine astonishment. What is crooked? Gu Muxi set down the kickstand and approached to investigate, discovering that the front tire indeed looked slightly askew. Huh? What happened? It was perfectly fine just a moment ago. What could have gone wrong? Gu Muxi said, her face filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Wang Tai suppressed his laughter, covering his mouth to stifle the urge to burst out. Brother Feng is truly remarkable. This tactic is unparalleled. To ride back home with the school beauty, he even sabotaged his own bike. What a move! Yi Feng sighed. What a pity this wretched vehicle is now unrideable. Gu Muxi, it seems you'll have to take me home for the next few days. Gu Muxi, fine, consider my misfortune. Hop on. Yi Feng's mood shifted from sorrow to joy as he leaped onto the rear seat of her bicycle. I'm all set. Let us depart, little Shizi. Chapter 20. I entrust you with taking care of Cici. Yi Feng sat on the rear seat, gently holding Gu Muxi's slender waist. Her waist truly was delicate. Unable to resist, he gave it a gentle squeeze. To her surprise, Gu Muxi burst into laughter. How infuriating. You, Yi Feng, stop tickling me. or I shall make you walk home. She shot him a glare over her shoulder. Gu Muxi, what is your weight? He asked bluntly. How terribly presumptuous of you to inquire about my weight. How dare you? She retorted. Come on, just tell me. If I don't want to, then I shan't. I wager you think it's around 90 Gene? If I want to tell you. If you refuse to disclose it, how am I to buy clothes for you? Buy clothes? You wear your school uniform all day like a tomboy and have no desire to don something beautiful? Absolutely not. Don't waste money. You'll need it for university. No need for you to spend. Yi Feng paused, taken aback. This girl was already thinking of saving money for him before even entering her home. How charming. The two chatted amiably and soon returned home. Gu Muxi dashed into her room upon arrival. Li Wan curiously inquired, She, why did you rush to your room as soon as you got home? Mom, I'm looking for some clothes, Gu Muxi replied casually. Li Wan tilted her head in confusion. What was up with her daughter? Why the sudden urgency to find clothes? Inside her room, Gu Muxi rummaged through her wardrobe. I'm not a tomboy, she muttered to herself, pulling out a floral dress she had purchased in her first year of high school. Swiftly, she slipped into the dress, her favorite one she seldom wore. Standing before the wardrobe mirror, she examined herself from side to side. The reflection revealed Gu Muxi's exquisitely beautiful face radiating youthful vitality in the floral dress. She appeared even more innocent and captivating. However, the dress felt a tad tight, no longer fitting comfortably. She attempted to pull up the zipper at the back, but her chest was too ample, preventing her from fastening it. Annoyed, she yanked at it. Snap! The zipper head broke off. How annoying. Gu Muxi pouted, utterly speechless. Now, she couldn't even wear her most cherished dress. She continued scouring her wardrobe, only to realize it mostly contained school uniforms or loose sportswear, with scarcely a few pretty dresses. Alas, there really are no beautiful dresses left. Gu Muxi sighed despondently, lying on her bed and gazing at the ceiling. Yi Feng's words echoed in her mind. You wear your school uniform all day like a tomboy and have no desire to don something beautiful? She suddenly jumped up, racing back to the mirror. Is not wearing a dress akin to being a tomboy? Why should I care so much about what he says? Gu Muxi changed back into her school uniform just then, when Li Wan knocked on the door and entered. She, what kind of clothes are you searching for? Nothing. Just a piece of sportswear. Gu Muxi fabricated an excuse. Dinner will be ready soon. Could you help me set the table? Li Wan asked with a smile. Sure, Mom. I'll be out shortly, Gu Muxi nodded. She longed to wear beautiful dresses, yet she hesitated to ask her parents for money, fearing it would add to their financial burden. Although her father was the deputy director of the third steel mill, earning more than the average worker, they still preferred to save whenever possible. Gu Muxi stepped out of her room to assist with the table setting. Before long, Li Wan had prepared the meal, and Gu Xingzhong returned home from work. Old Gu is back. Wash your hands and come eat. Li Wan greeted him with a smile. Gu Xingzhong, however, appeared troubled, slumping onto the sofa. Noticing his gloomy expression, Li Wan curiously asked, What's wrong? Why do you look so glum? Did you eat bitter melon or something? Gu Xingzhong forced a smile. Dear, tomorrow's Friday, and you must accompany me to the city. What is the purpose of going to the city? Liban Castunat, Pujlat. The city has proposed a solution for our factory. They say that Hu Gang is interested in us and hope we can negotiate about a possible acquisition. Our factory is viewed as a hot potato, and they want to offload it quickly. The task of going to the city has fallen on my shoulders, Gu Xingzhong sighed. Li Wan was taken aback. Discussing an acquisition with Hu Gang? That is no small matter. It concerns the interests of over 3,000 employees at our factory. You must tread carefully. Gu Xingzhong chuckled. Exactly. That's why I'm asking you, my strategist, to accompany me. With your cleverness at my side, I would feel more at ease. So, tomorrow, Friday, will you join me on this trip to the city? After a moment of contemplation, Li Wan nodded. All right, I'll go with you tomorrow. How long will we be gone? Perhaps 3 days, he replied. Fine. Li Wan turned to Gu Muxi. She, did you hear that? Tomorrow your father and I will be heading to the city for 3 days. You need to take care of yourself and study well at home. Gu Muxi nodded earnestly. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'm all grown up. I can take care of myself. Li Wan contemplated for a moment, still feeling a tad uneasy. I'm still a bit worried about you being alone, so I'll ask Yi Feng to come over and keep you company for a few days. You two can supervise each other's studies since you are both preparing for the college entrance examination. Gu Muxi was taken aback. What? You want Yi Feng to come over and study with me? Yes, what is wrong with that? Fine. I have no objections, Gu Muxi mumbled, lowering her head, feeling inexplicably nervous. With her parents away, it would just be her and Yi Feng at home? A boy and a girl alone together? Just the thought made her cheeks flush. Gu Muxi, what are you thinking? She scolded herself internally. Yi Feng has been over before. We've always studied together, so there's no need to overthink it. She, don't you enjoy spending time with Yi Feng? Li Wan asked with a gentle smile. No, not at all. Gu Muxi blushed and shook her head repeatedly. Li Wan immediately perceived her daughter's shyness and giggled. That's good. I knew you two would get along famously. After dinner, I'll go find Yi Feng. That evening, after finishing his meal, Yi Feng was watching television in the living room. The screen displayed the recently popular series, The Great Ming Palace. Observing the youthful actor, Yi Feng couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. His mother, Meng Xiaoyun, emerged from her room and, seeing her son still glued to the television, asked in confusion, Son, aren't you supposed to be studying? Why are you still watching TV? Yi Feng replied without turning around, Mom, let me finish this episode. Then I'll study. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled. Her son hadn't been much of a TV watcher in the past. What had changed? Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Son, go answer the door, Meng Xiaoyun called. All right. Yi Feng sprang from the sofa and dashed to the door. Outside stood Li Wan, holding a plate of watermelon, her demeanor warm and friendly. Good evening, Xiao Feng. Good evening, Annie. Please come in. Are you looking for my mom? Yi Feng greeted enthusiastically. Just then, Meng Xiaoyun emerged from the restroom and saw Li Wan, smiling. Sister, what brings you here? I procured a watermelon and brought half of it over for you. While also inquiring after Xiao Feng, Li Wan stepped through the door, placing the watermelon upon the table. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. You were looking for me? Did Aunt need my assistance with something? He queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Li Wan playfully pinched his cheek and smiled warmly. Xiao Feng, tomorrow afternoon. Your Uncle Gu and I are heading to Hu City on a business trip for 3 days. I am quite uneasy about Shishi being home alone. Could I entrust you with her care during this time? Please help her review and ensure she doesn't slack off. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly replied, Understood, Aunt. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of Gu Muxi. Li Wan affectionately ruffled his hair. You are such a good boy. I'm counting on you. No problem. Meng Xiaoyun, having overheard their conversation, chimed in with a smile. Sister, don't worry. Just have she come over to our house for meals. It will be more lively with an extra person. All right, Xiaoyun. I'll rely on you to look after her these few days. Oh, we're all family. It's no trouble at all. In that case, I shall return to pack my luggage. Enjoy the watermelon. With that, Li Wan took her leave and returned to her own home. Yi Feng, contemplating his duty to care for Gu Muxi over the next 3 days, felt a surge of joy. An isolated male and female. Gu Muxi. You cannot escape my grasp, he chuckled mischievously. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head. Meng Xiaoyun had given him a playful knock. I'm warning you. Do not bully Shi. If I find out, I will make you regret it. Yi Feng laughed in exasperation. Mom, Gu Muxi is all muscle. I can hardly overpower her. How could you think I would bully her? That's discrimination. Why don't you say she bullies me? Meng Xiaoyun retorted firmly. Shi is such a sweet girl with a gentle disposition. She would never bully anyone. Yi Feng smirked. Just today, she had him in a deadly hold on the basketball court. Was that considered sweet? Or was the gentleness in that? However, I do admire her fierce spirit. He switched off the television and raced his room. Mom, I'm off to study. Upon entering, he drew back the curtains and noticed Gu Muxi already sitting at her desk, having opened the curtains herself. Hello, Xiao Cici. Yi Feng called out with a cheeky grin, his face beaming with pride. Gu Muxi turned her head. What do you want? Your mom just came by and said I am to take care of you for the next 3 days, supervising your studies. Yi Feng declared gleefully. What is there to be happy about? Umph. I'm just thrilled at the thought of spending 3 days with you. Umph. Chapter 21. Want to? Not a chance. Gu Muxi, noticing his smug grin, assumed he was ready to exert authority over her, snorted and declared, Humph. Don't think you can boss me around. If you dare use my mom's words to coerce me, I will make you experience that deadly hold again. Yi Feng exclaimed, Gu Muxi, what kind of logic is that? I didn't mean it like that. Cough. Don't worry, I won't do that. At most, I might just ask you to make a meal or something. No, I refuse to cook. Is it that you want tea, or that you can't? Who says I can't? My culinary skills are excellent. Really? But I've never seen you cook. Can you truly? What can I do? Wait. You almost tricked me there. Even if I can, I want tea cook for you. Yi Feng, realizing she nearly fell for it, felt a pang of regret. Well, I didn't expect you to be so clever. Gu Muxi moved a chair to the window, puffing up with pride, of course. My dad says I've been smart since I was little, with an IQ of 114. Yi Feng's eyes twinkled mischievously. Is that so? Are you really that smart? I don't believe it. Let me test you with a few questions. Go ahead. Is a giraffe taller than an elephant? Yes. Is a rabbit faster than a turtle? Yes. Is a cow heavier than a pig? Yes. Is there a difference between you and a pig? Quick answer. No, no difference. Ha ha ha. How infuriating. I've been tricked by the wretched Yi Feng again. You did that on purpose. Yi Feng chuckled. Let me ask you one more question. You only need to answer yes or no. What is the question? What is it? You're so foolish. Do your parents know? No, they don't know. Ha ha ha. You scoundrel. You tricked me again. Gu Muxi, fuming, drew the curtain shut, unwilling to converse further with Yi Feng. Ugh, that insufferable Yi Feng. Always trying to trick me. I'm ignoring you. Gu Muxi leapt onto her bed, seizing her plush pig and locking it in a figurative hold. Vidichet Yi Feng. I've got you trapped. Then she began to squeeze and pinch the toy's head with fervor. Wretched Yi Feng, I'll squash your face into a ball. Wretched Yi Feng, take this. She stomped down on it. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Li Wan stood there, astonished. She found Gu Muxi gripping the plush pig's neck, teeth clenched, as though harboring a deep-seated vendetta against the toy. I'm just, cleaning the dust off my toy, Gu Muxi said awkwardly, patting the pig's head. Oh, I just spoke with Yi Feng. He will be studying with you for the next 3 days. You two should get along well. Livana Biza. Gu Muxi tightened her grip around the pig's neck, twisting it forcefully as if to suggest she had broken its neck. Mom, I understand. I will definitely get along well with Yi Feng. She emphasized the phrase, get along with particular intensity. That's good. Now hurry and study. I'm going to take a rest, Li Wan said, closing the door behind her. Gu Muxi tossed the plush pig on her bed and returned to her desk, gnawing on the end of her pen. Wretched Yi Feng, just wait until tomorrow. The next day, Gu Muxi attended school with Yi Feng as usual. Shortly after Yi Feng returned to the classroom, Zhao Shui arrived, leading Ho Zixing to the door. Yi Feng, step outside for a moment, Zhao Shui called. Yi Feng approached the classroom door. What is up, teacher? We met with Ho Zixing's parents yesterday and gave him a thorough talking to. He has received a major demerit from the school, and I brought him here to apologize to you, Zhao Shui explained, glancing back at Ho Zixing with a reprimanding glare. Ho Zixing looked at Yi Feng, fear etched on his face. After yesterday's incident, he understood that Yi Feng was not someone to be trifled with. He was far too cunning. He bowed deeply to Yi Feng and stammered, Yi Feng, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. The other students in the class couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Look at Ho Zixing today. He has to apologize or he might get expelled. Yi Feng is incredible. He has Ho Zixing completely under his thumb. Now, no one should mess with Yi Feng. Ho Zixing has really suffered. Yi Feng, donit a benevolent simile. Patting Ho Zixing on the shoulder, it's all right. I forgive you. No harm done. From now on, we're friends, right? The moment Ho Zixing saw that smile, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his back tingled. Why, yes, friends. Zhao Shui expressed his heartfelt appreciation to Yi Feng, saying, Yi Feng, I never expected your heart to be so magnanimous. Truly commendable. Yi Feng, with a touch of bravado, replied, Thank you, teacher. I've always been rather broad-minded and open-hearted. Ho Zixing interjected, Yi Feng's shamelessness is astounding. Such a brazen individual is best avoided. He will undoubtedly resort to ruthless vengeance. All right, you both may return. It's time to prepare for class. Zhao Shui dismissed the two. Understood, teacher. Upon returning to his seat, Gu Muxi turned around and inquired, Why did the homeroom teacher call you out? To reconcile with Ho Zixing? Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we have reconciled. I suspect he will steer clear of me from now on. Gu Muxi stifled a laugh. You've made him suffer so much. It would be unnatural not to be cautious. Huh, Gu Muxi, how do you intend to show your gratitude? I have eliminated a fervent suitor for you. Shouldn't you express your thanks? Yi Feng, emboldened, sought some favor from her. Perhaps a meal or a home-cooked dish would suffice. Why should I care? Gu Muxi replied, turning away with a haughty demeanor. Yi Feng widened his eyes, realizing that this girl was equally thick-skinned. As the bell rang, signaling the commencement of history class, the teacher, Mr. Mo, an elderly man in his 50s, donned thick reading glasses and bore the demeanor of a scholarly figure. Class is in session. Good morning, students. Please take your seats. Today, we shall delve into the history of the Three Kingdoms, Mr. Mo announced. His teaching style resembled that of reciting scripture, and Yi Feng found his attention wandering, fixated instead on Gu Muxi's back. He noticed a striking pink hue beneath her pure, white school uniform. It's so glaring. Yi Feng felt an impulsive urge to tug at it. Yet, reason prevailed, advising him to refrain lest he provoke Gu Muxi's ire. Twiddling his pen, he deliberately dropped it on the floor. Clatter. The pen landed by Gu Muxi's feet. Gu Muxi, my pen has fallen. Bending down without turning her head, she retrieved it and handed it to him. Thank you. A few minutes later, clatter. The pen fell again, this time still at her feet. Gu Muxi, my pen has dropped once more. With an exasperated huff, Gu Muxi picked it up again. Moments latte, kalate. Gu Muxi, my pen. She bent down to retrieve it and shot him a glare. If you can't spin a pen, then don't. Here you go. Yi Feng grinned as he accepted the pen. Thanks a lot. A few minutes passed, and once more clatter. Gu Muxi, now annoyed, picked up the pen and, turning back, huffed, want it? Not a chance. With that, she promptly confiscated it, stowing it away in her pencil case. Wang Tai, scratching his head in confusion, whispered, Brother Feng, she confiscated your pen? Yi Feng chuckled. Indeed, I lent it to her. Are you not going to get it back? Wang Tai asked, puzzled. Why would I? It's for her use, so she doesn't have to buy her own, Yi Feng explained quietly. Wang Tai, suddenly enlightened, gave a thumbs up. Is that so? Impressive, Brother Feng. By the way, Brother Feng, I visited Boss Zhao this morning. He has 2 computers that need your expertise. Yi Feng nodded, casually replying, Sure, we'll head over after school. Tai, you should make a point to check in every morning for work opportunities. I want to shortchange you for your efforts. Wang Tai nodded vigorously. Absolutely no problem. Last time I brought money home to my mom, she praised me for being industrious. Yi Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Tai, do you trust me? Of course. Wang Tai replied without hesitation. We shall embark on grand ventures together. Your assistance will lead to boundless wealth and a spacious abode. Yi Feng declared earnestly. Once we've earned enough, at Zhao Xingyas, we'll establish our own computer repair shop and trade in computer parts. There's a fortune to be made there. Yi Feng continued. Dia, you are the brother I trust most. Only you can assist me in this endeavor. Others are unreliable. Wang Tai felt a swell of emotion at these words, his eyes glistening as he responded, Brother Feng, I'm with you for the long haul. Whatever you need, I will do. Yi Feng smiled, patting his shoulder. Your words bring me great comfort. Wang Tai was not only a brother, but also a fellow who bore the weight of a challenging home life. His alcoholic and gambling father loomed over him like a mountain, demanding money from him and his mother intermittently. Regardless, he was determined to help him shoulder this burden. Suddenly, Mr. Mo's voice boomed from the podium. Yi Feng, what are you two discussing so passionately? Stand up and answer a question. All eyes in the classroom turned to Yi Feng, who had been caught off guard once again. With an awkward chuckle, he stood up. Teacher, what is the question? I just spoke about the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Tell us what Liu Bei said to Zhuge Liang after inviting him 3 times, Mr. Mo instructed. Yi Feng froze, pondering how he could possibly know the words of ancient figures. A voice from Gu Muxi chimed in, page 58. Other students silence. You must answer. Mr. Mo's expression turned stern. Scratching his head, Yi Feng, at a loss, finally said, Did Liu Bei perhaps declare that he would no longer face the issue of being short one person? Gu Muxi, Mr. Mo, the entire class erupted in laughter, thoroughly amused by Yi Feng's response. Even the typically stern Mr. Mo couldn't suppress a smile. Gu Muxi laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Yi Feng, you truly are something, she exclaimed. Yi Feng grinned, realizing that when stumped, humor was his only recourse. Cough, cough. All right, Yi Feng, please take your seat and pay attention to your studies. No more chatting in class. Mr. Mo managed to maintain a facade of seriousness. Yes, yes, teacher, I will listen attentively, Yi Feng replied, awkwardly chuckling. As time passed, the school day concluded, and Yi Feng urged Gu Muxi to leave first before he hopped on a Wang Tai's bicycle, heading toward Zhao Xingye South Shop on Commercial Street. Upon arrival, Zhao Xingye greeted him warmly. Ah, Yi Xiao, Gu, welcome. Come, have some tea. Zhao Xingye beamed with delight, as if he had just encountered a deity. In his eyes, Yi Feng was akin to a bringer of fortune. I'll pass on the tea. Let us get to work. Where are the computers? Yi Feng vavit dismissive. Zhao Xingye's hand froze mid-air, slightly embarrassed, but he quickly set the cup down, saying, they're inside. 2 main units, both non-functional. Yi Feng nodded and entered the operations room, beginning his inspection of the units. One had a power issue, while the other suffered from a poorly soldered motherboard with a capacitor that had fallen off. Boss Zhao, what price did you negotiate with the customers? It's all based on your pricing. Non-functional units are set at 800, blue screens at 500, and sluggish computers at 400. This is strictly for repairs, excluding parts. I've quoted all customers at 800. Zhao Xingye rubbed his hands together, explaining. The 2 machines swiftly generated a profit of 600 yuan, from which you would receive 320. Indeed, money flows effortlessly. Very well. Inform them to come and collect the machines shortly. Yi Feng remarked with a smile as he commenced repairs. Absolutely. Zhao Xingye eagerly nodded. After more than an hour, Yi Feng successfully restored both mainframes, enabling them to function normally. This was the peak period for personal computers, and the corresponding repair skills were still not widespread. Thus, he was reaping the rewards of a burgeoning market. As the saying goes, when one stands at the forefront of opportunity, even a pig can soar. All set, Yi Feng announced to Zhao Xingye. In the store, the 2 middle-aged men, having heard the announcement, approached with delight to inspect the outcome. Upon powering up the machines, they confirmed that both were indeed repaired. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. If you had fixed them, I might have had to spend thousands on a new computer. One of the men in a suit expressed his gratitude. Please, you're too kind. Take the machines home. They should serve you well for years to come. Yi Feng replied with a smile. The 2 middle-aged men each paid Yi Feng, and then joyfully carried the mainframes back home. Once they had departed, Yi Feng counted the money. 600 yuan, 16 crisp bills. This money is delightful. Wang Tai gazed at the cash, utterly astonished. Brother Feng earned over 1,000 in just a couple of hours. Remarkable. It's a wise choice to follow Brother Feng. Heh. Zhao Xue, nearby, rubbed his hands together, eyeing the money with envy. How wonderful it would be if I could repair computers too. That over 1,000 yuan could have been mine. Regrettably, he lacked the skills and could only accept a mere commission. Here you go, Boss Zhao. This is yours. Please count it, Yi Feng said, handing over 400 yuan. Of course, thank you, Brother Yi. Zhao Xingye, having effortlessly earned 320 yuan, was elated and returned 80 yuan to Yi Feng. Accepting the change, Yi Feng remarked, all right. Boss Zhao, the work is done, and we must be on our way. Until next time, TZ, let us go. The 2 exited the store and pedaled homeward. Arriving at the community entrance, Yi Feng stopped by the Orchid convenience store and instructed Wang Tai to park. What is up, Brother Feng? Wang Tai asked, puzzled. I need to buy something, Yi Feng replied, dismounting his bicycle and entering the shop. Little Feng, back from school? Aunt Wang greeted him warmly. Yes, Aunt Wang. Could you please give me 2 boxes of the finest nutritional cereal? Yi Feng pointed to the shelf displaying the cereals. The most expensive? That will be 50 yuan per box. Aunt Wang cautioned. 50 yuan could cover a week's meals for a family of 3. No problem. Just give me 2 boxes. Yi Feng insisted. All right. Aunt Wang retrieved 2 beautifully packaged boxes of nutritional cereal and handed them to Yi Feng. This is perfect for breakfast. It's nutritious, filling, and tastes delightful. Yi Feng paid, saying, Aunt Wang, I'm heading back now. Upon exiting the convenience store, Yi Feng handed the 2 boxes of nutritional cereal to Wang Tai. Tizi, take these home to your mother. They are rich in nutrients and beneficial for health. Yi Feng instructed. Brother Feng, I can't accept this. These are too valuable, 100 yuan for the 2 boxes. No way, I can't take them. Wang Tai repeatedly declined, feeling unworthy of such a generous gift for simply running errands. Listen to me. Take them. No arguments. This is a small token for Annie. Yi Feng said firmly. Seeing the resolute gaze in Yi Feng's eyes brought tears to Wang Tai's. He wiped his eyes and gratefully replied, All right then, thank you, Brother Feng. Yi Feng then pulled out 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to him. I know your family is going through a tough time. Keep this 200 yuan to improve your meals. And remember, don't let your father take it away. If he comes asking for money, just come find me. I'll stand up for you. Wang Tai felt a surge of emotion at Yi Feng's words, his nose tingling, and tears flowed freely. How fortunate I am to have such a brother. Brother Feng, Wang Tai choked on his words, clutching the 200 yuan. Yi Feng patted his shoulder and laughed. Why cry? You're a big guy. There is no need for tears. Quickly wipe your eyes. Our lives will only get better from here on out. Wang Tai nodded earnestly. I understand, Brother Feng. After parting ways with Wang Tai and the community, Yi Feng returned home. Upon entering, he spotted Gu Muxi sitting gracefully on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, her posture and demeanor exuding elegance and poise. You're back, Yi Feng. Gu Muxi turned her head at the sound, smiling without revealing her teeth. Yi Feng grinned widely, thinking to himself how Gu Muxi seemed transformed since arriving at his home. Gu Muxi, what drama are you watching? He asked, dropping his backpack and casually sitting beside her. Being near Gu Muxi, he inhaled a delicate fragrance, whether it was her body scent or the aroma of her hair. He could not tell. Deming Gong Ci, do you enjoy watching it too? Gu Muxi invited. Maintaining had composite posture. Yi Feng, observing her chubby side profile, could not resist pinching her cheek. Yes, I like it too. Hee. I've noticed you resemble one of the leading actresses, but you are far more beautiful. Such a cheeky Yi Feng. Gu Muxi's facade cracked as she playfully grabbed his neck. See, little Feng is back. Let him wash his hands. Dinner is ready. Came Meng Xiaoyan's voice from the kitchen. Gu Muxi hastily released her grip, and at that moment, Meng Xiaoyan emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Ontia's cooking smells wonderful, Gu Muxi remarked sweetly. Yi Feng adjusted his clothing, grinning with satisfaction, feeling as if he had discovered Gu Muxi's Achilles heel. Shi's sense of smell is truly remarkable. Meng Xiaoyan commented. What do you expect from a dog? Yi Feng mumbled. Gu Muxi maintained her charming smile, but stealthily stepped on his foot. However, Yi Feng easily evaded her attempt, causing her to glare at him in frustration. You, child, truly lack decorum. Can't you learn a thing or two from Shi? Meng Xiaoyan scolded Yi Feng. Learn from her? I can't. Yi Feng grinned. I'll go wash my hands now. After washing up, he returned to find Gu Muxi helping to set the table and arrange the chairs. Could you please pour me a cup of tea? Yi Feng sat down with a mischievous grin. Gu Muxi shot him a glare and muttered, Don't you have legs? I'm a bit tired, so go on, Yi Feng replied cheerfully. Aye. Gu Muxi was about to retort when Meng Xiaoyan reappeared. Kulme. Dinner is served. Gu Muxi instantly changed her expression, smiling obediently, and went to pour Yi Feng a cup of tea, personally bringing it to him. Drink up. Don't burn yourself. Meng Xiaoyan, seeing Gu Muxi serving Yi Feng, approached and playfully tugged Yi Feng's ear. How can you let Shi serve you tea? That is so impolite. Yi Feng winced in pain. Ow, Mom, let go. You're being too protective of her. Annie, it's all right. I often serve him tea. I'm used to it, Gu Muxi said with a pitiful expression. Yi Feng thought. Gu Muxi, with such acting skills. You should win an Oscar. Meng Xiaoyan playfully tugged at his ear and remarked, All right, I know you like the TCC, but you mustn't continue this way. Do you understand? Okay, Mom, I got it. Yi Feng quickly replied. Satisfied, Meng Xiaoyan returned to the kitchen to tidy up. Yi Jiangwo, his father, emerged from the kitchen bearing dishes, smiling as he said, Cici is here for dinner today, so let us add more dishes. Cici, do you see anything you like? Gu Muxi sat beside Yi Feng like a dutiful little wife. These are all my favorite dishes. Thank you, Uncle Yi. You and Annie have worked hard. Yi Feng chuckled. It's no trouble at all. Come, let us get ready to eat. Yi Feng glanced at the table laden with food, sweet and sour ribs, spicy stir-fried meat, roasted duck, garlic lettuce, and a meatball soup. 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. His eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, today's feast is quite extravagant. Such a spread is usually reserved for festive occasions. Meng Xiaoyun emerged from the kitchen, seated herself beside Gu Muxi, and personally served her food. Come on, Cici, eat more. These are all your favorites, so indulge a little. Yi Feng immediately interjected, Mom, I want some meatballs. Meng Xiaoyun shot him a glare, served herself. Yi Feng seek it. Chapter 23. Your bed is where I shall sleep. The meal was delightful. However, Yi Feng felt a sense of gloom as he ate. After finishing, Gu Muxi helped wash the dishes and wipe the table, then bid farewell to Meng Xiaoyun sweetly. Annie, I'm going home to study. Good child, off you go. Meng Xiaoyun replied with a warm smile. Goodbye, Annie and Uncle. Gu Muxi waved and exited through the door. Yi Feng, having satiated his hunger, sprawled on the sofa watching television until Meng Xiaoyun kicked him. Go on, study with Cici. The college entrance exam is fast approaching, and you're watching TV? If you don't do well, don't blame me. Yi Feng chuckled helplessly. All right, Mom, I'll go study with her right now. He retrieved his backpack from his room and walked over to Gu Muxi's home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Gu Muxi in the process of changing her clothes. As she had just removed half of her attire and suddenly spotted Yi Feng barging in, she froze in shock. You annoying Yi Feng. Gu Muxi quickly covered herself, glaring at him. Cough. I didn't mean to intrude. I didn't see anything, I swear, Yi Feng said, feigning seriousness. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Gu Muxi, her face flushed, hastily organized her clothing and questioned him with a frown. I acted on instinct. It's a habit. But why are you changing clothes here? You bear some responsibility too. Yi Feng retorted. My parents are not home. Where else am I supposed to change? Gu Muxi huffed as she darted into her room to put on something else. Back in her room, she leaned against the door, her heart racing. How infuriating. What if that annoying Yi Feng actually saw something? This wretched guy. Her cheeks burned as she thought about the embarrassment of being seen by him. That scoundrel. Always taking advantage of me. She glanced down at her chest, a sudden thought crossing her mind. Would he think it was too small? After a moment, she emerged from her room wearing loose loungewear. The comfortable ensemble comprised a loose-fitting white long-sleeve cotton shirt paired with baggy sweatpants. While the outfit was meant to be comfortable, the combination seemed a tad odd. Cool mean. Gu Muxi shot him a glare. Yi Feng grinned and stepped into her sanctuary. In their childhood, he often visited Gu Muxi's room, but after entering middle school, those visits became infrequent. Once they entered high school, Meng Xiaoyun had advised him against frequenting Gu Muxi's room, emphasizing the differences between boys and girls. Thus, in the past 3 years, Yi Feng had ventured into her room only a handful of times. As he stepped into her space once more, he was immediately enveloped by a unique fragrance, a delicate scent reminiscent of Gu Muxi herself. Could it be that the essence of youth is truly infused into the air? He surveyed the room, finding the furniture quite simple, yet adorned with shades of pink everywhere. Pink bed linens, pink posters of female celebrities on the walls, and a pink bookshelf. The most significant feature aside from the bed was a long, wide desk, meticulously organized with various stationery and tools, revealing Gu Muxi's slight penchant for orderliness. What are you staring at? Move a chair over. You sit outside, and I'll sit inside, Gu Muxi instructed. Roll her eyes. All right, no problem, Yi Feng replied as he brought a chair over, and the long desk perfectly accommodated the two of them. They sat side by side, diving into their studies. Yi Feng focused on memorizing humanities knowledge, while Gu Muxi tackled mathematics. The room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the sound of pens scratching against paper. After a while, Gu Muxi suddenly inquired, Yi Xiao, what major do you plan to apply for at university? Computer science, I suppose, Yi Feng replied without looking up. Computer science? Is that program really that good? Gu Muxi asked, surprised. She had anticipated Yi Feng might choose something like English. Computer science is the future trend. Of course it's good. What about you? Wait, don't tell me. Let me guess. You're aiming for animal husbandry, so you can raise pigs at home? Get lost. You're the one who should raise pigs. Just kidding. Are you interested in architectural design? Hey, how did you know? I never mentioned it. Yi Feng set down his pen, turned to her with a serious expression, and said, To be honest, I'm revealing my secret. I'm actually a fortune teller. Heavenly fate, bagua. Plum blossom divination. I know it all. Gu Muxi, unable to contain herself at his absurd seriousness, burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble. You? A fortune teller? I think you're more of a boastful fraud. Ha ha. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, adopting an enigmatic tone. If you don't believe me, let me read your palm, and you'll see. Really? All right, take a look. Gu Muxi extended her fair right hand, its skin smooth and pale, tinged with a hint of pink. Yi Feng's heart raced as he grasped her hand. The moment he held it, he felt her hand soft and delicate, almost weightless, smooth and tender. A delightful sensation. He squinted, tracing the lines of her palm with his fingers. After a while, Gu Muxi grew impatient. Hey, annoying Yi Feng, can you actually read palms or not? Shoo, don't interrupt. I'm studying your palm lines in detail. Yi Feng responded earnestly. Did you discern anything significant? Gu Muxi asked curiously. I've discovered you lack something very important in your life. Huh? What is missing? Is it wood or water? You lack me. Gu Muxi froze, staring at him in disbelief. Yi Feng's expression was serious, devoid of any jest. Thud! Gu Muxi. Her face flushed, playfully smacked him on the head. Ow! Why did you hit me, Gu Muxi? Yi Feng exclaimed, clutching his head. That's what you get for making jokes. Lacking you? If I had you around, wouldn't that be perfect? Then I'd live a life free of worries. And still daring to take advantage of me? Watch me unleash my lethal crosslock. Gu Muxi pounced on him, dragging him onto the bed. Yi Feng se troublit fiercely, refusing to yield. Help! Murder! Gu Muxi pinned him beneath her, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Go ahead, scream. Scream until your throat is hoarse. No one will come to your rescue. Horse! Horse! Gu Muxi exclaimed, how infuriating. Still have the audacity to tease me? Watch me strangle you. With that, she grasped Yi Feng's neck with both hands. Despite being a boy, Yi Feng, though lacking the brute strength of Ho Zixing, possessed a fleeting burst of power that slightly surpassed that of a girl. Cough, cough, just a tad. Yi Feng seized her wrists, pulling her down from atop him, only to embrace her in return. Huh, dare to lock me down? Take this. Yi Feng pouted, ready to plant a kiss on her cheek. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, You scoundrel. Ada! Bang! Yi Feng was kicked off the bed. Ouch! He cried, scrambling back to his feet. Gu Muxi, you violent maniac. And you lecher. They glared at each other, and the room fell silent. Yi Feng broke the silence. Well, doesn't this work out perfectly? It seems we are quite a match. Gu mu yedinashche. Her heart raced, her face ablaze. What nonsense was that scoundrel Yi Feng spouting? If you keep this up, I might just have to roll you up and hurl you forward with minimal friction. Huh? Get lost. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's get back to our homework. The two returned to their respective places, hastily resuming their studies. An hour later, Yi Feng completed his homework first, stretching his arms. Done. All finished. Gu Muxi looked up in astonishment. How did you finish so quickly? Gu Muxi, could you perhaps phrase that differently? Maybe say, how are you so clever and swift in completing your work? Yi Feng shot her an exasperated glance. Suddenly, Gu Muxi seemed to have an epiphany, recognizing the underlying meaning in Yi Feng's words. Her face turned beet red as she spat. What are you thinking, you pervert? Yi Feng turned around, leaping onto her bed, resting his head on her pillow. This is so comfy. Your bed is mine now. You continue with your homework. He grabbed her plush pig and used it as a cushion against his back. Gu Muxi immediately scowled, exclaiming, Yi Feng, don't crush my plush pig. Huh? Aren't plush toys meant to be used as cushions? Yi Feng posit, Beijing did it. Mine is not. It's meant for hugging while I sleep. What if you squish it flat? Gu Muxi climbed onto the bed, snatching the plush pig from Yi Feng's back, patting it gently before placing it beside her. Yi Feng had anticipated her to cherish the toy he gifted her so dearly. All right, it's a bit chilly. Let me cover you with your blanket, he said, pulling the blanket over himself, a unique fragrance wafting towards him, intoxicatingly pleasant. Oh, what a delightful scent. This blanket is filled with Gu Muxi's aroma. Gu Muxi, noticing him sniffing her blanket, blushed fiercely, saying, "What are you doing? You can't cover yourself with my blanket. You stink and will ruin its fragrance." She yanked the blanket back. "Yi Feng chakud, unfazed, fine. Can I at least lie here and rest? I've slept in your bed before." Gu Muxi suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? The moment you mentioned that, I recalled the time you wet the bed while sleeping on my mattress when we were kids, terrified that my mom would find out. You woke up and covered it with your clothes? Haha. Your expression was priceless. I'll remember it forever." Her melodious laughter echoing through the room. I have my share of embarrassing moments too. Remember when you stepped in dog poop on your way home from school? You were too afraid to clean it off and ended up throwing your shoes away. And then you got scolded by your dad. Yi Feng retaliated without mercy. You never wash your hands after using the toilet. You were the one who peeked at me in the restroom. And you were chased by that big yellow dog. You were impressive, breaking the dog's leg, and your dad had to compensate its owner. You scoundrel. The two fell into a heated argument, glaring at each other. Suddenly, both their stomachs protested in unison. Yi Feng proposed, "How about we grab a bite to eat first?" Gu Muxi replied, "Yes, that is precisely what I was thinking." Chapter 24. Gu Muxi, the dark culinary artist. After their prolonged banter, dinner had long since digested, and they ventured out of the room in search of food. "What do you have to eat at your place?" Yi Feng asked, pouring himself a glass of water. "I'm not sure. I think there should be some noodles." Gu Muxi replied, uncertainly, bending down to rummage through the kitchen cabinets. "You've never entered the kitchen, have you?" Yi Feng inquired, curiosity piqued as he took a sip of water. "How could that be? I can cook too," Gu Muxi retorted without turning around, though her voice betrayed a hint of doubt. I found something to eat. Noodles," she exclaimed excitedly, showcasing the noodles to Yi Feng. "I'll cook these for you." Yi Feng spat out his water in surprise. What kind of wolfish words are those? How infuriating. "Yi Feng, why did you spray it all over me?" Gu Muxi puffed her cheeks in anger. Cough, cough, it's nothing. I just choked on my water." Yi Feng chuckled awkwardly. Serve you right for choking. Hurry and cook the noodles." Gu Muxi shot him a glare. "All right, so you said you could cook, right? Boiling noodles should be easy enough for you, yes?" Yi Feng probit. "Of course I can. Don't underestimate me," Gu Muxi declared, raising her chin defiantly. "In that case, I'll leave the cooking to you. Just remember, this is your house, and I'm the guest." He began to moralize. "You're no guest at all," Gu Muxi shot back. "If you can't cook, then I suppose I'll have to take pity on you. You should have said that earlier." Yi Feng employed reverse pesichogi. As expected, Gu Muxi could not bear being challenged, immediately shouting, "Who says I can't? You stay outside and watch as I show you my skills." "All right then. It's settled. I'll leave it to you." Yi Feng smirked, darting out of the kitchen. How did I fall for his trick again? How infuriating. Clutching a bundle of noodles, she glanced at the kitchen condiments, looking utterly bewildered. How do I even cook these noodles? She had indeed never cooked before, having only helped out occasionally, with her mother cooking at home, and when her mother was busy, her father took over. It had never been her turn to cook. She rarely ventured into the kitchen and hardly ever handled kitchenware. So now, boiling noodles felt like an insurmountable challenge. What to do? If she couldn't cook them, Yi Feng would surely mock her. No, absolutely not. How could I let that scoundrel Yi Feng look down on me? No matter what, I must succeed. It's just boiling noodles. Can it possibly be too difficult for this genius girl? Gu Muxi encouraged herself. You can do it, and began preparing to cook the noodles. Following her mother's instructions, she filled a pot with water and turned on the gas stove. Click! She successfully ignited the flame. With a triumphant laugh, Gu Muxi celebrated the successful ignition of the fire, feeling a surge of joy at her accomplishment. However, she soon found herself at a crossroads regarding the next step. Should she add the noodles directly? A wave of confusion washed over her as she realized she had forgotten whether to submerge them in cold or hot water. What does it matter? It's all water, and it will surely boil, so she decided to proceed and let them cook. She peeled back the plastic film of the noodles and extracted a handful. This seemed insufficient, especially considering how much Yi Feng could consume. Thus, she pulled out 2 more handfuls, nearly emptying half the package. With a self-satisfied chuckle, she clapped her hands together, feeling accomplished. Now, should she prepare some vegetables to accompany the noodles? Perhaps an egg and some leafy greens? She pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Once resolved, she fetched an egg and plucked a few lettuce leaves. The leaves were rather large and unappetizing, so she decided to cut them into strips, just as her mother would, believing this would enhance their flavor. With a knife in hand, a rare opportunity for her, she clumsily began to slice the lettuce. Meanwhile, outside the kitchen, Yi Feng lounged on the sofa, casually cracking open a bag of sunflower seeds, blissfully awaiting the delectable noodles Gu Muxi would soon prepare. Cooking noodles was a simple task, and he was confident she would excel. All he needed to do was wait for his meal. Ah, how fortunate it was to have a wife who could cook. Back in the kitchen, as Gu Muxi diligently sliced the lettuce, she suddenly caught a whiff of something burning. What is that smell? She wondered. Oh no, my noodles. Realization struck her like lightning. She had forgotten about the pot on the stove. Hastily, she lifted the lid, only to find a shocking sight. The water had evaporated completely. How could this happen? I had added plenty of water, she thought in disbelief. Frantically, she turned off the heat and took a spoon to scrape the contents. The noodles on top appeared undercooked, while the ones at the bottom had turned to mush. What was she thinking? She had neglected to stir them after adding the noodles. Gu Muxi smacked her forehead in frustration at her blunder. Nevertheless, it was merely a little charred. Surely it would still be edible. She decided to add some water and continue cooking. With that in mind, she poured 2 bowls of water into the pot, stirred the contents, and reignited the flame. She pressed on with cutting the lettuce, finally managing to slice through a dozen leaves. The noodles should be ready soon. Perhaps she could add the greens and crack an egg in? She struggled to recall the precise sequence of steps, but her memory served her that much. Thus, she tossed the assorted, irregularly shaped leaves into the pot and stirred. It seemed the water had diminished again, and the broth had thickened to an almost mucilaginous consistency. Gu Muxi decided not to dwell on it. As long as it was edible, she couldn't guarantee its tastiness, but it would suffice. Next, she needed to crack an egg into the mix. Unsure of the technique, she mimicked her mother's method, tapping the egg against the edge of the pot. With a flick of her wrist, the shell shattered, spilling the egg and half its shell into the pot. Oh no, the shell, she exclaimed, quickly using a spoon to fish out the fragments. As she retrieved the shell, she noticed it seemed to have diminished in size. Phew, that was close. Now came the most crucial step, seasoning. Gu Muxi, her expression serious, decided to start with a splash of peanut oil, followed by soy sauce and salt. The peanut oil made its way into the pot without a hitch, but as she reached for the soy sauce, this dark liquid should be it. She poured it in. Suddenly, a vinegary scent assaulted her senses. Bringing the bottle to her nose, she realized with horror that it was vinegar, aged vinegar, no less. Panic set in as she recalled the generous amount she had just poured into the pot. How could she salvage her noodles now? Perhaps if she added sugar, she could create a sweet and sour mixture? Yes, reminiscent of sweet and sour ribs. That should be appetizing. With newfound determination, she located the sugar and added a handful, stirring it in. Next, she planned to add the soy sauce and salt. Why does the soy sauce make everything turn so dark? She wondered. Was it dark soy sauce? It must be, she concluded. Surely, using more soy sauce had contributed to the deep color. Then I'll just use less salt, she thought. With such a large pot of noodles, 2 spoonfuls of salt should suffice. As she contemplated, she spooned in 2 small scoops of salt and stirred once more, blending all the ingredients and seasonings together. Done. Gu Muxi, is it ready yet? Starving. Yi Feng called from outside the kitchen. Just a moment. Don't rush me. I'm about to serve it. Gu Muxi replied, hastily using chopsticks to extract the noodles. Unfortunately, they had likely overcooked, as they broke apart at her touch. So, she resorted to using a spoon. In no time, she had dished out a bowl of dark, gooey egg noodles. Cradling the bowl carefully with a towel, she made her way to the dining table. Come and enjoy the noodles. Fragrant and delicious, she announced as she set the bowl down. Finally, it's ready. I was about to starve, Yi Feng exclaimed, rushing over from the living room. Upon arriving at the table and seeing the large bowl of dark noodles, he froze in disbelief. The gloppy liquid, the inky noodles, the peculiar sheen, goodness. From every angle, it failed to resemble a bowl of appetizing noodles. Yi Feng grimaced, pointing at the bizarre dish, and incredulously asked, "Is this really the noodles you made?" With a smug smile, Gu Muxi replied, "Indeed. I even gave a charming name. Irresistibly delicious egg noodles. Is it really that good?" Yi Feng questioned, still unconvinced. "Of course. It's delicious, as it embodies all my effort. This is the most heartfelt bowl of noodles I've ever made. Yet, the color seems off. The egg is blackened. Yi Feng, remarque it, Beijing did it." Gu Muxi placed a hand on his shoulder, gently urging him into a chair as she patiently explained. "Do not judge solely by appearances. Just as people should not be judged by their looks, neither should noodles. You must take the time to truly savor its flavor." Yi Feng blinked in surprise. "How philosophical. You've really convinced me." Gu Muxi beamed with anticipation. "Then dig in." Yi Feng picked up his chopsticks and stirred through the bowl, but the darkness obscured any discernible ingredients. He decided to taste it anyway. With a mouthful of noodles, he blew on them gently before taking a bite. As he chewed, he thought, "How is it?" Gu Muxi, her small fists clenched in anticipation, was anxious to learn if Yi Feng enjoyed the flavor of her first-ever noodles. Quite tasty, Yi Feng began, but then he abruptly gagged. Ugh. Chapter 25. The Method of Cooking Noodles. Yi Feng rushed to the bathroom, expelling the contents of his stomach along with the recent meal. Emerging with a pale complexion, he pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Muxi, lamenting, "Gu Muxi, what have I ever done to you? How could you dare to poison me?" Gu Muxi stood speechless. Is it truly that inedible? She had been rather eager to witness Yi Feng's reaction after tasting it. However, it seemed his response was rather exaggerated. He actually vomited. This couldn't be right. It can't be that bad, can it? Yi Feng returned to the table, casting a peculiar glance in her direction. Gu Mu Yidenashche. I am a trained individual. No matter how unpalatable, I can endure it, unless it is extraordinarily repugnant. If you don't believe me, you may try it yourself. And there were eggshells in the noodles. Is this part of your secret recipe, Gu Muxi? Gu Muxi remained unconvinced. How could it possibly be extraordinarily distasteful? Surely, it wouldn't induce someone to vomit. Yi Feng must be exaggerating. I refuse to believe it. I shall taste it myself. Gu Muxi seized Yi Feng's chopsticks, scooped up a bite, and brought it to her mouth. Gu Muxi was overwhelmed by a medley of flavors, sour, sweet, salty, and a nauseating burnt taste. The cacophony of these complex flavors sent her stomach churning. Ugh! She could not contain herself and expelled the contents, rushing to the bathroom in haste. After a considerable while, she emerged from the bathroom, supporting herself against the wall. "Well, how was it? Delicious, wasn't it?" Yi Feng cheerfully inquired as he cleaned the floor. Gu Muxi managed an awkward smile, recalling how she had boasted before him, only to find herself in such a humiliating predicament. Truly, it was embarrassing. She would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule for Yi Feng in the future. Cough. I admit the taste was somewhat lacking. So perhaps you should handle the task of cooking noodles from now on. Yi Feng refrained from further disparagement. He had suspected Gu Muxi's culinary skills were mediocre, but the reality was a far cry from his expectations. How about this? I will teach you how to cook. You wouldn't want to starve when you're home alone, would you? I'll guide you every step of the way, Yi Feng offered with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Muxi felt a surge of joy. All right, together. They proceeded to the kitchen. Now, follow my steps to prepare the noodles. Before we actually cook, we need to bring a pot of water to a boil. Gu Muxi paused, sensing something odd in Yi Feng's manner of speaking, though she couldn't quite place what was amiss. Do we need this much water? She queried, perplexed. Indeed, Yi Feng replied earnestly. Before we add the noodles, let's prepare the vegetables first. Here, take the knife. I will teach you the proper way to hold it. Yi Feng positioned himself behind her, enveloping her with his arms while guiding her hands on the knife. If you hold it this way, you might cut your fingers. It should be held like this, he instructed patiently. At that moment, Gu Muxi felt Yi Feng's breath against her ear, causing her face to flush and her heart to race. What is happening? She chided herself internally. Focus. Yet, their proximity, especially with Yi Feng holding her hands, made her heart flutter uncontrollably. Gu Muxi, are you following me? Huh? Yes, I am. Gu Muxi snapped back to reality, her expression dazed. Now, you try cutting it yourself and find the right feel. Yi Feng released her hands. Alricht. Gu Muxi followed Yi Feng's method, slicing slowly, and indeed, her cuts were far more even than before. Oh, it's definitely easier to cut, she exclaimed, elated as if she had acquired a new skill. Cutting requires finesse from your wrist, not brute strength. With practice, you'll become accustomed to it. Yi Feng remarked with a smile. I understand. Gu Muxi nodded, growing increasingly proficient, her speed quickening while maintaining her technique. Well done. You've grasped it quickly. It seems you have a good aptitude. Yi Feng, Pides. Of course, I learned quickly. Gu Muxi responded with a hint of pride. As the water in the pot began to boil, Yi Feng chuckled. Now watch closely. To measure the noodles from the bundle, grasp them lightly to ascertain the appropriate amount. You see, the quantity that fits comfortably in one hand is just right, enough for 2 people. He handed her the noodles, and Gu Muxi, feeling the texture, realized, this is indeed just right. Following his guidance, she placed the noodles into the pot, releasing them, and they spread out beautifully. Oh, all right, she pouted slightly, continuing to follow his instructions. As the noodles neared completion, Yi Feng announced, now we can add the eggs and vegetables. Just make sure not to toss in any eggshells. You can crack them into a bowl first, and then add them to the pot, ensuring no shells slip in. Gu Muxi chuckled awkwardly. Well, that was a mistake. Adding the egg, followed by the vegetables, and a sprinkle of salt for seasoning, the 2 bowls of noodles were finally complete. Placing the egg noodles on the table, they emanated a delightful aroma. The golden yolk and vibrant green vegetables intertwined, creating an appealing dish. Gu Muxi felt immensely satisfied. It turns out cooking noodles isn't so difficult after all. Moreover, it seems Yi Feng has quite the culinary prowess. Yi Feng grinned. So, what does my cooking measure up? Quite well indeed. We must eat quickly. I'm starving. Gu Muxi declared, picking up her chopsticks, but was halted by Yi Feng. Wait, there's a proper way to eat noodles. Huh? What do you mean? You must chew quickly. All right, I'll follow your lead. Gu Muxi complied with his guidance, and her eyes lit up. This is delicious. Chapter 26. The future begins here. Puffed. Yi Feng nearly spat out the noodles he was chewing, barely managing to stifle it in time. Cough. If you find it delicious, then indulge yourself. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat more in the future. Yi Feng teased with a mischievous grin, his tone somewhat peculiar. Gu Muxi shot him a suspicious glance, suddenly realizing the double entendre in her earlier statement. I meant to say that your noodles are quite tasty, she exclaimed, flustered. How infuriating. Yi Feng, what sort of thoughts are you harboring? Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a fierce glare. Feigning innocence, Yi Feng replied, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. I want to speak to you. Gu Muxi retorted, blushing, trying to conceal her embarrassment as she focused on her meal. Yet, Yi Feng had already taken note of her flustered demeanor. Hee, this little girl is rather innocent. Indeed, in this era, young people likely lack the awareness of such innuendos. After a satisfying meal, the 2 slumped into their chairs, content. Yi Feng, you should wash the dishes and feel free to wash mine as well. Thank you. Gu Muxi said, patting her belly. Why should I? No way. I'm the guest, and I cooked the noodles. You should wash them. Thank you. Yi Feng chucked it lightly, shaking his head. Then let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The loser does the dishes. Gu Muxi proposed. At her suggestion, Yi Feng sat up straight, proclaiming, all right, let us do this, Gu Muxi. I'm certain I will win. Don't underestimate me. Gu Muxi replied, streiten in her posture. The 2 locked eyes, concealing their right hands behind their backs. 3, 2, 1. Rock, paper, scissors. Gu Muxi played rock, while Yi Feng chose scissors. Yi Feng secretly chuckled, amused by her enduring penchant for rock. He truly felt disinclined to win against her, although he was well aware that Gu Muxi would most likely select rock. He still opted for scissors. Oh yeah, I won. Gu Muxi exclaimed with the exuberance of a child, hopping joyfully. She twirled and leaped, her lustrous black hair swaying gently, and her exquisitely beautiful face radiated a captivating smile. This smile was so pure and unblemished so enchanting and soul-stirring. Gu Muxi, you are truly stunning. Yi Feng found himself momentarily entranced, pondering why he had never perceived her beauty before. Previously, she had been seen as an aloof, ice princess, a high and mighty campus beauty, while to him, she was merely a clingy little tyrant. Indeed, sometimes the true treasures lie right beside you, yet you fail to recognize them. Yi Feng gazed at her as a warm smile graced her lips. Yi Feng, hurry up and wash the dishes. Once you're done, I can help you review your English. Your English is rather poor. You need to catch up. Otherwise, it would be a pity if your English dragged down your college entrance examination scores, Gu Muxi stated earnestly. Sure, Yi Feng grinned widely, rising to gather the dishes and wash them. After completing the task, the two returned to the room to commence their English review. Gu Muxi, there's a sentence in English I don't quite understand. Could you enlighten me? What sentence? I like you. What does that mean? You don't understand this? It means I like you. I like you too. Huh? You annoying Yi Feng. Their voices floated out of the window, merging with the deep night. That night was tranquil yet delightful. The following day was Saturday, a weekend cherished by students and workers alike. That morning, Gu Muxi awoke from her slumber, and her first action was to poke Yi Feng's window with a clothes pole. Yi Xiao, rise and shine. Young master, Yi, the sun is already up. Gu Muxi prodded the window and called out a few more times, only to find no response from across the way. Could it be that Yi Feng is sleeping too soundly? Just as she was about to continue her poking, the curtain was drawn back, revealing Meng Xiaoyun at the window. In that instant, she was left utterly flustered. Good morning, Annie. She quickly retracted the clothes pole, her face flushed with embarrassment. Meng Xiaoyun stifled a laugh and remarked, Yi Feng went out to play with Wang Tai early this morning. He can never stay put on weekends. Gu Muxi scratched her head and forced a chuckle. Oh, I see. Remember to come over for breakfast later. She, Meng Xiaoyun reminded as she continued dusting with a feather duster. All right, Gu Muxi responded, hastily drawing the curtain shut. That was far too awkward. That annoying Yi Feng went out to play without inviting me. Honestly, Gu Muxi changed into a new outfit and stepped out to freshen up. After completing her morning routine, she discovered something on the dining table. Approaching, she realized it was soybean milk, deep-fried dough sticks, and meat buns, accompanied by a note. A glance at the writing revealed it was left by Yi Feng. Gu Muxi, I bought you breakfast. Remember to eat. Yi, the universe's unrivaled handsome, Feng. As Gu Muxi read the note, an inexplicable warmth surged within her. That annoying Yi Feng. You've finally recognized your senses. I shall forgive you this time. She folded the note and tucked it away close to her, sitting down to enjoy her breakfast. A sweet smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Taking a bite of the meat bun, she murmured to herself, where could that guy, Yi Feng, have gone with Wang Tai? At that moment, Yi Feng and Wang Tai were in a bustling commercial street in Tiana District, Tiana Road. This area is the most vibrant and prosperous heart of Guangzhou, bustling with people every day. It houses the largest shopping mall in the city, Tiana City. Yi Feng surveyed the thronging crowd, the public phone booths spaced every few meters and the newsstands lining the roads, while some elderly folks leisurely enjoyed their buns and dough sticks under the awnings. It was a vivid portrayal of the daily life of the locals. Brother Feng, what are we doing here? Wang Tai asked, puzzled. We're here to find a suitable storefront to rent. After the college entrance examination, we can earn some money during the 2-month break. Yi Feng replied with a smile. He had already devised a detailed plan in his mind. Currently working for Zhao Xingye was merely a means to accumulate some initial funds using his platform. Ultimately, he aspired to build his own enterprise. With 1,000 yuan in hand, he could secure a storefront, renovate it, and acquire the necessary tools. His plan was to lease the shop first, earn money, renovate, and then apply for the business license, which would require considerable time. If he waited until after the examination to handle these matters, he would likely be preoccupied with university preparations soon after. Thus, Yi Feng intended to prepare in advance, organizing his time wisely to make the most of the upcoming summer vacation. Rent a shop? Here? The rent here isn't cheap. It cost over 100 yuan a month. Wang Tai exclaimed in astonishment. TZ, broaden your horizons a little. The high rent here is justified. If you want to make big money, you have to be willing to spend a little. Look over there, that Tiana City Mall, and nearby are several office buildings. To the south lies a high-end residential area, Beijing. Most families with better financial standing in Guangzhou come here to shop. Just think about it. There must be quite a few households with computers. The market for company and enterprise computers alone is substantial. For us, that is a significant opportunity. Yi Feng remarked with a grin. Wang Tai was momentarily stunned. He was still a naive youth, entirely unaware of business intricacies. However, after hearing Yi Feng's words, he suddenly saw the light. Ah, Brother Feng makes a good point. It does seem better here than at Zhao Fei's place. Wang Tai praised. Yi Feng simileth. This fellow's thick-headedness had finally cracked open. He gazed at the bustling commercial district before him, silently affirming. The future begins here. Chapter 27. The bargaining prodigy, Feng. Yi Feng and Wang Tai purchased 2 old popsicles from a roadside vendor, enjoying them while perusing the shops. The Tiana City commercial area was quite expansive, with shops available for lease, though they were primarily street-facing and quite pricey. A mere 50-square-meter shop commanded a monthly rent of around 1,000 yuan, while a less favorable location would still require over 500. Unfortunately, being located in the heart of Guangzhou, this was the common pricing. The exorbitant rates shocked Wang Tai. He had anticipated a rent of just over 100 yuan, not realizing they would be in the hundreds or even thousands. My goodness, this price is outrageous. It far exceeds my expectations. I thought it would be around 100. Wang Tai exclaimed in disbelief. There are indeed some that are around 100, but those are not along the main street. We don't need to rent a storefront on the street, Yi Feng stated while licking his popsicle. Then where should we rent? In the alley. For Yi Feng's computer repair shop, a street-facing storefront was unnecessary. Selecting such locations would yield a poor cost-performance ratio. In Yi Feng's vision, a computer repair shop merely needs to be situated within a business district, as public transport to the city center is quite convenient. And the surrounding area is adorned with office buildings and upscale residential complexes. The clientele here is precisely targeted. Their need for computer repairs is consistent and not born of casual shopping, but rather a response to a malfunction, prompting them to seek nearby repair services for a swift resolution. Thus, Yi Feng and Wang Tai meander through the narrow alleys that line the streets. These alleys lack a vibrant commercial atmosphere and are rather desolate, primarily occupied by residents of self-built homes operating their small businesses. As they venture deeper into the alleys towards the end of Tianhe Road, rental prices decrease. The shops at the front section of Tianhe Road command rents of approximately 500 yuan per month, while the mid to rear sections see prices plummet to around 200 yuan monthly. This price point is acceptable to Yi Feng. The two traverse the mid and rear sections 3 times, meticulously documenting all the shops with reasonable rents. After extensive deliberation and comparison, Yi Feng ultimately settled on a shop located about 100 meters inside the entrance of the 8th alley. This establishment is a newly vacated ground floor unit in a self-built structure, requiring no transfer fee, with a monthly rental of 230 yuan. Wang Tai glanced around, observing the bustling Tianhe City business district, only to find this location eerily quiet. Brother Feng, are we really going to choose this shop? It seems so deserted. Will anyone even come? He inquired with concern. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, rippling. The quietness is precisely what makes it appealing. The rent is more affordable. Rest assured, once we set up the shop and promote it well, customers will surely come. Furthermore, look over there by the alley's entrance. There's a high-end coffee shop. The clientele there likely have a higher income, and it's quite normal for them to own computers. If we can find a way to advertise there, it will undoubtedly yield positive results. Wang Tai followed his gaze and indeed noted a well-decorated coffee shop at the alley's entrance. He couldn't help but admire Yi Feng's foresight in considering even this CAF. Brother Feng's way of thinking is truly beyond our comparison. Wang Tai thought to himself. The shop at number 100, 8th alley, displayed a contact number. Yi Feng entered the vacant shop for the 3rd time, finding it not particularly spacious, around 50 square meters and entirely bare with white walls encompassing it. A chair at the entrance bore the landlord's phone number and rental information. At this time, mobile phones were not yet widely accessible among the general populace. Even the most popular and affordable Nokia 3310 retailed for 1,500 yuan. The average salary for workers was only 3 to 400 yuan per month, making it difficult to save even 1,000 over a year, rendering mobile phones a luxury. Moreover, following the significant reforms in state-owned enterprises post-2000, many factories faced closure or merger, resulting in over 30 million workers being laid off, forced to seek their own paths. It was indeed a tumultuous time, and typical families were cautious about their spending. Yi Feng's household didn't even possess a landline. He had to borrow the landline from Gu Muxi's family when needed. Only Gu Muxi's father, Gu Xingzhong, who was an assistant factory director, owned a Nokia 3310 for business communications. In this era, those who could afford mobile phones and monthly service fees typically came from well-off families, whereas most working-class households either installed landlines or utilized the ubiquitous payphones. Yi Feng wished to buy a phone or a computer, but his current finances were limited. "Come on, TZ, let's head to the payphone to call the landlord." Yi Feng begged on it. They arrived at a payphone along the street, where 5 or 6 people were queuing to make calls. Yi Feng took his place at the end of the line, pulling out a 30 yuan IC card, which was currently in high demand. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally Yi Feng's turn. Approaching the payphone, he inserted the IC card, which displayed a balance of 12 yuan. He took out his notebook and dialed the landlord's number. After a few beeps, a woman's impatient voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Yi Feng could hear the clattering of mahjong tiles in the background. "Are you the landlord of the shop at number 100, 8th Alley? I'm interested in renting the shop and would like to see it," Yi Feng stated directly. "Oh, renting a shop? Sure, just a moment." The voice on the other end sounded somewhat excited. They arranged to meet at the shop's entrance. After hanging up, Yi Feng and Wang Tai waited outside, and shortly, a slightly plump middle-aged woman in a floral dress emerged from the end of the alley. "You two are interested in renting the shop, right?" The woman scrutinized Yi Feng with her elongated eyes, uncertain, as he appeared quite youthful, resembling a high school student, rather than a business-minded adult. "Yes, big sister," Yi Feng replied, addressing her as such, which brought a smile to her face. This young man knows how to speak. She opened the door wide, inviting them in. "Come take a look. It's an empty shop, no transfer fee required. Moreover, the rent is only 230 yuan, quite reasonable." Yi Feng smiled slightly. "It does seem satisfactory. Is the water and electricity all set up?" The middle-aged woman responded, "Yes, it's all there, and it even has a kitchen for cooking. By the way, what kind of business do you two young folks plan to start?" She inquired. "I must inform you, this shop cannot host just any kind of business." Yi Feng replied with a smile, "We intend to open a computer repair shop. It's our field of expertise, and we merely wish to earn a bit from our skills." "A computer repair shop? I never would have guessed that you so young would possess such skills," the middle-aged woman remarked in surprise. "Not much to it, just self-taught," Yi Feng replied while meticulously examining the shop's electrical and plumbing details. After a thorough inspection, he found no major issues, although the decor was quite plain, and there were no furnishings whatsoever. Wang Tai, however, wore an expression of excitement, clearly satisfied with the shop. Yi Feng tugged at his sleeve, urging him to temper his enthusiasm. Wang Tai promptly adopted a more serious demeanor, mirroring Yi Feng's composed expression. "So, young man, what do you think of my shop? I tell you, renting this place for 230 yuan a month is quite a steal. Miss this opportunity, and you won't find another like it." The middle-aged woman emphasized the shop's rarity, eager for Yi Feng to make a decision quickly. Yi Feng shook his head, feigning dissatisfaction. "It looks all right, but there's no furniture at all, not even tables or chairs, and the decor is rather rough. Most importantly, this alley is too secluded and desolate. It's the weekend, and not a soul is in sight. The location indeed leaves much to be desired. Sister, I believe 230 yuan is a bit steep for this shop. We need to think it over." With that, Yi Feng turned to leave. The middle-aged woman's expression changed, anxious that after 3 months of the shop being vacant, she might lose the opportunity now that someone was finally interested. "Hey, young man, the price is genuinely low. Are you sure you don't want to rent it?" Yi Feng paused, contemplating for a moment. "It's too remote, and 230 yuan a month feels a bit excessive. We'll continue to look around." "Wang Tai, let's go," Yi Feng said. "All right, brother Feng." Wang Tai responded, following him out the door. The middle-aged woman grew increasingly anxious, hastily catching up to him and exclaiming, "Young man, please don't rush off. How much do you think is appropriate? We can certainly negotiate." As Yi Feng stepped out the door, a smile played at the corners of his lips. He turned back and said, "I believe a rental of 150 yuan per month for this shop would be quite reasonable." The woman was taken aback, exclaiming, 150 yuan? This is a 50 square meter shop. That's far too low. No way, no way. Young man, how can you bargain like this? That's rather ruthless. Yi Feng shook his head, responding, "I've seen that shops on 9th Lane and 12th Lane, which are 60 square meters, are only 200 yuan a month. And they even provide tables, chairs, and fans. So 150 a month is not excessive." What? Have they lowered their rent? The middle-aged woman was momentarily stunned. She had set her rental price based on the local market. But hearing Yi Feng's words, she was astonished that those shops were indeed only 200 yuan. A subtle smile crept onto Yi Feng's face, for his previous statement was half-truth, merely to intimidate her. "Well, if you're not willing, we can always look at other shops," he said, turning to leave. The woman quickly grasped his arm, saying, Wait, how about 170 yuan a month? Let's settle on that." Yi Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "No, 160 yuan would be more appropriate. Any higher feels impractical." The woman gritted her teeth and conceded. "All right then, 160 it is. Let's finalize it." Wang Tai, who had been watching Yi Feng negotiate, was left speechless. "Brother Feng is incredible. You're a master at bargaining." Most shops in the vicinity rented for over 200 yuan. Securing a 50 square meter shop for 160 yuan in the core business district was an unparalleled bargain. Yi Feng finally smiled. "Very well, I won't bother looking elsewhere. I'll rent it and give it a try." "How long do you intend to rent it for?" the woman inquired. Yi Feng held up 4 fingers, stating 4 months. 4 months? That's rather short. The middle-aged woman frowned. Yi Feng feigned a sigh, saying business is tough nowadays. "If it works out, I will extend the rental for a year. If not, the shop will have to close." The woman considered this and realized the economic climate was indeed poor, with many facing layoffs and dwindling business prospects. Having someone willing to rent was commendable. Thus, 4 months would suffice. "All right then, let's proceed to print the contract and sign," she said. The group followed through with the necessary formalities, finding a nearby print shop to produce a standard rental agreement. After reviewing the contract, Yi Feng added a few clauses, prohibiting arbitrary rent increases and stipulating a 10-fold compensation for landlord breaches. After adjustments, the woman casually glanced over it and had no objections. Both parties signed and exchanged the rent. The arrangement required a deposit plus 4 months' rent, totaling 900 yuan. Yi Feng's freshly acquired 1,000 yuan was swiftly diminished to 100, leaving him with little more than pocket change. "Aunt Gu, it's been a pleasure collaborating. If my business takes off, I will certainly consider renewing the lease," Yi Feng smiled. The middle-aged woman, surnamed Gu, introduced herself as Gu Feng. During their conversation, Yi Feng learned she was a local from Guang City, with a son studying in the capital and a husband working as a shift supervisor in a machinery factory. She enjoyed playing mahjong and gambling small amounts, but often ended up losing more than winning, prompting her to convert the first floor into a rental shop to supplement her household income. Yi Feng finally understood her urgency to rent the space. They were not financially well off. Yet, despite their struggles, indulging in gambling seemed ill-advised. "All right, I've given you the keys. I must return to my mahjong game now. I'm off," Gu Feng said, taking her contract and swiftly departing to resume her game. Once Gu Feng was out of sight, Wang Tai excitedly gave Yi Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, you're amazing. You secured the shop for just 160 yuan. You're even better at bargaining than my mom." Yi Feng patted his shoulder and replied, "Rent is part of operational costs, and controlling expenses is essential. Let's go get a new lock and then have lunch." Yi Feng found a locksmith in a nearby alley and spent 30 yuan on a new lock, which he then installed on the shop door. This was a precautionary measure, better safe than sorry. After completing the task, he took Wang Tai to a place selling rice rolls. After they were well fed, Yi Feng planned to explore the area further, seeking potential business opportunities. As they ventured into a secluded alley at the end of the street, they spotted a young man rummaging through a garbage bin. He wore a tattered blue t-shirt and jeans, standing approximately 176 meters tall, which was considered tall for the southern region. However, his physique was gaunt, and from the side, he appeared pale, with high cheekbones, giving off an air of malnutrition. Upon hearing their footsteps, the young man turned his head cautiously, assessing Yi Feng and Wang Tai. Once he determined they posed no threat, he resumed his search in the trash. Yi Feng noticed his phoenix eyes, though they lacked luster, seemingly devoid of the vibrancy of life. He appeared numb and indifferent. "How pitiful," Wang Tai murmured, shaking his head. In such challenging economic times, countless individuals resorted to begging or became homeless. This young man had become a casualty of urban neglect. Yi Feng lamented, recognizing that the youth could not be much older than 18 or 19, once a promising student, now reduced to scavenging for food. After a while, the young man discovered a half-eaten piece of bread in the trash, and relief washed over his face. He turned to leave, head bowed, but just a few steps away, he was confronted by two youths with dyed blonde hair, adorned with chains around their necks, blocking his path. "Hey, you filthy little brat." One of the youths, clad in a skull shirt, glared fiercely at the young man before delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. "Haven't I warned you not to show your face around here? Every time I see you, I'll beat you." As he continued to pummel the young man, the other youth joined in, throwing punches and kicks. The blue t-shirt youth curled up on the ground, protecting his head as he endured the brutal assault, looking utterly tragic. Though Yi Feng knew that intervening could invite trouble, he could not stand by. In his previous life, he might have pretended not to see, avoiding any complications. He would have coldly reasoned that he had no connection to the unfortunate youth, so why should he help? But now, having been granted a second chance at life, he refused to harbor regrets or allow himself to become consumed by the pursuit of wealth, turning into a cold-hearted and indifferent person. "No, I won't allow this," he shouted with righteous fervor. Wang Tai rolled up his sleeves, standing resolutely in front of him without hesitation. "Regardless, once we take action, we must ensure the safety of Feng." The two thugs, upon hearing the commotion, turned their heads to glare fiercely at Yi Feng. "Damn it, you love to meddle, don't you? Seeking trouble, are we? Do you believe I won't take you down along with him?" Yi Feng, undaunted, retorted coldly, in broad daylight. "You dare to assault someone? Do you think this is some lawless place? This is Guang City. This is the Great Xia. There are laws in effect." The two ruffians erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! Still spouting about laws, huh? Let me tell you, in this territory, I am the law," the yellow-haired thug boasted arrogantly. The other thug, wielding a chain, pulled out a switchblade from his pocket, pointing it menacingly at Yi Feng with a sneer. "Brother Hornet, it seems we have two little lambs delivered right to us." The yellow-haired thug, known as Hornet, glinted with malice, chuckling indeed. "Since these two are so eager to meddle, let us teach them a lesson about the consequences." The two thugs approached Yi Feng ominously. "Kid, empty your pockets of anything valuable and hand over your money." Hu Ano glared menacingly at Yi Feng. The other thug brandished the glinting switchblade, which appeared exceptionally sharp. A stab to the abdomen would likely result in severe injury, if not death. Yi Feng's mind raced, and he suddenly noticed a figure stealthily approaching the chain-wielding thug from behind. Remarkably, the youth who had just been beaten so badly was somehow back on his feet, clutching a brick. Yi Feng understood. He was preparing to launch a surprise attack on the chain thug. "Well, I do have some money, but I doubt you have the capability to take it." Yi Feng spoke up to draw the attention of the two thugs. You're seeking death, aren't you? Do you believe I want to stab you?" The chained thug threatened venomously. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of his head. The youth in the t-shirt delivered a powerful blow with the brick, knocking the chained thug to the ground, blood streaming from his skull, leaving him dazed and incapacitated. Hu Anu, startled, stood frozen in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. In that instant, Yi Feng shouted, "Tai, take him down." Wang Tai had long been prepared. He clenched his fist and delivered a solid punch to Hornet's face. The blow was substantial, causing Hornet to stagger. Yi Feng followed up with a kick, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed, landing it squarely between Hornet's legs. Wang Tai paused, as if he had heard the sound of breaking eggs. "Feng, your strikes are both fierce and precise." "Impressive." Hornet, clutching his groin, curled on the ground, his face turning crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. Damn it, still daring to rob? I'll beat you until your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Yi Feng cursed vehemently, unleashing a flurry of kicks to Hornet's head. Each kick found its mark, and soon Hornet's face was a canvas of blood. Wang Tai was not idle either, lifting his leg to land brutal kicks. Although somewhat simple-minded, he showed no fear in a fight. Towering over Yi Feng, he possessed greater strength, delivering punishing blows to Hornet, who howled in agony. Suddenly, a sound akin to a knife piercing flesh echoed from behind. Yi Feng and Wang Tai were jolted, fearing the youth in the blue t-shirt had been stabbed, and they quickly turned to look. However, they found the t-shirt youth, eyes ablaze with fury, his face a mask of murderous intent, plunging the switchblade into the thigh of the chain thug. With another thrust, blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The chain thug cried out in terror, "No, no, please!" In that moment, he perceived the blue t-shirt youth as a demon incarnate. The murderous intent radiating from the blue t-shirt youth was palpable, his crimson eyes betraying a loss of rationality. He was consumed by madness, utterly fearless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the chain thug was overwhelmed with panic, having soiled himself in fright, tears streaming down his face. "No, please don't kill me." Yet the blue t-shirt youth seemed impervious to any pleas, lunging for his other thigh with the blade. The switchblade, as long as a palm, plunged into his thigh, and blood gushed forth upon its removal. Yi Feng and Wang Tai stood in shock. Has he lost his mind? He is intent on taking a life right here on the street. The blue t-shirt youth, clutching the bloodied switchblade, raised his hand high, poised to thrust it into the chain thug's abdomen. The chain thug, staring at the glinting blade, felt his spirit leave him. Mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound, his pants soaked with blood and urine. He had never anticipated such a fate. This youth, whom he and Hornet had beaten mercilessly, had previously offered no resistance, allowing them to bully him. Yet now, he unleashed a brutal side. The blue t-shirt youth murmured to himself, "You bullied me, so I shall take your lives." The chain thug's eyes widened in horror. Shapter Shiwaniyu, Han Pingyan. Peace year after year. At this point, the blue t-shirt youth had completely lost his sanity, blinded by rage. He raised the dagger, ready to strike when suddenly, a hand seized his wrist. "Calm down. If you kill him, you'll end up in a dark prison too. If you have family, think of them." Yi Feng spoke in a low, steady voice. The blue t-shirt youth turned to see who had grasped him, his gaze traveling up the arm to meet Yi Feng's eyes. And he froze. After a moment, the madness in his eyes began to dissipate, and he regained a semblance of composure. "You're still young. Your future is bright. There is no need to ruin your life over a thug," Yi Feng gently advised, seeing him regain his senses. Although killing the thug might offer immediate satisfaction, it would brand him a murderer, and eventually, he would be captured and possibly sentenced to death. It was not worth sacrificing his life for such a wretch. "I understand now," the blue t-shirt youth replied calmly. Yi Feng sighed in relief and released his grip on the youth's wrist. In a sudden turn, the blue t-shirt youth stabbed the switchblade into the chain thug's thigh once more. The chain thug let out a miserable wail. Now his thigh bore 4 wounds, blood pouring profusely, staining the ground crimson. Yi Feng was taken aback, realizing the youth was a reckless individual. The blue t-shirt youth pulled out the switchblade and walked over to the crumpled Hornet. "No, no, please. I was wrong. Don't stab me." Hornet, witnessing his companion's plight, turned pale with fear, pleading for mercy. Yet the blue t-shirt youth remained expressionless, plunging the blade into Hornet's thigh repeatedly. Hornet cried out in agony, his face contorted in terror. "This knife is mine. If you ever dare to bully me again, I will surely kill you." Without fail. The blue t-shirt youth's voice was eerily calm, devoid of emotion, yet the underlying threat sent chills down the spine. Hornet, engulfed in fear, cried and wept, "No, it won't happen again. I won't dare. Brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me." Yi Feng smirked slightly, turning to Wang Tai. "Tai, remember, never underestimate any honest person. When they go mad, they can be more ruthless than anyone." Wang Tai was left utterly astonished, nodding repeatedly. "I understand now. What are you all doing?" At that moment, someone leaned out of the window and loudly inquired, Yi Feng swiftly yanked the young man in the blue t-shirt off the ground, whispering urgently, "We need to leave this place." The young man in the blue t-shirt took off running, with Yi Feng and Wang Tai hastily following suit. The trio sprinted away from the bustling Tianhe City commercial district, finally reaching the shelter beneath the nearby Guangshi Second Bridge. Once safely under the bridge, the young man in the blue t-shirt halted. Exhausted, Wang Tai collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Brother Feng, do you think the police will come after us?" Yi Feng also breathed heavily, catching his breath before chuckling. "No way. Those two are surely seasoned criminals who frequently commit robbery. They would never turn themselves in." "Phew, that's a relief." Wang Tai chuckled, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. "Brother, you're back." Suddenly, a sweet, high-pitched voice rang out from the shadowy corner of the bridge. Yi Feng and Wang Tai turned in unison to see a ragged, disheveled little girl timidly emerging from the darkness. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, short in stature and equally malnourished, yet her large, bright eyes sparkled with innocence and purity. The little girl seemed frightened upon noticing Yi Feng and Wang Tai, and she instinctively hid behind the young man in the blue t-shirt, fear etched across her face. "Wan, don't be afraid. They're your brother's friends. Are you hungry? Look, I brought you some bread." The young man in the blue t-shirt pulled out a half-eaten piece of bread salvaged from a trash bin and offered it to the little girl. A gentle smile gracing his face, filled with affection. She accepted the bread, her wide eyes questioning, "Brother, have you eaten?" "I've already eaten. See, I devoured half of it. The rest is for you." "Brother, how did you get hurt again? Did someone bully you?" "No, I just fell on the road. No one bullied me." Listening to their conversation, Wang Tai felt a lump in his throat, his eyes brimming with tears. The plight of these siblings was heart-wrenching. Yi Feng gently patted his shoulder, reflecting, "TZ, there are people in this world who are much worse off than us." Wang Tai offered a bitter smile compared to them. "What we endure is nothing." Yi Feng rose and approached the young man in the blue t-shirt, inquiring, "What's your name, my friend?" "Han Pingyan," he replied. "I am Yi Feng, and this is my brother Wang Tai." Han Pingyan turned to them, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for what you did earlier." He raised his gaze to Yi Feng, his eyes filled with profound appreciation. "Thank you." His words were simple, yet Yi Feng felt the weight of his sincerity. This was a man of few words, but immense sincerity. One should lend a helping hand when witnessing injustice. "I could never stand idly by while you were treated so poorly." Yi Feng was about to continue when he noticed the little girl's wide eyes fixed on him, seemingly hanging on his every word, prompting him to swallow his thoughts. "Let us talk over there," Han Pingyan suggested, aware that he didn't want his sister to learn about the troubles he faced, so she wouldn't worry. Yi Feng nodded and smiled. He sent Wang Tai to buy some candy and snacks while he and Han Pingyan sat down on a nearby bridge pier. Han Pingyan, lacking in eloquence, recounted his story in the simplest and most straightforward manner, devoid of any embellishments. He was 18, and his sister, Han Wan, was 10. The siblings had lived at the bottom of society since childhood. Their parents had been employees at a paper mill, and their combined income had been sufficient to sustain them. However, the mill was shut down by the authorities due to excessive pollution, leaving hundreds of workers, including their parents, unemployed. This layoff was undoubtedly a devastating blow for them. Following the layoffs, the siblings also dropped out of school, their father developing a gambling addiction that plunged them into debt. Eventually, their mother could no longer endure such a life and abandoned them. 3 years ago, their father, driven to despair by debt collectors, committed suicide by jumping from a building. Since then, the two siblings have been left to fend for themselves, living in isolation and relying solely on each other. For the past 3 years, they had taken refuge under the bridge. Han Pingyan had attempted to find odd jobs, but given the current economic climate, many had lost their jobs, and competition for available positions was fierce. The meager income they managed to scrape together was unstable, leaving them in a precarious existence where they often went without food. The two thugs had seen Han Pingyan as an easy target, frequently using him as a punching bag, leading him to a breaking point where he contemplated violence. After listening to Han Pingyan's tale, Yi Feng fell silent. He could see that, although Han Pingyan spoke calmly, his words were laden with suffering. "Who gave you your name?" "It's quite meaningful, Pingyan, which means peace Yi Feng finally said after a long pause, attempting to offer some comfort. My mother, Han Ping'an replied with a self-deprecating smile, finding it somewhat ironic. What are your plans for the future? Yi Feng inwitted. No plans, he admitted, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He then added, just try to survive day by day. Yi Feng regarded him with a gentle smile. Then how about you work for me? I will pay you. Me? Han Ping'an was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Really? Excitement flickered in his eyes, barely contained. Finding a job to support himself and his sister would be a tremendous blessing. Yi Feng nodded earnestly. Indeed, and I will provide accommodation as well. I just acquired a shop that requires renovation, and you and your sister can live there. The shop has a kitchen, so you can prepare your own meals. At Yi Feng's words, Han Ping'an trembled, tears welling in his eyes. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words, and then suddenly knelt before Yi Feng, bowing deeply. What are you doing? Get up. Yi Feng quickly supported him with both hands. Han Ping'an's eyes glistened with tears as he choked out, Thank you, thank you. He couldn't find the words to express his gratitude, merely repeating his thanks. In Han Ping'an's eyes, Yi Feng's offer was like a beacon of light piercing through a dark world. With a job, he could earn a living, buy food, and survive. Survival meant hope. Thus, Yi Feng had given him a renewed chance at life. I told you, you are still young. You have a future ahead of you. I believe your future will be bright. Yi Feng smiled. Hearing this, Han Ping'an's once vacant eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Thank you. Perhaps one day, he would realize that meeting Yi Feng on this day would alter the course of his life forever. Brother, don't bully my brother. Han Wanwan came running over, throwing her arms around Han Ping'an and glaring at Yi Feng with suspicion. Seeing her brother kneeling before Yi Feng, she mistakenly thought Yi Feng was the one bullying him and rushed over protectively. Yet, fear flickered in her eyes, her little lips pouting, ready to cry yet unable to. Yi Feng chuckled softly, amused by the depth of the siblings' bond. Han Ping'an stood up and ruffled her hair, saying, Wan, I wasn't bullied from now on. You'll be my boss. You can call him Brother Feng. Watching her brother's demeanor ease and seeing Yi Feng's kind expression, she finally relaxed her guard, obediently calling out, Brother Feng, boss. Good girl, Wan, I'll get you some candy later. Yi Feng smiled, contemplating a gentle touch upon her head, yet he refrained. For Han Nan remained somewhat wary, her sensitive heart reluctant to embrace proximity. At that moment, Wang Tai returned from outside, carrying a large bag filled with various foods, candies, and fruits. Here you go. This is what Feng Gu asked me to buy. Wang Tai chuckled, scratching his head. Han Nan gazed at the bounty of treats, her mouth watering, biting her fingers with an adorable, greedy demeanor. Yi Feng extracted a bag of gummies from the sack and offered it to Han Nan with a warm smile. Little Nan, take this. It's for you. Han Nan instinctively reached out to accept, yet glanced at Han Ping'an, seeking his approval. After a moment of silence, Han Ping'an hesitated, feeling undeserving of such gifts, having yet to contribute. Yi Feng, perceiving his thoughts, smiled and said, Consider it my gift for our first meeting. Trust me, accept it. Gratefully, Han Ping'an finally extended his hand to receive the bag, prompting Han Nan to eagerly accept the candies from Yi Feng, joyfully exclaiming, Thank you, Brother Feng. Yi Feng then retrieved his wallet, producing a 50 yuan note, and handed it to Han Ping'an. Your monthly salary is 300 yuan. This is an advance on your pay. Meet me tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at number 100, Tianhe Road, Lane 8. I can't accept this, Han Ping'an firmly declined, his resolve unwavering. Just take it, Yi Feng insisted, presenting the money once more. However, Han Ping'an remained steadfast, repeating his refusal, adhering to his principles of not accepting payment before performing any work. Seeing his determination, Yi Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. Very well, but remember to come find me at the shop tomorrow. A smile finally broke on Han Ping'an's face. All right. As time slipped away, Yi Feng bid farewell. It's getting late. I have matters to attend to. See you tomorrow. Take care, boss. Han Ping'an bowed slightly. Don't call me boss. Just call me Feng Gu, like Teasy does. Yi Feng replied with a smile. Yes, Brother Feng. Han Ping'an nodded immediately. Then we shall take our leave. See you tomorrow, little Nan. Yi Feng waved to Han Nan. Goodbye, Brother Feng. Han Nan mumbled through her gummies. Holding his sister's hand, Han Ping'an watched as Yi Feng and Wang Tai departed. Brother Feng is a good person. Hananan remarqued ianitli. Indeed, he is our benefactor. Han Pingin's eyes brimmed with gratitude for Yi Feng. Brother Feng, I will forever cherish today as kindness and will surely repay it in the future, he vowed silently to himself. Yi Feng and Wang Tai returned to the shop to fetch their bicycles, heading towards Zhao Xingye's computer store. As Yi Feng parked at the entrance, the keen-eyed Zhao Xingye emerged to greet him. Ah, little Yi, you've come at just the right time. It's Saturday, and 4 customers have brought their machines for repair. We've been waiting for you. Without a phone, I couldn't even call you. Zhao Xingye's round face beamed with delight, his eyes squinting in joy. Why are there so many customers today? Did boss, Zhao, launch a promotion? Yi Feng inwarded curiously. Based on the foot traffic in my shop, I usually get about 10 machines for repair in a month, Zhao Xingye replied, grinning. Well, it's nothing much. I just sent a text to my previous customers, letting them know we've started offering repair services. Those old clients find it more convenient and cheaper, so of course, they're happy to come back, Zhao Xingye boasted. Boss Zhao is quite the businessman. I'll have to learn from you, Yi Feng complimented. Zhao Xingye, flattered, responded with enthusiasm. If you want to learn, we could partner up. You could manage the repair business, train apprentices, and we could dominate the local computer repair market, easily making tens of thousands. Yi Feng, already aware of Zhao Xingye's intentions, knew that partnering with such a purely profit-driven individual was not feasible. Let us discuss this later. I need to get started on the repairs. Yi Feng casually deflected, stepping toward the workbench. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Zhao Xingye's expression, yet he maintained his facade of cheerfulness. All 4 machines exhibited black screen failures. 2 had memory issues, while the other 2 had capacitor problems with their power supplies. The memory used in these 2 machines was SDRAM PC 110 milliseconds 64 megabytes, with individual units costing upwards of 1,300 yuan. Diagnosing faults in such outdated memory could be quite cumbersome. Boss Zhao, please inform the customers of these 2 machines that they have memory issues. They might have to wait a bit longer. They can pick them up around 6 this evening, Yi Feng instructed Zhao Xingye. What? You can fix them today? I thought it would take 2 or 3 days. They could have gone to the Electric Science Institute, where they quoted a price of 1,000 yuan and a wait of 5 to 6 days. Zhao Xingye exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Feng jested. Are you questioning my skills, Boss Zhao? Or my integrity? Oh, no, absolutely not. I'll let the customers know right away, Zhao Xingye hastily clarified. Yi Feng immersed himself in repairing the computers, and before long, it was 6 in the evening. The customers began arriving one by one to retrieve their machines. Finally finishing his work, Yi Feng tested each machine to ensure they were functioning properly before handing them over. As he carried a unit outside, he suddenly spotted a familiar face among the customers. Bro, is the computer fixed? Yang Jian approached with a grin. Young brother, what brings you here? Yi Feng asked, surprised. Nothing much. A friend's computer broke down, and I recommended him to come to you. You fixed them quickly and efficiently, saving time. We're heading to the bar afterward, Yang Jian replied cheerfully. Receiving such praise from a customer lifted Yi Feng's spirits. Business should be about mutual benefit. One party has a need while the other fulfills it, creating a win-win situation. The most important aspect is earning the customer's respect for your abilities, ensuring they bring in new clients. Is that so? I truly appreciate your support. The computer will work well for you, right? Yi Feng inquired with concern. Absolutely. It works like new. I can even play Red Alert without any lag. Your skills are impressive, Yang Jian praised, giving a thumbs up. Yi Feng chuckled. As long as it works well, that's what matters. In truth, he merely cleaned up the memory cache. In an era where computers were not yet ubiquitous, most individuals purchased them without understanding their operation, lacking third-party software assistance. Consequently, prolonged use often led to sluggish performance, a common ailment among many computers. Now that the computers are fixed, let me show you how to boot them. Yi Feng addressed the 4 customers. He demonstrated the startup process for each machine, confirming there were no issues, which brought smiles to their faces as they praised Yi Feng's remarkable skills. Ultimately, they all readily paid the repair fees. 4 individuals, each with 800 yuan in hand, witnessed Yi Feng swiftly earning 3 200 yuan within half a day. Once the patrons departed, Zhao Xingye approached Yi Feng with palpable excitement, rubbing his hands together and exclaiming, "Young brother, Yi, your skills are truly remarkable, surpassing even those at the Electric Science Building. In all of Guang City, there are scarcely a few who can repair computers. Most people have to send theirs back to the manufacturers. If we were to partner up and embark on a grand venture, we could undoubtedly reap substantial profits." Yi Feng smiled lightly and replied, maintaining a professional demeanor, "Let's discuss this another time, Boss Zhao. Please settle the payment." Zhao Xingye's share of the profits amounted to 640 yuan, and Yi Feng handed him 650 yuan, insisting on returning the extra 10 yuan to him. Noticing Yi Feng's apparent disinterest, Zhao Xingye scratched his nose, his expression tinged with regret. Nonetheless, he was pleased to receive the money and return the 10 yuan to Yi Feng. Earning several hundred yuan in a single day was indeed exhilarating. He regarded Yi Feng with increasing admiration, viewing him as a veritable golden goose. If only he could persuade this young man to join him in business, they would surely amass great wealth. Yet, the question lingered, why was this lad so reluctant? After collecting his earnings, Yi Feng counted the remaining change in his wallet, totaling 710 yuan. Today had proven to be quite lucrative. What a delightful prospect. Although this sum was not insignificant, it was still insufficient for him to venture out on his own. Renovating a shop, purchasing office supplies, and acquiring a batch of computer components would require substantial funds, and there would be numerous expenses ahead. However, with the college entrance examination a full 60 days away, he needed to earn as much as possible during this period working for Zhao Xingye. "All right, Boss Zhao, I've completed my tasks, and it's getting late. I must return home for dinner. I'll be back tomorrow," Yi Feng announced as he prepared to take his leave. "Hey, young brother, Yi, allow me to treat you to a meal today. Let us head to Guangwei Building for a feast. I'll cover it." Zhao Xingye eagerly invited. "Not today, perhaps another time. I have matters to attend to," Yi Feng politely declined, waving his hand. With that, he and Wang Tai began to exit the shop. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a yellowed white shirt, carrying a satchel, entered the store, nearly colliding with Yi Feng. "Oh, excuse me, sorry. My apologies." The man quickly apologized. "It's quite all right," Yi Feng replied with a smile. The middle-aged man nodded and called out, "Boss Zhao, have you given it some thought? Are you interested in this batch of goods?" "Manager Huang, I've considered it, but as I'm in the business of selling new computers, those old parts of yours hold no utility for me. You might want to explore other options," Zhao Xingye replied impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. The middle-aged man, looking dejected, responded, "All right then. I'll seek other avenues. Please, carry on. I won't intrude any longer." With a sigh, he turned to leave. However, Yi Feng, having overheard his conversation about a batch of outdated computer components for sale, felt a spark of interest and decided to follow him. After walking several dozen meters away from the shop, Yi Feng called out, "Manager Huang, wait a moment." Huang Guangyuan turned. Recognizing the young man he had nearly bumped into earlier, his face displaying a mixture of confusion and suspicion. "Is there something you need, young man?" Guangyuan Koshus the Sit Yi Feng. Yi Feng offered a gentle smile and inquired, "I overheard you mention a batch of old computer components?" Huang Guangyuan paused, realizing that this young man was indeed inquiring about the components. Perhaps he had an interest. Seizing the opportunity, he donned a warm smile and began to elaborate on his business. It turned out he was a business manager for an electronic parts recycling company. Although he held the title of manager, he was essentially a salesperson. The company specialized in the recycling of old home appliances and electronics, procuring items with residual value from individuals or waste stations. Last month, they had purchased a batch of outdated machines from an internet CAF, totaling 25 units. However, while the main units were intact, the valuable components had been stripped away by the seller, rendering them useless and relegated to scrap, sold by weight to a recycling facility. Upon seeing this batch, their company's owner had expressed interest, believing they could disassemble and reassemble a couple of computers. Unfortunately, the components were old and mostly damaged, making it impossible to construct even a single functioning computer. The expense of repairs would exceed the resale value, leaving the entire batch as a financial burden. Now, the owner had instructed the sales team to scour the area for any computer shop willing to take these components off their hands, but after weeks of effort, they had found no takers in Guang City. After listening intently, Yi Feng felt a surge of interest but maintained a calm exterior as he said, "Manager Huang, I'm a senior student at number 1 high school and have a keen interest in computer components. I would like to acquire some of the outdated ones for research purposes." Upon hearing that Yi Feng was merely a high school student, Huang Guangyuan's face involuntarily revealed disappointment. He had hoped for a significant buyer, only to discover the young man was just a student. Alas, it seemed his efforts had been in vain, and today would yield no results. In that case, if you're looking to purchase, you might want to check the recycling station. You might still find a few components there, Huang Guangyuan suggested kindly, implying that it wouldn't be worthwhile to buy old parts from him. "I'm looking to buy a larger batch to conduct a thorough study and gain more insights," Yi Feng replied with a smile. You wish to buy? Do you have that much money? Those 25 old units, including monitors and all, would cost around 5,000 yuan. Huang Guangyuan queried with skepticism. Wang Tai was the first to exclaim, "What? 5,000? Isn't that exorbitant? You acquired them by weight, and now you're selling them as computer components? That's quite unscrupulous. Brother Feng, let us forget about it. They're trying to rip us off." Wang Tai pretended to pull Yi Feng away. Yi Feng shot him an appreciative glance. "Teasy, well done. You've quickly learned to negotiate." "Indeed, Manager Huang, that seems to lack sincerity. If that's your stance, then I believe we have little to discuss," Yi Feng said, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Huang Guangyin, sensing the opportunity slipping away, hastily called out, "Young brother, wait. The price is negotiable, truly negotiable." Yi Feng feigned disinterest and waved his hand dismissively. "All right, let us take a look at the goods in a few days. If your prices remain this outrageous, you might as well prepare to sell them as scrap metal." Desperate to salvage the situation, Huang Guangyuan grasped Yi Feng's hand, smiling obsequiously. No, I want tea. I'll discuss it with my boss and ensure we provide you with a satisfactory price. When do you plan to come check out the goods?" "I'm available right now." Yi Feng glanced at the sky, noting the sun had already set. "It's getting late. We must head back. Let us discuss in a few days." "Hey, young brother, what do you mean by a few days? Do leave a contact number," Huang Guangyuan urged eagerly. "Let us say next Saturday. My number is 0207754486. Yi Feng provided the contact information for Gu Muxi's home and then took his leave, departing with Wang Tai. Wang Tiechi rode his bicycle, puzzled, and asked, "Fengge, do you truly wish to purchase those dilapidated parts?" Yi Feng chuckled, replying to others, "They may appear as electronic refuse, but to me, they are treasures. Whether we can make a substantial profit will depend on the quality of that batch." "Oh, I see. Then why don't we go take a look tomorrow?" Teasy exclaimed. "You simpleton. If they realize our genuine intent to buy, they will undoubtedly inflate the prices. Thus, we must feign disinterest for a while, ensuring they remain oblivious to our true intentions, in order to drive their prices down to the bare minimum." "Oh, now I understand. Fengge, you're brilliant. I get it." Chapter 31 Gu Muxi. Stinky Yi Feng, turn around and look at me. In the evening, Wang Tai was hurrying Yi Feng home. As they passed by a mobile phone store, Yi Feng asked him to stop. "Fengge, what for?" "I'm going to buy a mobile phone. It's quite inconvenient without one." Yi Feng alighted from the bicycle, continuing, "Wait for me here. I'll be back shortly." Upon entering the modest phone shop, which sold various brands of new and second-hand phones, Yi Feng directly inquired about the price of second-hand Nokia 3310. The new model retailed for around 1,500 yuan, and the owner quoted 800 yuan for the used one. After some negotiation, Yi Feng skillfully managed to reduce the price to 600 yuan and spent an additional 20 yuan to purchase a 7-digit phone IC card, which would be activated and ready for use. Yi Feng handed over 620 yuan, delightedly fiddling with his new phone. The 3310 was currently the most popular phone, capable of making calls, sending text messages, and even playing Snake, making it the epitome of cost-effectiveness among all available devices. Now, I too am a person with a phone. After purchasing the phone, Yi Feng exited the store, eager to show off to Wang Tai. "Look, brother, I have a phone now." "Fengge, let me see." Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. He took the phone, examining it with great curiosity, having seen such a device before, but never having had the chance to play with one. Yi Feng demonstrated how to send messages and make calls, and Wang Tai gazed at him with envy. All right, don't be jealous. Once we make some money, I'll get you a phone too. Yi Feng patted his shoulder. Really? Feng Yi, I love you so much. Wang Tai shouted in excitement. Go on off with you. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Thank you very much. It's getting dark. Hurry up and ride back home. By the time Yi Feng returned home, it was already 7 o'clock. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the savory aroma of food. Wow, it smells delicious. Mom, what delectable dish have you prepared today? Yi Feng called out cheerfully. You, my child, have been out playing all day, and only now do you return? Muxi helped me with quite a bit of housework. Meng Xiaoyun emerged from the kitchen, balancing a plate of dishes. Quick, wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Yi Feng noticed Gu Muxi sitting obediently on the sofa, watching television. She turned to look at him and said, Yi Feng, where did you and Wang Tai go to play? You didn't take me along. Her tone carried a hint of lingering disappointment. We didn't do much. Just fixed the computer. What is this? You miss me after just a day? Yi Feng approached her, teasingly lowering his voice. Dreaming. Who misses you? Only a fool would. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, her pride evident. Yi Feng, after dinner, come with me. I have something to give you. Yi Feng was taken aback. What are you giving me? Gu Muxi replied mysteriously. You'll find out after dinner. Yi Feng scratched his head, wondering what this girl was up to. Surely, it couldn't be a prank, could it? He decided to be cautious. After washing his hands, Yi Feng's father, Yi Jianjun, returned home. Dad, why did you come back from work so late today? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. Oh, the factory workers are forming some sort of self-rescue association, claiming they need representatives to go to the city to advocate for their rights. I had to attend a meeting, hence the late return, Yi Jianjun sighed. The third rolling mill is becoming increasingly chaotic. I hear old Gu has been dispatched to Shanghai to negotiate a merger with the Shanghai Steel Company, and there are growing dissenting opinions. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a sense of clarity wash over him. The situation was indeed deteriorating. In his memory, the third rolling mill would not survive until next year, destined to become yet another casualty of the reform wave sweeping through state-owned enterprises. The third rolling mill was merely a microcosm of the thousands of state-owned enterprises facing similar fates. The largest wave of layoffs in the history of the Great Xia had begun. Dad, it's all right. The ship will naturally find its way to the bridge. Yi Feng reassured him. The broader situation is such that individual strength is limited. Everyone is swept along by the tides of times. All we can do is fortify ourselves and strive to navigate through these turbulent waters. Let us not discuss work matters at home. Come on, dinner is ready. Meng Xiaoyan called from the kitchen. Tonight's meal was as sumptuous as the previous evenings, comprising 3 dishes and a soup, sweet and sour fish, stir-fried bitter melon with pork, garlic water spinach, and a delicious clam and vegetable soup. Yi Feng silently acknowledged that he was indeed fortunate to have Gu Muxi's company these past few days. After a hearty meal, Gu Muxi and Yi Feng descended the stairs to digest their food. Under the veil of night, the dim streetlights illuminated the staff quarters, with the occasional sound of barking dogs echoing in the tranquil and harmonious ambience. As they reached the ground floor, Gu Muxi playfully covered Yi Feng's eyes from behind, saying, Now you cannot open your eyes. Why? What do you plan to do? Trying to steal a kiss? Yi Feng? T-sit. Gu Muxi's face flushed as she retorted. Dream on. Stinky Yi Feng, you've become quite the smooth talker lately, always trying to take advantage with your words. I told you I have a surprise for you. Didn't I? You absolutely must not open your eyes. After giving him a stern admonition, she released her grip. Yi Feng slyly opened his eyes, just a crack, and found Gu Muxi staring at him intently. Oh, you peeked. You're certainly not being honest. Gu Muxi caught him in the act. Yi Feng promptly shut his eyes again, defending himself. I didn't peek. I couldn't see anything. Stop your excuses. Now turn around and face the wall. No peeking. Gu Muxi took his hand and led him to the wall, instructing him to face it. Yi Feng held her delicate hand, relishing the pleasant sensation. Hey, why are you holding my hand? Let go. Gu Muxi blushed and wriggled her hand free, casting him a sidelong glare. This annoying Yi Feng is truly insufferable. Are you ready yet? Yi Feng inwaited. Just a moment. Don't turn around yet. Gu Muxi tiptoed away. Before long, she emerged from the stairwell, pushing a brand new Phoenix bicycle. This was a gift she had purchased with her 2 years' worth of pocket money, totaling 130 yuan. It was her way of expressing gratitude to Yi Feng. Yi Feng's bicycle had been in use for 3 years, long past its prime, frequently malfunctioning with unreliable brakes. Hence, she thought it would be wonderful to buy Yi Feng a new bike, allowing him to ride something fresh. Surely, he would be thrilled with this gift. Gu Muxi felt a bubbling anticipation for Yi Feng's reaction. Gu Muxi positioned the bicycle behind Yi Feng. "Stinky Yi Feng, turn around and look at me." "Huh?" Yi Feng turned around and was greeted by Gu Muxi, who was beaming as she supported the new bicycle. He looked at the bike in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is this the thing you're giving me? A new bicycle?" Yi Feng found himself in a state of bewilderment and amusement. After all the effort he had put into hitching a ride in your vehicle, why did you go and buy me a new bicycle? How am I supposed to continue hitching rides with you now? Is something wrong? Don't you like it? Gu Muxi asked in astonishment, noticing that Yi Feng's expression was not one of elation, but rather tinged with disappointment. Cough, cough, no, I absolutely love it. It's a stunning new bicycle. Is this a gift from you? I couldn't be happier. Yi Feng exclaimed, feignin surprise. Gu Muxi retorted, could you possibly be any more insincere? If you don't like it, I'll just return it tomorrow. With a huff, she pretended to push it away. Wait, I do like it, I really do. Whatever you buy for me, I will cherish. Yi Feng quickly replied as he took the bicycle. It's even a new model from Phoenix. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Not at all. It was only 130 yuan. My New Year's money is nearly all spent. She replied, I'm so touched I could cry. May I borrow a shoulder to lean on? Yi Feng pretended to wipe away tears and embraced Gu Muxi. Gu Mu Yidinashche. You smell delightful and feel so soft. Do you know a saying? Yi Feng asked. What is it? Lighting a candle in the bathroom is courting disaster. Huh? Watch out, the deadly crosslock. I'll let go. Gu Muxi exclaimed as she locked her arms around his neck, rendering Yi Feng helpless. Oomph. Dare to take advantage of me? You got some guts. Absolutely not. Gu Muxi, you've misunderstood. Yi Feng stammered, his cheeks reddening. You're such a scoundrel, Yi Feng. Do you think I don't know your intentions? Misunderstand? You spend all day bullying me. Miss Gu, it seems you're the one bullying me right now. As they playfully tussled, a sudden voice from behind broke the moment. What are you two doing? Meng Xiaoyun asked, her expression one of disbelief. Both Yi Feng and Gu Muxi froze. Slowly turning their heads, they saw Meng Xiaoyun standing there with a bag of garbage, looking utterly astonished at the sight of them. In that instant, both Yi Feng and Gu Muxi felt an overwhelming sense of social embarrassment. Gu Muxi quickly released Yi Feng and awkwardly said, Annie, are you taking out the trash? Let me help you. She stepped forward to take the garbage bag from Meng Xiaoyun. Meng Xiaoyun shot a glare at Yi Feng and said, Son, are you bullying Shishi again? Mom, you're being so biased. I swear I'm not. We were just playing. Yi Feng said, scratching his head awkwardly. Just as long as that's the case, don't bully Shishi, understand? Be good, Meng Xiaoyun instructed before heading upstairs. As soon as Meng Xiaoyun ascended, Gu Muxi rushed back, asking, so did Annie say anything? She did. She said you can't bully me anymore, Yi Feng replied with a serious tone. Gu Muxi saw through his falsehood and laughed. I don't believe you. Now let us ride your new bicycle and see how it feels. Yi Feng kicked off the stand and hopped on the bicycle, while Gu Muxi gracefully leaped onto the back seat. Where do you want to go for a ride? Yi Feng inwitted. Anywhere is fine. It's up to you. Then let us check out the night market. I'll treat you to some sweet soup. Really? Let us go then, hurry. Hold on tight. I'm about to start riding. I've been holding on tight. You just need to start pedaling. Only holding onto my clothes isn't going to keep you steady. You need to hold my waist, or you'll be thrown off. All right, Fine. Let us go, little Feng. Chapter 32. Brother, send your girlfriend a flower. Near the steel factory workers' community, there lies a night market street, a favorite haunt for the employees of the steel mill after dark. Here, one can savor skewers, indulge in drinks, and enjoy an array of delectable treats, including sweet soups, fried snacks, and clay pot porridge, an endless variety of delights. With the success of the Shihu Road Night Market, every residential area in Guang City now boasts its own little night market. This particular night market is only a short stroll away from the workers' community, taking less than 10 minutes by bicycle. Yi Feng and Gu Muxi arrived at the entrance of the night market, securing their bicycle along the street. Wow, it doesn't seem as lively as before, Gu Muxi remarked, glancing around in surprise. On either side of the entrance, stalls sold clothing, lingerie, and socks, while the inner area was filled with a multitude of food stands. Although the number of stalls remained unchanged, the foot traffic seemed to have diminished significantly. It was still a Saturday night, yet the crowd was about half of what it used to be, and while there were still many people, it was far from crowded. What do you want to buy, Gu Muxi? Yi Feng asked with a smile. How about we check out the lingerie? I wonder if there's anything that suits you. She teased. Gu Muxi shot him a glance. Get lost. I want to drink sweet soup. Yi Feng nodded. All right then, Miss Gu. The two walked side by side into the night market, where Gu Muxi, a natural-born shopper, began to browse around. Just moments ago, she had declared she wouldn't look at lingerie, yet she came to a halt in front of a stall dedicated to it, beginning to peruse the selections. What color do you want, little girl? What style? How about some lace? The stall owner, a middle-aged woman, cheerfully inquired. I'll take a look first. There are so many options, it's a bit overwhelming, Gu Muxi replied as she examined the items. The middle-aged woman chuckled softly. Why not ask your boyfriend for his opinion? Choose something he likes, since you're wearing it for him anyway. Gu Muxi froze for a moment. Huh? Boyfriend? Yes. Ask your boyfriend for his opinion. Right, young man? The stall owner teased. Yi Feng nearly burst out laughing. Madam, you have great insight. Even you think we're a good match? He chuckled. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly explained. Madam, he is not my boyfriend. The stall owner looked taken aback, clearly skeptical. If he is not your boyfriend, then why would he accompany you to buy lingerie? Cough, cough, he really isn't. Gu Muxi insisted, her face growing even redder. Oh, I see. I thought you two were a couple, my apologies. The stall owner said with a hearty laugh. Gu Muxi settled on 2 beige lace-trim pieces and asked, How much are these 2? Both are 15 yuan each, the stall owner replied. What? That is so expensive. I'll think about it, Gu Muxi said, her expression torn between desire and reluctance to spend. Yi Feng took her hand and smiled. If you like them, just buy them. Tonight's treat is on me. Madam, please wrap these 2 up. The stall owner beamed. Thank you for your patronage. Young lady, you got a good man here. As she swiftly packaged the lingerie, Gu Muxi smiled sheepishly. Yi Feng paid and handed the bag to Gu Muxi. Here. This is for you. Thank you, she said with delight. What cup size is this? Hope you didn't buy them too big, Yi Feng inquired curiously. Gu Muxi pinched his cheek. If you can't keep your mouth shut, just say less. As they playfully bickered, they left the stall, and the stall owner chuckled to herself. These kids still claim they aren't a couple? Youth is wonderful. After purchasing the lingerie, the two made their way to a stand selling fried skewers, each selecting a beef skewer. The current skewers are prepared with fresh meat, delivering a delectable tenderness, accentuated by a drizzle of black pepper sauce, reminiscent of a steak's flavor. Yi Feng indulged in the skewers with great enthusiasm, savoring every bite, while Gu Muxi maintained a ladylike demeanor, taking delicate nibbles. Yi Feng finished first, casually grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth, when he suddenly noticed a smudge of black pepper sauce at the corner of Gu Muxi's lips, resembling a little mustache. Look at you, eating so slowly yet ending up with a mess, he teased, reaching for a napkin and leaning in to gently wipe her lips. Gu Muxi froze, her eyes wide and glistening, taken aback by his earnestness, a flutter of emotion stirring within her. In that moment, she found Yi Feng to be rather handsome. She felt his warm fingers brush against her lips, and an electric current seemed to pulse between them. It was an extraordinary sensation. All done. Just be careful while eating. We don't want you to end up looking like a clown. Haha. Yi Feng, what it? Oh, Gu Muxi replied softly, lowering her head, her cheeks flushing as she wished to conceal her embarrassment from him. The two of them strolled from one end of the street to a dessert shop, where they found an empty table outside, accompanied by 2 plastic chairs. What would you like to drink? Yi Feng invited. I want ginger milk, Gu Muxi declared. Then I'll have coconut sago. But remember, no stealing my drink. You can only have a couple of sips, Yi Feng replied with a grin. Gu Muxi playfully stuck out her pink tongue, recalling how she used to steal sips of his drink when they indulged in desserts together. Uncle Lin, 1 ginger milk, 1 coconut sago, and an order of fried potato balls. Yi Feng called out to the shop owner. Got it. Please wait a moment. The middle-aged proprietor, known as Old Lin, responded with a smile. This dessert shop had been around for over a decade, and Yi Feng and Gu Muxi had frequented it numerous times. After a short while, Old Lin brought out their orders. It's you too. Have you been coming out at night lately? Old Lin greeted cheerfully. Preparing for the college entrance examination, we have a lot of homework, so we can only come out on weekends, Gu Muxi explained. I see. Good luck with your studies. But don't forget to focus on your exams, and not just on dating. Old Lin joked as he set down their desserts. Huh? Gu Muxi was taken aback. Old Lin stood up laughing, just kidding. Bringing your girlfriend out for dessert at night? You're quite the romantic, young man. He just average. Third in the world. Yi Feng accepted the title of boyfriend with delight. You. Gu Muxi shot him a playful glare, her face flushed. Just as she was about to clarify with the owner, he turned and walked away. Huh. Gu Muxi. Why does everyone think we're a couple? It's quite troublesome. Yi Feng feigned a distressed expression, though a smile lingered on his face. Gu Muxi huffed. Who would be foolish enough to like you? Only a fool would. She was exasperated with the shop owner's lack of insight. Yi Feng found her frustration amusing. All right, enjoy your ginger milk. As the two sipped their desserts, their conversation flowed effortlessly, covering an array of topics, as if they could talk endlessly. Halfway through, Gu Muxi's attention shifted to Yi Feng's coconut sago. Licking her lips, Yi Xiao, is your coconut sago delicious? Upon hearing her, Yi Feng knew her intentions. Here, you can have 2 sips, just 2, all right? He said indulgently. Hee, don't worry, I'll take tiny sips. Gu Muxi eagerly nodded. She snatched the coconut sago from him, first taking a spoonful, then lifting the bowl to gulp down a large mouthful. The sound echoed like a water buffalo drinking. Hey, stop. Yi Feng quickly tried to reclaim it, but only a third remained in the bowl. Burp. Yi Xiao, your coconut sago is really good. Gu Muxi exclaimed, satisfied. Yi Feng simirket. How can you say that after drinking half of it? It was just a little too much. Yi Xiao, your stomach can hold a battleship. You won team mind, right? Gu Muxi grinned triumphantly. Exactly, I won team mind at all. Yi Feng suddenly seized a piece of her ginger milk, popping it into his mouth. Your milk is quite delicious too. Gu Muxi grimaced. All right, if you dare to sneak attack me, I'll have some of yours. Not a chance. Can you bite me? Then stretch out your hand and see if I dare to bite you. You dare. You're a little puppy. Oomph. You're the puppy, no. You're a pig. Then you must be a cabbage. Huh? What do you mean? That way. I could root around you, huh? Go away. As they playfully bickered, a little girl with a flower basket approached them. Flowers for sale. Flowers for sale. Would you like to buy some, big brothers and sisters? The girl, dressed in a floral dress, held a basket filled with roses. Gu Muxi paused, turning to her. These flowers are lovely, but I don't need any, dear. The girl, with wide, sparkling eyes, glanced at Gu Muxi and then turned to Yi Feng. Brother, why not give a flower to your girlfriend? Gu Muxi was taken aback. Little one, you're quite the businesswoman. Yi Feng felt joy, thinking about how hard the little girl worked selling flowers at night. He glanced in her basket, counting 15 roses, and asked, how much for each flower? $5.50. The girl held up 5 fingers. I'll take them all. Here, $8. No need for change, Yi Feng said as he handed her the money. Oh, thank you, big brother, the girl exclaimed joyfully, taking the money and wrapping up all the roses to give to Yi Feng. Sister, your boyfriend is very nice to you. Wishing you eternal happiness. The little girl bowed and skipped away. Gu Muxi face-bombed. What on earth? Kids these days have no insight. She shot a glance at Yi Feng. Why spend so much on flowers? Are you planning to take care of them? Of course, it's for you, Yi Feng said as he handed her the bouquet. Gu Muxi froze, staring at him in astonishment. Is this for me? She asked, pointing to herself. Yes. What use would a grown man have for flowers? They are for you, Yi Feng smiled. Gu Muxi's face lit up with delight. All right, then I shall graciously accept. She took the bouquet, inhaling the fragrant roses. I'll take these home to care for. Suit yourself. But these roses probably won't last long, Yi Feng remarked. With care, they can thrive. Gu Muxi asserted confidently. After finishing their desserts, they rode their bikes home. Upon arriving downstairs, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Tai, who was out for a stroll. Brother Feng. Gu, where have you been having fun? Wang Tai approached them. Upon noticing the bouquet in Gu Muxi's arms, his expression transformed to one of realization. Oh, I see now, haha, Brother Feng, well done. Wang Tai teased Yi Feng with a knowing wink. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she spat out. Wang Tai, what are you thinking? This flower was purchased to be nurtured. Yi Feng chuckled softly, replying nothing much. Just took a stroll through the night market and had some late-night snacks. That's great. The date went relatively well, didn't it? Wang Tai remarked, giving Yi Feng a thumbs up as he approached. It was all right, Yi Feng replied. Oh, Wang Tai said with a knowing tone. Gu Muxi shot them both a glance, saying, I don't want to deal with you two anymore. I need to go home and plant this flower. Once home, Gu Muxi promptly retrieved an unused vase, washed it thoroughly, filled it with water, and arranged the bouquet of roses beautifully within. All done, she declared, clapping her hands, and then sat at the dining table, staring blankly at the roses. She had received flowers from other boys before, but none seemed as exquisite as those from Yi Feng. The following morning at 8, Yi Feng and Wang Tai rode their bicycles to shop number 100, Alley 8, Tiana City. As Yi Feng entered the alley, he spotted Han Ping and sitting on the steps outside the shop with his sister. He couldn't help but chuckle. Han Ping was indeed quite enthusiastic, arriving so early. Yi Feng stopped his bike in front of Han Ping and asked, Ping, why are you here so early? Han Ping stood up, looking somewhat awkward, and replied, Bro Feng, I just wanted to come here early to wait. Have you been waiting long? When did you arrive? At 6. Did you have breakfast? Yes, I did. I haven't finished the snacks you gave me. Yi Feng rolled his eyes, saying, You can't treat snacks as breakfast. You need to eat, and your sister should eat too. He then pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Han Ping. Go buy some breakfast, baozi, youtiao, and soy milk. Han Ping hesitated to take the money, looking down in silence. Yi Feng smiled. It's not just for you two. It's for me and Tai Zi as well. We haven't had breakfast. Only then did Han Ping take the money, nodding, Okay, Bro Feng, I'll go right away. He dashed off towards the alley's entrance, eager to complete Yi Feng's task. Yi Feng shook his head, thinking Han Ping was too sensitive and somewhat stubborn. Yet, such individuals were often ideal as execution staff. They would strive to complete tasks swiftly and efficiently. Little Wan, don't stay outside in the wind. Come inside and sit, Yi Feng said warmly as he opened the shop door. Thank you, Brother Feng, Han Wan replied obediently. Since Yi Feng had bought her a bag of candy and snacks the previous day, she was no longer as fearful of him and felt a sense of closeness. Inside the shop, aside from the 4 white walls and the bare kitchen in the back, there was little else. The shop's hard furnishings were decent, but Yi Feng wanted to revamp the electrical wiring to facilitate operations. Last night, he had already designed the shop's layout on paper. This design would undoubtedly be ahead of its time. The soft furnishings and services within the shop needed to be cohesively integrated to provide customers with an unparalleled shopping experience. As the only physical space for customer interaction, it was essential to enhance this environment to improve marketing success. DZ. Please help me rent some tools according to this list, primarily those for wall excavation. Yi Feng pulled out a list from his pocket, which included items like drills, chalk lines, and measuring tapes. For one-time renovations, renting is preferable to buying new tools, as it saves costs. Wang Tai glanced at the list and nodded. All right, I'll go get them. Oh, and while you're at it, pick up a set of kitchen utensils, spatulas, bowls, and seasonings. Yi Feng added, handing the money to Wang Tai. Got it, Wang Tai replied, taking the list and money before cycling away. Before long, Han Ping and Wang Tai returned. The 4 of them, not minding the dirt, sat on the floor and began their breakfast. The meat buns at 5 jiao, vegetable buns at 3 jiao, a steamer of dumplings for 2 yuan, and soy milk for 3 jiao made for a rather lavish 10 yuan breakfast, which Yi Feng thought might be too much for 4 people. However, he underestimated the appetites of Han Ping and his sister. Han Ping had devoured 2 buns in a couple of bites and downed a pack of soy milk as if he hadn't tasted such delicacies in ages. Han Wan also seized a large meat bun, devouring it ravenously. Ping and Wan, pace yourselves, there's plenty left, don't choke. Yi Feng expressed genuine concern that the siblings might choke. Soon enough, the breakfast meant for 6 was entirely consumed. Han Wan, now full, had a rosy glow on her cheeks. "Thank you, Brother Feng. This is the fullest I've ever felt," she exclaimed gratefully. Yi Feng ruffled her hair, smiling. "From now on, you two can eat and stay here. You shouldn't have any problem being well fed. I've already asked Tai Zi to buy pots and pans. Later, I'll get you 2 beds for temporary accommodation. Once the shop renovation is nearly complete, I'll arrange a proper place for you." Han Nuyan, unfazed by Yi Feng's hand, smiled sweetly. Han Pingyan, feeling a bit shy, stood up and said, "Bro Feng, if you need me to do anything, just let me know. In a moment, I'll teach you how to groove the channels. Make sure to learn well, because after this, you'll be handling it on your own. There are a lot of wires to lay, and grooving will take a good 10 days to half a month. But don't rush. We have plenty of time. Just do it well," Yi Feng encouraged. Han Ping nodded earnestly. "Bro Feng, I will learn diligently." For Han Ping, and simply having a job felt like a blessing from the heavens. Thus, he silently vowed to excel in his work, to be efficient and produce quality results, feeling a sense of obligation to repay Yi Feng's kindness. "All right, let's take a break and then get to work," Yi Feng said, rising to stretch and ease his stomach. After a brief pause, he distributed dust masks to everyone and commenced the wall work. Han Nuyan, still too young for heavy labor, helped by watering the floor, sweeping, and tidying up tools. Following the design plan he had laid out the previous night, Yi Feng began marking the walls for the placement of sockets, using a chalk line to snap the wiring. While working, he taught the two the principles of construction. This was all very basic renovation knowledge, easily grasped by anyone with a bit of understanding. Once the planning was complete, he started drilling holes with a hammer drill, chiseling out the contours with a hammer to create a socket box. Yi Feng demonstrated carefully, repeating the process twice, while Han Ping listened intently, jotting down key points in a notebook. After observing the process a couple of times, Yi Feng handed the drill to him, and Han Ping quickly got the hang of it. Although his technique was still a bit clumsy and the cuts weren't perfectly straight, overall, he was doing well. "Not bad, Pingyan. You've picked it up quickly. You have great aptitude," Yi Feng encouraged, patting his shoulder. Hearing Yi Feng's praise, Han Ping's face lit up with excitement. For many years, he had struggled to gain even a modicum of recognition from others, even from his parents. Now, receiving Yi Feng's acknowledgement made him suddenly feel a sense of worth in life. He felt that he had value in living. Thus, such a simple recognition became a tremendous motivation for him. "Brother Feng, I will do even better." Han Pingyan spoke earnestly. "Indeed, this project is quite substantial. Do not rush. What I desire is superior quality. You shall complete it alone, and if you finish within half a month, that will suffice as fulfilling the task." Yi Feng patient, concerned that he might prioritize efficiency over quality. "Understood, Brother Feng." Han Pingyan nodded empathically. "Remember, work from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. and strive to minimize disruption to the other residents' rest," Yi Feng instructed. Certainly, Yi Feng meticulously detailed every aspect, and Han Pingyan diligently recorded everything in his notebook. After pondering to ensure nothing was overlooked, Yi Feng proceeded to accompany Wang Tai to purchase portable beds for the siblings, along with several sets of changeable clothing. The shop was equipped with a kitchen, a restroom, beds, clothes, and food. The conditions were not ideal, but it was livable, far superior to a drafty bridge underpass. Once everything was arranged, Yi Feng and Wang Tai headed to Zhao Xingye's shop to continue repairing computers, with 3 more days to fix computers over the weekend. Yi Feng earned 200 yuan. Holding the money in his hand, he felt a profound sense of security. While money may not be omnipotent, its absence is utterly debilitating. With financial means comes confidence and assurance. Striving to earn, progressing each day, this is a truly fulfilling life. As Yi Feng glanced at the time, it was already 5 p.m. Having completed his tasks, it was time to return. "Boss Zhao, I must attend school tomorrow. I will come back after class," Yi Feng informed Zhao Xingye. Yi Gu, don't be in such a hurry. Tonight, let us dine out. It's on me. Let's head to the new Xing restaurant," Zhao Xingye exclaimed, quickly detaining Yi Feng. Just as Yi Feng was about to decline, Zhao Xingye added, "Hold on. Yi Gu, don't rush to refuse. I have invited Mr. Huang He from the Employment Office of Guangzhou University of Science and Technology. He has a wealth of talent at his disposal. I believe that as computers become more ubiquitous, the repair business will undoubtedly hold great potential, and we will need people to propel it forward. Why not the three of us have a good discussion? Who knows? It could lead to a promising future. Yi Feng was stirred. He had not anticipated that Zhao Xingye possessed such connections. This was indeed an opportunity to network with individuals from the school. However, Zhao Xingye's attempt to recruit him might be a miscalculation. Chapter 34. This young man is not simple. Yi Feng pondered for a moment and deemed it prudent to attend the dinner. Thus he nodded. Very well. I shall join you for dinner tonight, Boss Zhao. Upon hearing Yi Feng's agreement, Zhao Xingye's face lit up with joy. Ha ha. Excellent. I shall call to reserve a private room. Zhao Xingye cheerfully rushed to make the call. Brother Feng, are we really going to this dinner? Wang Tai asked, a hint of hesitation apparent, looking somewhat anxious. He had never attended such a gathering, fearing he might say something awkward. Do not worry. Just stick with me. And you need not say much, Yi Feng replied with a calm smile, radiating confidence. In his past life, he had navigated numerous banquets and gatherings, often dining with various leaders and business executives. In China, most successful negotiations occur at the dining table, where the culture of drinking is intricately intertwined with business practices. Without wine, there is no feast. Without wine, there is no business. This is the way of things. TZ, please go buy 2 bottles of pure milk for me. Yi Feng instructed. Huh? Brother Feng, you don't need to buy 2 bottles of milk, do you? Wang Tai inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Yi Feng chuckled. Just go buy it, and I will explain later. Okay, I'll go get it now. Wang Tai responded and hurried out to purchase 2 bottles of pure milk from the corner store. Yi Feng swiftly consumed both bottles of milk. Just then, Zhao Xingye emerged from the back room, his round face beaming with delight. Yi Gu, do not drink so much milk. I bought 2 bottles of fine wine. Save some room for us to enjoy a few glasses later. Yi Feng smiled broadly. My tolerance for alcohol is modest, so do take it easy. Ha ha, no worries. If you get drunk, I will book a room for you to rest. Zhao Xingye's eyes sparkled. The purpose of inviting Yi Feng out for this meal was singular, to recruit him to expand the repair business. He had previously considered hiring individuals for computer repairs, but had found it nearly impossible. With computers not yet fully ubiquitous, finding skilled technicians was a daunting task. Most who understood repairs had already taken positions at major computer manufacturers or pursued higher-paying jobs in the tech sector. Thus, to expand the repair business, the only viable strategy was to have Yi Feng act as a technical advisor, recruiting students from Guangzhou University of Science and Technology to train under him, thereby equipping them with essential repair skills. This was the path to growth and strength. Therefore, this dinner was of paramount importance to him, to persuade Yi Feng. He had exerted considerable effort to invite Huang He from the Employment Office, sparing no expense to host at the New Xing restaurant, the finest and most expensive establishment in Guangzhou. The time has come. Let's take a taxi, Zhao Xingye suggested cheerfully. Wait, I need to make a phone call home first, Yi Feng replied, pulling out his phone to dial the landline at Gu Muxi's home. After a few rings, the call connected, and Gu Muxi's melodious voice resonated through the receiver. Hello, who is this? Hey, it's me, Gu Muxi. Oh, Yi Feng? Why are you still out so late? Well, Wang Tai and I have a few matters to attend to. Please inform my parents that we won't be home for dinner. Huh? Not returning for dinner? That is fine. Are you planning to go to an internet CAF? Not at all. We're just going to wander around downtown for a bit. Okay, but I want to go next time. Sure. I promise to take you out next week for your birthday. After a brief exchange, they hung up. Yi Feng pondered how convenient it is to have a mobile phone. Subsequently, Yi Feng, Wang Tai, and Zhao Xingye ventured out, hailing a taxi to the New Xing restaurant. The establishment had been operating in Guangzhou for nearly 8 years. While it paled in comparison to venerable establishments like Ta Taju and Bai Wei Lu, its exceptional cuisine and business-friendly ambience had garnered it widespread acclaim, making it the preferred choice for business discussions in Guangzhou. Upon arriving at the New Xing restaurant, Yi Feng and Wang Tai were greeted by an array of luxury vehicles parked outside: Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Cadillac, and more. In this era, merely owning a small car was a mark of affluence. Those who could afford luxury cars often boasted fortunes in the millions. Wow, look at all these luxury cars. Wang Tai exclaimed, his eyes wide with envy. Don't be too envious. In time, we too shall be able to drive such cars, Yi Feng reassured him. Yi Shaoge. Let us proceed inside. The private room is already reserved, Zhao Xingye said with a smile. The trio ascended to the third floor, which featured a spacious dining area, a lounge, and a corridor lined with private rooms. Guided by a waitress, they entered a relatively spacious private room, equipped with a round table that could accommodate 10 guests. While Zhao Xingye ordered dishes, Yi Feng descended to purchase 2 packs of soft drinks. Upon Yi Feng's return, the tea was served, and the door to the private room swung open, revealing 2 newcomers. Haha, boss Zhao, long time no see. A middle-aged man with slick-back hair and a rotund figure exclaimed cheerfully. Hello, Teacher Huang. Zhao Xingye responded, promptly rising to greet him with a beaming smile. The 2 individuals engaged in a warm handshake and exchanged pleasantries, resembling long-lost friends. However, each harbored ulterior motives. Come, Teacher Huang. Allow me to introduce you to my younger brother, Yi Feng. His computer repair skills surpass those of anyone in the electric science building. His expertise is absolutely remarkable. Zhao Xingye enthusiastically presented. Hello, Teacher Huang. I am Yi Feng. Yi Feng stepped forward to shake hands, offering a slight smile, exuding neither humility nor arrogance. Huang, he grasped his hand, scrutinizing Yi Feng with keen eyes. Despite Yi Feng's youthful visage, marked by a hint of immaturity, he carried himself with an air of confidence and poise, prompting Huang he to regard him with newfound respect. Ah, so you are the genius brother Zhao mentioned. Truly impressive for one so young. Huang he chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits of delight. I hardly deserve such praise. Computer repair is merely a hobby alongside my studies. Yi Feng responded modestly. Zhao Xingye then noticed a young man beside Huang he, appearing to be in his 20s, and inquired, Teacher Huang, who is this? Huang he introduced. Lu Bing, he shares my office. A graduate of the University of Science and Technology, he was once my student. Greetings, Zhao boss, Lu Bing said, his demeanor somewhat haughty as he shook hands with Zhao Xingye, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Feng, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Having heard from Huang he about a computer repair prodigy joining their gathering, he had hoped to engage in a technical exchange. Yet upon meeting Yi Feng, he felt disappointment wash over him. After all, how much expertise could someone so young possess? Hello, Lu Bing extended his hand toward Yi Feng, his tone cool and indifferent. Zhao Xingye inwardly shook his head, perceiving Lu Bing as a fool, excessively arrogant. Yi Feng squinted slightly, smiling as he shook Lu Bing's hand. Ah, a senior from the University of Science and Technology. I have always heard that your institution nurtures exceptional technological talents. I have long admired it. This remark elevated Lu Bing's status as a technological talent in Yi Feng's eyes. A proud smile crept onto Lu Bing's face, clearly relishing the compliment. With a bit of effort, gaining admission to the University of Science and Technology should not be a problem. May I ask which university you currently attend? Yixiaoga? Is it Guangda? Lu Bing inquired, adopting a condescending tone. Huang Yi furrowed his brow slightly at this, yet chose to remain silent. I'm still a student at No. 1 high school, preparing for the college entrance examination in a couple of months. Yi Feng replied with a smile, candid about his status. Oh, then I welcome you to apply to the University of Science and Technology in the future. Although admission is quite challenging, with determination, there is hope, Lu Bing remarked, his expression growing even more indifferent upon learning that Yi Feng was still a high school senior. A person who isn't even a university student cannot possibly be a genius. It seems Zhao boss is not as reliable as I thought to gather such an individual for a meeting. Displeasure flickered across Lu Bing's face. Huang He, attempting to lighten the mood, said, let's not stand idly. Come, let us sit down and enjoy some tea. The group promptly took their seats. Although Zhao Xingye was originally set to preside over the gathering, he graciously invited Huang He to take the main seat and seated Yi Feng to Huang He's left. Zhao Xingye personally poured tea for everyone. Huang He took a sip and exclaimed, this tea is quite delightful, Zhao boss. What kind is it? Zhao Xingye was momentarily taken aback. He knew little about tea and had simply requested the most expensive option from the waiter. Ah, Teacher Huang, as a rough man. I cannot discern the type of tea. I forgot to ask the waiter. Shall I fetch him to inquire? Zhao Xingye suggested awkwardly. This should be Xinyang Maojian, and it appears to be tea picked before the Mingqian period. Yi Feng interjected suddenly. Huang, he expressed surprise, laughing as he asked. I had the same impression. Yi Shaozh. You could identify it just by its aroma. You seem quite knowledgeable about tea. Yi Feng sipped the tea, smiling modestly. I have dabbled in it, though I cannot claim to be particularly knowledgeable. The leaves of this top-quality Xinyang Maojian, when steeped, are plump and slightly shorter, with a pale yellow hue. Characteristic of the tender buds from the Mingqian spring tea. I believe only the special grade Dongting Biluakun can rival it. While both possess similar flavors, their aromas differ. Xinyang Maojian has a stringency upon entry, followed by a sweet aftertaste, while Dongting Biluakun is more fragrant and delicate. Often described as the emerald splendor of the mountains, with its aroma intoxicating for miles. With a smile, Yi Feng spoke eloquently, referencing various texts and displaying composure. Huang He and Zhao Xingye listened intently, nodding in appreciation. The conversation transitioned into a lively exchange about tea. With Huang He clearly delighted to find a kindred spirit in Yi Feng. Ah, Yi Xiaoge, you truly are well-versed in many matters. One day, you must visit my home for tea, and we shall explore these topics further. Huang He exclaimed. Teacher Huang, I would be honored, but perhaps you might wait until after my college entrance exams. Yi Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, academics must take precedence. That is perfectly understandable. Huang He chuckled, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Yi Feng. The more he observed the young man, the more he recognized his extraordinary nature. Yi Feng's eloquence and wit belied his youth. He seemed more akin to a seasoned veteran of the business world than a mere student. Chapter 35. The Banquet Interests. Lu Bing, seated beside Huang He, felt a twinge of discomfort as he observed his former teacher engaging so amiably with Yi Feng. Is it truly such an impressive feat to know a bit about tea? He scoffed, interrupting their conversation. Yi Feng, I heard Zhao Ba say your computer repair skills are exceptional. Is that really the case? Zhao Xingye was taken aback, pondering whether this young man understood the art of conversation. Was it customary to begin by questioning another's abilities? Such behavior seemed blatantly disrespectful. Sigh. This graduate who remains in the confines of academia has clearly never faced the harsh realities of society, lacking any emotional intelligence. Yi Xiaoge's computer repair skills are undoubtedly commendable. I have complete faith in his abilities, and thus far, I have yet to encounter a computer he could not fix. Za Inge intergested, defending Yi Feng. Huang He shot Lu Bing a disapproving glance. Lu Bing appeared bewildered. I merely wished to ask a question, he thought, feeling unjustly reprimanded. There's nothing extraordinary about it. I simply learned a few things to make a living, and I still have much to learn, Yi Feng replied calmly. Then let me test you. If a computer has no sound, and the motherboard is faulty, where do you think the problem lies? Lu Bing persisted, undeterred. Huang He was caught off guard. This question bore significant depth, one that even students from the University of Science and Technology might struggle to grasp, let alone repair. Yi Feng had yet to enter university. Was this not an attempt to corner him? Enough, Lu Bing. Focus on eating and speak less, Huang He thought to himself, realizing that bringing Lu Bing along had been a misstep. Clearly, he had never faced the world outside of academia. Even Yi Feng exhibited greater conversational finesse. Yi Feng smiled slightly. Not a problem. It's a minor issue. First, check the capacitors on the motherboard to ensure the voltage is normal. If that checks out, then examine the sound chip. Most likely, it's a cold solder joint. Clean and reflow the solder accordingly. Lu Bing stared at Yi Feng in astonishment. Taken aback that Yi Feng could indeed answer, and even articulated the repair method accurately. I didn't realize you possessed such skills. He stammered. Indeed, you are correct. Huang He remarked, his expression shifting to one of realization. Zhao Xingye had spoken the truth about Yi Feng's abilities. This young man was truly a genius. Not only was his technical proficiency evident, but he also conducted himself with meticulous precision in conversation and action. Collaborating with such an astute individual would undoubtedly be a rewarding endeavor. Repairing computers is merely a personal hobby of mine. My true passion lies in delving into programming tools and languages such as C and Java. I hold the belief that the Java tool developed by Sun Microsystems is poised for remarkable success in the future. The capabilities of JDK12 are formidable, and its libraries are impressively extensive, remarked Yi Feng with a smile. Huang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness, you've even studied Java? We don't even have that course at our school." "Gu, you truly are a genius." Yi Feng chuckled inyardly, confident that such a course would inevitably be introduced in due time. "It's nothing much. I simply indulge in technology magazines often and take the initiative to learn about topics that pique my interest," Yi Feng humbly replied. Lu Bing, sitting nearby, gaped in astonishment. He wished to join the conversation, but only recognized the name without any practical experience. This left him feeling quite disheartened, as if he were overshadowed by a younger individual, which was rather embarrassing. Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought forth an array of food and drinks. Zhao Xingya promptly encouraged, "Let us eat and chat." He poured drinks for everyone and raised his glass. "Here's to Teacher Huang and Gu." Yi Feng clinked glasses and downed the drink in one swift motion. As the liquor hit his stomach, it ignited a fiery sensation, indicating a high alcohol content. "Haha, Gu has quite the capacity for alcohol. Come now, let us have some food," Zhao Xingya exclaimed with delight, realizing that as long as Yi Feng was willing to drink, certain matters would be easier to discuss. Wang Tai, ever obedient, quietly consumed his meal, refraining from conversation, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yi Feng, observing how he navigated the dynamics between Huang He and Zhao Xingya. Wang Tai meticulously noted every word Yi Feng spoke and every action he took, deeply impressed by Yi Feng's apparent ease and his gradual mastery of the conversation, positioning himself as the focal point of the gathering. Yi Feng occasionally delivered witty remarks that elicited peals of laughter from everyone, thus creating a vibrant atmosphere at the table. Wang Tai marveled inwardly, thinking, "Brother Feng is truly impressive." As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Huang He expressed a desire for a cigarette and turned to Lu Bing, asking, "Xiao Lu, do you have any cigarettes on you?" "Cigarettes? Teacher Huang, I don't smoke. How could I have any?" Lu Bing replied, shaking his head. Huang He responded, "Next time, perhaps you should stay home." "Haha, it's no trouble, Teacher Huang. I'll have the waiter bring some," Zhao Xingya quickly interjected. "No need, Teacher Huang can smoke mine. After all, liquor and cigarettes go hand in hand." "I have some," Yi Feng declared, retrieving 2 packs of soft zhonghua from his pocket. "Soft zhonghua, that is 85 yuan a pack. Just one box is roughly a third of an average person's monthly salary," Huang He remarked, a look of appreciation dawning on his face. "This young man is quite impressive, articulate and socially adept." Indeed. Zhao Xingya was also taken aback, surprised that Yi Feng, who claimed not to smoke, had brought cigarettes. Moreover, Yi Feng's offering of soft zhonghua, valued at 170 yuan for 2 packs, was unexpected. "Huh, all right then, let us smoke Igu's," Huang He chuckled. "Gu, you truly are generous, carrying soft zhonghua with you." Yi Feng skillfully opened the packaging, deftly shaking it to release 2 cigarettes. "I'm accustomed to it, but I can't smoke just yet. I've made a pact with my father to wait for a couple of months," Yi Feng said, standing up to present the cigarettes to Huang He. Huang He, observing Yi Feng's adept handling of the cigarettes, couldn't he help but smile. He accepted one and, with Yi Feng's assistance in lighting it, expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I'm increasingly impressed by you, Yi Feng. No need for thanks." Yi Feng replied with a grin, offering a cigarette to Zhao Xingya. Zhao Xingya accepted it, noting that the drinks had nearly run their course, prompting him to steer the conversation toward business. "Let us not forget, today's gathering has been quite enjoyable. It's a rare opportunity for us to come together. As the saying goes, drink together, earn together. Teacher Huang, what are your thoughts on a matter I mentioned last time? With your involvement, our computer repair business will surely attract a wealth of talent." Huang He pondered for a moment, took a drag from his cigarette, and glanced at Yi Feng, responding with a smile. "Oh, I can hardly contribute anything. With Gu around, the students from the university will not only gain valuable knowledge, but also have the opportunity to earn a living. What is not to like?" As long as Gu is willing to teach, many will be eager to learn. Huang He's words implied that he had no objections. It ultimately depended on Yi Feng's willingness. If Yi Feng was inclined to engage, he had no doubt that there would be students eager to learn from him. Throughout the meal, he had observed that Yi Feng was undoubtedly a pivotal figure in the computer repair business, essential for its success, both in technical skills and personal demeanor. Yi Feng's performance was impeccable. Huang He now returned the ball to Zhao Xingye. A moment of silence enveloped the table as the three individuals contemplated their thoughts. Zhao Xingye, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped Huang He's insinuation and turned to Yi Feng, saying, "Gu, with teacher Huang's resources on board, our venture is practically assured. The demand for computer repair will undoubtedly surge, and if we cultivate talent, we can establish repair shops throughout the city, accumulating wealth effortlessly. As for financial matters," he added, "as long as you agree, we can negotiate terms without issue." He fixed his gaze on Yi Feng, eager to discern his reaction. However, Yi Feng maintained a calm demeanor, taking his time to respond. After a moment, he smiled and remarked, "Zhao boss, you certainly possess a keen business acumen. I also believe this venture is feasible." Zhao Xingye's face lit up with joy. Had Yi Feng finally acquiesced? But his smile faltered the next moment. "However, I still have exams to focus on, and once those are over, I'll be heading to university, so we can discuss this matter later." He casually concocted an excuse that was difficult to refute. Zhao Xingye felt a pang of urgency, wanting to suggest that Yi Feng postpone university to prioritize earning money. But the words caught in his throat. To dissuade someone from pursuing education would be a significant lack of emotional intelligence. Yige, you could always work during your free time. It wouldn't be a burden," Zhao Xingye urged, a hint of desperation in his tone. Yi Feng's expression grew slightly cold. He recognized Zhao Xingye's jest. Zhao Xingye, sensing Yi Feng's demeanor, hesitated to press further. Huang He observed the exchange with clarity, gaining insight into Yi Feng's stance toward Zhao Xingye, and admiration welled up within him. This young man remained unmoved by such a significant temptation. His composure was not something to be taken lightly. Many others would have been swept away by Zhao Xingye's grand vision, readily agreeing to partner in business. Yet, such individuals often encounter failure. Yi Feng was indeed exceptional. "Come now, Zhao boss, business cannot be rushed. Haste will lead to missteps. Let us take our time. For now, let us enjoy our drinks," Huang He interjected, raising his glass in a gesture of camaraderie. Their meal extended from 6 in the evening until 9 at night, and only when they had consumed enough did they disperse. Zhao Xingye stepped outside to settle the bill. Once he was gone, Huang He poured Yi Feng a cup of tea and smiled, saying, "I see that Gu is destined for greatness. You will surely accomplish something significant in the future. I am merely reliant on teacher Huang's guidance," Yi Feng replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Two foxes, one old and one young, exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other perfectly. "Today I felt an extraordinary affinity with brother Yi. And here is my business card, which contains my phone number. We must keep in touch and engage in more exchanges." Huang He proactively presented his business card, believing that the young man before him possessed limitless potential. If such talent were to fail, who else could possibly succeed? Consequently, he harbored intentions of fostering a closer relationship. Yi Feng accepted the card with both hands, examined it, and solemnly tucked it into his pocket, responding with a smile, "It is only proper. There remains much I do not comprehend, and I should seek guidance from teacher Huang." Huang He squinted slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Come, let us toast with tea in lieu of wine. Our acquaintance is a fortunate coincidence. Let us toast to our friendship." Yi Feng clinked his cup with Huang He's, and they both drank heartily. After a while, Zhao Xingye finally returned. Having exchanged polite words about future gatherings, they bid each other farewell. Zhao Xingye offered to call a taxi for Yi Feng to return home, but Yi Feng politely declined. He and Wang Tai opted to hail a cab back to Zhao Xingye's shop to retrieve their bicycles. In the stillness of the night, with the streets devoid of vehicles and pedestrians sparse, two bicycles rode side by side beneath the dim glow of the streetlights. "Brother Feng, I could tell that Zhao Fatty was eager to recruit you tonight. It seems he is reluctant to let go of this lucrative opportunity. Wang Tai expressed his concerns, apprehensive about future entanglements. Yi Feng chuckled lightly. Of course we will continue working with him. Our relationship with Zhao Fatty is merely one of mutual benefit, devoid of any need for hesitation. TZ, let me impart a piece of wisdom. Do not be misled by heartfelt brotherly gestures at the dining table. They may simply wish to exploit you for their gain. Zhao Fatty's invitation to join him is merely an attempt to harness my abilities to expand his maintenance business. But if I truly join him, what do you think the likely outcome would be? Wang Tai was taken aback and asked, Brother Feng, what would that be? Yi Feng replied calmly, once I have trained those university students to sufficiently handle the business, he would promptly cast me aside. Trust me, a man like Zhao Xingye is capable of such actions. At that point, my skills would no longer be irreplaceable. If he ousted me, he would reap all the profits without sharing, which could amount to hundreds of thousands, even millions. In the face of such immense gain, what does conscience matter? Besides, he never had much of a conscience to begin with. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai was shocked and exclaimed, Indeed, we cannot collaborate with him. Yi Feng chuckled thus. We shall pursue our own path. Tonight's endeavors were fruitful. We leveraged Zhao Xingye's gathering to establish a connection with teacher Huang from Guangzhou University of Technology. Huang He, a former educator now in the employment office, occupies a significant position, indicative of a substantial network. Maintaining a relationship with him will prove advantageous for us in the future. Wang Tai turned to gaze incredulously at Yi Feng. In that moment, he perceived Yi Feng as a cunning old fox. Usually, Brother Feng was approachable, exuding warmth. Yet, when it came to serious matters in business, he transformed into a figure of wisdom and decisiveness, exhibiting a meticulous mindset. Wang Tai silently admired him, thinking, Brother Feng shall be my idol from now on. As they continue their ride, they returned to the staff quarters just as the clock approached 10. Yi Feng parked his bicycle at the stairway. The effects of the alcohol had diminished somewhat in the night breeze, but he still sniffed his clothing. TZ, can you still smell the alcohol on me? Wang Tai leaned in closer, inhaling before responding. The scent of alcohol is quite strong, and there is a noticeable odor of smoke as well. Yi Feng slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat resigned. If he returned home like this, his mother would undoubtedly detect the smell, resulting in a tempest of criticism, and his father might even resort to a belt for punishment. There would be no way to explain himself. What to do? Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Feng. Gu Muxi's parents had yet to return, arriving only by the afternoon of the next day. Why not spend the night at Gu Muxi's house? After contemplating for a moment, Yi Feng decided that was the only viable option. He would return home to change clothes after his parents left for work the next day. TZ, it's getting late. You should head home and rest. We'll see each other at school tomorrow. Yi Feng waved his hand. All right, Brother Feng, you should also get some rest. I estimate you've consumed at least a pound of alcohol tonight. I'm off now. See you tomorrow. Wang Tai rode away on his bicycle. Even at the mention of alcohol, Yi Feng felt a slight headache and dizziness. The strong liquor he had consumed earlier was no less than 8 taels. And though the cool breeze had initially dulled the intoxication, the effects hit him hard upon returning home. If not for 2 bottles of pure milk, he might have collapsed on the road. If he suffered from a severe hangover, he would likely be unable to attend school the next day and would have to ask Gu Muxi for a leave of absence. Yi Feng patted his groggy head, struggling to regain clarity. He tiptoed up the stairs, wishing to avoid alarming his parents. Upon reaching Gu Muxi's doorstep, he gently knocked. Who is it? Came Gu Muxi's cautious voice from inside. Gu Muxi, it's me. Yi Feng lowered his voice in response. Yi Feng. Footsteps approached, and the door opened. Gu Muxi appeared in a loose-fitting nightgown, her dark hair cascading down, some strands resting on her fair shoulders. The delicate straps of her nightgown highlighted her alluring collarbone, captivating the eye. Her stunning face bore a hint of sleepiness, her creamy skin radiating a soft glow. She seemed ready to retire for the night, but had been called out by Yi Feng. Upon seeing her, Yi Feng was instantly spellbound. Yi Feng, where have you been wandering? You reek of smoke and alcohol. Have you been drinking and smoking? You're suffocating me. Gu Muxi complained. covering her mouth and nose in disdain. Yi Feng glanced back at the house, noting the silence, but he did not wish to linger at the entrance. "Let us talk inside," he urged, gently pushing her through the door. Once inside Gu Muxi's home, Yi Feng felt the effects of the alcohol returning, and he plopped down onto the sofa to rest. "You naughty Yi Feng, where have you been tonight? Why'd you drink so much? Are you drunk? Honestly, you're an adult now. You should know your limits. And smoking too? You really are a source of worry." Yi Feng, eyes half closed, listened to Gu Muxi's mild reproach, and unexpectedly felt a surge of happiness. Being drunk and listening to a woman at home chide you was a comforting experience. It signified that you were not alone in this world. There was a girl who cared about you. It's nothing much. Just had a meal with Boss Zhao from the computer shop discussing some business." Yi Feng supported his forehead, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. "Oh, Ida Xiao is off conducting business now? How impressive." Gu Muxi was skeptical, but seeing him in a drunken stupor, she was too weary to argue further. "This scoundrel must be drunk. Let us just clean his face," she muttered to herself, turning toward the bathroom. There were no extra towels in the bathroom, and Gu Muxi pouted, resigning herself to using her own towel. "Once Yi Feng awakens, he must buy me a new towel." Gu Muxi prepared a basin of cool water, then poured in some hot water from the kettle, testing the temperature with her fingers. Once satisfied with the warmth, she submerged the towel to moisten it and wrung it out. Turning around, she noticed Yi Feng, half asleep with his eyes barely open, slumped on the sofa, his head tilted awkwardly to one side. This is what you get for drinking so much." Gu Muxi puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "It's only because of my kindness that I haven't thrown you out like anyone else would." As she muttered to herself, she approached and sat beside Yi Feng, meticulously wiping his face. "Gu Muxi." Yi Feng felt the warmth of the towel against his skin, imbued with a unique fragrance, her scent. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the image of Gu Muxi coming into focus. "What is the matter? If it weren't for your drunken state, I wouldn't bother tending to you," she said with a hint of pride. Yi Feng smiled at her words, peering through the towel at her sparkling eyes, their long lashes fluttering. The focused and delicate expression on her face warmed his heart. Sometimes, Gu Muxi truly had a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. "How adorable." "Thank you," he offered gratefully. As Gu Muxi finished drying his face, she shot him a glance. "Is that all I get, just a thank you? Tomorrow, treat me to 2 old popsicles. Or else, I won't forgive you for my service tonight." Yi Feng grinned, saying, "Sure, no problem, however many you want. Just remember, you said so. Don't try to backtrack once you sober up." Gu Muxi stood to wash the towel again, then returned to his side. A gentle fragrance enveloped her, and Yi Feng inhaled deeply, finding it refreshing yet tantalizing. Why does Gu Muxi always smell so delightful? It was a mystery to him. However, he knew he would remember this scent for a lifetime. It would forever be associated with her. Yi Feng felt the effects of alcohol weighing heavily upon him. His eyelids felt like lead, and he was on the verge of drifting off. "Next time, don't drink so much. Getting drunk is not good for your health." Gu Muxi chided, continuing to wipe his hands. Noticing his silence, she glanced at him, only to find him with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. No way. Did he fall asleep, just like that? Gu Muxi was taken aback. She nudged Yi Feng, intending to suggest he take a shower before sleeping, but it appeared he was too intoxicated for that. This insufferable man, just planning to sleep like this? She scrunched her nose in disdain. Her keen sense of smell was particularly sensitive to the stench of smoke and alcohol, which she found repugnant. In the past, when her father, Gu Xingzhong, returned from socializing, reeking of smoke and liquor, she would keep her distance. Only her mother remained unfazed, chiding him all night while helping him undress and guiding him to bed. Glancing at Yi Feng, she resigned herself to allowing him to sleep on the sofa. She washed the towel, discarded the water, and then helped Yi Feng lie down on the couch. However, upon looking closer, she noticed stains on his shirt, which made her mild obsessive-compulsiveness flare up. Did he really spill food all over himself? How ridiculous! Gu Muxi puffed her cheeks in frustration, trying to ignore it. She found it hard to shake off the thought. If she didn't remove the stains, they would linger in her mind all night. Fine, I'll clean him up, or else he'll ruin the sofa. Gu Muxi pondered it, stroking Herchin. Reluctantly, She filled another basin with warm water and placed it beside the sofa. Then, she reached for Yi Feng's shirt buttons. Her gaze fell on his Adam's apple, then drifted downward, catching a glimpse of his slight muscle definition, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race, as if a little deer were bounding within her chest. This insufferable Yi Feng, though he appears thin, he has some muscle after all. Why am I feeling a bit nervous? It's not like I've never seen this insufferable guy shirtless. Gu Muxi. Calm down. She shook her head, attempting to dispel the strange thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet it was futile. Her face grew hot as she continued to unbutton his shirt. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. With each button she unfastened, her heart raced faster, her face reddening to the roots of her neck. This insufferable Yi Feng, making me serve him. Just wait until you wake up. Gu Muxi felt her cheeks burning, yet she steeled herself to remove Yi Feng's shirt and gently wiped his body with the warm towel. After completing her task, she pinched her nose, hanging his shirt on a distant chair. It stank terribly, but at least that's done. Gu Muxi went to wash the towel and dispose of the water, then lifted Yi Feng's feet onto the sofa, exhaling heavily. Done. I am exhausted. She rubbed her shoulders, feeling the strain. Looking down at Yi Feng, who appeared to be in a deep slumber, she wondered if he might catch a chill, sleeping bare-chested in the cool night air. After a moment's thought, she returned to her room, retrieved a wool blanket from the wardrobe, and gently draped it over him. Water, I'm so thirsty, Yi Feng suddenly mumbled, smacking his lips. Gu Muxi leaned closer, realizing he wanted water. What a hassle. She pouted, but obediently went to fetch him a cup of warm water. Here, your water. Drink up. Gu Muxi squatted down, bringing the cup to his lips. However, Yi Feng merely smacked his lips, showing no signs of waking. Gu Muxi. This insufferable man. He needs to be fed water. She felt a strong urge to set the cup down and ignore him, but seeing him continue to smack his lips, clearly parched, tugged at her heartstrings. Fine, I must owe you from a past life. Gu Muxi sighed in resignation. She helped Yi Feng sit up, resting his head against her chest, then slowly fed him the water. Gulp, gulp. After Yi Feng drank, he gulped down the entire cup in one go. As Gu Muxi set the cup on the table, contemplating how to lay his head back down, she suddenly heard him mumbling something. Was he talking in his sleep? Gu Muxi bent down, straining to listen. Yi Feng nuzzled slightly, murmuring, so soft. Gu Muxi. This rascal. Her cheeks flushed, and she set his head down on the sofa, shooting him a glare. Insufferable Yi Feng, you must be itching for a scolding. Just wait until you wake up. Gu Muxi puffed her adorable cheeks, wishing she could put him in a headlock right then and there. But considering his drunken state, she held back. I won't bother with you anymore. I'm off to sleep. Just as Gu Muxi turned to leave, a hand grasped her wrist. Gu Muxi. Don't go. Huh? Gu Muxi thought Yi Feng had woken up and squatted down, peering into his slightly open eyes. You're awake? She asked, perplexed. Yi Feng's lips moved, as if speaking in a dream. What did you say? She leaned closer to catch his words. Gu Muxi, I regret it. Please don't leave me, okay? She could only intermittently catch snippets of Yi Feng's words, yet the meaning eluded her. What do you wish to convey? Gu Muxi asked again. However, Yi Feng suddenly enveloped her head with his hand, pulling her closer to him. In the next instant, their lips met. Gu Muxi's eyes widened in shock, her mind erupting with chaos, as if struck by lightning, leaving her utterly bewildered. Chapter 37. Gu Muxi, hear my defense. Gu Muxi's muscles tensed, freezing in place. She stared wide-eyed, astonished as she looked at Yi Feng, feeling the warm breath emanating from his nose. Aside from that, a warm sensation lingered on her lips, akin to a current surging through her, electrifying her repeatedly. Indeed, she felt entirely numb and dazed. After a moment of lingering shock, she gradually regained her senses, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. How could she have been kissed again by that insufferable Yi Feng? How infuriating! This was the second time. That despicable scoundrel. With a sudden burst of energy, she broke free from Yi Feng's grip, retreating several steps, both embarrassed and enraged. You vile Yi Feng, how dare you take advantage of me? I could strangle you. Gu Muxi said, budding her teeth, her hands poised to wrap around Yi Feng's neck, ready to end his wickedness once and for all. Gu Muxi, don't go, Yi Feng murmured softly, his brow furrowed, seemingly in great distress. Upon seeing this, the flames of her anger subsided considerably. Go where? This is my home. If anyone is leaving, it should be you. Fine, I shall spare your life this time. I will deal with you once you wake up, Gu Muxi declared, retracting her hands with a haughty air. She observed Yi Feng's furrowed brow, deeply etched like a river, and felt a pang of sympathy. Was that insufferable guy having a nightmare? She bent down and gently massaged his tightly knit brows with her fingertip, hoping to ease his troubled expression. As expected, Yi Feng's brow relaxed, and his demeanor gradually regained its tranquility, his breath becoming steadier. All right, I too am weary. We shall speak of this tomorrow. Gu Muxi, gathering Yi Feng's clothes and shoes before returning to her room to sleep. Yet, as soon as she laid down, the mortifying scene replayed in her mind like an endless loop, fraying her nerves. That detestable Yi Feng, with a flushed face. Gu Muxi grabbed her plush pig and began to furiously pinch its cheeks. I shall crush you, I shall squeeze you. She fumed. It seemed as though she was unleashing her rage upon the plush pig as if it were Yi Feng's face, relentlessly tormenting it for 7 or 8 minutes until she felt a sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, drowsiness crept in and she hugged the plush pig, squeezing it tightly between her legs as she slowly drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yi Feng awoke, urgently needing to relieve himself. Groggy and disoriented, he instinctively followed his bodily urges to the restroom. Afterward, he yawned and stumbled through the darkness, opening the door to the room and collapsing back onto the bed, falling asleep once more. The night was somewhat chilly, and he instinctively reached for the blanket, tugging it closer. Share some of the blanket with me, he mumbled. Don't steal my blanket, Gu Muxi grumbled in response. Unable to pull the blanket towards him, Yi Feng turned over and nestled into the covers, succumbing to deep sleep once again. The following morning, a golden ray of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room and landing upon the bed. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm clock on the bedside table chimed. Gu Muxi, clutching something, felt warmth enveloping her, finding it quite comfortable. As the alarm continued to ring, she wished to sleep more, burrowing her head as she reached out to silence the clock. However, her hand brushed against what felt like hair, a person's head. Hey, stop disturbing me. I want to sleep, Yi Feng's sleepy voice echoed in her ear. Instantly, her drowsiness evaporated, replaced by an unsettling premonition. She slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a neck and chin. Stunned, she drew back slightly, lifting her gaze, and a familiar face emerged into view. It was Yi Feng's face. What is happening? She gasped. How could Yi Feng be sleeping beside her? Where was she? The realization left her utterly perplexed, her thoughts racing to comprehend the situation. The alarm continued to ring, rousing Yi Feng from his slumber. He opened his eyes, regaining awareness as a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. What a lovely and familiar scent, he murmured, lowering his head to see Gu Muxi. In that instant, their eyes met, both wide-eyed and astonished, frozen in disbelief. Yi Feng, Gu Muxi, they exclaimed in unison, before simultaneously lifting the covers to peek beneath. To their shock, Gu Muxi's delicate arms were wrapped around him, and her long, slender legs were entwined around Yi Feng, resembling an octopus. Fortunately, aside from Yi Feng being shirtless, both of their pants and clothes remained intact. How infuriating! Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed as she retracted her limbs from Yi Feng, then, in a swift motion, kicked him out of bed. Ouch! What the? Yi Feng tumbled to the floor, yelping in pain. That kick had completely dislodged his sleepwear. He clutched his waist and clambered back up. What the hell, Gu Muxi, why are you in my bed? Yi Feng demanded, feeling utterly aggrieved. Your bed. Take a good look around. Whose bed is this? Gu Muxi retorted, gritting her teeth. Yi Feng was taken aback and glanced around, noticing the pink walls, the pink bed, and the spacious desk. He was instantly bewildered. How on earth did I end up in Gu Muxi's room? Did I sleepwalk here last night? Ouch, my head hurts. Yi Feng rubbed his temples, realizing he was suffering from a hangover. You insufferable Yi Feng. How did you get in here last night? Gu Muxi questioned, her face flushed like an apple. Her mind raced to the memory of having held Yi Feng throughout the night, making her cheeks burn with embarrassment and her heart race. Although they had shared a bed as children, it had been years since they had done so, particularly since high school. Cough, cough. Gu Muxi, please allow me to explain. There's surely some misunderstanding here. Yi Feng stammered acardly. I vaguely remember drinking too much last night and thought I was back in my own room. Humph. You know you were drunk last night? Gu Muxi glared at him. You were so intoxicated that I had to take care of you all night. Realizing the term take care might not be appropriate, she quickly corrected herself. I looked after you all night. You owe me a huge favor. Yi Feng recalled drinking with Zhao Pengzi and Huang He, then returning to the neighborhood with Wang Tai. However, he couldn't quite remember what happened after arriving home. Yes, consider it a great favor owed to you. Yi Feng scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. He didn't mind owing Gu Muxi a favor. In fact, he might even welcome it. Do you remember how your stench was nearly unbearable last night? Gu Muxi glared at him. I don't quite recall. I didn't do anything foolish last night, did I? Yi Feng asked, perplexed. Gu Muxi's mind replayed the scene from last night when he kissed her, her heart pounding with a rapid rhythm. Ahem, and no, nothing happened, just forget it, Gu Muxi stammered. Yi Feng scratched his head, puzzled by her demeanor. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Xiao Feng didn't come back last night. Do you know where he went? Came Meng Xiaoyun's voice from beyond the door. The sound sent a chill of sweat down both their spines. My mother. Don't let her know I'm here. Yi Feng, vi spirit urgently. In that instant, Yi Feng felt a thrill akin to that of a clandestine affair. As Meng Xiaoyun approached, about to open the door, Gu Muxi hurriedly locked it, exclaiming, Auntie, I'm changing clothes. Yi Feng mentioned he was staying at Wang Tai's place for the night, and I'll pick him up later to go to school together. You needn't worry. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaoyun's anxious heart finally settled. This child, staying at Wang Tai's without even a word, really, she complained before continuing, I'm heading out to run errands. I've already cooked some porridge. Please pack a couple of boxes for yourself and one for Xiao Feng. Okay, Annie, I got it. Gu Muxi quickly nodded in response. Then I'm off. Meng Xiaoyun's footsteps gradually faded away. Gu Muxi and Yi Feng both let out a heavy sigh of relief and exchanged glances. They both burst into laughter, amused by each other's flustered state. Gu Muxi, we shared a bed last night. You must take responsibility. Responsibility? Just you wait, or I'll crush your head and toss it like a bowling ball. Fine. I'll take responsibility. Yi Xiao, scram quickly, or I'll roll you up and throw you out. Understood. Message received. Seeing that Gu Muxi appeared unfazed, Yi Feng felt a bit reassured. As long as she wasn't repulsed, everything was fine. He assumed she probably felt too familiar with him, thinking that nothing untoward would happen from sharing a bed. I drank too much last night and missed a golden opportunity. Yi Feng lamented, shaking his head as he stepped outside. Gu Muxi locked the door again, leaning against it, her heart still racing. That despicable Yi Feng actually climbed into my bed. How utterly shameless. Chapter 38. How dare that Yi Feng imitate me? On the way to school, Gu Muxi and Yi Feng rode their bicycles side by side. Yi Feng, trailing behind, gazed longingly at the empty seat behind Gu Muxi. Seriously, why did you have to give me a bicycle? Yi Feng sighed with resignation. Stop! Gu Muxi suddenly shouted, bringing her bike to a halt. What's wrong? Yi Feng followed suit. Yi Xiao, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Go buy me 2 popsicles, too. Gu Muxi extended 2 fingers. Yi Feng smirked slightly. Eating popsicles this early? Aren't you afraid of an upset stomach? I love them. What's it to you? All right, I'm going to get them. Hey, remember, it's 2. Don't try to cheat me. Yi Feng parked his bike next to a convenience store and bought 2 popsicles from the owner. Here you go, he said, handing them over. Gu Muxi gleefully accepted them, unwrapped one, and began to lick it. Yi Feng watched, entranced, as she savored the popsicle, swallowing hard. Who would have thought you were quite skilled at licking? Of course, I've had at least 800 popsicles in my life. This is the best way to enjoy them. Gu Muxi misinterpreted his words, believing he was complimenting her technique with the popsicle. Who knew you had a talent for eating popsicles? Yi Feng chuckled softly to himself. What did you say? Gu Muxi asked, not catching his words. Cough. Nothing. Just eat your popsicle quickly. We still have to get to school. Yi Feng cleared his throat, changing the subject. Gu Muxi huffed playfully, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Two adorable little canine teeth peeking out as she bit into the popsicle, taking a sizable chunk out of it. Yi Feng, wow, so many computers. Gu Muxi, while enjoying her popsicle, suddenly noticed a newly opened internet CAF next door. Peering through the window, she saw people setting up computers inside. Yi Feng noticed it too. The year 2000 marked the onset of internet CAFs becoming popular, and even now, there were only a handful in the entire city. This was primarily due to the high cost of computers. Establishing an internet CAF required substantial investment, and to recoup costs quickly, they had to raise the hourly internet fees. Currently, internet CAFs charged 10 yuan per hour, which was unaffordable for most, especially for students. Despite this, many were still drawn to the allure of the internet, showcasing their strong profit potential, with most CAFs always full, requiring patrons to wait in line for a chance to play. Consequently, by the latter half of the millennium, internet CAFs began to proliferate, becoming the preferred entertainment choice for this generation of youth. Yi Feng recalled a saying that circulated back then. If you want to get rich, open an internet CAF. In this era, starting an internet CAF was a golden opportunity, a business model that allowed one to earn money effortlessly. The following decade saw a boom for internet CAFs, with establishments sprouting up in every city, far outnumbering gaming halls. In Yi Feng's plans, opening an internet CAF was a crucial part of his business strategy. He wouldn't miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. I really want to play on a computer, Gu Muxi said with hopeful eyes. You've never been to an internet CAF? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. Gu Muxi shook her head. How expensive is it? 10 yuan an hour. I could buy so many popsicles with that. She longed to experience it, but was deterred by the high cost of internet access. Do you want a computer? Yi Feng asked with a grin. Of course. But even a basic one costs around 7 or 8,000 yuan, and a decent one is at least 10 to 20,000. Where'd I get that kind of money? Gu Muxi shot him an exasperated glance. Forget it. Let's not look anymore. She walked to the other side, continuing to enjoy her popsicle, yet she couldn't resist stealing glances at the internet CAF. Yi Feng, noticing her, secretly chuckled. Once someone desires something, that yearning becomes irresistible. With a clever thought, he realized what to gift her for her upcoming birthday next week. Gu Muxi finished her popsicle in large bites, then hopped onto her bike. Calling to Yi Feng, Yi Xiao, let us go. The days leading up to the exams were filled with relentless reviews and practice questions, as everyone prepared diligently for the impending major test. These days were both calm and monotonous. Before they knew it, a week had passed. During this time, Yi Feng and Gu Muxi studied together, supporting one another, and even after school, he would visit her room each day to study together. This was the subject in which he felt weakest, and he was determined to improve, aiming for excellence in every subject. As he prepared for the college entrance examination once more, he felt relatively pressure-free. He was confident about scoring full marks or very close in mathematics and English. And without the burden of these two subjects, his studies felt much lighter. Yi Xiao, do you know how to solve this math problem? Gu Muxi suddenly leaned over with her practice book to ask. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, prompting Yi Feng to glance upward, where he found Gu Muxi gazing at him with her large, sparkling eyes. However, as his gaze shifted downward, he was captivated by the alluring view provided by the loose neckline of her top, a sight that rendered him momentarily spellbound. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in his mind. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Huh? What are you looking at? Gu Muxi asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Following Yi Feng's line of sight, she quickly realized what had captured his attention. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly covered her chest with her hands. Oh, what? I wasn't looking at anything. Yi Feng feigned ignorance. Go to hell. Gu Muxi exclaimed. Her face still flushed as she kicked him away with a swift motion. Ouch! You brute! You lecherous wolf! They both hurled accusations at each other. Gu Muxi then sprang up and leaped onto Yi Feng, pinning him down as she bared her teeth in mock ferocity. I'm going to gouge out your eyes. Heh, Gu Muxi, I doubt you possess the capability. Take this. Dragon Claw. You dare resist? You must be tired of living. Deathlock. In an instant, the two were embroiled in a playful tussle on the ground. Knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door, followed by its opening, revealing Li Wan at the entrance. She was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Gu Muxi was straddling Yi Feng, her hands around his neck, while he grasped her waist. Both of them froze, wide-eyed, upon noticing Li Wan as presence. What are you two doing? Li Wan inquired, her expression a mixture of astonishment and concern. Quickly, Gu Muxi scrambled to her feet, her cheeks still flushed as she scratched her head nervously. Mom, we weren't doing anything. Just a joke. Please don't misunderstand. Yes, Annie, Gu Muxi wasn't bullying me, Yi Feng chimed in, feigning a look of innocent distress. How dare that sly Yi Feng mimic me? Li Wan shot a disapproving glance at her daughter. Yi Feng is taking the time to study with you. You shouldn't bully him. You need to get along, understand? Gu Muxi was taken aback, reluctantly responding. All right. Mom, I understand. I want to bully him. Li Wan then adopted a warm smile, addressing Yi Feng. Little Feng, there's been a strange call for you. They said it was important. Gu Muxi stared at her mother in disbelief. Mom, I'm your daughter. Okay, Annie. I'll go answer the call right away, Yi Feng said, darting out to take the call. Before leaving, Li Wan turned back to remind Gu Muxi, be nice to little Feng, don't bully him. Mom, I really didn't bully him. Gu Muxi protested. I watched you both grow up, do I not know? Little Feng is certainly no match for your judo black belt. Li Wan chuckled while covering her mouth. Girls should be a bit more poised. Occasionally acting like a refined young lady wouldn't hurt. With that, she closed the door behind her. A refined young lady? What is that? Can you eat it? A refined young lady is something I shall never be. In the living room, Yi Feng picked up the landline. Hello. Who is this? Is this Li Feng? It's Huang Guangyuan. Upon hearing the name Huang Guangyuan, Yi Feng recalled it belonged to the manager who sold parts. Manager Huang, what can I do for you? Yi Feng responded, well aware that the purpose of the call was regarding the parts, yet he feigned ignorance. On the other end, Huang Guangyuan chuckled awkwardly. Little Yi Feng, have you forgotten? We agreed you'd come this week to check out the parts. You truly have a lot on your mind. Have you considered it? I assured my boss I would offer you a satisfactory price. Hearing the urgency in Huang Guangyuan's tone, Yi Feng realized he was eager to finalize the sale. The tables had turned, and he now held the reins. Oh, I remember now. What a forgetful mind I have. If it weren't for your call, I might have completely overlooked it. Let us say tomorrow morning. I'll be free then. However, I want to see the goods first, and if they don't meet my expectations, I want to be purchasing. Yi Feng replied with a smile. Huang Guangyuan was elated to hear Yi Feng's agreement to come tomorrow morning. This batch of goods had been lingering too long, and he was anxious to secure a sale before it jeopardized his position. Great. Our company is located at number 19, Heshuan Road. I'll be awaiting your arrival. Little Yi Feng, Huang Guangyuan exclaimed excitedly. Understood. After exchanging pleasantries, they hung up. Yi Feng set the phone down, stroking his chin. He currently had over 12,000 yuan in cash, which was sufficient, but he aimed to minimize costs wherever possible. Throughout the week, he had been repairing computers for Zhao Xingya after school, earning 2,000 to 3,000 yuan daily. By week's end, combined with his prior savings, he had amassed over 12,000 yuan. These funds would be allocated for shop renovations and purchasing computer parts, so he aimed to spend every penny wisely. Returning to Gu Muxi's room, he was met with her inquisitive gaze. Who called you? Would you believe me if I said it was a beautiful woman? Yi Feng teased. Gu Muxi scoffed. A beautiful woman? I don't believe it. What kind of beauty would look at you? She'd need to get her eyes checked. With that, she resumed her studies, while Yi Feng settled down with a book beside her. Half an hour later, she broke the silence. Stinky Yi Feng, which beauty was looking for you? Do I know her? Chapter 39. Gu Muxi, now 18 years old. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Yi Feng and Wang Tai took the bus to number 19, Heshuan Road. The building they arrived at was a commercial residential complex known as Heshuan Tower, which, despite its grand name, was merely a 6-story structure with a wide body. Upon reaching the base of the building, Yi Feng called Huang Guanyuan, who soon appeared at the entrance, jogging towards them with enthusiasm. Ah, Lile Yi Feng. So good to see you. Huang Guanyuan greeted, warmly shaking Yi Feng's hand. Hello, Manager Huang. Please, take me to see the goods right away. If they don't suit me, I'll be leaving, as I have other matters to attend to, Yi Feng replied calmly, his tone revealing a lack of interest in the parts. Ah, yes, of course. The goods are at the company. Please follow me. Little Yi Feng, Huang Guanyuan urged, leading the way. Under Huang Guanyuan's guidance, Yi Feng and Wang Tai ascended to the third floor of the company. Huang Guanyuan's firm, Shengxin Electronics Recycling Company, specialized in the recovery of household appliances and electronic products. Yi Feng was familiar with the revenue model of such enterprises. They procured electronic products with residual value from the primary market at low prices, such as old air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions, and computers, and then sold the usable second-hand items to dealers or returned them to manufacturers for profit. These businesses thrived on the current market, yet they required substantial capital turnover. Often, they struggled to offload inventory quickly, and the more stock they accumulated, the more challenging it became to maintain cash flow. Therefore, they endeavored to sell their recovered goods promptly to recoup their investment and profits. Upon entering the company, one is immediately struck by the dim lighting and the sparse presence of merely a dozen employees, many of whom languidly rest their heads upon their desks. The overall atmosphere exudes a palpable lack of vitality, an air of despondency pervading the space. As Yi Feng turned his gaze towards the other rooms, he noted an array of second-hand electronic products, hinting at a surplus of inventory. It became apparent why there was such urgency among the staff. With a mere glance, Yi Feng discerned the company's current predicament: an overabundance of stock, subpar employee performance, and ineffective management. Huang Guanyuan escorted Yi Feng to a storage room, revealing 25 bulky monitors alongside 25 disassembled computer towers. All the goods are right here. Please take a look, Mr. Yi Feng. Huang Guanyuan beamed. Yi Feng nodded, casually picking up a circuit board to inspect its label, which indicated the production date and model. Upon examining the label on the back of the tower, realization dawned upon him. These were machines produced in 1997 by Galaxy, capable of supporting AMD K6 and Intel MMX chips, as well as accommodating SDR memory. If fully equipped, these machines would have been valued at approximately 9,000 yuan at the time, a considerable sum in 1997. Of course, nowadays, one could procure a superior computer for the same price. These antiquated machines could still run classic DOS games like The Legend of Sword and Fairy and Red Alert, clearly remnants from internet cafes. Yi Feng continued his inspection of several towers, noting that they were either missing graphics cards or hard drives, or had other components absent. However, upon testing the monitors, he found them to be in working condition. Monitors typically exhibit greater durability than towers. After a thorough examination of the inventory, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. Most issues seemed to stem from a few defective parts, leading to their rejection by the internet cafes. He realized that if he could restore these computers, he would possess a collection of refurbished second-hand machines. Selling these 25 units at market prices for used computers could yield a substantial profit. Suppressing his enthusiasm, he feigned disinterest and turned to Huang Guanyuan, saying, "Manager Huang, this batch of computers has far too many missing components. Each unit is incomplete, and it seems any functional parts have already been removed. What use is this heap of scrap metal?" As he spoke, he shook his head in feigned dismay, expressing a lack of interest in the inventory. Huang Guanyuan was acutely aware of the awkward position of this stock. Repairs were not cost-effective, and selling the machines might not recoup the expenses. Yet, selling the damaged components as second-hand parts posed its own challenges. Who would purchase a collection of broken pieces? Ah, Mr. Yi Feng, didn't you say you wanted to experiment a bit? With so many components, we could sell them to you at a bargain. You can tinker with them as you please. Huang Guanyuan implored eagerly. Yi Feng nodded, acknowledging the proposition. Indeed, if they break, I won't mind. But what price do you have in mind? He warned, if you quote me 5,000 yuan, I shall take my leave immediately. Huang Guanyuan quickly smiled and replied no. No, after discussing with my boss, if you want the entire lot, we can let it go for 4,000 yuan. 4,000? Still too expensive. This heap of scrap metal isn't worth that. I reckon you bought it back for around 2,000, right? How about this? I'll offer you a flat 2,500 and consider it my assistance in relieving you of your burden. Yi Feng suggested casually. 2,500? Mr. Yi Feng, your bargaining skills are quite ruthless. Huang Guangyuan grimaced, clearly distressed by the drastic cut. He hadn't anticipated such a significant reduction. If that is unacceptable, then you may keep it. Selling scrap metal might fetch you 1,000 or so. Yi Feng called out, preparing to leave with Wang Tai. Wang Tai secretly chuckled at Yi Feng's negotiation prowess, realizing how thoroughly he had cornered Huang Guangyuan. Desperate, Huang Guangyuan hastily interjected, Mr. Yi Feng, please wait. Allow me to consult with my boss. With that, he dashed toward the office. Once Huang Guangyuan was out of earshot, Wang Tai whispered, Brother Feng, do you truly think we can buy this junk? Heh, to others it may seem worthless and cumbersome, but to me, it's a treasure. I can restore them, add a few components, and voil, genuine second-hand computers. Yi Feng, repeat. Wang Tai, do you have any idea how much these refurbished second-hand computers could sell for? Yi Feng teased it. Wang Tai, intrigued, asked how much. With a light chuckle, Yi Feng replied. Each one could fetch at least 3,000, perhaps even more. Wang Tai gasped in disbelief. If they could restore the entire batch, the profits would be astronomical. At a minimum of 3,000 per unit, 25 machines would yield over 70,000 yuan. Just the thought of such an amount sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Noting Wang Tai's fervor, Yi Feng raised a hand to hush him, urging him to remain calm. Yes, yes. Wang Tai took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself. Moments later, Huang Guangyuan returned, smiling as he announced, I just consulted with my boss, and he agreed, 2,500 it is. This batch is of no use to us, and our company urgently needs to recoup funds, so my boss said we must sell at a loss. A smile crept across Yi Feng's face. It was a deal. Your boss is wise. Please arrange for this batch to be delivered to me. I will provide you with an address shortly. Huang Guangyuan sighed with relief, feeling his task was accomplished and his performance met. Certainly, I will arrange for it to be delivered. Yi Feng scribbled down the shop's address for Huang Guangyuan and proceeded to make the payment, receiving a receipt and invoice in return. After completing the transaction, Yi Feng and Wang Tai returned to the shop. A week passed, and renovations continued apace. Yi Feng had visited twice during this period, noting impressive progress. Originally estimated to take 2 weeks, Han Pingyan had completed the majority of the work in just one. Arriving at the shop during lunchtime, Yi Feng grabbed some fast food. Pingyan, Nan, come eat, he called as he entered. Spotting Han, Pingyan meticulously refining the grooves with a file. To avoid delaying progress during the hours when the drill couldn't be used, he had opted for the file, painstakingly chiseling away bit by bit. Brother Feng is here. The siblings were delighted to see Yi Feng, abandoning their tasks to greet him. Yi Feng noticed a bandage wrapped around Han Pingyan's left middle finger, stained with blood, and frowned. You've injured yourself? Han Pingyan sheepishly scratched his head, dismissing it as a minor injury that was of no consequence. Let me see. Yi Feng set down his food and unwrapped the bandage, revealing a deep cut on his finger, still oozing blood with no band-aid in sight. Is this nothing? You aren't using any medication? Not even a band-aid? Are you trying to invite infection? Yi Feng admonished, though his stern tone was laced with concern. Han Pingyan lowered his head, silent in response to Yi Feng's reprimand. Wang Tai, go to the pharmacy and buy some supplies. Make sure to get medical alcohol and a box of band-aids. Yi Feng instructed, turning to Wang Tai. Understood. Wang Tai replied, rushing out to procure the necessary items. Yi Feng gently patted Han Pingyan on the shoulder, earnestly saying, there will always be endless work. But life is singular. If you do not consider yourself, at least think of Wan, won't you? Han Pingyan lifted his head, warmth spreading through his heart. He had never experienced such concern before. With tears brimming in his eyes, he solemnly replied, I understand, Brother Feng. It won't happen again. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Come, let us eat first. The group set up a portable table and took their seats on small plastic stools to commence their lunch. After Wang Tai returned with the medicine, Yi Feng personally cleaned the wound, applied the medication, and bandaged it. Just as they finished their meal, Huang Guangyuan brought over a pile of discarded computers. After Yi Feng signed for them, Wang Tai and Han Ping'an began unloading. As 25 computers filled one corner of the shop, Wang Tai inquired Brother Feng, "Shall we repair all these machines now?" With a slight smile, Yi Feng replied, "No need for that. Just fix 2 for now. We need them for tomorrow." "Huh? 2?" Wang Tai scratched his head in confusion. "One is for me, and the other is a birthday gift for Gu Muxi as she turns 18. Wang Tai instantly understood and chuckled. "You're something else, Brother Feng." Yi Feng touched the computers, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Gu Muxi, 18 years old now. Reflecting on this, he realized they had shared 18 years of life together. "Little childhood friend, I hope you will cherish this gift. Chapter 40, Gu Mu 11. May I have a sip of yours?" Yi Feng acquired a set of second-hand tables and chairs, along with a toolkit containing soldering irons and heat guns. With a designated workspace for repairs, he began his task of fixing the computers. First, he rectified the damaged hardware and sought second-hand parts from the electronic science building for any missing components. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, creating shimmering waves upon the ground. The shop remained in a disarrayed, semi-construction state. Han Ping'an and Wang Tai continued their work, while Han Wanwan trailed behind with a small bucket, sprinkling water and sweeping away dust and dirt. Amidst the deafening noise of the drill, Yi Feng immersed himself in his repair work, utterly focused and unfazed by the surrounding clamor. He exhaled a sigh of relief, raising his head to remove his magnifying glasses and setting down his soldering pen. "Almost done. Just need to apply some thermal adhesive," he murmured to himself. After 3 hours, he finally repaired the motherboard of the main unit, which had 5 faulty points, not just 1 or 2. Capacitors were damaged, pins were broken, and solder points beneath the chip had come undone. No wonder they were reluctant to take it for repairs. Most technicians wouldn't even manage to fix it, and the cost of repairs could rival that of a new board. However, for Yi Feng, it was merely a matter of time invested, with no cash cost. Having repaired the motherboard, it was akin to acquiring a second-hand component, valued significantly more than the discarded parts. Yi Feng reinstalled the motherboard into the chassis, which now only required a hard drive to power up. He fitted a previously repaired hard drive from another unit, connected the monitor and power supply. Power on, though he was confident everything was fixed. A twinge of anxiety lingered about whether it would boot properly. Zzz. The power connected successfully, the motherboard activated, and the cooling fan whirred to life. The monitor lit up, and after a brief pause, the Win98 system screen appeared, eventually leading to the desktop 2 minutes later. "It worked. Ha ha ha," Yi Feng exclaimed, bursting into joyful laughter. To have repaired such a dilapidated computer brought him immense satisfaction. Wang Tai and Han Ping'an, drawn by his exuberance, set aside their tasks and gathered around. "My goodness, Brother Feng, you actually fixed it," Wang Tai exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. "Your skills are truly remarkable." Yi Feng chuckled. "It was a bit challenging, but as long as it works, that's what matters. Just this one machine can recoup our costs. We can earn at least 3,000 for it. This batch of machines is our first bucket of gold," Yi Feng declared gleefully. "If we repair all these computers, we could make quite a fortune." Wang Tai grinned from ear to ear, his excitement palpable. "All right, back to work, comrades. Our victory is not yet secured. We must roll up our sleeves and push forward." Yi Feng encouraged with a smile. "Yes, let's get to it," Wang Tai replied, brimming with determination. Yi Feng resumed his focus, diving into the repair of another discarded computer. Time flew by in the midst of their industrious efforts. After completing the repairs on 2 main units, he raised his head, noticing the sun setting, casting golden light all around. Taking out his phone, he checked the time. Already 5 in the evening. How did it get so late? Yi Feng was taken aback, realizing he had nearly forgotten about fixing computers for Zhao Pongzi this weekend. Upon further inspection, he saw that Zhao Pongzi had called him 3 times. "I need to head over to Zhao Pongzi's to earn some money," Yi Feng called out as he tidied up his tools. "All right," Wang Tai responded, setting down his spatula and approaching. "Brother Feng, should we sell all the machines after the repairs, aside from the 2 we're keeping?" "Actually, we'll keep 3. We need to have one in the shop as well. The rest can be sold," Yi Feng replied while organizing. "Hee, that is still a significant sum." I can't wait, Wang Tai said, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Feng patted his shoulder, smiling. All right, it should take about a month to fix this batch of computers, so let us head out for now. Yi Feng and Wang Tai boarded the bus to Zhao Xingye's shop. The weekend bus was packed with people, crammed like sardines in a can, and the stifling heat filled the air with a pungent odor of sweat. Yi Feng hadn't experienced such discomfort in a long time. Overwhelmed by the heat, he thought to himself, once he earned enough, he would definitely buy a car. By the time they arrived at Zhao Xingye's shop, it was already 6. As soon as Yi Feng stepped inside, Zhao Xingye hurried over, exclaiming, "Oh dear Xiaoge, where have you been? Customers have been pressing for their machines. I thought you wouldn't come today. I called you several times, and had you not sent a text, I would have told them to come back tomorrow for their machines." Zhao Xingye's tone carried a hint of annoyance, displeased by Yi Feng's actions affecting his earnings. Calmly, Yi Feng replied, "Boss Zhao, I have my own matters. I'm not available 24 hours a day. If it's too late next time, you can ask them to wait another day." All right. Zhao Xingye waved his hand, some irritation visible in his eyes. Yi Feng inwardly scoffed and notified the customers to come in an hour to pick up their machines. Okay, Zhao Xingye acknowledged, stepping out to make the call. Yi Feng returned to his workstation, where he found 4 machines, all of which failed to boot. Looks like I can earn some money today. He promptly got to work, repairing all 4 machines within an hour and successfully delivering them to the customers on time. After deducting Zhao Xingye's commission from the repairs, he earned 710 yuan. Yi Feng counted the money, feeling quite satisfied. Earning a living through skill is truly rewarding. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingye observed this with a glint of jealousy in his eyes, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Hee, let me consult you about something, Yi Xiao. How about I find you an assistant? When you're not around, he could handle some tasks, right? Otherwise, customers might easily drift away. Yi Feng's smile faded, and he replied calmly, "No need. I can manage a few machines myself." That sounds quite exhausting. Seeing you work so hard makes me feel uneasy. Having another person would alleviate some of your pressure. It's settled then. I'll look for someone. Zhao Xingye feigned concern, and without waiting for Yi Feng's response, pretended to have other matters to attend to and stepped outside to make a phone call. Yi Feng watched his retreating figure and scoffed coldly. Did he not know this fellow's intentions? He could seek him out. But the art of computer repair was not something one could master in a mere 10 days or half a month. In a month and a half, he would no longer entertain such games. He would let Zhao play alone. After pondering for a moment, Yi Feng decided it wouldn't hurt and called out to Wang Tai, heading home. Zhao Xingye lingered at the door, watching Yi Feng and Wang Tai depart, snorting softly. This kid truly was becoming increasingly dismissive of him. Despite having invited him multiple times to join forces, Yi Feng had stubbornly refused to agree. It seemed that the plan to recruit him was futile. His expression grew darker. That night, after dinner, Yi Feng, as usual, went to Gu Muxi's room to review his studies. Gu Muxi had finished her homework and was leaning against the headboard, reading. Her smooth, slender legs dangled over the edge of the bed, and her bare little feet appeared like glistening jade, round and adorable. After completing his own assignments, Yi Feng turned back and caught sight of her charming little feet. They must feel delightful to hold, right? Why had he become so strange? Yi Xiao, why do woodpeckers like to peck trees? Gu Muxi suddenly lifted her gaze from her book and asked. Yi Feng quickly averted his eyes and cleared his throat. How would I know? Maybe they just enjoy drilling into holes. Why ask that? Perhaps they're hungry. Is that so? Or are you just making it up? Fine. You can consider it a fabrication. I knew you wouldn't understand, and were just pretending to be knowledgeable, Gu Muxi said, her expression proud as she continued flipping through her book. Yi Feng chuckled and retorted, "Do you know how woodpeckers peck trees? Of course. It's all in the cartoons. Who doesn't he know?" Gu Muxi rolled her eyes, feeling as if Yi Feng was asking a foolish question. "I don't believe you. Can you mimic a woodpecker?" Yi Feng climbed onto the bed, moving closer to her. "How do you want me to imitate it? Just use my face as the tree." Yi Feng pointed to his cheek, shamelessly declaring, "Gu Muxi, stinky Yi Feng, are you trying to roll off my bed?" "Not at all." Not wanting to? That is not up to you." Gu Muxi raised her foot, preparing to kick him, when a knock at the door interrupted them. She quickly withdrew her foot. Li Wan opened the door and entered with 2 drinks, 1 cup of milk and 1 cup of juice. Have you both finished your homework? She asked with a slight smile. I'm done. Just not sure about Yi Xiao. Gu Muxi raised her hand. I'm finished too. Yi Feng raised his hand in unison. Li Wan nodded with satisfaction, smiling appreciatively. That's great. You two are much quicker when you work together. You must be tired. Come have a drink and take a break. Xiao Feng, here is your favorite orange juice, freshly squeezed from oranges I bought this afternoon. See, this is the pure milk you wanted. She placed the milk and juice on the table. Thank you, Annie, Yi Feng said, rising to express his gratitude. No need to be polite. Continue your studies. I won't disturb you, Li Wan said warmly, ruffling his hair as she stepped out. Once Gu Muxi heard her mother's footsteps fade away, she sighed in relief. That was close. She almost got caught. Stinky Yi Feng, you were lucky this time. Escaping a predicament. Yi Feng took a sip of his juice and then handed her the milk. You wouldn't dare be reluctant, would you? Gu Muxi accepted the milk. Scoffing, why would I be reluctant? I wouldn't bat an eye even if I were to dismantle you piece by piece. Yi Feng chuckled ignardly. This girl had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He tilted his head back and gulped down the juice, licking his lips, still wanting more. He glanced over at Gu Muxi, who was drinking her pure milk. When she set the cup down, a thick white stream clung to the corner of her mouth, with a drop sliding down. Gasp! Yi Feng felt his heart race at the sight. He found it utterly irresistible. Why are you staring at me? Gu Muxi licked her pink tongue across her lips, looking puzzled. Yi Feng, feigning shyness, asked, Gu Muxi, could I have a sip of your milk? Chapter 41. I just love to eat melons. Huh, my milk? Gu Muxi looked at the milk in her hand and pouted, not giving it to you. You didn't even let me have a sip of your juice. If you want to give it, then forget it. I was planning to give you a birthday gift tomorrow, but now I'll reconsider, Yi Feng sighed. Huh, a birthday gift? Yi Xiao, what are you planning to give me? Gu Muxi squinted her eyes, curious. Yi Feng patented to hesitate. Here, just one sip. Gu Muxi offered her pure milk. Reluctant to part with your milk, are we? Not giving away any information. Yi Feng took the milk, grinning. But if I drink it, my saliva will be in it. Aren't you afraid? Gu Muxi shot him a glare, saying, what's there to fear? Do you have a virus or something? Besides, it's not like we haven't shared before. After saying that, she realized her words sounded ambiguous. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. She recalled their childhood when both families were not well off, and they would share candies and snacks whenever one of them bought something. They had shared the same lollipop countless times, drank from the same bottle, and eaten from the same package of snacks, even chewing on the same sugar cane. That was all too normal, so she didn't think much of it. Then I'll drink it. Yi Feng tilted his head back and took a big gulp, finishing half the cup. Stop. Stinky Yi Feng, give me back my milk. Gu Muxi hurriedly snatched the milk back, glaring at him. Oh dear, I accidentally drank too much. But you said just one sip? I didn't take a second. Yi Feng wiped his mouth, grinning with pride. Gu Muxi finished off the remaining milk to avoid Yi Feng's gaze landing on it again. After drinking the milk and placing the cup down, she clenched her little fist, huffing. Now, can you tell me what my birthday gift is? Yi Feng replied earnestly, it's a computer. Gu Muxi froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yi Xiao, you think I don't know your financial situation? You repair computers to earn money, and you can buy one? Are you kidding me? I don't believe it. In her mind, computers were luxury items that most families couldn't afford, let alone Yi Feng. A decent computer would cost at least 7,000 or 8,000, if not over 10,000. Stinky Yi Feng, you're just messing with me. Yi Feng, why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? You'll find out tomorrow. By the way, are you free this Sunday? Yi Feng elongated his tone. I'm free this Sunday. What is up? Gu Muxi asked, surprised. Did you not mention last time that you want to go shopping downtown? Yi Feng chuckled. Tomorrow is your birthday, and I shall take you out. Oh, when did young master Yi become so free? These days. I see you working late into the night. How do you have time to take me shopping? Gu Muxi replied, astonished. Well, do you want to go or not? Of course I want to go. Then it's settled. We'll set off tomorrow morning after breakfast, and I'll borrow your bicycle. Hey, you have your own bike. Why must you use mine? Hee, mine is brand new, and I fear it might be stolen. Fine, but if my bike gets stolen, you won't feel sorry, right? Indeed. You little rascal. Gu Muxi playfully lunged at Yi Feng, knocking him onto the bed and pinning him down. Xiao Feng, what do you want to eat? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Li Wan appeared, frozen in shock. Gu Muxi and Yi Feng were immediately petrified. Gu Muxi was in an exceedingly ambiguous position atop Yi Feng. Ahem, what are you two up to? It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time. Li Van Shukalata Quarterly. Oh, Mom, don't misunderstand. We were just playing. Gu Muxi hurriedly got up, her face flushed as she explained. Yes, Auntie, Yi Feng added, his expression serious. Oh, I understand. You two continue. I'll just enjoy my gossip, Li Wan said with an enigmatic smile, closing the door as she stepped out. Gu Muxi's eyes widened. Mom, don't think too much. It's all your fault, you annoying Yi Feng. Yi Feng shrugged, laughing. Am I to blame? In the living room outside, Li Wan eagerly rushed to the sofa, sitting beside Gu Xingzhong. Do you think she and Xiao Feng might be dating? She asked, her face alight with excitement, as if she had discovered a new continent. Dating? That's impossible. They've grown up together. They are far too familiar with each other for that. Gu Xingzhong shook his head in disbelief. Being too familiar is precisely what makes it good. Childhood sweethearts can be wonderful, can't they? Moreover, I have watched Xiao Feng grow up. He is diligent, kind, and ambitious. Quite a fine young man. I would be delighted to see them together, Li Wan smiled. Gu Xingzhong chuckled softly. Xiao Feng is indeed a good kid. But matters of the heart should be left to the children. It all depends on fate. I believe being too familiar makes it less likely. You simply do not understand, man. Li Wan was taken aback, exclaiming, Is that so? But I see them having a good time together. If they take it slow, who knows, they might just spark a connection. Gu Xingzhong rolled his eyes. You're getting overly excited over something that hasn't even begun. You should worry less. This is a matter for the two children. He pushed a watermelon slice toward her, smiling. Just enjoy your fruit. I do love watermelon, Li Wan said, picking up a slice, her thoughts drifting back to the earlier scene, a smile curling her lips. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Gu Muxi rose early to wash up. After finishing, she returned to her room to choose her outfit, but suddenly realized her blue dress was missing. She dashed out, calling to the kitchen, Mom, have you seen my blue dress? Li Wan emerged, saying, Wasn't it put away in your wardrobe? It might be on the lower shelf. Noticing Gu Muxi's face seemed to have makeup on, she asked, Sweetheart, are you going out today? Why are you wearing makeup? Recalling that Gu Muxi rarely wore makeup unless for special occasions or school events, Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed as she evasively replied, Oh, it's nothing. Just thought I'd take a stroll downtown. Oh, right. Today is your 18th birthday. I'll order a cake for you later. Remember to come back tonight. From today onward, you are officially an adult. Liban Beamat. Mom, I know. I'll be back in the afternoon, Gu Muxi said, turning back to her room, where she indeed found the blue dress in the lower drawer. Joyfully, she changed into it. Once dressed, Gu Muxi admired herself in the mirror, twirling to see the flowing fabric. The lovely blue dress enhanced her vibrant charm. Not bad, she mused, touching her face before placing her hands on her hips. Satisfied with her appearance. Yi Feng should like this, right? Ugh, why do I care what he thinks? I'm just happy wearing it myself. With a shake of her head, she dismissed the strange thoughts from her mind. Finally, she returned to her desk to check her makeup, touching up as needed. Once everything was in order, Gu Muxi grabbed her small handbag and stepped outside. Mom, I'm leaving. Aren't you going to eat breakfast? I'm going to eat at young Master Yi's place. Once she changed her shoes, Gu Muxi dashed out the door. Li Wan emerged from the kitchen, her face full of confusion. Why is she going to Xiao Feng's for breakfast? Gu Muxi arrived at Yi Feng's doorstep and knocked. The door opened, and Meng Xiaoyan, seeing Gu Muxi in a dress, was taken aback by her newfound elegance. Oh, she, are you going on a date today? You look stunning. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, and she grinned, not quite Annie. Where's Yi Feng? He seems to still be asleep, that lazy bum. Go and help me wake him up. Meng Xiaoyan chuckled. Sure. Gu Muxi replied eagerly. She entered and headed straight for Yi Feng's room, pushing the door open to find him lounging against the headboard, bare-chested and just waking up. Whoa, Gu Muxi, don't you knock? You startled me, Yi Feng exclaimed, shielding his chest with his hands. What time do you think it is? Still in bed? Gu Muxi placed her hands on her hips, scolding him. Can you step outside? I need to get dressed. I'm not wearing a shirt. Yi Feng shot her a look. Gu Muxi laughed. So what if you're not? I've seen you shirtless before. But I'm not wearing anything below either. Oh, Fine. Gu Muxi's cheeks turned crimson as she quickly stepped outside and closed the door. That Yi Feng. Why does he love to sleep in? After a while, Yi Feng finally emerged, dressed and yawning. Gu Muxi, why are you up so early? Oh, you're wearing a dress. Did the sun rise in the west today? Let me take a look. Gu Muxi, with an air of pride, retorted. What's wrong with wearing a dress? I just usually don't bother. Yi Feng squinted at her, taking in her appearance. The blue dress, her fair skin, the glossy black hair, and the delicate makeup adorning her beautiful face. Her sparkling eyes radiated youth and vitality. The first school beauty truly is stunning. Just a little effort in dressing up, and she could bring nations to their knees. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under Yi Feng's gaze, Gu Muxi flushed and shot him a glare. Aren't you hurrying up to wash up and eat breakfast? Oh, right, just wait a moment. Yi Feng snapped back to reality and dashed into the bathroom. By the time he reappeared, Gu Muxi was already seated at the dining table, sipping porridge while Meng Xiaoyan busied herself in the kitchen. Gu Muxi, besides going downtown, where else do you want to go today? Yi Feng asked as he sat down. To the amusement park. I haven't been in ages. It's my birthday and I want to have some fun. Gu Muxi replied, saluting her porridge. Very well. Let me take you to the haunted house, Yi Feng said with a mischievous grin. A haunted house? How utterly uninteresting. I've never been frightened since childhood, Gu Muxi retorted disdainfully. Yi Feng, all right, I'll forget it. She is no ordinary girl. Chapter 42. Never provoke a woman with a judo black belt. Stinky Yi Feng, hurry up and finish your meal so we can head out. Please. The porridge is scalding hot. You are so annoying. It takes you forever just to drink a bowl of porridge. You're being ridiculous. You're the one who's perpetually nagging. As they bantered in a peculiar accent reminiscent of a TV drama, Meng Xiaoyan emerged from the kitchen, casting a glance at the two and chuckling. What are you two talking about? Your accents are quite odd. Once you've finished eating, we can go play. Today is She's birthday, so enjoy yourselves. Saying this, Meng Xiaoyan took out her wallet, intending to give Yi Feng some pocket money. Mom, there's no need. I earn plenty fixing computers. I have enough money to spend. You should keep your money for yourself. Yi Feng quickly raised his hand to decline. Really? Meng Xiaoyan asked in surprise. Absolutely. Just rest assured, Yi Feng smiled. Then swiftly finished his bowl of pumpkin porridge. Mom, we're off to have fun. We'll be back in the afternoon. Yi Feng exclaimed as he dashed off to change his shoes. Gu Muxi, appearing quite obedient, stood up and said, Annie, we're going out. The two exited together, and Meng Xiaoyan, listening to their playful bickering from the doorway, couldn't help but smile affectionately. These two children, always stuck together, never seemed to tire of each other. It's quite delightful. Downstairs, Gu Muxi wheeled out her bicycle. You can ride my bike, but you have to carry me. Gu Muxi insisted. Why? Because I'm wearing a skirt today. Excuse me. You've ridden your bike in a skirt before. All right, that was an excuse. Then you ride your own bike. Yi Feng quickly grabbed her arm. Fine, I'll carry you. Now that's more like it, Gu Muxi said with a smug tilt of her chin. Stinky Yi Feng, just wait. I'll show you who's in charge. Today, just obediently be my chauffeur. Hee hee. Yi Feng hopped onto the bicycle and turned back. Lady Gu, please take your seat. All right, little Feng. Gu Muxi elegantly adjusted her skirt as she perched herself on the rear seat, presenting an image of refined femininity. Let us set off, little Feng. I'm all settled, she giggled. Understood, let us go. Yi Feng pedaled vigorously. Why is this bike so difficult to ride? Is it lacking lubrication? Or could it be possible, just a possibility, that you've gained a bit of weight? Get lost. Today was yet another sunny day, and being the weekend, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Gu Muxi gazed up at the lush trees lining the road, watching them rush by as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden glow that warmed her. How delightful! Gu Muxi exclaimed, extending her hand, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she attempted to grasp the sunlight. Gently wrapping her right arm around Yi Feng's waist, she turned to admire his back, her smile growing wider. Going out with Stinky Yi Feng is truly uplifting. Let us go get ice cream later. I recall there's a fantastic ice cream shop downtown. Aren't we going to McDonald's in Tiana City? Yi Feng asked. That's the first McDonald's in the entire city, and many people go there for ice cream or fried chicken on their birthdays. It's always packed. I'd rather not wait in line. The one on the walking street is quite good too. Gu Muxi. Upon arriving at Tiana City Commercial Street, they found a shop named Sweet Ice Cream. Even on the weekend, there were only a dozen people in line, a significant improvement compared to the hundreds at McDonald's. Just as Yi Feng returned with his ice cream, he suddenly noticed two young men surrounding Gu Muxi, their lewd expressions making their intentions clear. They were undoubtedly attempting to flirt with and harass Gu Muxi. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he strode over briskly. Hey there, little sister. Why don't you join us for some fun? Don't be so cold. Let your brother take you somewhere exciting. One of the young men said, his disheveled bangs swaying as he leered at Gu Muxi. Her voice icy. You'd best leave before I lose my temper. Oh, such a fiery temper. I like that. The young man chuckled lewdly, reaching for Gu Muxi's shoulder. A glint of cold fury flashed in Gu Muxi's eyes. With a swift kick, she struck him where it hurt. Bang! Ow! Followed by a powerful throw. Bang! The young man crashed to the ground, letting out a pitiful wail, writhing in agony. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Gu Muxi's movements were remarkably swift, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. Wow, what a fierce girl! The remaining young man, witnessing his companion's defeat, cursed angrily and lunged to grab Gu Muxi. Suddenly, an ice cream cone appeared right in front of him, smashing against his face. Take that! Yi Feng, channeling his inner Bruce Lee, delivered a swift kick that sent him flying, though his ankle throbbed painfully. Damn, I think I twisted my ankle. No time to dwell on it. He needed to escape to avoid further trouble. Taking advantage of the bewildered young man, Yi Feng grasped Gu Muxi's hand, and they dashed away. What a thrill to hit and run. The two sprinted down the street for several hundred meters before ducking into a small alley to catch their breath. Phew, it seems they didn't follow us. Yi Feng gasped, peering around cautiously, relieved to see no pursuers. That was so much fun. Gu Muxi exclaimed, her face lit with excitement, still buzzing from the adrenaline. Yi Feng, I must admit, I was taken aback by your skills, as expected of a woman with a judo black belt. Your moves were impressively swift. Well, I didn't expect to encounter such trouble right after stepping out to have fun. Yi Feng chocolate WDD. They were the ones who provoked me. I can't just let them bully me, can I? I haven't even shown my full strength yet, Gu Muxi declared, shaking her tiny fist. She then added with a hint of pride, what can I say? It's a burden to be so naturally beautiful. Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Gu Muxi, when did you become so narcissistic? You don't even compare to a fraction of my good looks. Fine. I won't argue with you. Where's my ice cream? Yi Feng held the remaining ice cream cone protectively against his chest. This is mine. Yours just made a mess on that guy's face. Gu Muxi narrowed her eyes, revealing her little fangs as she threatened. Are you going to give it to me or not? Yi shall. You'd better not do anything you'll regret. Seeing her expression, Yi Feng grinned. How about we share? This one has matcha swirls. You can have the original flavor. Fine, but no stealing. You're not allowed to take any of mine. Rest assured I won tea. Thus, they happily reached an agreement regarding the ice cream. Each would take a bite, and neither would snatch from the other. As they strolled and savored their ice cream, many passers-by looked at them oddly, sharing the same cone. However, Gu Muxi remained utterly oblivious, her steps light and buoyant as her gaze flitted across the shops flanking the road. To her, this was a perfectly ordinary occurrence. Having shared countless meals and experiences with Yi Feng since childhood, she was accustomed to dividing everything equally. Yi Feng walked alongside her, glancing over at Gu Muxi, who was occasionally humming a cheerful tune, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he felt that her lustrous, ebony locks seemed to lack something. Gu Muxi, let's take a look at the little accessory stall ahead, he suggested. Upon her glance, she spotted the dazzling array of trinkets, their myriad styles piquing her interest. Yet a hint of hesitation lingered. Perhaps not. The trinkets in the city center tend to be a tad pricey. Let us look again another time. Yi Feng gently grasped her arm, stepping in front of her with a smile. Today is your birthday. Let's be generous. I shall buy it for you. Gu Muxi met his earnest gaze, the two of them locking eyes in a moment of shared understanding. Very well. Let us take a look, she said, her lips breaking into a smile. A little indulgence on my birthday won't hurt, right? If Yi Feng buys it, I can repay him next time. They arrived at the accessory stall, which displayed an assortment of bracelets, necklaces, earrings, headbands, and hairpins. Take a look. These are the latest designs. The vendor, a middle-aged man with a shrewd glint in his eyes, proclaimed. All right, let me browse first, Gu Muxi replied, her gaze momentarily dazzled by the myriad of sparkling items. Noticing her indecision, Yi Feng selected a crystal butterfly hairpin and held it out to her. This one is quite beautiful. Why not try it on? The vendor chimed in. Miss, your boyfriend has excellent taste. This hairpin is a brand new arrival, just in the day before yesterday. Boyfriend? Sir, you've misunderstood. He is not my boyfriend. Gu Muxi stammered, her cheeks flushing as she softly protested. What kind of eyes do these vendors have? They ought to visit an eye doctor. The middle-aged man chuckled, a look of realization dawning upon him. Oh, is that so? My apologies. Seeing you two together, I assumed you were a couple. Absolutely not. Gu Muxi exclaimed, her face tinged with embarrassment as she pouted and accepted the hairpin from Yi Feng. She adorned her hair with the clip, the crystal glinting against her dark, lustrous tresses. What do you think? Does it look good? She twirled in place, feeling even more radiant. Not bad, not bad. It seems my taste is still commendable. Yi Feng boasted with a grin. Then I shall take this one. How much for the hairpin? Gu Muxi inquired as she removed it. Haha, $5 each. The vendor replied, rubbing his hands together with a smile. What? $5 for this? Sir, I can get similar accessories for only $3 where I come from. Gu Muxi exclaimed in disbelief, finding it rather expensive. For that price, I could get a bowl of noodles. Yet, as she gazed at the hairpin, her affection for it wavered against its price. Yi Feng, however, chuckled. Ah, vendor, please wrap it up. He then turned to Gu Muxi with a smile. Today is your birthday. $5 is not too much. All right then. Thank you, Yi Feng. Gu Muxi beamed as she stepped away from the stall. Her eyes wandered in every direction. Young man, not bad, not bad. Keep it up. The vendor praised Yi Feng as he packaged the item, giving a thumbs up in encouragement. Good business, indeed. Yi Feng chuckled softly, turning to seek out Gu Muxi. With her big, curious eyes, Gu Muxi asked, what were you discussing just now? Nothing much. Yi Feng? Repeat. So, where shall we go next? Gu Muxi, I'm taking you to a special place. I have prepared a birthday gift for you. What is it? You're being all mysterious. You'll find out when we arrive. Chapter 43. I want to marry you. Yi Feng brought Gu Muxi to the entrance of his shop. What is this place? She asked, looking up at the door of the building he had constructed. My business base. Come inside. Yi Feng smiled as he opened the door. Brother Feng. Han Pingyan, seeing Yi Feng, set down the hammer he had been holding and approached with enthusiasm. Pingyan, you're not taking a break this weekend? Yi Feng observed, noting the dust covering his clothes and the slight redness in his eyes, indicating fatigue. I'm not tired. There is no need for a break. I want to finish the task you assign me as soon as possible, Han Pingyan replied hoarsely. Even so, one must balance work and rest. If you continue like this, not only will the work remain unfinished, but your health will also suffer. Let us call it a day. Your only task today is to rest well. If I see you working hard, I'll deduct your wages, Yi Feng said sternly. Han Pingyan felt warmth in his heart, exhaling a sigh of relief. All right, Brother Feng. I understand. He suddenly noticed a stunning girl standing behind Yi Feng, her fresh demeanor and delicate features surpassing even the actresses on television, leaving him momentarily awestruck. Is she Brother Feng's girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. Brother Feng is indeed fortunate. Pingyan, let me introduce you. This is Gu Muxi, the tiger mom from next door. Gu Muxi, you just pinched me. Yi Feng grimaced, rubbing his waist. Gu Muxi shot him a glare, her pride evident. Didn't you say I was a tiger mom? Consider yourself lucky to have escaped unscathed. And who is he? Han Pingyan, my first employee, a capable aide. Yi Feng praised, patting Han Pingyan on the shoulder. Han Pingyan felt bashful under the praise and scratched his head. Sister-in-law, hello. Gu Muxi widened her eyes in disbelief, exuding an expression of utter exasperation. Hey, you got the wrong person. Han Ping'an stared at Yi Feng, bewildered, his eyes filled with surprise, silently asking, "Did I make a mistake?" Yi Feng chuckled, pulling out $10 from his pocket and handing it to Han Ping'an. "Ping'an, go buy some food and return. We're not working today. By the way, where's Nan Nan?" Yi Feng turned to see that Han Nan Nan was absent. "She's probably playing next door. She'll come back when it's time for dinner," Han Ping'an replied with a smile. "It's normal for kids to love playing, but at her age, she ought to start school. Once the shop is running smoothly, let us help her find a school to attend." Yi Feng contemplated aloud. "Really? Thank you, Brother Feng," Han Ping'an exclaimed, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Of course, now go buy something to eat," Yi Feng said with a smile. "All right, I'll go right away," Han Ping'an exclaimed, removing his mask and darting out. Gu Muxi surveyed the shop in astonishment. "Yi Feng, how much are you paying to rent this place? You're even hiring staff and renovating. My goodness, so many computers. Where did you get these? How much have you earned?" She gazed at the towering piles of computers behind the workbench, her expression one of sheer shock. Is this really the Yi Feng who once had to stretch 2 days' worth of allowance to buy a lollipop? Just the rent for this shop must be quite significant. Not to mention hiring staff. How unbelievable. Hee, I've just earned a little repairing computers. It's not much, Yi Feng replied calmly, a hint of pride in his tone. In this new life, if he couldn't earn his first pot of gold, it would be a waste of his former life's reputation as a dark horse entrepreneur. Wow, so many computers? Are they all functional? Gu Muxi exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to inspect the piles of computers. She had long harbored a fervent desire for a computer, one that would enable her to surf the internet and engage in conversations with people from across the nation, or even from around the globe. How exhilarating that would be. For several years, this wish had occupied her thoughts, yet she understood that her family's financial circumstances were rather limited. A computer would be a luxury beyond their means. Thus, whenever she overheard classmates from more affluent backgrounds discussing computers, chatting on QQ, or playing games, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Yet, all she could do was silently covet their fortune. Upon seeing a multitude of computers stacked in a corner, albeit old models, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her joy palpable. After all, even a second-hand computer would cost no less than 4,000 or 5,000 yuan, which was still quite expensive. Currently, only 2 had been repaired, while the others awaited attention. Yi Feng chuckled, gesturing toward the particular computer on the workbench. "This one is your birthday gift." Gu Muxi was taken aback for a full 3 seconds. "What? A birthday gift for me? Yi Xiao, are you serious? Is this real?" She grasped Yi Feng's arm, disbelief coursing through her as she saw confirmation. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at her. "Of course it's real. When have I ever deceived you? Since childhood, you've deceived me countless times." She retorted, "Ahem, let's not dwell on past glories. Those matters can be left to the winds. But I assure you, this time I'm not pulling your leg." "Really?" "Indeed, but I do have one condition." Gu Muxi quickly crossed her arms defensively. "Yi Xiao, I must clarify. I am not selling it. Not even both computers. Yi Feng simirkit. Geu muyidenashche. What do you take me for? Do I seem like some kind of pervert to you?" She scrutinized him for a moment before replying earnestly, "Well, now that you mention it, you do have a bit of that vibe." "Yi Feng." Gu Muxi burst into laughter, her mirth infectious. "Don't make that face. I'm just teasing you. Now, what's your condition? As long as it's not too outrageous, I can agree." Yi Feng yearned to utter the words, "Be my girlfriend," but deemed it unrealistic and feared it would frighten her away. I haven't quite decided yet. I'll let you know once I do." He narrowed his eyes, keeping a card up his sleeve. "All right then, let me know when you're ready. Now, let's find a way to get the computer back and go online, shall we?" Gu Muxi eagerly touched the computer, her excitement palpable. "We can just grab a tricycle to take it back," Yi Feng suggested. "Then you can carry it." Gu Muxi, do you consider me a beast of burden? Is that not acceptable? Well, it's not entirely out of the question. I could be your beast of burden. Why you sound so lewd? Doi. I don't think so. Gu Muxi, seated before the computer, inquired with excitement. Yi Xiao, how do we use the computer? I'll teach you how to operate it. This is the mouse, and this is the keyboard. Yi Feng reached around her from behind, encircling her waist, then took her hand and placed it on the mouse, guiding her through the basic functions. Gu Muxi felt his warm breath against her ear and for reasons unknown. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushing. Left-click to select, right-click to open options, and double-click the left button to launch a program. Yi Feng instructed earnestly. Yet, Gu Muxi found herself distracted by the warmth of his hand, almost as if it were electric, and struggled to focus on his words. Got it? Yi Feng asked, glancing down at her. Yes. I understand now. It's so simple. Gu Muxi laughed awkwardly, her face still flushed. Next, you'll need to type using the keyboard. You should know how to use Pinyin, right? Use this shortcut to bring up the input method, then just type. You might be a bit slow at first, but you'll get the hang of it. Yi Feng explained patiently. After a while, Han pinged and returned with snacks. Brother Feng, the food is here. Gu Muxi's eyes sparkled. I'm going to grab some snacks. In a flash, she darted past Yi Feng to fetch some treats. What a little glutton, Yi Feng chuckled, following her. Han pinged and had spent 10 yuan trying to buy a variety of snacks. Gu Muxi nibbled on some biscuits. But when she noticed Yi Feng pulling out a sausage, her eyes widened. She wished to have some too, but there was only one. What? There's only one sausage. Gu Muxi lamented. Just take small bites. Be careful not to hurt your teeth, Yi Feng advised. I won't. I'm not a child. I'm 18, a full-grown adult. Hey, hand over that sausage. What? You think you can defy me? Fine. Here you go. Yi Feng relented, surrendering the sausage to her. Gu Muxi, fearing he might snatch it back, quickly stuffed the sausage into her mouth. Ha! Now it's all covered in my saliva. You can't have any, she declared triumphantly, savoring her victory. Yi Feng looked at her with an expression of disbelief. Who knew she possessed such a talent? After they finished the snacks, Gu Muxi expressed her desire to learn how to repair computers and pleaded with Yi Feng to teach her. Yi Feng disassembled the computer tower and explained the function and purpose of each component, as well as common issues that could arise. Gu Muxi was attentive and meticulous, demonstrating a remarkable capacity for comprehension. Upon grasping the fundamental nature of computer components as integrated circuits, she began to understand the roles of capacitors, circuits, and pins. The two remained in the shop until 3 in the afternoon, and Gu Muxi, noting the time, realized it was getting late and she needed to return home. You can head back first. I have a few things to attend to. I'll help you carry the computer home later, Yi Feng said with a smile. Huh? You're not coming back with me? What else do you have to do? Gu Muxi asked curiously. I still need to repair computers to earn some money. Otherwise, where will I find the funds to kickstart my career? Oh, I see. That's impressive. Yi Xiao, very ambitious. What do you plan to do with the money you earn? I want to marry you. Get lost. You're just teasing. You said that dozens of times since we were kids. Chapter 44. Zhao Xingye's backup plan. All right, I'll head back now. Once you're done, hurry back for cake, or else there won't be any left for you. I'll eat it all by myself. Gu Muxi pretend playfully. Yi Feng shook his head, chuckling. Fine, you go ahead. Why was it so difficult to speak the truth? Perhaps it was due to their familiarity. The more earnest he was, the more it seemed like a jest. Goodbye, Yi Xiao. Goodbye, Gu Xiaozhu. As Yi Feng watched Gu Muxi skip away, her mood clearly buoyant, he smiled. After all, it was her 18th birthday, and she had received a beloved gift. She would likely be elated all night. Just as he prepared to head back, a sudden sharp pain shot through his right ankle. He crouched down to remove his shoe and sock, revealing a swollen bruise on his ankle. Damn it, what bad luck. I really twisted my ankle, Yi Feng muttered, spitting on his swollen ankle. It was an old remedy, and he was unsure of its efficacy, but at least it offered some psychological comfort. Gu Muxi's family seemed to have some medicinal alcohol for injuries. He could apply it once he returned home. Initially, he had only felt a dull ache, but now it appeared more serious. After putting on his sock and shoe, Yi Feng took out his phone to check the time. He couldn't go home just yet. He still needed to visit Zhao Xingye to repair a computer. Although his ankle was injured, he could still earn money with his hands. He would have to endure it for now. Yi Feng composed himself and returned to the shop to confer with Han Pingyan regarding the subsequent tasks. He entrusted him with a list of materials needed for purchase, including wires and sockets. At this pace, it was likely that all the conduits would be installed within 2 to 3 days, after which the wiring and socket installation would commence, followed by the placement of lighting strips and repainting the walls. The electrical installation required a degree of technical skill, which Han Pingyan lacked. Thus Yi Feng would have to undertake it himself. Fortunately, the space was modest, making the installation manageable, while Han Pingyan could assist with mixing mortar and painting. With confidence, Yi Feng believed that within a month, the soft furnishings would be arranged according to the design. Once the renovation was completed, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone, as it was inspired by the design of an Apple store, emphasizing simplicity, technology, and fashion. After briefing Han Pingyan, Yi Feng took the bus to Zhao Xingye's shop. Following a sardine can-like journey, he arrived at the entrance just in time to hear Zhao Xingye's laughter emanating from within. What could possibly have brought him such joy? Upon entering, Yi Feng observed Zhao Xingye engaged in conversation with a bespectacled young man dressed in a checkered shirt, who appeared quite refined. They seemed to share a close rapport. Yi Feng is here, Zhao Xingye exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm to greet him, his face alight with a smile. However, Yi Feng perceived a hint of insincerity in that smile. Well, Boss Zhao, you seem to be in good spirits today. Could it be that your wife is expecting again? Yi Feng jested. Oh, Yi Feng, you truly have a knack for humor. We must heed the call to promote quality over quantity in childbearing. But that is not what I intended to discuss today. Zhao Xingye quickly reoriented, chuckling. Let me introduce you. This is Gao Hongxing, my brother-in-law's classmate, a brilliant graduate from Haishu University of Nanhai Province, who just returned from his studies. Hello, Yi Feng. Gao Hongxing greeted, adjusting his glasses with a forced smile that betrayed his discomfort at addressing a younger peer as brother. Graduates from Haishu University are indeed esteemed members of society. Yi Feng complimented casually, eliciting a flicker of pride from Gao Hongxing. Turning to Zhao Xingye, Yi Feng inquired, So, Boss Zhao, what is the purpose of hiring such talent? Zhao Xingye replied with a grin, Didn't I mention last time that I needed to hire an assistant to alleviate your workload? Gao here is quite capable. He studied computer science, and while he may not have practical experience, he possesses a solid foundation. He'll assist you, and soon you won't have to work so hard. Zhao Xingye's eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, eager to gauge his reaction. Gao Hongxing was the replacement he had painstakingly sought for Yi Feng, once he had learned sufficiently. Yi Feng could be dispensed with. Yi Feng's demeanor remained calm, seemingly unfazed. Boss Zhao, how considerate of you. Since you've made your decision, I have no objections. Zhao Xingye was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a nonchalant acceptance from Yi Feng. It was indeed surprising. Well then, I entrust Gao to you, Yi Feng, Zhao Xingye said, clasping his hands together. He turned to Gao Hongxing, advising, Although you hail from Haishu University, you are still unfamiliar with computer repairs. Be sure to seek guidance from Yi Feng. Gao Hongxing's expression soured slightly, yet he managed a strained smile. Yes, boss, I will learn diligently from Yi Feng. The notion of being instructed by someone several years his junior was inherently awkward, but he had no choice. He would have to learn. Yi Feng surveyed the two of them with an inward smirk. Did Zhao Xingye think he could outsmart him with such petty schemes? It was clear he intended to replace him once Gao Hongxing was adequately trained. However, it was of little concern to Yi Feng. He planned to extricate himself from this situation within a month anyway. His lack of a strong reaction was merely a tactic to maintain Zhao Xingye's favor. Until the shop was operational, he still required income from Zhao. A more temperamental individual might have already clashed with Zhao over this, but Yi Feng preferred to avoid such conflicts. After all, severing ties was simple, but mending them was arduous. In business, it was prudent to minimize enemies and foster friendships. The more allies one had, the broader the avenues available. Boss Zhao, how many computers need repair today? Yi Feng asked with a light chuckle as he approached the workstation. 5 today. Some customers specifically seek you out for your swift and excellent service. Your reputation precedes you, Yi Feng. Zhao Xingye flattered. You're too kind, Boss Zhao. Customers are savvy. We have a competitive edge primarily because our rates are more affordable than those at the Electric Science Building, Yi Feng humbly replied. As he searched for his tools at the workstation, Yi Feng noticed they had all been tidied away. Gao Hongxing followed him inside, declaring, Yi Feng, I've organized your tools and stored them in the drawers. You can trust that I've categorized everything. Yi Feng cast him a sidelong glance and replied calmly, There is no need for that in the future. I have my own way of working. If you put everything away, it will be cumbersome for me to find what I need. Efficiency is paramount. We cannot afford to waste time searching for tools. Gao Hongxing's expression shifted to one of discomfort at the reprimand, but he quickly plastered on a forced smile. Yes, Yi Feng, I understand for next time. Yi Feng smiled back, choosing not to pursue the matter further. It was important to assert one's self occasionally. One should not be intimidated simply because the other party was slightly older. Yi Feng recognized that Gao Hongxing was merely an apprentice. He needed to exert some pressure to ensure he respected him. Please help me lift the main unit. Yi Feng began directing him. Zhao Xingye hoped to have him assist and learn, but Yi Feng was indifferent. Mastering this craft required hands-on instruction. Merely observing would not suffice. All right, Gao Hongxing replied, though his demeanor betrayed his reluctance as he turned to lift the main unit, striving to mask his discomfort. Yi Feng paid no heed to his expression, engrossed in disassembling and repairing the equipment. Meanwhile, Gao Hongxing observed intently, albeit hesitantly, wary of overstepping by asking too many questions for fear of displeasing Yi Feng. As an apprentice, he had to tread carefully. Even if he found Yi Feng irksome, he had to maintain a facade of politeness. Zhao Xingye sat on the opposite side of the shop, watching the exchange with a self-satisfied smile. He mused to himself that with Gao Hongxing being a graduate of a prestigious university and specializing in computer science, he should learn quickly. If Gao could attain even half of Yi Feng's proficiency, he would be more than capable of replacing him. At that point, Zhao could increase Gao's salary and bring in further talent, allowing his computer repair business to flourish. Young Yi, if you won't collaborate with me, then I shall not invite you to play in the future. As time slipped by, the clock struck 6 in the evening. Yi Feng, punctual as ever, had repaired 5 computers. After meticulously testing each one, he delivered them to his customers, pleased to see their devices restored. The 5 clients promptly settled their repair fees with Yi Feng. After deducting Zhao Xingye's commission, Yi Feng earned a commendable sum of 200 yuan that day. He counted the money with satisfaction before tucking it into his wallet. Boss Zhao, I've completed today's tasks, so I shall take my leave, Yi Feng announced to Zhao Xingye. Leaving so soon? How about we wait and have a meal together? Zhao Xingye suggested with courteous insistence. Yi Feng politely declined. No, today is a friend's birthday. I must return. Next time, I promise. Very well then, I shan't keep you. Take care, Zhao Xingye said as he escorted Yi Feng out of the shop. Once Yi Feng had walked away, Zhao let out a humph and turned back into the store. Xiao Gao, how did it go today? Did you learn anything from watching? Zhao Xingye asked with a beaming smile. Gao Hongxing hesitated. In truth, he hadn't learned much at all, merely observing without asking questions. He had a vague understanding of the repairs, but was still lost on how to execute them. Unwilling to appear foolish in front of Zhao Xingye, especially as a graduate of a prestigious university, he forced a smile and replied, "It was all right. It doesn't seem too difficult, and I feel I've learned a few things." Zhao Xingye, encouraged by his words, patted his shoulder and said, "Good, very good. Work hard, and once you've mastered it, I will not treat you poorly." Chapter 9. Englishaudiobook. Upon returning home at 7 in the evening, Yi Feng encountered the uncle who had brought over the computers. "Thank you for your hard work," Yi Feng said with a smile, promptly settling the delivery fee. "Haha, thank you for your kindness. Do you need help moving them?" The middle-aged uncle replied, noting that it was quite challenging to maneuver 2 computers alone. Yi Feng felt a pang in his ankle and, with a hint of reluctance, said, "Then I must trouble you. Here, as 50 yuan for your assistance." He pulled out another 50 yuan from his wallet as a token of gratitude for the uncle's help. The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised and expressed his thanks profusely. Together, they carried the computers upstairs. Upon opening the door to his home, Yi Feng discovered that his parents were not present, presumably celebrating Gu Muxi's birthday across the hall. Their birthdays were often celebrated together, making for a more festive occasion. After placing the computers in his room, Yi Feng washed his face to alleviate his fatigue, though the strain from moving the computers had aggravated his ankle. After sipping some water, he headed next door and knocked. Gu Muxi answered the door. "Yishao, what perfect timing. You just made it for dinner," she exclaimed with a smile. "I'm starving. Tonight I plan to eat 2 bowls of rice." Yi Feng chuckled. Entering the house, he found his mother, Meng Xiaoyan, and Li Wan in the kitchen preparing dishes, while Gu Xingzhong and Yi Jianjun chatted amiably in the living room, laughter filling the air. My son is back. Come here for a moment. Yi Jianjun beckoned. Dad, what is up? Yi Feng approached, puzzled. I heard from Shi that your recent test scores have been impressive. Ranked in the top 10 of your class? Yi Jianjun asked, astonished. Yes, I did well. Though I still need to strengthen my revision in physics, chemistry, and language, Yi Feng replied with a grin. Yi Jianjun continued. Do you feel confident about surpassing the second-tier university cutoff in the college entrance exams? If you can, you might end up a good school. Shi has always performed well. If you both work hard, you could attend the same university and look out for one another. Considering you've been in the same class since elementary school. Yi Feng smirked slightly. His father lacked confidence in him. Second tier? What is that? Nonetheless, I acknowledge my past academic performance was average. However, I now feel capable of achieving scores that far exceed the first-tier threshold. I have confidence in surpassing the second-tier requirements. It isn't too challenging. I've also discussed with Gu Muxi about applying to the same program, ideally at Guang City University, which is closer to home. Yi Feng replied. Yi Jianjun nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. Keep it up. Gu Xingzhong chimed in. Old Yi, I see Xiao Feng is quite confident. You should believe in him. He will surely excel. Ah, my dear Director Gu. He only performed well this time. He hasn't maintained such results before, so I'm still a bit apprehensive, Yi Jianjun remarked, shaking his head. Gu Xingzhong turned to Yi Feng and said, Xiao Feng, make sure to achieve a great score to show your father. Sure thing, Uncle Gu, Yi Feng nodded. As they chatted, Li Wan and Meng Xiaoyan brought out the last two dishes. Come, everyone, let us gather for dinner, Li Wan called. The dining table was laden with 6 dishes and a soup, a feast reminiscent of a New Year's Eve dinner. Gu Xingzhong even opened a fine bottle of wine to toast Yi Jianjun, as the two were old drinking buddies who often visited each other for a few drinks. Gu Xingzhong possessed quite a collection of fine wines gifted by others, and Yi Jianjun was fortunate to partake. The meal was lively, with the two families sharing over 20 years of camaraderie, closer than relatives, akin to family. After dinner, once Li Wan had cleared the table, she brought out the cake. Ding ding ding, time for cake. Come on, daughter, light the candles and make a wish, she said with a smile. Gu Muxi eagerly nodded, placing a single candle on the cake and lighting it. Gu Muxi, what birthday wish are you making? It's your 18th birthday. Yi Feng inwarded curiously. None of your business. I want to tell you, Gu Muxi replied haughtily, clasping her hands together to make her wish. I hope my parents remain healthy. I hope Yi Feng excels in his college entrance exams and progresses in his career. Considering Yi Xiao gifted me a computer, I might as well wish for him too, Gu Muxi thought to herself. Gu Muxi, did you wish for something related to me? Yi Feng leonid collusive. Whispering with a grin. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed. Of course not. Don't get ahead of yourself, she retorted before blowing out the candle. Hey. It seems we haven't sung the birthday song yet. Yi Feng exclaimed in surprise. Yi Xiao, with your tone-deaf voice. I've endured it for over a decade. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from singing. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him. Yi Feng chuckled helplessly. He had never possessed a talent for singing, but after enrolling in university, he had taken music as an elective and even attended a training course after graduation. He was confident he could manage it now. Well, it seems Gu Muxi won get to hear my angelic voice after all. Gu Muxi cut the cake, serving the elders first, then giving Yi Feng a generous slice while she took only a small piece for herself. Why are you eating so little? Yi Feng asked curiously. The cake has too much cream. I'm afraid of gaining weight. You should eat more, Gu Muxi replied casually. With your figure, you don't need to worry about dieting. Yi Feng laughed and shook his head. Although Gu Muxi was half a head shorter than him, she stood at 1.7 meters, which is considered tall among Southern girls. Moreover, not only was she tall, but her figure was also well-proportioned, perfectly balanced as the saying goes. A little more is considered plump, a little less is seen as thin. She was just right. With her figure, she could utterly incite envy among the girls at school. I adore it, and that's none of your concern. Come, let us retreat to the room to indulge in some cake. Gu Muxi, noticing that Gu Xingzhong and Yi Jianjun were preparing to smoke at home, was keenly aware of the unpleasant scent and wished to avoid it. The two entered the room together, settling at the desk to savor the cake. Xiao, has our computer been brought back? Gu Muxi had been eagerly anticipating her birthday gift. Yes, it's in my room. I'll help you set it up after school tomorrow, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile. You have no idea. I lugged it back with the delivery man twice, and it nearly exhausted me. Gu Muxi felt a twinge of gratitude rising within her, just as she was about to speak. Yi Feng, with a mischievous grin, added, Hey, how about a kiss as a reward? Her cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare. Get lost. Are you trying to take credit for this? Fine. I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow. Pig organ noodles with extra pig organs. Yi Feng chuckled, but suddenly shifted his position, feeling a sharp pain in his ankle that caused him to grimace and gasp. Gu Muxi noticed his pallor and inquired with concern, What happened to your foot? I think I twisted it. I kicked that little punk earlier today and ended up spraining it. Yi Feng winced, removing his shoes and socks to assess the injury. To his dismay, the swelling had intensified, resembling a dumpling. My goodness, Yi Feng, this looks rather serious. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Gu Muxi frowned upon seeing the extent of the injury. It wasn't hurting that much at first, but it's gotten worse after I carried the computer upstairs, Yi Feng lamented. Gu Muxi was taken aback, realizing he had helped her despite his injury, and felt a pang of guilt. What a fool. Just sit here and wait for me. I'll fetch some medicinal alcohol. My father's concoction is incredibly effective. Her eyes glimmered with concern as she sprang to her feet. All right then. It really needs the medicinal alcohol, Yi Feng nodded. Gu Muxi exited the room and returned shortly, holding a small bottle of medicinal alcohol. She opened it, and a pungent scent wafted forth. Here, let me do it for you, she insisted, as Yi Feng reached out to take it. Do you think you can manage it yourself? Allow me to assist you. I'll have my mother boil an egg for you. After applying the alcohol, we can use the egg for a compress. It will be much better. She instructed him to elevate his foot on the chair and extended her hand to pour some alcohol onto her palm before carefully applying it to the swollen area of his ankle. Yi Feng was taken aback. In the past, if he had ever injured himself, Gu Muxi would have simply told him to be a man and handle it himself. Yet today, she was the one tending to his injury. As he watched her diligently applying the medicine, warmth spread through his heart. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged through him. Oh, that hurts, he cried out. Gu Muxi, what are you doing? She lifted her head, rolling her eyes at him. I'm applying the medicinal alcohol with enough pressure. If I don't, it won't penetrate properly. You'd better endure it if you want to heal quickly. A big man should be able to withstand such minor pain. Yi Feng retorted, It's easy for you to say when I treated your injuries. You were the one wailing like a banshee. Gu Muxi shot him a glare in response. Did I? I never screamed. Of course you did. I remember specifically when you fell down the stairs in the second year of middle school. It was hilarious. Yi Feng recalled the incident, envisioning her tumbling down like a clumsy fool. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she huffed, continuing with her task. Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Ouch! A loud wail echoed through the building. In the living room, Gu Xingzhong, Yi Jianjun, Li Wan, and Meng Xiaoyun exchanged bewildered glances towards the room. What on earth are those kids doing in there? Li Wan voiced her confusion, rising to knock on the door. Cici, what are you two up to in there? As the door opened, Gu Muxi replied with a playful smile. Nothing much, just applying medicine to Yi Xiao. This guy can't handle even a little pain. Oh, I see. The eggs are ready. Go fetch a cloth for Xiao Feng to apply the compress. Be gentle, all right? Don't hurt him further, Li Wan cautioned. Oh, Fine. Mom, I got it. Gu Muxi groaned internally, exasperated at her mother's unwavering favoritism towards Yi Feng. She rushed to the kitchen, retrieved the boiled egg, wrapped it in a piece of cloth, and returned to apply it as a compress. Yi Feng was reluctant to accept her help, considering it a form of torment. Unaware of how scalding the egg was, he nearly burned his skin. Ultimately, he had to gently massage the egg against his ankle himself. After applying the medicinal alcohol and the egg compress, he felt significantly better, the pain subsiding. Leaning against the headboard, he watched Gu Muxi at the desk, trimming her nails. Her legs crossed elegantly, revealing her smooth, fair, and elongated limbs. Hey, Gu Muxi, could you help me trim my toenails? He requested playfully. Why should I help you? Just because your face is larger? I'm large all over except for my face. My hands are busy with the compress. Gu Muxi glanced at him, her heart softening at the sight of his swollen ankle. All right, since you brought me my favorite birthday gift today and you've sprained your foot, I'll help you. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy. Gu Muxi truly was a tough exterior with a soft heart. Thanks. Start with the left foot. It doesn't hurt. Yi Feng propped his pillow behind him, comfortably reclining as he awaited her assistance. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him. You're insufferable. She settled at the edge of the bed and began trimming his toenails. Yi Xiao, you should really take care of your feet when you shower. This is too thick, she remarked, grimacing at the sight. The skin is a protective layer. Why remove it? It feels safe with the skin covering it, Yi Feng replied with a cheeky grin. Gu Muxi paused, perplexed by his tone. Why does your way of speaking sound peculiar? What is odd about it? It's perfectly normal. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just finish up so you can rest. With a sprained foot, you should sleep early. Huh? You want me to leave so soon? It's already 10 o'clock at night. Do you want to stay here and sleep? Well, that wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Do you want me to throw you out? Don't be so hasty. After all, I'm practically your mentor, teaching you about computers and even how to cook noodles. Gu Muxi scoffed. Your noodles aren't even that good. It used to late so much. Yi Feng countered. That was just because I was hungry. Gu Muxi insisted stubbornly. You can't even cook them properly without burning them. Yi Feng chucked it lightly. Gu Muxi pinched his thigh. Ouch. Gu Muxi, what are you doing? She lifted her chin, proudly declaring, that S for criticizing me. Don't you dare bring up my previous cooking disaster. Yi Feng grimaced. Fine. I won't mention your mishaps, but please stop pinching me. Gu Muxi revealed a pair of pristine tiger teeth, threatening, if you utter another word, I shall clip your toes. Yi Feng chuckled mischievously but chose to remain silent, for his toes were still firmly in her grasp. After a brief moment, Gu Muxi deftly trimmed Yi Feng's toenails with remarkable efficiency. All right, young master, you may swiftly depart now. Return to your slumber, she said, placing the nail clippers aside and clapping her hands. Is it over so soon? Yi Feng lamented, feeling a pang of reluctance. The sensation of Gu Muxi's delicate hands enveloping his toes was indeed delightful. Alas, such beautiful moments are often fleeting. What do you wish for? She teased, adopting a playful tone. Well then, I shall take my leave. Could you lend me a hand, little Shizi? Yi Feng implored, casting a pitiful gaze in her direction. All right, you are such a bother, Gu Muxi said, pulling him up from the bed. As Yi Feng stood, he lost his balance and tumbled into her, wrapping his arms around her tightly. The warmth and softness of her body felt transcendent, and an exquisite fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating his senses. Gu Muxi smells delightful. Steady yourself. I can hardly bear your weight. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed as she puffed out her cheeks in mock anger. Yet, being embraced by Yi Feng caused her heart to race inexplicably. Oh dear, that was careless of me. Yi Feng scratched his head and regained his balance. After donning his shoes, he walked out of the room with Gu Muxi's assistance. In the living room, only Gu Muxi's parents remained. Xiao Feng, how is your foot feeling now? Li Wan inquired with concern. After applying the medicinal alcohol and some heat, it feels much better. Thank you, Annie, Yi Feng replied with a smile. Make sure to rest well. See, do take good care of him. Tomorrow morning, he may not be able to ride his bike, so you should accompany him, Li Wan advised. Gu Muxi interjected, Mom, you are too kind to that scoundrel Yi Feng. All right, I understand. Gu Muxi responded with exasperation as she continued to support Yi Feng back. Upon reaching Yi Feng's doorstep, she promptly released him, saying, All right, you can manage the rest on your own. I'm off to take a shower. With that, she turned and skipped back to her own home. Yi Feng chuckled to himself and entered his house. As soon as he stepped inside, Meng Xiaoyun emerged from the kitchen, her brow furrowed in confusion. Son, why are there 2 computers in your room? Oh, I bought them at a discount from a recycling company. Both have been repaired, and I'm giving one to Gu Muxi as a birthday gift, Yi Feng explained candidly. Wow, you can fix computers? Impressive. I didn't know you had that talent. Meng Xiaoyun exclaimed with delight. Just a little. I'm ranked 3rd in the world, Yi Feng said, scratching his head and chuckling. Hurry up and take a shower. Afterward, I will help you with your ankle. How could you be so careless and twist it? At least it wasn't your hand. That would have affected your studies. Meng Xiaoyun admonished gently. The college entrance examination is a significant milestone in life, second only to marriage and having children. Succeeding in it opens doors to better universities and, consequently, career opportunities. It is often the only way for families like ours to turn their fortunes around. Meng Xiaoyan was deeply concerned about Yi Feng's upcoming exams and wished for nothing to hinder his performance. I understand, Mom. I will be more careful next time, Yi Feng assured as he dashed into his room to fetch some clothes. After showering, Yi Feng sat on a chair while Meng Xiaoyan applied the medicinal alcohol once more to his ankle before allowing him to head off to bed. Once Yi Feng retreated to his room, Meng Xiaoyan's expression turned pale and fatigued. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, but after steadying herself, she returned to her own room. In that room, Yi Jianjun sat by the window, smoking, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Xiao Feng has gone to bed. You should hurry and wash up too. Smoke less, Meng Xiaoyan said with a gentle smile. Yi Jianjun exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke, turning to her with a sigh. Are you truly not going to tell Xiao Feng? With just over a month until his college entrance exams, it's best not to burden him with this. I fear it may distract him and affect his performance. This exam is crucial for him, Meng Xiaoyan replied, her face pale, revealing a hint of helplessness in her smile. Yi Jianjun nodded, agreeing. Let him focus on his exams first. I just spoke with old Gu. He said he can lend us 8,000, which is nearly all their savings. I will check with my second uncle and fourth aunt in a few days. No matter what, let's try to gather the funds we need, even if it's only a portion. Meng Xiaoyan shook her head and smiled bitterly. You've certainly put yourself in a difficult position. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. This amount isn't sufficient. We need much more, over 100,000. Where will we find that? I think it's better not to strain ourselves. Even if we manage to scrape together that much, repaying it later will be impossible. After the exams, Xiao Feng will need money for college. We should save it for him. I believe my health can last another 10 or 20 years. Yi Jianjun shook his head. 10 or 20 years. The doctor has warned that without immediate surgery, if the situation worsens, we will miss the optimal treatment window. You need not worry about finances. I will find a way. In the meantime, refrain from exhausting yourself and take care to rest. With a heavy sigh, Jianjun gazed out the window, his countenance etched with sorrow. After finishing one cigarette, he lit another, continuing to watch the night unfold, enveloped in smoke. His shoulders seemed to sag further under the weight of his thoughts. The following morning, as Yi Feng lay in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a persistent knocking from outside. Smelly Yi Feng, rise and shine. If you don't get up soon, I won't wait for you. The melodious and bright voice of Gu Muxi filled the air. Yi Feng opened his eyes, a smile of happiness blossoming on his lips. Who wouldn't cherish such a delightful alarm? He rubbed his sleepy eyes, dressed quickly, and pulled back the curtains to see Gu Muxi across the way, tying her hair into a ponytail. The golden morning sunlight bathed her window, casting a radiant glow around her, making her appear as if she were emanating light. Good morning, Gu Muxi. Yi Feng greeted her with a smile. As Gu Muxi tied her ponytail, her chest subtly accentuated due to her slight turn, making her appear more mature. Truly, the ancients did not mislead me. It's getting late. You should go wash up. I'll come and get you shortly. No need to prepare breakfast. My mom made bone porridge just for you. That is quite unfair. I've never received such treatment before. Gu Muxi pouted, evidently feeling that her mother was showing favoritism. That is just Annie being kind to me. Enough chatter. I'll see you soon. Yi Feng, replied, drawing the curtains shut and hurrying out of his room to freshen up. As he entered the bathroom, he noticed that his ankle no longer ached. Looking down, he saw that the swelling had subsided, leaving only some bruising, and there was no pain. This medicinal alcohol is truly remarkable, nearly cured overnight. With his foot feeling better, his spirits lifted, Yi Feng hummed a tune, finished washing up, and grabbed his backpack before heading out. Mom, I'm off to school. Annie made me bone porridge. Yi Feng called out while changing his shoes at the door. However, after a moment, he realized he hadn't heard any response from the kitchen. Is Mom still asleep? Yi Feng, filled with perplexity, ventured into the kitchen, only to discover it utterly deserted, with the stove as cold as ice. Mom? He called out, stepping back outside, yet his voice echoed unanswered. Could it be that his mother had departed for the market at such an early hour? Shaking his head, he opened the door, just in time to see Gu Muxi emerging from the opposite door. Clad in her usual loose-fitting athletic uniform, she radiated a vibrant, youthful energy. Yi Feng, how's your foot feeling? Gu Muxi inquired with genuine concern. Yi Feng's eyes darted, and a pained expression flitted across his face. It seems it's still not fully healed. He replied, Muxi, I would be most grateful if you could accompany me to school for the next few days. Really? Gu Muxi regarded him with a skeptical look. Yi Feng nodded earnestly. Indeed, it still hurts a bit. I suspect I require a few days of recuperation. Life is akin to a play, reliant on one's acting skills. Without such a ruse, how could he persuade Gu Muxi to escort him to school? He had her completely in his grasp, chuckling inwardly. All right then, let's go. I shall support you down the stairs. Gu Muxi conceded with a hint of exasperation. With her assistance, Yi Feng descended the staircase. Muxi, did you go to open an account yesterday afternoon? He asked, recalling that in this era, one still needed to visit a service center to establish an internet connection, as fiber optics had yet to become ubiquitous, requiring dial-up access instead. This method involved using a telephone line to connect to a specific number designated for an internet service provider, resulting in a painfully slow speed of around 56 kilobytes for both uploading and downloading. Moreover, if a phone call was made, internet access would be interrupted, and vice versa. Such a connection allowed for mere browsing of web pages, forums, and the use of OCQ, later known as QQ, while gaming options were limited to single-player games, as those did not necessitate an internet connection. Only internet cafes and certain businesses had access to dedicated broadband, enabling them to play networked games like CS. Yes, my parents have agreed. A technician will come to install it this afternoon. However, my mother has only permitted me 30 hours of internet access each month, which is about an hour a day. Gu Muxi sighed. It's quite expensive, costing around 50 to 60 yuan monthly. Your mother likely fears that you might become so engrossed in surfing the web that your studies would suffer, Yi Feng chuckled. Perhaps so, but an hour of play each day isn't too bad. Gu Muxi brightened at the thought. Women can change their moods with astonishing rapidity. All right, when I return from school, I'll help you set up your computer. You can also ask the technician to install my network cable. It's high time I got a landline as well. Yi Feng smiled. That works. I'll inform the technician when I see him after school. Gu Muxi nodded in agreement. As the college entrance examination approached, classes had become scarce, with most days spent on reviewing past exam questions or self-studying. The school days slipped away amidst the intense revision. After school, Wang Tai drove Yi Feng to Zhao Xingye's shop for computer repairs. The following day, the newly hired apprentice, Gao Hongxing, began to proactively seek Yi Feng's guidance on computer repairs. Yi Feng remained somewhat aloof, insisting that Gao first adjust his attitude. Perhaps then he would impart a few insights. Subjugated by Yi Feng's authority, Gao complied dutifully, refraining from any dissent. Once the computer was repaired, Yi Feng returned home. The technicians sent by the telecom company arrived. This was not the later telecom entity, but rather a newly established company taking over the local operations of a small internet service provider. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Meng Xiaoyan quickly inquired, Xiao Feng, why did you call someone to install both a phone and internet? That must cost quite a bit. Yi Feng chuckled, not too much. Just around 300 to 400 yuan. Don't worry, Mom. I've earned some money from repairing computers recently, and having internet access will facilitate my learning. In recent days, he had made over 7,000 yuan, and with his previous savings, he now had a substantial 31,000 yuan at his disposal. Spending a few hundred on a phone didn't seem extravagant. With just over a month of work left, he would be close to having enough to open a store. However, the expenses for the store's interior and the procurement of computer parts would be considerable. Meng Xiaoyan patted his head, smiling. Our son is quite remarkable, grasping the concept of earning money so quickly. However, focus on your study for the college entrance exam and don't get distracted. And remember, if you earn money, save it for university. Don't spend it frivolously. She felt a sense of pride, seeing Yi Feng's ability to earn. Understood, Mom, Yi Feng replied with a smile. However, as he studied his mother more closely, he noticed her complexion appeared somewhat pale and couldn't help but ask, Mom, you don't seem well. Are you feeling overly fatigued? Should we see a doctor? Meng Xiaoyan chuckled lightly. No need for that. I'm quite healthy. It is important to have regular health checkups, but you needn't worry about expenses. I have money. Yi Feng insisted with earnestness. All right, I'll take your word for it. We'll discuss it another day, Meng Xiaoyan replied dismissively. An hour later, the technician completed the installation of the phone and internet at Yi Feng's home. After settling the payment, Yi Feng eagerly began setting up his computer at his desk. After configuring everything, he dialed in and successfully connected to the internet. What a thrill! Finally, he could surf the web from the comfort of his home. Yi Feng was overjoyed. The internet was undoubtedly one of the most remarkable inventions of the new century. It would transform the world, although the connection was painfully slow and unstable. With each web page taking 5 to 6 seconds to load, it did little to dampen Yi Feng's enthusiasm. With his computer, he could finally delve into programming and software development, a veritable tool for generating income. In the future, he could even sell the software or games he created. How exhilarating that prospect was. The year 2000 marked an era when the internet and computers had yet to become fully mainstream, with many software tools and games still undeveloped, such as farming games, parking games, and card games. Even the popular 4,399 mini-games had not yet launched, indicating a vast, untapped market. Yi Feng navigated to several of the most popular websites of the time, such as Suhu and Xinlong, which served as information portals, each boasting its own chat rooms. Engaging in chat rooms, browsing portals, and discussing topics on Tianya were the primary means of socializing online. Meanwhile, OHCQ, later known as QQ, had yet to gain widespread popularity. Yi Feng recalled that at this juncture, QQ had not yet rebranded, and the company had just secured funding, with registered users barely reaching 5 million. However, this figure was misleading, as many users possessed multiple accounts, some even dozens or hundreds, resulting in an actual online presence of fewer than 100,000 users at any given time, a stark contrast to the traffic of larger portals. However, this year also coincided with the bursting of the internet bubble, which severely impacted the industry. The surge in user expansion led to skyrocketing operational costs for QQ, while revenues failed to offset the losses, plunging the company into a financial crisis. Returning to his thoughts, Yi Feng realized he currently lacked the means to enter this grand era of the internet. Perhaps an opportunity would arise in the future. He downloaded OICQ, which featured a rudimentary yet nostalgic login interface adorned with gray boxes. The interface presents merely a user ID and a password, accompanied by 3 navigational buttons at the bottom: login, cancel, and registration wizard. Following the prompts of the registration wizard, Yi Feng successfully created an account, a 6-digit marvel at that. Upon entering his credentials, he triumphantly logged in. What a monumental moment in history. The first QQ account was born. Yi Feng chose the moniker Feng for his online identity, while he reveled in the joys of the internet. Gu Muxi could no longer contain her impatience and arrived at his door. All right, you've started playing without me, and you haven't helped me set up yet, she exclaimed, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Hee hee, I got so excited that I almost forgot. All right, I'll set it up for you right now, Yi Feng replied with a grin. He moved the computer into Gu Muxi's room, facilitating her internet connection by checking the IP address and optimizing the network settings. After successfully dialing in, he tested the internet speed, discovering it was identical to his own, merely a few kbs or a dozen kbs. That's sufficient. It's barely adequate for browsing websites and forums. Yi Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction. This is fantastic, Gu Muxi exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm like a child. She eagerly sat before the computer, ready to try navigating herself. Yi Feng saved the portal address for her and instructed her on some common online activities. Finally, he installed QQ for her, registered an account, and added his own account as a friend after logging in. There, now we can chat online. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Gu Muxi paused, then shot him a sideways glance. Your window is right across from mine. Why would I need to chat with you online? Yi Feng was momentarily speechless. She had a point. They spent every day together, and with a simple window opening, they could converse face-to-face, rendering QQ somewhat unnecessary. Well, chat with others online then, but be careful. The internet is a treacherous place, and you don't know who you might be talking to. It could very well be a creep. Don't trust strangers easily. Understood? Yi Feng advisit solemnly. Gu Muxi nodded. I understand, don't worry. I'm not a child. All right then, I'll head back. If you have any questions, just call me through the window, Yi Feng chuckled. After he departed, Gu Muxi gazed at her QQ account, a mischievous idea bubbling up within her. Hee, you're in for a surprise, Yi Feng. At 10 p.m., after her evening routine, Gu Muxi returned to her room, opened the QQ registration page, and created a new account, using it to send a friend request to Yi Feng. Giggling, Yi Feng, I'll just pretend to be your first unfamiliar online friend. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was engrossed in browsing forums at his computer. Suddenly, a notification chimed. He had a new message. Upon opening it, he discovered a friend request from an unfamiliar account named Shui Munyanhua. A stranger is adding me already? Curious, he accepted the request. Hello, Shui Munyanhua greeted. Yi Feng promptly typed back, Feng, who are you? Are you a guy or a girl? Shui Munyanhua, what do you mean by GG or MM? Feng, I mean, are you male or female? Shui Munyanhua, female. Feng, how did you find my QQ? Shui Munyanhua, I just added you randomly. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of mischief. The friend-adding feature of QQ requires entering an account, and while some internet surfers might be that bored to randomly search and add, Yi Feng found it implausible that someone would coincidentally discover his freshly created account. Let's check the IP address, he mused, opening his firewall software. The early version of QQ records local information, and the firewall can log both outgoing and incoming data, revealing the chat partner's real IP address, which in earlier versions was neither masked nor disguised. Scrolling through the firewall logs, Yi Feng found a string of IP addresses following the initial conversation records. Upon seeing one particular IP, he froze momentarily. Wasn't this the IP address of Gu Muxi's home? He had seen it while configuring her network earlier that afternoon. Thus it dawned on him. This Shui Munyanhua was none other than Gu Muxi. A glimmer of realization flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. No wonder a stranger had added him out of the blue. Gu Muxi had undoubtedly registered another QQ account to prank him. With a plan forming in his mind, he decided to turn the tables. You wish to play games with me? Let us see who is playing whom, he typed back. Oh, hello, stranger. I thought you were some woman, he sent. Across the way, Gu Muxi received the message, her brows furrowing in confusion. Who was this woman Yi Feng mentioned? She needed clarity. Shui Munyanhua. What woman? Which woman do you think I am? Feng. Oh, it's nothing, just a girl from next door. You and T know her. Shui Munyanhua. You seem to know her quite well. Feng, well, of course. I know her so well that I could tell you how many hairs she has. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, shooting daggers at Yi Feng's QQ. You know nothing. How shameless. Shui Munyanhua. Really? Feng, by the way. Who are you? Where do you live? Gu Muxi and T planned her disguise and hastily fabricated an answer. Me? I'm from the northeastern region. You wouldn't know it if I told you. Yi Feng chuckled. Oh, you're going with the northeast angle? How about you say a few words in the dialect? I adore the northeast dialect. It's hilarious. Gu Muxi had no idea about the northeast dialect, scratching her head in uncertainty. Unable to think of a response, she typed, what northeast dialect do you use while surfing the web? I don't want to say. Yi Feng laughed softly. Well then, despite being thousands of miles apart, it's a stroke of fate that we crossed paths. We should communicate more and delve deeper into understanding each other. Gilm we the Nashchahaft. Shui Munyanhua. How do you wish to deepen that understanding? Feng, whatever you desire, I don't mind. Just that kind of knowing where I understand your depths. And you comprehend my nuances. Gu Muxi raised an eyebrow. All right, Yi Feng, how dare you flirt with girls online? You're quite the smooth talker. I'll beat you back for this. Shui Munyanhua. Haha, sounds good, but I have matters to attend to now. Let us talk another time. Moments later. Yi Feng noticed that the other account had gone offline, the QQ icon turning gray. Gu Muxi, you wish to masquerade as a stranger? I'll play along. He logged off QQ and resumed tinkering with his computer. Despite the poor internet connection, it did not impede the machine's local performance. He needed to set up a C programming environment and install the Java framework, preparing to write code and develop software in the future. Yi Feng envisioned creating an antivirus software, drawing upon his education in computer science which included a course in cybersecurity. During his university years, he participated in the national third internet security competition, where his team, although only securing third place, deepened his understanding of network security. The prevailing antivirus solutions relied on outdated broad-spectrum signature technology, proving cumbersome for users. Yi Feng aspired to develop a heuristic antivirus engine, more sophisticated, secure, and user-friendly. Given the current computer configurations, this software needed to be compact, emphasizing simplicity, efficiency, and functionality without excessive features, merely sufficient for practical use. Once computers became ubiquitous and the internet flourished, he could formally venture into cloud-based malware detection. It was worth noting that a renowned giant, 360, had emerged during such a time. With his early foray into this domain, perhaps he could avert the rise of 360 in the future. With fervor, Yi Feng's fingers danced upon the keyboard as he established the environment and commenced coding. By day, he diligently studied at school. In the afternoons, he repaired computers, and in the evenings, after dinner, he immersed himself in programming. On weekends, he busied himself configuring the shop's layout, painting walls, purchasing furniture, and refurbishing a batch of old computers. His days were filled with purpose and activity, leaving no time for leisure or rest. Over a month passed in a whirlwind of labor, culminating in the final weekend before the college entrance examination. On that Saturday morning, Yi Feng and Wang Tai hurried to the shop. Upon arriving at the storefront, Yi Feng gazed at the glass door, a confident smile gracing his lips, convinced that this establishment would captivate all who entered. Above the shop hung a sleek and stylish sign, half adorned with a minimalist red maple leaf logo, while the other half proclaimed the shop's name, Yi Feng Electronics, Computer Repair Specialists. The name Yi Feng resonated with the sound of Feng, marking the beginning of a future shared with Gu Muxi. The straightforward and clear name, coupled with a direct suffix, ensured that every visitor could instantly grasp the nature of the establishment. The shop's interior exuded a sense of comfort and modern simplicity at first glance, reminiscent of an Apple store. Inside, the decor featured a palette of white and pale yellow, with white walls complemented by soft yellow recessed lighting, and yellow pearwood tables flanking the space, enhancing the ambience with illuminated display shelves. This serene environment fostered a sense of ease and comfort. The shop was divided into four main areas. The left and right showcased display racks. The central section housed two custom-designed yellow pearwood tables, which Yi Feng intended for showcasing computers and various accessories, allowing customers to immediately sense the essence of electronic technology upon entry. Beyond repair services, Yi Feng planned to sell assembled computers in both new and second-hand components. The third area served as a relaxation zone, modest in size, yet furnished with genuine leather seating, alongside a water dispenser and a rack for trendy magazines. This space was designed for customers awaiting repairs, and Yi Feng intended to enhance its service potential, recognizing it as a key area for customer interaction. The fourth area was Yi Feng's workspace, adorned with pegboards displaying an array of tools, while the desktop featured various diagnostic instruments, pressure gauges, and power supply units. Although the area was busy, it remained impeccably organized. This workspace, partially open for customer viewing, conveyed a professional ambience, while a partition bore a vivid and minimalist Yi Feng logo. The entire shop radiated a sense of simplicity, fashion, and technology, with an exceptionally advanced design that immersed visitors in its atmosphere. Yi Feng chuckled softly, thoroughly pleased with his creation. Yi Feng Electronics was poised for takeoff. Chapter 49. The Principle of Competitive Acquisition. Brother Feng, Han Pinyin and Han Nanan emerged from the work area. Pinyin, well done. The cleanliness is commendable, Yi Feng praised as he patted his shoulder. Now clad in new clothes and shoes, Han Pinyin, though still somewhat slender, appeared significantly improved compared to a month prior. Beside him, Han Nanan was also neatly dressed, her two adorable braids framing her charming face. Her hair no longer appeared so dull, and the signs of malnutrition had vanished from her countenance. Yi Feng had rented a nearby apartment with a kitchen for the two, and with their newfound income, their meals had improved, contributing to their overall well-being. Well-deserved, Yi Feng remarked, noticing a hint of a smile on Han Pingyin's typically serious face. The shop is now fully renovated, and you two have no pressing tasks for the moment. Just keep an eye on the store. Tai and I will head to the electrical engineering building shortly. In the meantime, please move that batch of computers to the center of the shop. Wipe them down with a dust-free cloth and make them as clean as possible. Use that plastic yellowing agent to polish the monitors a bit. Just be careful not to get any inside the machines, Yi Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. Han Pingan nodded ianitli. Yi Feng smiled, appreciating Han Pingan's strong execution and meticulous nature. This diligent young man, though introverted and sensitive, yearned for recognition, particularly from Yi Feng. Such individuals often work quietly and diligently, driven by a desire to excel and earn acknowledgement. Yi Feng hoped for him to become more outgoing over time, though he understood that transformation is not an overnight endeavor. Having relayed his instructions, Yi Feng continued to inspect the shop, rearranging the furniture and noting areas that required decorative enhancements. He aimed to refine every detail before the grand opening. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was already 11 a.m., time to visit the electrical engineering building. The objective of this trip was to find a suitable buyer for the batch of second-hand computers and establish connections for computer component distribution. While computer repair would be the shop's primary focus, assembling and selling both new and second-hand components represented significant supplementary profit. One should never underestimate the profitability of these endeavors. The margins on assembled computers, whether new or used, were substantial. New machines typically yielded a 30% profit margin, while second-hand computers could offer even higher returns, contingent upon the purchase and selling prices. For instance, this batch of refurbished computers could potentially fetch a selling price that was 20 to 30 times the acquisition cost. Dia, grab the business cards. Let us go, Yi Feng said with a smile. He got it, Brother Feng. Now we have a business and business cards. Wang Tai replied cheerfully. He heard that today they were going to the electronic science building for business discussions, so he specifically purchased a white shirt to pair with jeans, presenting a more mature appearance. Had he opted for a t-shirt and casual pants, he would have appeared quite youthful. The two of them grabbed their business cards and departed from the shop. The electronic science building was somewhat distant from the city center, so they took a taxi directly there. After a journey of approximately 20 minutes, Yi Feng and Wang Tai arrived at the electronic science building. Standing at the entrance, Yi Feng observed the bustling flow of people entering and exiting, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. The electronic science building boasted 10 stories. The first 3 floors comprise an electronics mall, while the remaining 7 floors serve as office spaces for various enterprises. This location was the epicenter of electronic products in the entire Guang City, home to numerous electronic manufacturers and distributors, primarily focusing on computers and mobile phones, alongside some gaming consoles and electronic instruments. What a lively scene, Wang Tai murmured, astonished by the throngs of people in the building. Come on, let us explore inside, Yi Feng replied with a smile. As they ventured into the building, the first floor was filled with various gaming consoles, mobile phone stalls, and computer accessory booths, primarily catering to consumers. Yi Feng merely strolled through before heading straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor specialized in computers and their components, and it was considerably less crowded, as the visitors here typically sought to purchase computers or accessories. In the era before the prevalence of online shopping and logistics, malls served as the primary shopping venues. After circling the entire 3rd floor a few times, Yi Feng identified several prominent stores, each offering both new and second-hand computers, with signs indicating they also purchased used computers. He approached 2 adjacent stores, both offering similar services. Each storefront had 2 women enticing passers-by, engaging in a subtle rivalry. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, already formulating a plan in his mind. Tai, let us start with this one. He indicated the computer store named Yongfa on the left. All right, Wang Tai nodded, following closely behind Yi Feng. At the entrance of Yongfa, a woman in her 30s, heavily made up, greeted them warmly as they approached. Are you two here to look at computers? Please come in. Our computers are comprehensive, well-configured, of high quality, and competitively priced. Yi Feng replied with a faint smile. Hello. I'm here to sell second-hand computers. The woman paused in surprise, her smile quickly fading as she coldly inquired. Selling second-hand computers? Oh, what specifications do your computers have? Have you brought them along? In her mind, buying computers was akin to giving money, while selling them meant asking for it, and her demeanor shifted accordingly. Yi Feng, undeterred by her attitude, responded, I have a substantial quantity to sell, and I've brought the specifications list with me. May I speak with your boss? The woman replied nonchalantly, Our boss just stepped out and will return shortly. Why don't you wait a moment? Yi Feng checked it lightly, turning without hesitation towards the shop on the right. The right shop was run by a young woman in her 20s, dressed in a professional skirt. Upon seeing Yi Feng and Wang Tai, she warmly approached them, saying, Hello, gentlemen. How may I assist you? Her tone was gentle and respectful, her service demeanor quite pleasant. Hello, your store also buys second-hand computers, correct? Yi Feng confirmed. Yes, we do. We buy any quantity. Are you looking to sell computers? Please have a seat. What specifications do your computers have? The young woman invited Yi Feng to sit on a nearby bench. Yi Feng produced the prepared specifications list, stating, I have a considerable number of computers to sell, 22 in total. This is the configuration list for all of them, aside from his and Gu Muxi's 2 units. He had also retained one for himself, making a total of 22 sellable units. He deliberately raised his voice to ensure the woman next door could hear. What? 22 units? The young woman gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. It was her first time hearing about such a significant volume being sold at once. A small to medium-sized company might only possess that many computers. Sir, please hold on. I will fetch my boss to discuss this with you personally. She promptly stood up and left. Meanwhile, the woman next door had overheard Yi Feng's words and was inwardly astonished. Selling 22 computers? This could be a substantial deal. She promptly reached for her phone to inform her boss. However, Yi Feng had observed all of her actions keenly. Haha, now we simply await the unfolding drama. Wang Tai also noticed the woman making a phone call, glancing at Yi Feng from time to time. He whispered, Brother Feng, why don't we talk to the other shop first? Let us gauge their interest before coming back here. I think she seems somewhat interested too. Yi Feng chucked it softly, replying, Tai, pay attention. Selling is also an art form. There is a reason I don't approach each store one by one. This is known as the principle of competitive purchasing. When a unique item exists, buyers with similar desires and competitive relationships will elevate the price in their eagerness to acquire it. Observing Wang Tai's confusion, he smiled. Do you remember the last time I took you to McDonald's? Wang Tai appeared puzzled, but nodded, recalling their trip to McDonald's. We had initially set out to indulge in the spicy chicken burger, but regrettably, it was sold out, leaving only the grilled chicken burger, of which there was only one remaining. The lady behind us in line also wished to purchase it, continuously urging us to hurry, implying that if we didn't buy it, she would certainly snatch it up. Did you notice how our desire shifted in that moment? You ended up wanting the chicken burger fervently. Wang Tai seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding, nodding in comprehension. Brother Feng, was it the atmosphere of competition that influenced me? Had it not been for the lady behind us, I would have preferred an Orleans fried chicken instead. Yi Feng's eyes brightened as he patted Wang Tai's shoulder. Tai, you have a knack for understanding. Chapter 50. Brother Feng, your strategy is truly remarkable. Wang Tai scratched his head and chuckled. That is because Brother Feng explained it so well, I understood it immediately. As long as you understand, just observe from the side. Yi Feng remarked, glancing into the store. The young woman was leading a middle-aged man dressed in a blue shirt and black trousers towards them. The man sported a slick-back hairstyle, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had a slight paunch, exuding an air of affluence. Hello. I'm the owner of this store. My surname is Ning, and I go by Ning Faping. How should I address you, young man? Ning Faping approached Yi Feng with a warm demeanor, handing each of them a business card from his cardholder. Hello, Mr. Ning. My name is Yi Feng, and this is my friend Wang Tai, Yi Feng replied, producing his business card in return. Exchanging business cards is a customary practice in initial business interactions, as it provides insight into one's name, contact information, and professional background. Feng Electronics? Ning Faping paused, taken aback. He had been in the electronic industry for over 5 years and had never heard of this store. Upon seeing the address on the card, Tianhe City Plaza, in the city center, he suddenly recalled. Young brother, are you also in the same industry? No wonder I heard Xiang mention that you are about to release a batch of 22 computers. Besides large corporate enterprises, It seems only competitors would be interested. Ning Pengfei remarked with warmth. I suppose that's true, but our shop has yet to open. We will only be able to commence operations after a while. I came to the Electric Science and Technology building today, primarily to sell a batch of second-hand computers, Yi Feng explained. Splendid. Young brother, Yi. Let us sit down and converse leisurely. Please, Ning Pengfei said politely. His gaze remained fixed on Yi Feng, a flicker of curiosity evident in his eyes. The young man before him appeared to be barely in his 20s, yet he already owned his own store. His demeanor and eloquence were notably mature, far from the typical naivety of a novice, leaving Ning Pengfei somewhat astonished. He tilted his head slightly and remarked with a smile. It is indeed impressive that a young man like you has opened a shop. Such youthfulness in assuming the role of a boss is truly commendable. I have seldom encountered anyone like you. Yi Feng smiled faintly, humbly replying, You flatter me, Boss Ning. I am merely a fledgling with little experience, and I still have much to learn from you. He then handed over the specification list. Ning Pengfei accepted the list, his respect for Yi Feng increasing subtly. The young man's demeanor remained unfazed, even in the face of praise. He exhibited a remarkable ability to conceal his thoughts and emotions, a trait that could be quite formidable. Very well, I shall first take a look at the specifications, Ning Pengfei said, meticulously reviewing the configurations of the 22 computers. He noted that these machines were mostly 3 to 4 years old and primarily suited for Internet CAFS. The prices for such models were not exorbitant, boasting a good value-to-performance ratio, making them a favorite among Internet CAF owners for cost efficiency. Younger brother, are these all computers that were replaced by Internet CAFS? Ning Pengfei inquired, astonished. Yi Feng felt a twinge of admiration. Clearly, Ning Pengfei was an old hand in the industry, able to deduce the origin of the computers solely from their specifications. Indeed, they are indeed machines replaced by Internet CAFS. You have a keen eye, Boss Ning. Yi Feng nodded with a faint smile. Ning Pengfei chuckled. I've seen enough to develop an eye for these things. From the specifications, it was evident that the computers were in good condition and reasonably priced, making them suitable for individual clients. If the machines were functional, he would indeed consider purchasing them. How do you plan to sell them, young brother? As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes, keenly observing Yi Feng in hopes of deciphering any subtle change in his expression that might reveal his psychological baseline. Yi Feng maintained a stoic demeanor, appearing to ponder thoughtfully. So this young brother intends to sell computers, does he? Suddenly, a boisterous voice erupted from the neighboring store. Yi Feng turned to see a portly man in a suit, hurrying over with a jovial smile. Hello there. I am Su Yongfa, the owner of the neighboring Yongfa computer store. Here's my business card. May I ask for your name, young brother? Su Yongfa extended his card. Yi Feng. Yi Feng replied with a slight smile, taking the card with both hands. Hello, Mr. Su. I just visited your store and noticed you were absent, so I thought I'd drop by here. Yi Feng's words left some ambiguity, subtly indicating to Su Yongfa that he had not yet reached a sales agreement with Ning Pengfei. Su Yongfa, being astute, caught the implication in Yi Feng's words, a glimmer of shrewdness appearing in his eyes. Oh, my apologies. I merely stepped out for a moment. My staff informed me that someone was selling a batch of computers, so I quickly returned. What specifications are you offering? I would love to take a look. Upon seeing Su Yongfa, Ning Pengfei's brow furrowed, and a displeased expression crept onto his face. Mr. Su, this is rather impolite of you. Can't you see that I am in the midst of a conversation with young brother? You barged in here and attempted to hijack our discussion. That seems a bit excessive, don't you think? His tone grew noticeably colder as he continued. The two stores were situated closely together, and they often found themselves competing for the same clientele. Su Yongfa, unperturbed, chuckled dismissively. Is that so, Boss Ning? You haven't even finalized the deal yet. So how can you accuse me of hijacking? Besides, who knows who will ultimately secure this business? Ning Pengfei's expression soured, yet he held back his frustration, striving to maintain composure. Mr. Su, I doubt you will find it easy to absorb this batch of 22 machines, he said calmly, although directed at Su Yongfa. The comment was intended for Yi Feng's ears, implying that Su Yongfa's financial resources were limited and could not compare to his own. Yi Feng, seasoned in the business realm, immediately grasped the underlying message in Ning Pengfei's words. However, he did not mind the presence of an additional competitor and responded with a smile. If Mr. Su is interested, please feel free to join our discussion and review the specifications. Excellent. I shall take a look, Su Yongfa exclaimed, pulling out a chair and seating himself without regard for the fact that this was still Ning Pengfei's store. He glanced over the configuration list briefly, nodding. These are indeed older Internet CAF computers, but the configurations are acceptable and still functional. Younger brother, I am quite interested in this batch of computers. Will you be selling them individually or as a package? Yi Feng exchanged a glance with Ning Pengfei and replied, selling them individually would be cumbersome. I am offering them as a package, 22 computers for 66,000. Furthermore, all machines come with a 1-year warranty. Any issues will be repaired or replaced at no extra charge. On average, that is just 3,000 per unit, which is indeed a fair price for such configurations. Yi Feng had calculated that if sold individually to private clients, each machine could fetch between 4,000 to 5,000, making a lucrative deal for anyone with a ready customer base. Both owners, being experienced, appreciated Yi Feng's straightforward pricing. Upon hearing Yi Feng's quoted price, both Su Yongfa and Ning Pengfei displayed faint smiles. The added assurance of a 1-year warranty was particularly enticing. Typically, second-hand computers came with only a 3-month warranty, after which any repairs would incur additional costs. The 1-year warranty truly captivated both men. With a slightly lower price paired with the 1-year warranty, as long as the computers were functional, purchasing them would undeniably yield profit. Young brother, he certainly knows how to do business. This price is quite reasonable. I will take it, Su Yongfa declared without hesitation. From the pricing alone, he sensed that this young man was no ordinary individual. He was shrewd and adept in the art of negotiation. Yi Feng smiled subtly. It's all about mutual profit. If I set the price too high, you would surely not purchase, would you? Not wishing to be outmaneuvered by Su Yongfa, Ning Pengfei quickly interjected, young brother, your willingness to offer a 1-year warranty demonstrates your sincerity. Thus, I propose a flat price of 70,000 for all 22 machines. He shot Su Yongfa a cold glance, determined that this lucrative deal would not slip through his fingers. Su Yongfa snorted derisively, retorting with a hint of sarcasm, Boss Ning, you are quite generous, but I have been in this business long enough to have some reserves. Young brother I offer you 74,000 for the batch. Ning Pengfei's expression darkened, and he immediately countered, I will give you 76,000. I offer 78,000. I will give you 80,000. I will give you 82,000. As the two engaged in a spirited exchange, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, charged with a palpable sense of competition. Ning Faping narrowed his eyes, striking the table decisively as he declared, I bid 90,000. If Boss Su wishes to raise the stakes further, I would be more than happy to relinquish my claim. Upon hearing the figure of 90,000, Wang Tai felt his heart nearly leap into his throat. 90,000. That staggering sum. The annual expenses of an average household barely amount to 3,000. He had never encountered such a vast sum of money, nor could he fathom how high 90,000 would stack upon a table. Yet, this figure was sufficient to bring joy to an ordinary citizen for an entire year. Su Yongfa was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, but he soon regained his composure. Should the price escalate further, it might not yield a profit and could even result in a slight loss. Would that not render the endeavor futile? The offer of 90,000 was already exorbitant. Even if all were sold, the profit would be meager, hardly worth the effort. In the realm of business, who would willingly engage in a losing venture? Su Yongfa's countenance darkened, revealing his displeasure. After a moment of contemplation, he sneered, well, since Boss Ning is resolute in acquiring this batch of computers, I shall graciously concede. Wishing you prosperous dealings, I have matters to attend to and will take my leave. With a slight bow, Su rose to depart. Having witnessed Su Yongfa's exit, a relieved smile finally graced Ning Faping's face. Although the price of 90,000 was steep, it was not devoid of profit, just a modest gain. However, the satisfaction of sending Su Yongfa away with a grim expression made the expenditure worthwhile. He turned to Yi Feng, grinning. "Young brother, I stand by my word. 90,000 it is. I shall procure your batch of computers, and let us consider ourselves friends. In the future, may we look out for one another in business endeavors." Yi Feng merely chuckled softly, revealing no signs of elation. He nodded, saying, "Boss Ning is indeed a man of his word. I would be delighted to befriend you. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths to take. I have always been one to cherish friendships." Ning Feiping regarded him with appreciation. This young man spoke with a deftness that revealed considerable depth, truly not to be underestimated. "Are these computers available in your store today? Can we verify them on the same day?" Ning inquired. "Yes, they are available at any time, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence, Boss Ning," Yi Feng replied with a smile. "Ha! Then let us proceed together. As long as the machines are in good condition, that will suffice," Ning Feiping declared, rising to his feet. He was known for his decisive nature, never one to dawdle. Once a decision was made, action was immediate. "Young brother, please wait for me here for a moment while I retrieve something. Xiang, pour some tea for the two young gentlemen," Ning called out to the store, then swiftly made his way to the display's partition. Once he was out of earshot, Wang Tai looked at Yi Feng, his face filled with admiration as he whispered, "Brother Feng, your maneuver was truly impressive." Chapter 51. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Yi Feng chuckled, patting Wang Tai on the shoulder. "Teasy, remember, if you're the seller, mastering this technique is essential. The principle of competitive bidding is a powerful marketing tool, simple yet effective. This principle has evolved into a commercial behavior known as scarcity marketing, where limited supply creates an illusion of high demand, prompting consumers to compete for purchases, thereby sustaining elevated prices and profit margins." Wang Tai was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly such a method? Yi Feng tapped the table, adopting a serious tone. "In fact, scarcity marketing is already quite prevalent. Many companies employ it. Its simplicity and effectiveness make it a common strategy. For instance, take M's fried chicken. While they could increase production, the process is straightforward, yet they maintain a fixed daily supply, resulting in consistent demand. Within a year, they raised prices twice, yet customers continue to flock to them. By leveraging their unique product advantages and employing competitive bidding principles, they create an environment where consumers are eager to indulge. If they were to increase supply indiscriminately, while they might profit in the short term, customers would certainly be displeased when prices rise." Wang Tai listened, a dawning realization lighting his features, as if a door to a new world had swung open. Yi Feng, observing his thoughtful demeanor, smiled subtly, choosing not to interrupt. Wang Tai was his most trusted ally, destined to become a formidable asset in the future. Just because he seemed naive now did not mean he would always remain so. In the world of business, one inevitably becomes more astute. The young woman named Xiang returned with 2 cups of tea. "Please wait a moment. The boss will be out shortly," she said with a gentle smile. "That's fine. We are in no rush," Yi Feng replied, nodding. After another 10 minutes, Ning Feiping emerged in a fresh jacket. His hair slicked back, indicating he had taken special care with his appearance. Yi Feng silently acknowledged this. It was clear that Ning understood the nuances of business etiquette, suggesting he was not just any small-time boss. Such attention to detail was characteristic of those with a certain social status, a level of business acumen that was not commonplace. After all, when one steps out, they represent the face of their own enterprise. "I apologize for the wait. Shall we head out now?" Ning Feiping said with a hint of regret. "By the way, does Boss Ning drive himself, or shall we share a cab?" As a budding entrepreneur, "I currently lack the means to own a vehicle," Yi Feng candidly stated. In the presence of such a person, revealing a bit of honesty fosters a sense of sincerity. Ning Feiping laughed. "In that case, allow me to drive. I have full confidence that young brother Yi will soon acquire several luxury cars and have the pleasure of switching them daily." He found this young man increasingly intriguing, genuine, composed, and meticulous in his dealings. Such a person was destined for success. Associating with him could prove beneficial in the future. "Boss Ning is jesting," Switching cars daily would be quite the chore during maintenance. Yi Feng quipped in response. As the three conversed, they descended the elevator to the parking garage. To Yi Feng's surprise, Ning Feiping was driving a BMW 5 Series E39. One must understand that this model starts at around 600,000, with higher configurations possibly reaching 800,000. A 600,000 vehicle in today's market firmly classifies as a luxury car. Few in Guang City could afford such a vehicle. Typically, only those with fortunes in the millions, or even tens of millions, could do so. Boss Ning truly is a man of hidden depths. Anyone who drives an E39 is certainly not ordinary, Yi Feng remarked casually. You recognize this car? It's an import, and not many in the country are familiar with it. Ning Feiping replied, astonished. I've seen it in magazines, BMW's latest pride. A benchmark of luxury. Few can afford it here in Guang City, Yi Feng mused, admiring the vehicle's sleek exterior. Ha, young brother, Yi is jesting. There are indeed many affluent individuals in Guang City. I hardly consider myself noteworthy. This car isn't even mine. I lack the means for such a purchase. It was a gift from my father, and I find it comfortable, so I continue to drive it, Ning explained as he opened the door and got in. Yi Feng took the passenger's seat, while Wang Tai settled in the back. Along the way, Yi Feng and Ning engaged in lively banter, discussing a myriad of topics, with Yi Feng deftly guiding the conversation, eliciting laughter from within the car. As Ning Feiping drove, he occasionally cast a deep glance at Yi Feng. This young man was truly remarkable. Regardless of the topic at hand, Yi Feng could always articulate a profound insight, exhibiting an unwavering and rational understanding of the future. From the realm of the internet to manufacturing, he appeared to possess an uncanny ability to foresee what lay ahead. To possess such foresight and comprehension of industry dynamics foretold a future far beyond the ordinary. Even more astonishing was the revelation during their conversation that Yi Feng was merely 18 years old, a student on the verge of taking his college entrance examination. A prodigy. How could there be such an extraordinary youth in this world? As Ning Feiping listened to Yi Feng eloquently discuss the future of the manufacturing industry, he felt an increasing sense of awe. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the city center and turned into a narrow alley, halting in front of Yi Feng's shop. Boss Ning, my shop is right here, Yi Feng said with a smile as he exited the vehicle. Upon entering, Ning Feiping was immediately captivated by the shop's decor. To the left, a sleek and modern design featured a logo of a red maple leaf, exuding a sense of technological sophistication, while to the right, a concise introduction read, Yi Feng Electronics, Computer Repair Specialists. The minimalist and stylish facade was instantly eye-catching. This shop is wonderfully designed. Ning Feiping exclaimed, plaisanti surpriset. Please come inside, Boss Ning. This is my domain. Feel free to make yourself at home, Yi Feng said with a grin. Ha, young brother, Yi is jesting. How could I dare to be unruly? Ning Feiping replied, striding confidently into the shop. Wang Tai hurried over to open the glass door for them. The moment Ning Feiping stepped inside, he was struck with astonishment. As he surveyed the interior, two words sprang to mind, perfection, followed by four more, incredible. The shop, though modest in size, was perfectly equipped with clearly defined functional areas, and each section harmoniously decorated. The recessed lighting and illuminated strips created a warm ambience, radiating a minimalist elegance that was utterly enchanting. This was the art of design. This shop is remarkable. Young brother, Yi, is this your establishment? Who was the master behind this interior design? Ning Feiping inquired, his astonishment growing. The more he examined the shop, the more exhilarated he became. Every detail was so thoughtfully crafted. Having seen countless storefronts and visited numerous hotels, he deemed this one the finest design he had ever encountered. Indeed, it was the very best. Like a work of art, it possessed an absolutely avant-garde aesthetic that left one in awe. It was not designed by any master. I did it myself, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. What? You designed this yourself? This is your handiwork, Ning Feiping exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that this youthful individual not only had a talent for interior design, but had also crafted such a stylish and technologically appealing shop. His design ability and artistic sensibility were genuinely remarkable. Observing Ning Feiping's astonished expression, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle internally and said, "Boss Ning, the computers you requested are right over there, neatly arranged." Han Pinyin, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, quickly rushed out to greet them. "Brother Feng, go ahead and plug in the power one by one, then bring over the computers for Boss Ning to inspect," Yi Feng instructed. "Understood," Han Pinyin nodded, and Wang Tai joined in to assist. Ning Feiping, regaining his composure, took a deep breath. "Young brother Yi, you're truly a genius. This shop is the best I have ever seen. If you were to enter it into a design competition, you would undoubtedly win the Best Design Award," he generously praised. For the design of this shop was indeed deserving, and its creator, Yi Feng, warranted such a claim. "Boss Ning, you flatter me. Please come inside," Yi Feng replied with a slight smile, extending his hand. Ning Feiping reached out to shake it. "Wait a moment before we inspect the machines. There is something I need to discuss with you first." Yi Feng paused, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Could there be an unexpected twist? "Please, Boss Ning, what is it?" he inquired calmly. Ning Feiping swiftly adopted a flattering expression, rubbing his hands together and smiling. "Could you possibly help me design a shop like this one?" Yi Feng. He thought it was something more serious, only to discover it was this matter. Seeing Yi Feng's bewildered reaction, Ning Feiping quickly added, "Rest assured, as long as you design it, I would be more than willing to offer you a substantial design fee." Chapter 52. Zhao Xingye's a sudden change of heart. Yi Feng stared at him in astonishment, then smiled. "That's not an issue. You needn't worry about the design fee, Boss Ning. As friends, we want to discuss such matters." Designing a shop was not challenging for Yi Feng. He could complete it in a single night. He considered it a simple favor to do for Ning Feiping, strengthening their rapport for future dealings. Surprised by Yi Feng's refusal of a design fee, Ning Feiping felt a surge of admiration. This young man was quite adaptable. "Haha, in that case, I entrust this matter to you, young brother," Ning Feiping said earnestly. "But first, let us verify the machines." Yi Feng gestured for him to proceed. Ning Feiping nodded and began his inspection. Business was business. Despite Yi Feng's agreement to assist in designing the shop, he remained diligent in examining the machines. He powered them on one by one, checked the component information, tested their performance, and even opened the cases to assess the wear of the parts. 2 hours later, he completed the inspection of all 22 machines. The machines have been repaired, but the standard of repair is quite high. The components are largely new, with no issues in usage. "I'm satisfied. I approve the acceptance," Ning Feiping declared with a smile. The condition of this batch of machines exceeded his expectations. Although many parts showed signs of repair, the quality was commendable, and the traces were minimal. He believed that purchasing this batch would be a sound investment, with the assurance of a 1-year warranty. "You have a discerning eye, Boss Ning," Yi Feng complimented. Ning Feiping chuckled and suddenly asked, "Young brother, you must have some talented individuals working under you. The repair quality of these components is evidently the work of skilled hands." Wang Tai proudly interjected, "Boss Ning, the skilled individual you speak of is none other than Brother Feng." Ning Feiping's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Yi Feng. "What? You mean, young brother, he did the repairs? You can repair computers as well?" Yi Feng nodded with a smile. "If I couldn't, I wouldn't have opened this computer repair shop." "Impressive. I didn't realize you could also repair computers, and your skills are so proficient. A true genius," Ning Feiping exclaimed in admiration. This young man possessed an impressive array of talents, promising a limitless future. Ning Feiping felt even more determined to cultivate a good relationship with Yi Feng. Such a genius was like a carp that could transform into a dragon when faced with the winds and clouds, unstoppable in its ascent. "You flatter me, Boss Ning. Now, shall we proceed to sign the contract?" Yi Feng stated modestly. "Yes, let us sign the contract." Ning Feiping agreed, nodding. Yi Feng produced the prepared contract for him to review. Ning Feiping examined the document thoroughly and, finding no objections, readily agreed to sign. The two parties promptly signed the contract, affixed their official seals, and exchanged documents. "Brother Yi, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. I shall arrange for the funds to be transferred shortly." Ning Feiping extended his hand with a smile. Yi Feng shook his hand in return, also smiling. "No rush. Boss Ning, Transfer at your convenience. Shall we dine together afterward? I do like to treat you to Guangwei Lu. What do you think? Eager to foster a closer relationship with Yi Feng, Ning agreed. Sounds great. Let's have a few drinks. Yi Feng turned to Han Pingyan and Wang Taidao. You two can prepare dinner. Join us for the meal while Nanan stays back to help manage the shop. All right, Brother Feng. Han Pingyan responded. Let me reserve a private room first. Wang Taidao, ever astute, said as he pulled out his phone to make the call. Yi Feng had also purchased a second-hand phone for him to facilitate communication. In the afternoon, the group proceeded to Guangwei Lu for their meal. Both Yi Feng and Ning Feiping thoroughly enjoyed the dining experience. They were both candid individuals, striking up a delightful conversation over a few glasses of wine, quickly forming a bond akin to that of brothers despite their age difference. At the dinner table, Yi Feng refrained from discussing business matters, focusing instead on building rapport. Since it was their first day of acquaintance, they kept their conversation light. Yi Feng adeptly maintained the appropriate balance in their discourse, aware of the nuances of relationship dynamics. Wang Taidao accompanied them throughout, occasionally jotting down Yi Feng's conversational techniques in his notebook. Meanwhile, Han Pingyan remained silent, eating quietly with a somewhat reserved and anxious demeanor. Their meal extended over 2 hours, culminating in a toast at 6 in the evening before they parted ways. Ning Feiping summoned a friend to drive him, wishing to offer Yi Feng a ride home, but Yi Feng politely declined. Sometimes, it is wise to refrain from overstepping. Relationships must be cultivated gradually without haste. This exemplified a subtle push-and-pull dynamic inherent in business relations. After bidding farewell to Ning Feiping, Yi Feng, along with Wang Taidao and Han Pingyan, returned to the shop. Shortly after their arrival, Yi Feng received a text message from the bank. Daxia Bank, dear customer, your debit card account 2213 has received a deposit of 90,000 yuan, with a current balance of 135,500 yuan. Yi Feng's heart soared upon seeing the account balance. The funds had arrived. Ning Feiping was indeed prompt in his dealings. Previously, he had earned a substantial amount while repairing computers for Zhao Pengzi over the course of a month, but the shop renovation had also cost over 50,000 yuan. The high-quality furnishings, including genuine leather chairs, sofas, and premium flooring, had justified the expense. Moreover, acquiring an array of repair tools had required significant investment. With over 130,000 yuan remaining, there was ample startup capital for the shop. Plans to procure a batch of computer components and invest in promotional activities would necessitate additional funds. Brother Feng, what good fortune has you smiling so brightly? Wang Taidao inquired with curiosity. Yi Feng chuckled. Ning's payment has been received. 90,000 yuan in total. What? That is fantastic. Wang Taidao exclaimed, leaping with excitement. A single windfall of 90,000. This is the largest sum I've ever witnessed. Come, let us purchase some items to bring home, and I'll get a few gifts for your mother as a token of my appreciation. Then we'll head over to Zhao Pengzi's place to finish today's work, Yi Feng suggested. Sounds good. The two ventured to Tianna City Mall for a shopping spree, picking up gifts for home. Yi Feng bought 2 sets of clothing for his parents and a selection of cigarettes and liquor for Gu Muxi and others. After their shopping spree, they arrived at Zhao Xingya's shop at 8 p.m. As Yi Feng entered the shop, Wang Taidao followed closely, burdened with numerous bags. Boss Zhao, how many machines need repairs today? Yi Feng asked cheerfully. Zhao Xingya, seated behind the display counter, did not rise to greet him, responding coldly, Oh, just one. Really? Just one on a weekend? Yi Feng squinted, sensing a shift in Zhao Xingya's demeanor, which was noticeably less warm than before. There's only one left. The others have already been repaired by Xiao Gao, Zhao Xingya replied smugly. Boss Zhao, that's rather unkind. We had an agreement that he would assist, but I would handle the repairs. Is this really how you want to conduct business? Yi Feng's voice turned icy. After more than a month, Gao Hongxing had indeed learned some skills and could handle simple issues on his own. However, Yi Feng hadn't anticipated Zhao Xingya would so swiftly sideline him, allowing Gao to directly repair computers. Zhao Pengzi, you're rather impatient, Yi Feng thought. Zhao Xingya's expression grew colder at Yi Feng's remark. He stood up, adjusted his attire, and said, Brother Gao Hongxing has been learning for a while. It's time he proved himself. Besides, this shop is mine, and the customers are mine as well. I can choose who repairs their machines without needing your approval. Wang Taidao's face flushed with indignation, and he retorted, Damn, Boss Zhao, you previously promised that only Brother Feng would handle repairs. What does it mean to have Gao do it now? You're not keeping your word all. Zhao Xingye scoffed, Taidao, what did I ever say that? Do you have proof? Did I ever utter those words? You. Wang Taidao was so furious he could hardly speak, glaring at him with ire. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike Zhao Xingye squarely in his unsightly face. Enough, Taidao, Yi Feng said calmly, quelling Wang Tiadao's impulsive thoughts. Boss Zhao, let us discuss how we can continue this partnership moving forward. A glint of triumph flickered in Zhao Xingye's eyes. So you finally reached this point? You thought you could continue to profit while resisting cooperation with me? Dream on. Once I have an alternative, you'll be of no use to me. He chuckled. Brother E, perhaps you should reconsider my previous offer. I'll pay you to serve as a technical consultant. You can train others, and for every person you train, I'll provide you with a bonus. How's that sound? You won't have to toil away yourself anymore. Zhao Xingye grinned, observing Yi Feng's reaction. Yet Yi Feng maintained a serene expression, unfazed by the proposal. Boss Zhao, you wanted to step back, all to corner the repair profits for yourself, don't you? Yi Feng exposed his insincerity outright. Zhao Xingye snorted dismissively, refusing to respond. Yi Feng's lips curled into a sardonic smile. You expect me to help you train others while you expand your business and reap substantial profits? And I merely receive a service fee? Boss Zhao, do you think too highly of yourself? Zhao Xingye shrugged nonchalantly. If you agree, we can continue our collaboration and make money together. If you choose not to cooperate, well, I'm afraid you need to come in after tomorrow. With these words, Zhao Xingye finally severed all pretense with Yi Feng, revealing his true intentions, to monopolize the repair business profits. In truth, he had long coveted the income Yi Feng generated from repairs, which had netted him a staggering sum of 70,000 to 80,000 in just over a month. More lucrative than selling computers. Such a substantial profit was enough to tempt him greatly. Now that Gao Hongxing is in the picture, it is only natural that I do not wish for Yi Feng to continue profiting from this business. So what do you say, Yi Xiaoga? Have you thought it through? Zhao Xingye remarked with a triumphant smile, feeling as though he had completely grasped Yi Feng. Yi Feng scoffed, thought, I wish you would choke on it. Zhao Xingye's face darkened with anger. What did you say? Choke on it. Yi Feng enungiated deliberately, grinning. I wouldn't want to linger here anyway. TZ, let's go. Yi Feng turned and walked away without a hint of nostalgia. After all, his own shop would be opening in just a few days, and he wouldn't have the time to cater to him then. Moreover, they would be competitors from now on. Alikt, Feng Yi, Wang Tai exclaimed, swiftly picking up his bundle and following suit. Zhao Xingye's expression turned cold as he waddled out, shouting at Yi Feng's retreating figure. Yi Feng, who do you think you are? A shameless wretch. Chapter 53. Gu Muxi is a mere thank you enough? Wanna give me a kiss? On the way home, Wang Tai remained indignant. Feng Gu, that fatso, is such a bully. It's obvious he wants to ditch you and pocket all the repair business for himself. Damn it. Just a moment ago, he was all for us taking on the repair work, and now that Gao's kid is around, he has cast us aside. Truly shameless. Yi Feng rode his bicycle, his expression calm, far less enraged than Wang Tai. He had anticipated this turn of events. It was only a matter of time. Just a tad swifter than expected. TZ, there's no need to get worked up over such individuals. It will only add to your own frustration. Remember, in business, there are no eternal friends, only everlasting interests. Don't be fooled by the facade of camaraderie. If the stakes are high enough to entice them, they're likely to turn against you. It's not uncommon for so-called friends to stab you in the back at a critical moment. Yi Feng stated with a serene demeanor. He had witnessed too many such occurrences and endured far too much. Thus, in the realm of business, he had grown increasingly cold-hearted. One cannot place complete trust in their counterparts. Regardless of the collaboration, one must always keep a reserve. Wang Tai nodded vigorously. Yes, Feng Gu, I understand. I will remember your words. He etched Yi Feng's advice deeply into his heart. All right, We've earned a good some today. Cheer up. Yi Feng Simidet. By the way, I've noticed you've been getting quite close to Su Shaoling lately. Is there hope there? Wang Tai's round face unexpectedly displayed a bashful expression. There's a little bit of progress. Feng Gu, I've been following your advice, shamelessly seeking her out every day, treating her to ice cream and snacks. It seems she is starting to warm up to me. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise. Really? I didn't see that coming. You've got it in you. Fatso. That's because you taught me well, Feng Gu. Vang tie huklet, vetting a blissful sintenance. Well, you'll need to step up your game. I think Su Shaoling might be a bit challenging to win over. Yi Feng smiled. He had seen Su Shaoling. She was indeed quite attractive, a flower in the classroom, but perhaps a little too playful, mingling with many boys in class. Moreover, he had heard she was getting close to a boy in the neighboring class. The girl seemed quite shrewd. Wang Tai was somewhat naive and innocent, which might make it difficult for him to win her over. Yes, Feng Gu, I will strive hard, Wang Tai declared with enthusiasm. The two rode under the cover of night, chatting away until they returned to the staff quarters. After parting ways with Wang Tai, Yi Feng felt quite pleased, humming a tune as he headed home. However, upon opening the door, he found the place rather quiet, devoid of his parents' voices. Where have Mom and Dad gone? Yi Feng wondered, scratching his head. Mom? Dad? He called out as he stepped inside, receiving no response. Where could they have gone? They should usually be watching television at this hour. Could they be visiting someone? Perhaps. Never mind, he thought. He would wait for their return to surprise them. Yi Feng placed the gifts for his parents back in his room, then concealed the present for Gu Muxi in a bag before heading to her house next door. He knocked on the door. Is Miss Gu home? After a moment, hurried footsteps could be heard from within, and the door swung open. Stinky Yi Feng, why are you only back now? Where have you been fooling around? Gu Muxi stood before him in a loose, pink nightgown, her long, shapely legs exposed beneath the fabric. She was drying her damp hair with her hands. Her exquisite face flushed, her fair skin radiating a charming post-bath allure. Yi Feng's eyes widened at the sight. Damn it, this little enchantress, Gu Muxi. How dare she dress like that to tempt me? I shall have to subdue this demon with my magic staff. Gu Muxi, still drying her hair, noticed Yi Feng's silence and shot him a glance, realizing he was eyeing her from head to toe. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glared at him. Stinky Yi Feng, what are you staring at? Ahem, nothing at all. I was just wondering when I might buy a couple of toy planes to play with. Yi Feng replied earnestly. Planes? What do you want to do with toy planes? I want to try my landing skills. Gu Muxi was momentarily taken aback, then glanced down at her chest, realizing her loose nightgown concealed everything, and suddenly understood his insinuation. How dare you? Stinky Yi Feng, you're asking for it. Gu Muxi grabbed Yi Feng's right hand and swiftly twisted it behind his back, locking him in place. It hurts. Let go. Yi Feng pretended to cry out in pain, though it didn't actually hurt much. Yet, he felt something soft pressing against his back. Was she starting to develop? Seeing him cry out, Gu Muxi finally released him, allowing him to step inside. Now, tell me, why are you back so late? Where have you been fooling around? I can smell smoke and alcohol on you. Have you been drinking again? Gu Muxi placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him like a stern housekeeper. Yi Feng closed the door behind him, looking around the room. Aren't your parents home? Let us talk in the room. Don't look at me like that. I have social engagements tonight. There's no choice, he replied. Gu Muxi wrinkled her nose in disdain. Social engagements? Why aren't you studying properly? What kind of engagements? The two entered the room and shut the door. Where are your parents? My parents aren't home either. Did they all go out together? Yi Feng inquired curiously. Gu Muxi shook her head. I'm not sure where they went, but they did leave together. Oh, Yi Feng scratched his head in confusion. He had noticed that his parents occasionally went out with Gu Muxi's parents lately, but had no clue where they were headed. They never mentioned it upon returning. Never mind, I'll ask them when they come back. Yi Feng plopped down on Gu Muxi's bed, comfortably reclining. Her bed was indeed fragrant and soft. Stinky Yi Feng, you're so smelly and yet you dare sleep on my bed? Get up, Gu Muxi teased, baring her little tiger teeth in a serious warning. A stinky man is still a man. It's only fitting. Don't worry. Let me rest a bit. I'm exhausted today. Yi Feng grinned shamelessly. No way. Get up. Gu Muxi climbed onto the bed, attempting to pull him up. But Yi Feng clung to the sheets, refusing to budge. Gu Muxi puffed out her cheeks, disregarding everything, and directly sat on his stomach, gripping his collar tightly, attempting to pull him up. Get up. If you don't, I will strangle you. Stop. Do you actually enjoy this position, Gu Muxi? What do you mean? I have countless ways to strangle you. Tell me, which position do you prefer? Yi Feng shyly responded. As long as you like it, I can accept any position. Hee. Gu Muxi was taken aback, looking down to realize she was wearing a nightgown while sitting atop Yi Feng. Her cheeks instantly flushed like a ripe apple, and she hurriedly got off. You scoundrel. Yi Feng, you deserve a beating. Her small fist was poised to strike. Stop. Can you not hit my face? Why not? Because I still need my looks to make a living. Dream on. Immediately, her tiny fist fell upon Yi Feng like a rainstorm. Although it didn't hurt, it felt somewhat pleasant. Nevertheless, Yi Feng continued to wail in exaggerated agony. Eventually, she forcefully yanked him up. You are not allowed to lie on my bed. All right. No more fooling around. I have a gift for you. Gu Muxi seized his collar, momentarily stunned. A gift? For me? What kind of gift? Yi Feng picked up a bag from the bedside and handed it to her. Take a look for yourself. You will surely like it. Gu Muxi released him, accepted the bag, peered inside, and pulled out a box. Upon seeing the pattern on the box, she was momentarily frozen before her expression transformed into one of delight. A portable cassette player? A portable cassette player, she exclaimed excitedly. This was the Sony model she had longed to buy, one that could be carried around and had interchangeable tapes. Moreover, it came with a pair of headphones. Now, she could listen to music anytime and anywhere. She had wanted it for so long, but didn't have the money, nor did she wish to ask her parents for it. She planned to work during the summer after the college entrance exams to earn some money for it. She joyfully caressed the box of the cassette player, filled with the glee of a child receiving a new toy. Seeing her delighted expression, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile faintly. It truly matched her desires. Yi, really? Is this truly a gift for me? Would you be so kind as to give me a portable cassette player? Gu Muxi looked at him with a skeptical expression, as if doubting his ulterior motives. What kind of look is that? What's wrong with buying you a gift with the money I earned? Rest assured, I have no hidden agenda. Yi Feng chuckled. Then thank you. Gu Muxi felt a warmth in her heart and smiled sweetly. Yi Xiao is quite a decent person, knowing to buy gifts for me. He has someone I can get along with. Yi Feng smirked, so just a thank you? How about you give me a kiss instead? Chapter 54. Gu Muxi, take a kick from me. Yi Feng, is there such a good thing? A kiss on the left cheek or right cheek will do. Yi Feng tilted his head, bringing his face closer to her. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, glaring at him. What a beautiful thought. You scoundrel Yi Feng actually dares to make demands? How despicable. Yi Feng chuckled. All right, I was just joking. Let us see if he can use it. Gu Muxi huffed and began to unwrap the packaging, saying, in light of you gifting me a portable cassette player, I can cook you a nice meal as a token of gratitude. Yi Feng. Gu Muxi, is there anyone who repays kindness with enmity? Every time he thought of the noodles Gu Muxi cooked, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a bit nauseated. It was truly a dark memory. Come on, I've been looking up recipes online and learning to cook. Gu Muxi glared at him, proudly declaring, so you've actually cooked before? Not yet. I'm still in the learning phase, haven't put it into practice. And you still want to cook for me? Are you using me as a taste tester? Puffed. Gu Muxi, are you trying to take my life? No way. Gu Muxi raised her head, glaring at him while rubbing her fists. Creak. Is my cooking really that bad? Not that it's good, but I can only say it's extremely inedible. All right, this matter is negotiable. We could talk it out. Good for you. So, can you take your hands off my neck now? Only then did Gu Muxi satisfyingly lower her hands and continue unboxing. Upon opening the packaging, a brand new portable cassette player appeared before her, along with a pair of headphones. So cool. Gu Muxi excitedly took out the cassette player, fiddling with it joyfully. Yi Feng leaned in, inserted the batteries, placed the tape inside, and turned it on to test it. All right, wait a minute. Gu Muxi dashed off the bed, rummaged through the bookshelf for batteries and tapes, and returned, inserting the batteries into the cassette player. What song are you listening to? Yi Feng curiously asked. Mo One Way, yes, it's Mo One Way, it's really good. Gu Muxi inserted the tape, scratching her head. How do you use this? How do you turn it on? Yi Feng took the portable cassette player. Let me see. Maybe you inserted it wrong. Inserted wrong? No way. I inserted it quite accurately. You inserted it backwards. It's not supposed to go in that way. You first need to align it with this black opening, then slowly insert it. You mustn't be too forceful or too fast. It will hurt and can easily get damaged. You have to gauge the strength just right, like this. Slowly insert it deeper until you hear a click. Yi Feng personally demonstrated for her. Click. The tape was securely inserted into the cassette player. Gu Muxi gleefully exclaimed, "Whoa. Yishao, you're really good at this." Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Cough, cough. Have you just discovered my talent? You'll have to experience it for yourself from now on. What experience? It's just inserting a tape. Do you think you become a deity after one compliment? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him. After properly inserting the tape, she switched on the cassette player. The device successfully powered on, and music began to flow gently. Suddenly, the world faded away. Everything could suddenly vanish. I thought of you. Gu Muxi began to hum along with the song, her long, smooth legs swaying rhythmically at the edge of the bed, the loose nightgown unintentionally inching up, capturing Yi Feng's undivided attention. That was a sight that ambitious souls longed for. If Gu Muxi wore stockings, it would surely be a knockout. Yi Feng's imagination conjured images of Gu Muxi in her absolute domain, causing a rush of heat to surge through him. No way. Even a man would find it hard to resist. Yishao, would you like to listen together? It sounds better with headphones. Gu Muxi suddenly asked. Yi Feng composed himself, smiling of course. Let me have a listen. Gu Muxi plugged in the cord, sharing one of the headphones with him. Yi Feng accepted the headphone and placed it in his ear. Indeed, the sound quality was much better. He lay on the bed, comfortably listening to the music. Due to the short length of the cord, Gu Muxi also had to lie down beside him. Thus, they lay together on the bed, quietly listening to the music. Immersit in Montag wenn weiß Soulstiering Melodies. Yi Feng caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Gu Muxi, a delightful blend of her body scent and shampoo, refreshing his senses and stirring something deep within his heart. That was the feeling of infatuation. Yi Feng slightly turned his head to gaze at Gu Muxi. From a side angle, one could behold the exquisite profile of Gu Muxi, her long lashes framing her charmingly sculpted nose and her elegantly defined lips. Every detail is so flawless, as if crafted by the hands of a divine artisan. Gu Muxi is undeniably stunning, a beauty that transcends mere words. No matter which school she graced, she would undoubtedly be the reigning belle. It is little wonder that boys at school pursue her relentlessly, circling the playground in their fervent admiration. How had I never noticed her beauty before? Could it be the result of our familiarity? Perhaps, indeed, when beauty is too close, one fails to perceive it. Gu Muxi, have you considered dating when you go to university? Yi Feng suddenly inquired with a playful grin. Gu Muxi turned to him, her expression one of curiosity. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Just answer me, he pressed. I don't know, maybe. If you find yourself unattached, I might consider taking you in, he jested. Huh, Yishao, are you feeling mischievous again? As if I would struggle to find a partner with so many suitors. Many pursued you in high school too, yet I didn't see you in a relationship. Well, they simply didn't meet my standards. Perhaps your expectations are a bit too lofty? Naturally, the boy I admire should be a hero, riding on clouds of brilliance. Are you jesting? I can't cultivate immortality. How about a hero's sidekick? One who doesn't fly? That won't do. Then you shall remain single. You scoundrel, Yi Feng. Gu Muxi rolled over, playfully grabbing his neck, her hands clawing at him with mock ferocity. She then lifted her leg and playfully kicked him, her dainty feet as smooth and round as pearls. Take that. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect. He seized her leg, opening his mouth as if to take a bite. Gu Muxi gasped in surprise, quickly drawing her leg back, puffing out her cheeks and glaring at him. You truly would bite me. Are you a dog? Woof, woof, woof. Yi Feng, replied cheekily. You perverse creature. Thank you for the compliment. I am honored. How infuriating. Watch me strike first. Goodness. Gu Muxi, you actually bit me. In the next moment, Gu Muxi secured his legs tightly, then seized his right arm, sinking her teeth into it. Ouch. Yi Feng yelped, hastily using his left hand to tickle her waist. Gu Muxi, fearing nothing but being tickled, had no choice but to relent, bursting into a fit of giggles. That tickles. Please, don't tickle me. Let's see if you dare to bite me again. You scoundrel, Yi Feng, I'll fight you. The two engaged in a playful tussle, laughing as they tickled each other. Yi Feng tickled her, and she defended herself, but suddenly she yanked his hand upward, inadvertently pressing it against her chest. Yi Feng froze, a realization dawning upon him. He felt as if he had grasped something incredibly soft. Looking down, Gu Muxi, having sensed the mischievous hand, also glanced down. In an instant, both were frozen in place. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. You scoundrel, Yi Feng. Please let me explain. Bang. Yi Feng was unceremoniously kicked off the bed. Gu Muxi, her face aflame, stood up in a huff, ready to confront him. Naturally, Yi Feng had no intention of awaiting his fate and swiftly scrambled to his feet, positioning a chair defensively in front of himself. Gu Muxi, calm down. I truly didn't mean to. Gu Muxi clenched her fists. Just know that my fists won't be so forgiving. You can explain that to them. Yi Feng smirked, thinking there was no better time to flee. Gu Muxi, it's getting late. I must head home. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. With that, he dashed out the door, shutting it behind him. Gu Muxi gritted her teeth, her face burning down to her collarbone. How infuriating, allowing that scoundrel Yi Feng to get the upper hand. Wait, why do I say again? It dawned on her as she recalled a previous incident where Yi Feng had publicly kissed her, making her cheeks burn even hotter. You scoundrel Yi Feng. Just wait until tomorrow. Oof. With an indignant huff, she flopped back on her bed, gazing at the white ceiling, her heart racing inexplicably. She turned her head and spotted a pink pig plushie on her bedside. Grabbing it, she fiercely kneaded its face, contorting it into various shapes. I'll squeeze you to death, Yi Feng, always bullying me. Despite her efforts, the plush pig retained its smile, now appearing somewhat smug. Gu Muxi, vexed, tugged at its face. Still smiling? How infuriating! Meanwhile, Yi Feng hurriedly escaped from Gu Muxi's home, preparing to return home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he noticed the door ajar, with voices emanating from within. On my parents' back? As he was about to enter, he overheard his father, Yi Jianjun's deep voice. Child, your fourth aunt is aware of our situation. We truly are out of funds. Your mother has been in the hospital, and the medical bills are piling up. Could you possibly lend me some money? Yi Feng was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place, unable to push the door open. Mama's ill. A sharp, scathing voice followed. Brother-in-law, where would I find money at this time? Don't be deceived by my 2 clothing stores. I hardly make a profit each month. Yi Feng peered through the crack of the door, recognizing the speaker as his fourth aunt. She owned a clothing store and was among the wealthier relatives, having bought a house in Guang City and driving a Volkswagen. However, it was worth noting that the capital to start her business was pooled from several relatives, with his father having lent her the largest sum, 2,000 yuan. That amount had been the family's entire savings, and although his mother occasionally complained, she never objected once it was lent. Afterward, his fourth aunt successfully opened her store and prospered, returning the money after 2 years, but contact dwindled, and now she only appeared during holidays. Since her success, she had distanced herself from family and never mentioned the loan again. Inside, Yi Jianjun's expression darkened as he listened. Yet he humbly pleaded, Child, your fourth aunt. Without funds, Xiaoyun's ongoing treatment cannot proceed. I beg you. Meng Tingmei crossed her arms, tilting her chin slightly, casting him a glance. Brother-in-law, your pleas are futile. I genuinely do not have money to lend you. While I sympathize with my cousin's plight, times are tough for everyone. Moreover, if I lend you money, you likely won't be able to repay it. You're asking me to give you money for free? Yi Jianjun's face grew increasingly grim as he implored softly. That won't happen. If you lend me the money, I will work 2 jobs to ensure I can repay you. When the time comes, Yi Feng will be attending university and will be able to earn some money through part-time work. I believe he will be able to repay you soon. However, we are currently facing a major hurdle that we cannot overcome. I sincerely beseech you, considering our years of kinship and the assistance I have provided you in the past, I implore you. Yi Feng, standing at the entrance, trembled, his fists clenched tightly. His father, who had always held his head high throughout his life, had never before humbled himself to this extent in asking anyone for help. The words of his father pierced his heart like a knife. Meng Tingmei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You borrowed 2,000 from me years ago, and I have already repaid you. I owe your family nothing. Moreover, that boy Yi Feng has never been particularly bright. His academic performance is merely average. Is it even possible for him to gain admission to a university? Even if he does, he certainly won't be attending a prestigious institution. To expect him to earn money part-time? The mere fact that he can cover his own tuition would be a blessing from the heavens. Yi Vianjun Sikit Hianvidi. His voice tinged with despair. Is it truly impossible for you to lend us anything? If 20,000 is too much, any amount would suffice. I'm genuinely pleading with you to help our family through this difficult period, just this once. Meng Tingmei's expression remained cold. No, I truly have no money to lend you. Now it's getting late, and I must be going. I'm quite busy with work, so please refrain from calling me unless it is absolutely necessary. With that, she stood up and turned to leave. As she walked towards the door, she muttered under her breath, "Loan you money? Even if I had it, I wouldn't lend it to you." Just as she opened the door, a figure appeared before her, startling her. Yi Feng? Yi Feng looked at her with a calm expression. Auntie, are you leaving already? Won't you stay a little longer? Oh, I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another day. Meng Tingmei replied dismissively, brushing past him and heading downstairs. Yi Feng turned to glance at her, shaking his head. It was clear that expecting assistance from such a self-serving relative was futile. Upon entering the house, he called out, "Dad, I'm back." Yi Jianjun managed a strained smile amidst his troubled demeanor. My son has returned. How was your review today? Yi Feng looked at him, sighing. Dad, why didn't you tell me? I'll tell you what. Yi Jianjun's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Why didn't you inform me about Mom's illness? Yi Feng asked calmly, devoid of any accusatory tone, for he understood the immense sacrifices his parents had made for their family. His father bore the weight of the household on his shoulders, and for his mother, he had set aside all pride to beg for help from others. Yi Feng felt no resentment towards them, only a profound heartache, wishing he could alleviate even a fraction of their burdens. Yi Jianjun was taken aback. The two of them exchanged a long, silent gaze, the atmosphere heavy with an oppressive gloom, akin to a thick cloud enveloping them. You know? Chapter 56. Stinky Yi Feng, you must persevere. You know? Yi Vianjun regarded Yi Feng, his expression tinged with bitterness. Yes, I overheard everything at the door. Where's Mom now? Yi Feng inquired. She is at the hospital for an examination. Uncle Gu and Aunt Li are accompanying her. Yi Jianjun sighed, sitting down to smoke. His back appeared even more stooped amidst the haze. What illness does Mom have? A brain tumor. It was diagnosed previously, but fortunately, it is still benign. However, if surgery is not performed, it could potentially turn malignant. Yet, the operation will cost at least 100,000. Yi Jianjun lamented helplessly. Without hesitation, Yi Feng declared, Dad, then let us get Mom into surgery as soon as possible. So, our family doesn't have that much money. Yi Vianjun Sikit Hiavidi. I do. Huh? Son, are you joking? This is over 100,000, not just a few bucks. Dad, I truly have it. Yi Feng pulled out his phone, opened a message, and handed it to him. Yi Jianjun looked at him in confusion, then took the phone, and his eyes widened in shock upon seeing the amount. My heavens! Son, where did you get so much money? Yi Jianjun was overwhelmed, dropping the cigarette from his hand in astonishment. This is money I earned from repairing and selling computers. I was planning to surprise you today. I intended to use this money to start business, but for now, it should go towards Mom's treatment. No amount of money is more important than my mother's life. Yi Feng stated firmly, clenching his fists until his nails dug into his flesh. This time, he refused to have any regrets. No matter the cost, he would save his mother. Yi Jianjun stared at the phone, then at Yi Feng, his expression dazed, still struggling to believe what he was hearing. However, a smile gradually emerged on his face. My son has truly succeeded. Exceedingly so. This amount is a lifeline for our family. All right, let us head to the hospital now. Half an hour later, Yi Jianjun and Yi Feng arrived at the hospital. In the infusion hall, they encountered Gu Muxi's parents and Meng Xiaoyan. Upon seeing Yi Jianjun with Yi Feng, Meng Xiaoyan's expression shifted. Why did you bring Yi Feng along? Yi Feng offered a wry smile. Mom, did you think you could keep this for me? Meng Xiaoyan forced a smile on her pale face. Yi Feng, I'm all right. I just have a bit of stomach discomfort. Mom, there is no need to say anything. Dad has already informed me. I'll help you with the hospitalization process shortly. Yi Feng shook his head, chuckling softly. At this point, his mother still wanted to hide her condition from him, not wishing to worry him or affect his upcoming college entrance examination. Meng Xiaoyan cast a glance at Yi Jianjun, forcing a bitter smile. Son, hospitalization costs a considerable amount. The doctor said that as long as I rest well, I don't need to be hospitalized or undergo surgery. Yi Jianjun interrupted. Don't worry about the money. Our son has succeeded. Our son has quietly earned a significant sum. What? Meng Xiaoyan was taken aback. Gu Xingzhong and Li Wan were equally astonished. Yi Feng has earned a large sum of money. Yi Feng took out his phone and bank card, showing her the balance. The sight of over 130,000 in cash deposits left Meng Xiaoyan utterly speechless. Goodness. Son, where did you get so much money? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? We may be poor, but we cannot engage in such activities. Meng Xiaoyan's face grew even paler, shocked by the amount. Yi Feng then briefly explained how he earned the money from repairing and selling computers. After hearing this, Meng Xiaoyan finally felt at ease. Son, you are truly remarkable. You will always be the pride of your mother. Meng Xiaoyan exclaimed joyfully, embracing Yi Feng and showering kisses on his forehead, her excitement beyond words. Beside them, Gu Xingzhong and Li Wan were left in utter disbelief, gazing at Yi Feng with astonishment. My goodness, Yi Feng, such a talent for making money. Li Wan remarca, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This child is destined for greatness. Clearly, my judgment has not been mistaken. I have always seen his intelligence since childhood. I never imagined he would grow to possess such business acumen. If she could enter into a romantic relationship with him in the future, it would undoubtedly be a splendid affair. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, at this very moment, he had already become the designated son-in-law in Li Wan's eyes. Gu Xingzhong patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming with joy, My boy, I knew you earned some money fixing computers, but I never imagined it would be this substantial. With this skill, you shall surely thrive in the future. He then turned to Yi Jianjun with a smile, saying, Old Yi, with Xiao Feng's promising future, you can look forward to a life of comfort. Yi Jianjun's heart swelled with delight, his lips nearly stretching to his ears. Comfort is a stretch. I am merely a hard-working soul, hoping Xiao Feng can achieve even greater success and become a talented individual. That would satisfy me. No parent wishes for less than for their child to soar high. Witnessing Yi Feng, so young yet capable of earning such a fortune, filled him with immense pride. Enough of this. I must go arrange for Xiaoyan's hospitalization and hasten her surgery to prevent benign growth from turning malignant. Yi Jianjun said hurriedly. Dad, I'll accompany you. You go find a doctor for the admission paperwork. I'll withdraw some money, Yi Feng replied. All right. The father and son embarked on their separate missions. Yi Feng headed to a nearby ATM to withdraw 30,000 yuan, sufficient for hospitalization and medical expenses, and hurried back to the hospital. With the money secured, the two of them successfully completed the admission process. Holding the admission slip, Yi Jianjun felt a slight alleviation of pressure, as though a portion of his burdens had been lifted. Yi Feng handed his father the bank card, instructing Dad, hold on to this card. The password is my birthday. No matter how much you spend, you must ensure Mom receives the best care. If you need more money, just withdraw from the nearby ATM, and if that isn't enough, please let me know. I will find a way. As Yi Jianjun accepted the card and beheld Yi Feng's earnest demeanor, he felt as though his son had matured in that moment. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he said with heartfelt warmth, All right, Dad understands. They returned to Meng Xiaoyun's side, and after she finished her four-drip, they escorted her to the inpatient building. Once the admission procedures were complete, Yi Jianjun stayed behind to keep her company. Old Gu, I might need to request a long leave of absence, Yi Jianjun said with a wry smile. Since Meng Xiaoyun required someone to accompany her during her hospitalization until her discharge post-surgery, it was fortunate that the doctor had assured a high success rate for the tumor removal. Moreover, if she recovered well, she could be discharged in 2 to 3 weeks. The greatest peril of such an ailment is delay. If treatment is postponed, it could easily transform into a malignant tumor. The other name for malignant tumors is cancer, which entails excruciating and prolonged treatment, with a low probability of recovery. Thus, in the midst of misfortune, there was a silver lining. Meng Xiaoyun's brain tumor was still benign. If the benign tumor removal surgery was successful, it could potentially cure her. No worries, just focus on taking care of Xiaoyun. I'll grant you a long leave when the time comes. Xiao Feng can dine with us for these days. I will look after him, so rest assured. Gu Xingzhong assured him. Yi Jianjun felt warmth in his heart. How few true friends exist in this world. One is more than enough. After over 20 years of camaraderie, their bond had grown closer than that of brothers. Thank you very much. Yi Jianjun expressed his gratitude. Oldie, why are you being so polite with me? Honestly, Gu Xingzhong rolled his eyes at him. Observing the deep friendship between the two old friends, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was indeed enviable for his father to have such a friend in his life. Dad, I'll head back home shortly to bring you both some clean clothes. Yi Feng similed. Yi Jianjun nodded, but after a moment's contemplation, he cautioned, Son, your college entrance examination is in 2 days. Do not let the pressure overwhelm you. Focus on your studies and revision. Your mother has me to care for her, so you needn't worry too much. You absolutely must not let this affect your exam. Until your entrance exam is complete, you are not to come here. Stay home and study well. Do you understand? Yi Feng forced a smile, seeing the seriousness in his father's expression, and replied, All right, Dad. You and Mom can rest easy. I will do my best. Following this, there were more admonitions from his mother, Meng Xiaoyun, urging him to concentrate on his studies. The entrance exam is akin to a narrow bridge over a tumultuous river. Whether one can enter a prestigious university hinges on this very moment. After hearing his parents' reminders, Yi Feng returned home with the Gu family. Upon arriving home, Yi Feng packed his parents' clothes and made another trip to the hospital. After a flurry of activity, he found himself home just past midnight. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the sofa. The overwhelming fatigue nearly lulled him into slumber. A knock at the door jolted him from his half-asleep stupor. Who is it? Yi Feng rubbed his aching temples and rose to open the door. Yishao, it's me. Gu Muxi's melodious voice chimed from outside. Upon hearing Gu Muxi's voice, Yi Feng felt a surge of energy. He opened the door to find her standing there in a loose nightgown, looking lively and charming. Gu Muxi, why aren't you asleep at this hour? Yi Feng asked, surprised. Aren't you still awake? I noticed your living room light was on, so I figured you were up. Gu Muxi replied, walking inside with her hands behind her back. Yi Feng followed her, chuckling, I just finished a busy day and am a bit fatigued. I nearly dozed off on the sofa. Gu Muxi took a seat on the sofa and patted the spot beside her, indicating for him to join her. Yi Feng sat down next to her. Gu Muxi gazed at him intently and reassured, Yishao, I just learned about your mom's situation. Auntie's surgery will definitely go smoothly. You shouldn't worry too much. If you can achieve good results in your exams, who knows? Annie might feel better and recover faster. Yi Feng was taken aback, not expecting this girl would come by late at night just to offer him comfort. His heart swelled with warmth. Yes, I know. I will study hard for the exams. He smiled. Gu Muxi extended her left hand, saying, Give me your hand. Why? Yi Feng was taken aback, but placed his hand in hers. Gu Muxi held his hand, beaming, I want to share a bit of my good luck with you. Stinky Yi Feng, you need to keep pushing forward. Chapter 57. For those with even a slight connection, there is no reason for complete estrangement. Gu Muxi's wide, encouraging eyes were filled with sincerity. This time, she was not joking. She was earnest. Yi Feng felt a rush of clarity, as if he had been invigorated. Thank you. This gratitude was heartfelt and genuine. Oh, no need for such politeness. As your Gu little master, it's only right. Gu Muxi giggled, covering her mouth. Yi Feng chuckled, feigning forgetfulness about letting go of her hand, and instead tightened his grip. How soft and delicate Gu Muxi's hand felt. Holding it was utterly delightful. Gu Muxi attempted to withdraw her hand, but found that Yi Feng was still holding on, causing her cheeks to flush. Sitingqu Yi Feng, how long do you intend to hold my hand? Ah, I forgot. Yi Feng reluctantly released her hand. Gu Muxi stood up, saying, All right, my comforting mission is complete. I should head back now. That's it? Yes, what else do you expect? How about you comfort me with both hands? Stinky Yi Feng, are you being greedy? If not with hands, then you can use your mouth. Mouth? How do you plan to comfort me with your mouth? Cough. Let me share a few words of encouragement. As long as you motivate me, I am confident that I can secure the top spot in the city. Go ahead. Flatter away. What nonsensical chatter are you uttering? Never mind. I concede to you. Yishao, best of luck for the college entrance examination. Strive hard and aim to rank within the top 1,000. 1,000? No way. I must aim for the top 10 in the city or even the province. Yishao, it's getting dark now. It's not suitable for daydreaming. You should wash up and get some rest. Gu Muxi yawned and stretched lazily. As she did so, her loose nightgown lifted significantly, showcasing her long, alluring legs. Yi Feng felt his gaze fixate on her. Those legs must have remarkable elasticity, right? I'm heading back now. I'm feeling sleepy. You should rest early too. Gu Muxi waved her hand as she bid farewell. You go ahead and sleep. I still haven't finished my homework. I'll rest once I'm done. Yi Feng replied with a smile. All right, but don't stay up too late. Gu Muxi yawned again and departed. After Gu Muxi returned home, Yi Feng freshened up to awaken himself a bit, and then returned to his room to tackle his assignments. The desk lamp cast a bright light as Yi Feng leaned over, completely engrossed in his studies. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, and after finishing his homework, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. He slumped over his desk and fell asleep. Yi Feng was unaware of how long he had been asleep when the piercing sunlight of the morning jolted him awake. His body ached, a consequence of sleeping at his desk. Just as he was about to stretch, he noticed a blanket draped over him, faintly scented. He turned to glimpse the pink blanket covering him and inhaled the familiar fragrance. There was no doubt about it. It belonged to Gu Muxi. He could remember her scent for a lifetime. Yishao, are you awake? Gu Muxi's voice rang from the doorway. Yi Feng turned to see her in a blue dress, an apron tied around her waist, wielding a spatula with a cheerful smile. Gu Muxi, when did you arrive? Gu Muxi pouted slightly. I called your name several times at the window, but you didn't respond. So, I came over to check if you had passed away. Yi Feng retorted. Hey, Gu the school beauty, are you wishing for my demise? Aren't you afraid of being a widow? Gu Muxi blushed and shot him a glare, retorting, you are the one who will be a widow. It's not my concern if you kick the bucket. Hurry up and get up, brush your teeth, wash your face, and have breakfast. Yi Feng suddenly eyed her with suspicion. Breakfast? Did your mother make it? What are you talking about? My parents left early for work and specifically instructed me to take good care of you. Not only did I cover you with a blanket, but I also made breakfast myself. I tell you, no other man has this privilege. Upon hearing that Gu Muxi had prepared breakfast, Yi Feng couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Gu Muxi, can I decline such fortune? Gu Muxi brandished the spatula and huffed. What do you think? Ahem, all right then. I'll go wash up first. Yi Feng dashed out of the room and into the bathroom. As he brushed his teeth, he mentally prepared himself for the culinary sacrifice he was about to make. After finishing his morning routine, Yi Feng approached the dining table with a solemn demeanor and sat down. So, Gu Muxi, what did you prepare for breakfast? Gu Muxi brought over a pot of dark, murky porridge and placed it in front of him. Yi Feng stared at the unidentifiable black substance and swallowed hard. Gu Muxi, could you enlighten me on what this is? With her hands on her hips, Gu Muxi proudly declared, this is my self-created nutritious white porridge. I guarantee you'll feel revitalized after drinking it. The word danger popped into Yi Feng's mind. Are you sure it'll rejuvenate me and not send me to the afterlife? Furthermore, how can you call this black concoction white porridge? There isn't even a hint of resemblance. Gu Muxi shot him a glance, stop the nonsense, and eat. This was actually a rendition of pork blood and lean meat porridge she had learned online, touted for its restorative properties. She had meticulously copied the recipe into her notebook and followed the steps to prepare it. To test her culinary skills, she had chosen Yi Feng as her taste tester. All right, let me sample the flavor first. Yi Feng filled a small bowl, scooped a bit, and brought it to his nose to sniff. Why does it smell like vinegar? Despite his confusion, he took a sip. The sour and fishy taste hit him hard. Yi Feng's expression changed dramatically. How is it? Tasty? Gu Muxi inquired curiously. Yi Feng suppressed the urge to vomit and feigned astonishment. Wow, it's absolutely delicious. Gu Muxi, you must try it. It's truly delightful. His expression was one of exaggerated joy as he pushed the bowl toward her. Ha! It worked. I do have some cooking talent. Gu Muxi gleefully exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, she took 2 big spoonfuls from Yi Feng's bowl. Gu Muxi's face turned pale as she immediately spat out everything she had just tasted. Coincidentally, it landed all over Yi Feng's smug face, causing his smile to freeze. Gu Muxi. Yi Feng enunciated each word through clenched teeth, glaring at her. Gu Muxi's face turned red with embarrassment. Ahem, I'm really sorry, but I distinctly remember putting in soy sauce. How could it be vinegar? Yi Feng wiped the grains of rice off his face, looking at her with incredulity. Silly girl. That was aged vinegar. Also, even if it were soy sauce, how could you possibly add so much? Gu Muxi lowered her head, sneaking a glance at Yi Feng, and replied meekly, the recipe just said appropriate amount. How was I supposed to know how much that was? I thought the porridge looked like a lot, so I added a little bit more. Really just a tiny bit. Chapter 58. I've always been quite enduring. A little bit? More like a billion little bits. Yi Feng pulled a wry smile, feeling frustrated. Forget it. It seems this pot of porridge is unfit for consumption. I'll go wash my face. Let us head out for some noodles instead. Gu Muxi, you're treating. Yi Feng shot her a glance. Gu Muxi pouted, fine, I'll treat. After Yi Feng washed his face, the two set out to find a meal. They discovered a noodle shop outside the workers' dormitory and ordered their usual pig offal noodles. Gu Muxi, how has your review been lately? Yi Feng slurped a mouthful of noodles, casually inquiring. Pretty good. I have some confidence in getting into a first-tier university. What about you? Gu Muxi replied, her concern for Yi Feng evident. Although he had made significant progress in the last test, ranking in the top 10 of the class, his performance in the comprehensive science subject still fell short, leaving her feeling uneasy. It would be wonderful if both could gain admission to the same university. As for me, I feel on top of my game. I've been intensively reviewing language and comprehensive science, so I should be able to achieve a commendable score. Yi Feng said with a slight smile. You're so confident? Gu Muxi asked in surprise. Of course, Yi Feng chuckled. Ever since the last test, he had focused on strengthening his skills in specific subjects, and in recent mock exams he had been scoring nearly full marks in comprehensive science, while for language, he had been practicing his essay writing, making high scores a certainty. As for mathematics and English, those are Yi Feng's strong suits. He has already passed the 6th level of English proficiency, and the English portion of the college entrance examination is a mere formality for him. Mathematics, on the other hand, is his forte. In his computer science program, he has consistently achieved near-perfect scores in mathematics subjects. He has even tested on college entrance examination papers, managing to secure nearly full marks, with only a few points shy on occasion. The threshold for the first-tier university admission scores is something he can easily surpass. Yet his ambitions reach even higher, as he aims to achieve the best possible results to bring joy to his parents. So make sure to give it your all. Ishao, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. After breakfast, let us head back and review our studies, just to give it that final push. Yi Feng nodded solemnly, replying, all right, I'll make a quick dash through it. It will be swift. Swift? What speed are you referring to? The speed of my review, he clarified. The two of them finished breakfast and returned home to study together, settling in Gu Muxi's room. Gu Muxi pulled out her mathematics practice book, intending to tackle more exercises to solidify her understanding of the concepts. She glanced over at Yi Feng, who was retrieving 4 volumes of simulated examination papers from his bag, covering mathematics, English, Chinese, and comprehensive sciences. Ishao, what on earth are you planning? This is a bit over the top. Isn't it? You can't possibly intend to complete all these mock papers today, can you? Gu Muxi exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Feng chuckled nonchalantly, indeed. Is there a problem with that? I have already completed half of these. I should be able to finish the rest today. Completing these 4 volumes will ensure a near-certain success. Gu Muxi gasped. I can't believe you think you can finish them all. Yi Feng shot her a glance. What is so difficult about it? Each subject in a mock exam is only 90 minutes. That is just an hour and a half. Completing all 4 subjects will take only 6 hours, and that gives me ample time for 2 rounds of practice. 12 hours should suffice, and I might even finish sooner. Gu Muxi stared at him with an expression of disbelief. Yi Xiao, have you gone mad? 12 hours? It's already 9 a.m. You'll be writing until 10 or 11 p.m. Yi Feng grinned. That's what I said. Let us give it a final push. All right, I'm starting now. He opened his practice book and began his simulated examination. Seeing him engrossed in his work, Gu Muxi also commenced her own practice. Time slipped away as they fervently worked through problems from daylight to dusk, and then to the crescent moon rising high in the sky. Aside for a hasty lunch of egg noodles and a few bites for dinner, they remained hunched over their desks, immersed in study. Before long, the clock struck 9 p.m. Gu Xingzhong and Li Wan were in the living room flipping through magazines. It's already 9 p.m. Are those two still studying? They are really putting in the effort, Li Wan remarked, glancing at the clock and then at Gu Muxi's closed door. Gu Xingzhong casually turned the pages of the magazine. Well, with the college entrance exam tomorrow, there is indeed some pressure. I hope they don't feel too overwhelmed. That could hinder their performance. They should take a moment to relax. I'll go make them some juice to help them unwind, Li Wan decided as she got up and headed to the kitchen. After a short while, she emerged with 2 glasses of watermelon juice and knocked on Gu Muxi's door. Xiao Feng, take a break and enjoy some juice. All right, Mom, I'm just feeling a bit parched, Gu Muxi's voice called from inside. Li Wan pushed the door open and found Gu Muxi slumped in her chair, her eyes vacant from fatigue, while Yi Feng was still diligently scribbling away. Here, you two have truly worked hard today. Drink some juice and take a breather, Li Wan said, placing the juice on the table. Gu Muxi rubbed her aching temples and sighed. I'm really exhausted. I've been solving problems all day and my head is spinning. She picked up one of the glasses of watermelon juice and gulped it down. Yi Xiao, aren't you going to have some? She asked, glancing at him. Throughout the day, despite being in the same room, their conversation had barely exceeded 10 sentences. Yi Feng had been intensely focused on his practice, engaging in a rigorous mock examination. His ability to sustain such concentration was quite beyond her expectations. Xiao Feng, you should take a break too, Li Wan suggested, observing his unwavering dedication with concern, fearing he might be placing too much pressure on himself, which could be counterproductive. All right, Annie, just a moment. I'm almost done, Yi Feng replied without lifting his gaze from his work. Okay, just remember to rest. Don't stay up too late. Tomorrow is the real battle. You need to be well rested, Li Wan advised. Understood, Auntie, Yi Feng responded, still engrossed in his writing. Li Wan left the room, and after another half hour, Yi Feng finally set down his pen, exhaling deeply. He had completed the 2 rounds of simulated tests. It had been a long time since he had experienced such an intense study session. The state of total immersion was truly remarkable, and he felt fatigued while writing. However, now that he was finished, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. His fingers ached from gripping the pen for so long. Gu Muxi marveled. Yi Xiao, I didn't realize you could endure for so long. Far longer than I anticipated. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. I've always had great endurance, you know. Are you doubting my stamina? Let me tell you, 1 or 2 hours is no problem at all. Gu Muxi sensed something odd in his tone, but simply scoffed. I never knew you were so enduring. Yi Feng grinned. Well, you'll certainly find out in the future. When the opportunity arises, you can experience it firsthand. Gu Muxi shot him a glare, declaring haughtily, I would want that. Chapter 59. Embracing the college entrance examination, giving it our all. You've completed 2 rounds of simulations. How did you fare? Gu Muxi inquired, casting a curious glance at his practice book. Around 680 to 700 points, I suppose, Yi Feng replied with a yawn. What? 700 points? Gu Muxi gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. That score was indeed daunting. The top scorer in last year's Provincial Science College entrance examination only achieved 670 points. Yet, as she considered it, she realized it was merely a mock test. Higher scores in practice exams were not uncommon. If he could score above 630 in the actual entrance examination, that would be a blessing. Over the past 2 years, the admission threshold for first-tier universities in the province had hovered around 630 points, and although there was a trend of gradual decline, the bar remained exceedingly high. Fewer than 1 in 10 candidates across the province managed to score high enough for first-tier university admission. Most fell into the category of top students from their respective schools, while a significant number of examinees barely reached the vocational college line. Statistically speaking, less than 10% of candidates achieved first-tier scores, 20% reached second-tier, 40% qualified for vocational colleges, leaving the remainder unable to meet even the vocational college threshold. You shall give it your best effort. I hope you can achieve that score in the actual exam. Yi Feng turned to her, raising an eyebrow. Is that your way of wishing me luck? Should you be hoping I score even higher? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him, scoffing. You have quite the imagination. Just reaching the first-tier threshold would be commendable. You think you can achieve that score? Don't let a good performance in practice exams make you complacent. Tomorrow's college entrance examination is the real deal. Yi Feng chuckled. After these 2 rounds of simulations, I feel quite confident. But don't worry, I won't let my guard down. As I face the college entrance examination, I will give it my all. Gu Muxi nodded in relief, affirming that the spirit. You must indeed give it your all. Nevertheless, you should drink your juice first and take a moment to rest. I see you've been writing all day. Even the strongest of bodies cannot endure such strain. Yi Feng patted his chest confidently, proclaiming, I am in exceptional shape. Yet, scarcely had he spoken, when a sudden cramp seized his fingers, and his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, a cramp. His right hand, having endured prolonged penmanship, was now succumbing to involuntary contractions, the muscles stiffening in excruciating pain. Don't move, I'll assist you. Gu Muxi swiftly grasped his cramping index and thumb, beginning to knead and press, endeavoring to relax the taut muscles. Her ministrations provided immediate relief, though the fingers still bore a lingering soreness. Observing Gu Muxi's anxious demeanor, Yi Feng felt warmth bloom in his heart. She truly cares for me. How are you feeling now? Gu Muxi inquired, concern etched on her face. A bit better, but still somewhat tender, Yi Feng replied, taking a hearty sip of watermelon juice to steady his nerves. Allow me to help you relax further, she offered, lowering her head once more to gently exercise his fingers. As Yi Feng gazed upon her exquisitely beautiful face, a sweet fragrance wafted into his senses, igniting a yearning deep within. Her hands were smooth and delicate, and every touch seemed to send electric currents coursing through him. This feels delightful. You silly Yi Feng, pushing yourself so hard. And now look, cramping up. Gu Muxi chided playfully while continuing to knead and stretch his fingers. After several minutes, she lifted her gaze again, asking, Are you feeling better? Yi Feng, still relishing the moment, was reluctant to admit his recovery. He rolled his eyes and, feigning discomfort, said, My fingers are fine now, but my lower back is quite sore. I may have sat too long. I hope I haven't strained it. Would you mind giving a rub? Gu Muxi retorted with a smirk. Humph. What is wrong with you? If it's not one thing, it's another. Am I your servant? Yi Feng, clutching his waist and pretending to endure pain, responded, All right. I won't trouble you further. I should manage. You needn't worry. A brief rest should suffice. Seeing his demeanor, Gu Muxi hesitated before relenting. Fine, lie on the bed. I'll help you with your back. A subtle glimmer of triumph flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. Hee, I get to enjoy a massage from the illustrious Gu Muxi. What a privilege it would be if this were known at school. She would surely have countless suitors after her. With alacrity, Yi Feng hopped onto the bed, positioning himself comfortably. Gu Muxi, I'm ready. She shot him a glare, asserting, If it weren't for the impending exam, I wouldn't even consider helping you. Nevertheless, she obediently settled beside him, her hands beginning to work on his back. Although her technique was somewhat unrefined, her strength was commendable. After all, great results often come from considerable effort. Yi Feng reveled in the warmth of her hands and the alternating pressure, a sensation of profound comfort enveloping him. This feels wonderful. Gu Muxi, move a bit lower. Yes, right there, apply more pressure. In the living room, Li Wan emerged from her wash-up, preparing to rest, when peculiar sounds wafted from Gu Muxi's room. What are they doing in there? Li Wan asked curiously. Gu Xingzhong set down his magazine. I'm not certain. But it's late. They should be resting. If they don't get enough sleep, their performance in tomorrow's exam will surely suffer. He stood up, But as he approached the door, he hesitated. "What is the matter?" Li Wan inquired, noticing his peculiar expression. As she neared the door, the sound from within stilled her in surprise. "Gu Muxi, hurry." "Yes, faster, it feels so good. I am moving as fast as I can. Shall we try a different position?" "All right, how about you position yourself atop me? Let's experiment with this arrangement." At this, Gu Xingzhong and Li Wan exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. What on earth are these two children doing? Gu Xingzhong pointed at the door, incredulity etched across his face. Li Wan hastily pushed the door open only to find Gu Muxi seated on Yi Feng's lap, administering a massage. Mom, what is going on?" Gu Muxi asked, startled by her parents' abrupt entrance. "What are you doing?" Li Wan exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. "Oh, Yi Xiao mentioned he had a sore back, so I offered to help." Gu Muxi replied earnestly. "I thought you were, Mom." "Thought we were what?" Li Wan coughed awkwardly. Never mind. Continue. But make sure to rest early." She swiftly closed the door. Gu Xingzhong, looking somewhat bemused, coughed lightly. "It seems we've misunderstood. All right, off to bed with you both." Li Wan chuckled softly, realizing head overthinking. However, these children are growing up. It appears I must impart some knowledge regarding certain matters. After all, safety first. In the room, Gu Muxi scratched her head in confusion. What was up with Mom's expression just now? It felt odd. Yi Feng sitiflet alaf, suspecting a misunderstanding on her mother's part. "Perhaps she was surprised that you were willing to help me. Come on, let us continue." Yi Feng lifted his waist, shifting to a more comfortable position. Gu Muxi suddenly noticed that his back seemed perfectly fine. Could it be that this rascal Yi Feng has deceived me? "Don't just stand there. Let us keep going." Yi Feng tisit. Gu Muxi, piecing together his demeanor, cracked a sly smile. "Oh, you think you can take advantage of me? If you desire a massage, I shall give you a proper one." A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. "All right, let us proceed. Make sure to lie down properly. I'll demonstrate some Thai massage techniques." She seized the soft flesh at his waist, pulling it towards the center. "Ouch!" Yi Feng yelped, his expression contorting in pain. Gu Muxi then bent his legs upwards, almost folding him in half. "Ouch! Gu Muxi, what are you doing?" With a huff, Gu Muxi replied, "I'm using Thai techniques to help you. Just bear with it." No, no, no. After enduring her ministrations for what felt like an eternity, Yi Feng finally seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretense of needing the restroom, making a hasty retreat to his own room. Ouch! This girl is quite the grip. He lay on his bed, gasping for air, his entire body aching, relieved that she hadn't dislocated all his bones. "Yi Xiao, weren't you just saying you needed to use the restroom? Why did you run away?" Gu Muxi's melodic laughter rang out from outside the window. Yi Feng stood up and approached the window, only to find Gu Muxi perched on the ledge, a playful smirk on her face. "Ahem, it's getting late, and there's an exam tomorrow, so I want TB needing a massage." He chuckled awkwardly. "Oh no, my Thai techniques haven't been fully demonstrated yet. How can we end it like this? Gu Muxi, let us postpone it for another day." "Very well then, Yi Xiao, you are welcome to visit again." Gu Muxi winked at him before closing the window. Yi Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. "If I let you massage me again, I might as well forfeit my life. There will absolutely be no next time." After a night of silence, the following morning, Yi Feng was roused from his slumber by the familiar thudding sound against his window. "Yi Xiao, time to wake up." Yi Feng opened his eyes, rubbing the remnants of sleep from them. Ever since Gu Mu, she had taken it upon herself to call him each morning. He had discarded his alarm clock. Wasn't it splendid to have the campus bell function as his personal wake-up service? It was a unique experience he relished every day. "Got it," Yi Feng replied, rising to pull open the window. Gu Mu, she was, as always, in front of the window, her hair tied in a ponytail, her stunning visage exuding the essence of youth. "Good morning, Gu Muxi." "Good morning, you smelly Yi Feng." They exchanged greetings. Gu Muxi, having secured her hair, said, "Today marks the first day of the college entrance examination. My mother has prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Come over to eat. After we finish, we'll head to school." Today, Gu Muxi seemed particularly serious, lacking the usual playful banter with Yi Feng. He could discern that she was feeling the weight of expectation. With the entrance exams officially upon them, it was only natural for most students to feel a tinge of nervousness. However, having faced the exams before, Yi Feng felt a sense of confidence that rendered him entirely unperturbed. All right, I'll join you after I freshen up, Yi Feng smiled. Shutting the window, he hurriedly made his way out to wash up, taking a few minutes to tidy himself, don fresh attire, grab his backpack, and knock on Gu Muxi's door. When the door swung open, Gu Muxi appeared in her loose-fitting school uniform. Though the uniform radiated youthful exuberance and looked appealing, it completely concealed her perfect figure. He couldn't help but imagine how striking she would look in a JK uniform. A sudden thrill coursed through Yi Feng at the thought. "What are you dawdling for?" "Come in," Gu Muxi remarked, noticing his dazed expression and the drool escaping his lips, casting him a sidelong glance. So what delectable breakfast has Annie prepared today?" "Seafood porridge, scallion omelets, and youtiao." "Wow, such a feast. I'm already salivating." "My mom specifically went to the seafood market this morning to buy shrimp and crabs for the porridge. She worked hard for this." The two entered and seated themselves at the dining table, diving into the meal with gusto. "Eat slowly. There's plenty of time," Liwan said, emerging from the kitchen with a smile. "Auntie's culinary skills are truly remarkable. This breakfast is exquisite. Yi Feng pides heartily. If it tastes good, eat more. There's plenty left," Liwan replied with joy. Suddenly, the landline rang. Liwan walked over to answer it, and then called out, "Xiao Feng, it's your dad on the line." "All right." Yi Feng set down his bowl and hurried over to take the call. "Hello, Dad, what is up?" "So, today is the first day of the college entrance exam. You must give it your all." His father, Yi Jianjun, imparted words of encouragement over the phone. "Just do your best and don't stress too much. As long as you've given your all, the score will be inconsequential." Yi Feng understood that his parents' greatest hope rested with the exams. Achieving good results was essential to honor the 3 years spent in high school. Gaining admission into a reputable university would pave the way for a brighter future. "Okay, Dad, I understand. You can rest assured I will do my utmost." Yi Feng assured him with a nod. "That's good to hear." The father-son duo briefly discussed his mother's surgery. Following a consultation with the doctors yesterday, it was decided that Meng Xiaoyan would undergo surgery the day after tomorrow, which coincidentally was the day after the exams. After a short conversation, Yi Jianjun hung up, not wishing to burden Yi Feng with worries that might hinder his performance in the exams. Returning to the table, Yi Feng polished off the remaining porridge. "I'm full now, Gu Muxi. Shall we head out?" "Sure." The two set off for school, arriving at their classroom to collect their exam admission tickets and gather their writing instruments, erasers, rulers, and other necessary tools for the examination. "Feng Yi, which testing room are you in?" Wang Tai leaned over curiously. "Tiana School's testing room. What about you?" "That is fantastic. I am too." "Ha! That means we'll be together," Wang Tai exclaimed joyfully. "Then let us head out together." Yi Feng nodded, glancing at Gu Muxi, who was seated in front. "Gu Muxi, which testing room are you in?" Gu Muxi appeared somewhat absent-minded, not paying attention to Yi Feng's voice. Yi Feng reached out to tug at her bra strap. "Gu Muxi?" Only then did she snap to attention, shooting him an annoyed look. "What is the matter? Why are you so distracted?" Yi Feng inwitted, perplexed. "I'm a bit nervous," Gu Muxi confessed with a wry smile. She had long felt the expectations from her parents, who hoped for her to excel in the exams. Yet the greater the expectation, the heavier the pressure, leaving her somewhat unfocused today. "Give me your hand," Yi Feng said, extending his right hand with a smile. Gu Muxi hesitated for a moment, but eventually placed her hand in his. Yi Feng grasped her hand, saying, "Last time you brought me luck, today, I'll bestow confidence upon you. You are exceptional, Gu Muxi." A jolt of warmth surged through her, and then she burst into laughter. "Of course. This girl will definitely get into a top-tier university." She quickly regained her usual self-assured and spirited demeanor. "Thank you, Yi Xiao." Gu Muxi sincerely expressed her gratitude, feeling considerably less anxious now. "Hee, no need for thanks. We're practically family. Now, could you kindly let go of my hand?" "Oh, I completely forgot." Stop pretending. You smelly Yi Feng. You did that on purpose." Chapter 61. Let us interview the first student to exit the examination room. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him another glare. "You're taking advantage of me again, you smelly Yi Feng." Lately, this fellow seemed to relish physical contact, overtly or covertly, encroaching upon her space. It was high time for her to teach him a lesson. Hey, Gu Muxi. Don't slander me. I'll accuse you of defamation. Yi Feng declared, feigning righteousness. Look, Wang Tai, she is defaming me. Yi Feng exclaimed, his face a picture of mock indignation. Wang Tai stifled a chuckle, thinking how thick-skinned Yi Feng was. I've learned. As the trio bantered, their homeroom teacher, Zhao Mo Wang, briskly entered the classroom, immediately silencing the chatter. Zhao rapped the podium, surveyed the classroom, and spoke in earnest. Today marks the first day of the college entrance examination. Mathematics in the morning, followed by Chinese in the afternoon. Tomorrow, we'll have the science subjects in the morning and English in the afternoon. Make sure you remember this and don't forget anything. Prepare your admission tickets and exam supplies. Don't make any last-minute errors. After you leave the school, proceed directly to your respective examination rooms. And please be careful on the way. Do not be late. Is that clear? The entire class responded in unison. Clear. Zhao's expression softened, revealing a warm smile. After the exams, there won't be many days left for you to stay in school. Soon, you may all go your separate ways. I'll miss you, but I genuinely wish for each of you to achieve excellent results and a bright future. Zhao's heartfelt words were simple yet profoundly moving, causing a few sensitive girls in the class to discreetly wipe away tears. Yi Feng silently reflected, Zhao Mo Wang, isn't so bad after all. Although he was strict with students, he genuinely cared for them. He truly was a good teacher. After imparting his final instructions, Zhao allowed everyone to set off for their examination rooms. Yi Feng, Gu Muxi, and Wang Tai were all attending Tianhe High School for the exams, albeit in different classrooms. 3 individuals arrived at the entrance of Tianhe Middle School on their bicycles, where a throng of parents had already gathered, eagerly watching their children enter the institution, as if bidding farewell to warriors heading into battle. The faces of the parents were etched with a shared anxiety, their eyes glimmering with a collective hope. Upon entering the school, the trio exchanged farewells. Teasy, do your best. You've got this. Yi Feng encouraged, patting his shoulder. I will. Brother Feng. Wang Tai nodded fervently. Despite his modest academic performance, he aspired to achieve a score sufficient for a second-tier university, as it would still grant him a degree. Yi Xiao, you must also strive hard. I will be waiting for you at the school gate after the exam, Gu Muxi proclaimed, her small fist raised with spirited determination. All right, Yi Feng replied with a smile. Following their parting, they proceeded to their respective classrooms. Yi Feng found his designated examination room and took a seat in accordance with his admission ticket. Soon, students began to enter the classroom, each occupying their own desk. Once all candidates were present, a middle-aged woman, serving as the invigilator, entered the room. As the examination time commenced, she began distributing the test papers while explaining the examination rules. With the ringing of the bell, the Gaokao officially commenced. Students, begin your examination, the invigilator announced, prompting the candidates to set to work with fervor. After a thorough review of the mathematics paper, Yi Feng felt a sense of assurance. This year's examination was, indeed, not exceedingly difficult, and the major questions aligned perfectly with his areas of expertise. With meticulous attention, achieving a perfect score seemed well within reach. Yi Feng smiled slightly and began to concentrate on his exam. As time gradually passed, an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. At the school gate, countless parents stood in hushed anticipation, their conversations falling silent as they awaited news. Suddenly, a van from a newspaper agency arrived, its engine breaking the tranquil atmosphere. A group of reporters disembarked, with a cameraman trailing behind a female journalist. The reporter, appearing to be in her early 30s, sported shoulder-length hair and wore a light gray professional suit, her figure slender and her features appealing. Her arrival stirred a commotion among the surrounding parents. Isn't that Na from the Guangshi TV station's news transmission? What brings her here? Quick, come interview me. I want to be on television. Indeed, it's the news transmission team. They seem to report on the Gaokao every year. I can't believe they are here today. Hurry and interview me. Hearing the murmurs around her, Yang Na remained unfazed. She was indeed present for an interview, but this year, the focus was not on the parents as it had been in previous years. The routine interviews with parents, filled with their repetitive advice and expectations, had lost their novelty. Therefore, prior to her assignment, the production team convened and decided to adopt a new approach this year, to interview the students instead. She intended to speak with the first candidate to emerge from the examination room, to gauge their feelings regarding the Gaokao. How long has the exam been underway? Xiao Wu. Yang Na inquired of her assistant reporter, Wu Gang. It's been precisely 1 hour, not Jia. There's still 30 minutes remaining until the examination concludes, Wu Gang replied. Glancing at his watch, Yang Na nodded, smiling. Good. Let us be ready to roll. We'll wait here for the first student to exit the exam room. Not Jia. Surely no one will come out this early, right? Shouldn't we rest a bit over there? Wu Gang wiped the sweat from his brow. The day was stifling. The sun shone brightly after a recent rain, making the air feel oppressively humid, akin to a sauna. All right, you go fetch 2 bottles of water, Yang Na said, also sweating profusely, waving her hand dismissively. Sure thing, Wu Gang replied, dashing off to get the water. Yang Na and the cameraman sought refuge under a tree for some shade and relief from the heat. However, just as she settled down, she noticed a student emerging from the building, with no one following behind him. How is it that someone is submitting their paper so soon? Yang Na pondered, somewhat astonished. Quick, don't let him slip away. Go interview him. Without waiting for Wu Gang, she took the initiative along with the cameraman, intercepting the student at the entrance. Hello, viewers. I am reporter Yang Na, here to interview the first student to exit the examination room. Hello, student. I'm from Guangshi TV's news transmission team. May I have your name? Yang Na beamed warmly as she extended the microphone toward the student. Yi Feng, he replied. Haha, great to meet you. First and foremost, I wish you success in your Gaokao. Thank you. May I ask how you managed to finish your exam so quickly? I completed it and didn't want to stay inside any longer, Yi Feng responded with a smile. Yang Na was taken aback. What audacity. All right then, how do you find the difficulty of this year's mathematics exam? To be honest, it was quite easy, not difficult at all, Yi Feng stated candidly. This was indeed his honest opinion. Had it been more challenging, he would not have exited as soon as time was called. In fact, he finished in 40 minutes. But due to the examination rules, he had to wait an hour before submitting his paper. He spent the remaining 20 minutes idly twirling his pen. And as soon as he could, he promptly submitted his exam. The parents who had gathered nearby reacted to Yi Feng's words with expressions of disdain. Which school does this student attend? How arrogant! Yang Na looked bewildered. This young man, though not long in years, certainly had a bold demeanor